My experience with the entity I named It. As a child, the basement always freaked me out. The basement area of my childhood home had my parents' room, our laundry room, and a playroom with a TV and an N64. My dislike of the basement aside, I spent most of my free time in the playroom. The basement was partially underground, so the rooms got extremely dark very quickly. My dad worked early mornings and would leave his door open at night. He would wake up and get upset at me if I had the lights on in the playroom, so I would play games in the dark at night, which always creeped me out. I would always avoid setting foot in my parents' room if I could help it. It was dark, cold, and eerie to me. It always felt as though someone was staring at me. It had an oppressive atmosphere, and I loathed being in there. My dad had problems with substance abuse. He would always reek of alcohol and would mix different sorts of painkillers and sleeping pills with the booze. And that would have unpleasant effects for the rest of the family. The addiction poisoned his relationship with my mom and his daughters. And I'm assuming his liver. We would always tiptoe around him to make sure that we wouldn't anger him, because he would hit us and scream at us until he was purple in the face. He would always sulk and watch TV in his room and would shout for me to bring him beer after beer, which forced me to get into the room I hated most. Growing up, I would have a recurring dream of floating up and out of my body and flying around my house and neighborhood, rejoicing in the freedom of flight. If I went back to my room, I could see my body sleeping in bed, and when the dream ended, I'd float back into my body. One night I had the flying dream. I was making my way down the hall to the rest of my house, and my dad rounded the corner and started walking toward my room. My gut told me not to let him touch me, so I flew to the ceiling and laid flat across it. When my dad stepped underneath me, his head jerked up and he looked straight in my eyes, basically. His eyes were completely black. I flew down the hall as fast as I could and soared up high and far over the house as I could. Never had a flying dream again after that. When I was 12, my dad was drunk while I was playing outside with the volleyball. I lost control of the ball and it bounced off the bumper of his new truck. He screamed at me to come inside and yelled at me until his voice was hoarse. Once it hurt him too badly to yell, he punched a wall beside my head. Unfortunately for him, he punched a tack and broke his knuckle. The next day at work, he faked an injury and was prescribed opiate painkillers. These he, of course, mixed with alcohol. My parents divorced because of the drugs, and after my dad left, all the negative energy I associated with my parents' room moved into my room. Whenever I was in my room alone, I felt as though someone was staring at me with hatred. When I would round the corner to the hallway that led to my room, a long, skinny hallway with my room at the very end and a closet door across from my door, I would catch a glimpse of a shadow going into my room. I always tried to bring a cat with me to bed, but they would cry at my door until I let them out. They never came into the room on their own accord. One night I was home alone and turning off all the lights in the house before I went to bed. I had always hated the hallway to my room, because the light switch was at the end of the hall next to my door with the light fixture in the middle of the ceiling above the switch. I turned that light on and made my rounds around the house. After all the other lights were off, I made my way to my room. When I stood beneath the light at the end of the hall, I noticed to my horror that my shadow was projected onto the wall in front of me. The shadow grew steadily larger and its arms and legs were moving even though I was frozen with fear. I bolted in my room, turned on all the lights, and slept with the TV on that night. Sometimes in the early morning, before 5 a.m., but I'm not sure what exact time, I heard an indistinct mumbling while I slept. I awoke and looked to see a dark shadow with huge yellow eyes floating in my doorway. It was about 2 feet tall and looked like 2 beach balls shaped blobs of darkness stacked on top of each other. It was looking right at me and it was mumbling and it was growing louder. I huddled in the corner of my room underneath the blankets. The next day I was sitting in my room on my laptop. I noticed a red blob on the wall. I went to investigate it. It slowly started rolling up the wall and left a trail of what looked like blood in its wake. on a white wall. Ran out of the room, and when I came back, the red mark was gone. Later that same week, I woke up in the middle of the night. It was pitch black in my room, and I felt compelled to look around. I noticed a dark red pinpoint light zipping around my room in patterns similar to a fly. Then it shot into my TV, which started to hum. In the center of the screen, a small flashing green sphere appeared. It grew larger with each flash. I realized the sphere had features. Do you know the happy and sad theater masks? The green flash looked like one of those, but twisted with rage and hate. Once I was able to make out the face, I ran out of the room and slept on our couch that night. The same phenomenon happened every day for months. I tried sleeping with my TV on to see if it would stop the face from appearing. But almost every night the TV would turn off by itself, and the red light and flashing face would appear again. After several months of near nightly terrors, I decided to move into my living room and sleep on the couch. At the end of the school year, my mom let me throw a little party for all my friends. It was after the last day of school, and I was 13 at the time. One of my friends, let's call her Mary, had never been to my house before and really wanted to see my room. I never went in there, at least, unless I absolutely had to do so. And I'd usually make up an excuse that was too messy to have people in it. Later that night, she tried to sneak in. I blocked off the hallway so she couldn't get past me. After she left, I looked toward my room and saw dark smoke oozing from beneath the door and snaking its way down the hall. The smoke smelled strongly of sulfur. I turned tail and ran back to the group. At this point, I wanted to get out of the house, so I just suggested that we go jump on my trampoline in the backyard. We were all having a good time outside. It was dusk at this point. That's when my best friend pointed out the window and said, "Who's that?" We all looked up and saw that light in my room was on. There was a black hooded figure in the window looking down at us. All of my guests were outside at this point. My mom was at work and my sister was on a camping trip, so this freaked us out quite a bit. We all ran inside to investigate and found the light off, and no one else was in the room. Most of my guests thought I had played a prank on them. The rest of the night was uneventful, and in the morning all my guests except my best friend left. My best friend, let's call her Ella, she was a practicing Wiccan at the time and was one of the few people I'd told of my experiences. The others being my mom and sister who didn't believe me and would get upset if I brought it up. Ella told me that she had felt uncomfortable in my house since the first day she came over. I met her just before my parents split and we became best friends immediately. She had terrible nightmares every time she spent the night. That afternoon she went into my room by herself. She'd never set foot in there before. She went to investigate it. Came out white as a sheet. She said, "Lallyby, this is the most evil I've ever felt in my life." Just after she said that, my house felt incredibly tense. It was as though acknowledging the entity as evil gave it more power and could feel the house growing colder, even though it was a hot late June day. My family was too poor to afford air conditioning. We were home alone again, as my mom had left for work before Ella went into my room. The tension in the house continued to grow and the atmosphere grew ever more oppressive. I felt physically heavy when I was inside the house. As the day grew darker, the malevolence pushed in around us. We stayed in my living room, which was as far from my room as you could get in my house. My cats were outside and wouldn't come when called. My dog was glued to my side. He would occasionally growl and whine at the doorway to the kitchen, which had my hallway beyond it. Once while he was growling, I followed his gaze and floated away from us with like an inky black blob that seemed to be trailing wisps of smoke. Once the sun went down, my house became unbelievably cold. Ella and I wore sweaters, coats, long pants, and socks, but we couldn't seem to keep warm. We were ice cold, even huddled together under a blanket. We decided to make soup to hopefully warm us up from the inside. In my kitchen, the microwave was suspended above the stove. We got out a pan and then heard a scratching sound coming from the inside of the microwave. The scratches would come in sets of 3, then pause for a moment and begin again. The scratching was incredibly loud and deliberate sounding, not random like an animal digging. We freaked out, decided to go outside on my trampoline. It was dark outside, but I had bright floodlights in the backyard, so I wasn't worried. Once we got outside, we ended up needing to take off our sweaters and jackets. We were far too warm. We huddled together on the trampoline in extreme fear, and my dog laid right underneath us. I looked up at my bedroom window, saw that the light was on, and the hooded figure was back in the window. I started to tell Ella when the outside light shut off, and we were in complete darkness. My bedroom light was off as well, and my dog barked and ran back inside through the doggy door as fast as he could. We then heard a rustling sound in the grass beneath us. Ella and I looked at the ground in the pitch darkness, and what I saw still gives me shivers. Imagine a large black towel floating and rippling in water, but shedding wisps of smoke. This was trailing around the trampoline in slow circles, almost like a shark circling a boat. Even though it was extremely dark outside, we could see by the faint light of the moon. Also, the shape seemed to be darker than the shadows it crawled across. After it got to the backside of the trampoline, we ran as fast as we could back into my house. Ella and I huddled beneath the blankets on my love seat and decided to watch a Disney movie to try to just calm ourselves down. She got up to start the movie. I was sitting with my legs folded underneath myself. Both of my feet were jammed into the couch cushions. My dog was sitting next to the couch. My dog growled right as Ella was coming back on the couch, and I suddenly feel what felt like 2 ice-cold claws. They were slowly dragging up my left foot from heel to toe. Needless to say, I flipped the fuck out. Begged her to stay at her house for the rest of the night. And luckily, Ella only lived a few blocks away, so we sped walked to her house. On the way there, if there was a house with a dog, the dog would be sitting right at the edge of the fence staring at us silently. The dogs would also be missing their lower jaws. The tongues would be drooping. Blood would be pouring from the open wounds as they turned their heads to stare at us. When I walked home the next day, I saw most of the dogs. They were completely fine. Whew. The story ends in an uneventful way. We smudged the shit out of my house, burning sage, and Ella invited some friends over to hold some sort of cleansing ritual. My home no longer had the negative energy, but weird shit continued to happen there until I moved out when I was 22. It was suggested to me to post my UFO encounter and the following strangeness. Apologies if this is the wrong place for this. I want to share a UFO encounter I had in Santa Barbara, California, October 2017, and hope somebody might have some feedback or insight. First, a bit of background. Before this encounter, I had zero interest in UFOs. Wasn't even interested enough to be a skeptic. Seems crazy to me now, but I just didn't think about them. My then boyfriend, now husband, was always into UFOs, and when we started dating, he even lent me a Jocks Valley book. And a Richard Dolan book. I don't even think I opened them. I remember groaning in my head when he brought them over. They were huge. Whenever he started talking about UFOs or tried to show me something on YouTube, I would just zone out and politely nod. I was completely bored by the topic. Crazy. I'm now about as deep into the UFO phenomenon as one could be in 3 years. My encounter happened pretty close to 3 a.m. on the dot. I noticed an orange glowing light floating down the street. It was the color of a Himalayan salt lamp, if you've seen one of those. It was just under 2 blocks away when I first saw it. It was following the street exactly right down the middle. It was above the tree line, but not by much. I'm a bad judge of distance, but I would guess it was about 4 stories up. My building was 3 stories, and it was above my building, but not by much. I watched it float very slowly and purposefully down the street toward my direction. I was amazed and called my boyfriend and asked him if he could see it out of his bedroom window, which was on the first floor and faced out to the street I was smoking on. He confirmed that he saw it, and then weirdly just got off the phone. I remember thinking it was weird that he didn't come out and look at it with me. I was kind of a bit annoyed by it. Still can't believe he didn't come out. When it was almost above my head, it went dark. It just disappeared. Then an instant later, it flickered on. But this time it was a bit higher in the sky, and this time it was a perfectly clear flying saucer. Glowing orange, almost like an X-ray or bioluminescence. It was like I could see the outlines of the flying saucer. I could see porthole-type things, lots of detail, the exact shape, all crystal clear. But glowing. It was all glowing the same orange color. I could see the bottom lit up, but strangely I could also see the top, which was also lit up. Maybe it was at an angle, or because I'm looking at it from an angle, I'm not sure. But it was so clearly a flying saucer, I couldn't believe it. It wasn't until that moment that my brain clicked and thought, oh my God, aliens are real and I'm seeing a UFO right now and it's really close to me and this is really happening. I wasn't scared at all. It was almost as though the occupant of the craft were communicating with me and saying, yeah, hi there. We see you looking at us and we're looking at you too, don't worry. I couldn't see any occupants, but I had this strong sense that there were 2 and they were looking down at me from the craft. After a few seconds, it flickered off for a moment and then came back on for a few more seconds. I stared at it for several seconds and got a very good look. I remember looking at the detail and different parts and having many thoughts. I can still picture it clear as that night. I wasn't close enough to see any markings, but it was undeniably a flying saucer, and I had a clear look at it for a while. Despite having my phone in my hand, I didn't think to take a picture or call my boyfriend. I was just transfixed staring at it. And I was totally at peace. It felt friendly. Eventually it flickered off, and then back to just being a glowing orange light with no distinct shape. That's how it had been when I first saw it. Just this intense glowing orange light with no distinct edges or shape. I watched it take a right-angle turn away from me and head in a straight line toward the mountains. I watched it travel for a few blocks and then it disappeared out of my sight. Didn't take off anywhere, it just faded out. At that moment, a glowing white orb dropped down out of nowhere. I noticed it when it was about over my roof level. I was standing outside of a 1-story house across the street from my building, and when I first saw it, it was at the same level as the roof of the house. It seemingly came out of nowhere, but caught my eye at roof level and then dropped down as quickly as anything could a few feet lower. It stopped. I looked right at it, and at this point it was maybe 10 feet away and 3 feet above me. It was larger than a grapefruit, smaller than a soccer ball, brilliant glowing white light as bright as it could be in a perfect sphere with distinct edges. I was certain that it was intelligent and interested in me. Then it jumped down further toward me and stopped again about 4 feet away from me. It jumped down so fast that it almost looked like 2 orbs for a moment. It was in one spot and then in another in an instant. Unlike when I saw the craft, I was terrified. I had a terrible feeling of complete terror. And after that second jumped toward me, I ran full speed across the street and into my street-level front door. I was terrified. I ran inside, didn't turn around, locked the door, and ran to the bedroom. I immediately told my boyfriend what had happened and told him I wanted to Google what I'd seen. In his wisdom, he made me type out what I'd seen so I wouldn't forget or doubt myself before looking online. I typed out pretty much what I've written above and then kind of stayed up all night Googling things, looking for images of what I'd seen, reading other encounters with white orbs. I was pretty freaked out. I didn't even want to look out the window. My boyfriend went outside after I told him the story, despite me really not wanting to be alone. He didn't see anything, though. The next day I went to work. I remember my boyfriend warning me to be careful and to look out for any strange people. I didn't think too much of that, feeling like my encounter was very unhuman. There was no reason to be on guard with humans when I went to work. I felt much less scared once it was light outside. Now this part is really, really strange, and I can only explain it as I perceived it to happen. I was smoking a cigarette walking back toward work. It was after my lunch break when somebody asked me for a light. I was smoking, so I couldn't really say no, so even though I got the sense he was sketchy, I stopped to offer my lighter. I worked at a warehouse. There were a lot of drug users and homeless people in the neighborhood. Anyway, I avoided looking at his face because I didn't want to get in a conversation or invite him to start talking to me. I just got out my lighter and held it up in front of him. At this point, he pulls out rolling paper and rolling tobacco, and I'm thinking, it's going to take forever. He hasn't even started rolling the cigarette. I keep my head lowered away from his face, but I'm watching him try to roll a cigarette, and it was like he didn't know how. It was really weird. He was terrible at it. It took forever and looked barely smokable by the end. I remember thinking it was so out of human norms to make a person wait this long to borrow their lighter. I considered just handing him the lighter and letting him keep it so I could leave. But I really liked that lighter, and that was really the only reason I stuck around. But here's the crazy part. Water was pouring out of his sleeves and from under his shirt. Didn't make any sense. He was just dripping and pouring, really, tons of water everywhere. He was also holding all these weird, clear plastic envelopes and folders filled with maps and candy wrappers. He had put them down on the sidewalk next to him to roll a cigarette. I was looking at them in the water and it was pouring out of them too. I clearly remember watching the water pour into the sidewalk. There were weird maps of parks, not street maps, and trash like receipts and candy wrappers in the envelopes. It was just so weird. My brain somehow just accepted it. Eventually, I lit his mess of a cigarette and left. I immediately crossed the street to get away from him, past an old red pickup truck filled with weird folders and junk in the bed of a truck and water pouring out of the cracks of the door. Super weird. Doesn't make any sense, I'd say. As soon as I passed the truck, I never thought anything of it again, like it just disappeared from my brain. Can't explain it. Text my boyfriend dumb stuff all day long, but didn't text him about this. Didn't tell anyone at work or ask anyone else if they'd seen this man. I just completely disappeared from my mind. Till I was pressed by my boyfriend, which I'll explain below. Before that, a few notable things about the strange man. He seemed to be in his mid-30s, like me and my boyfriend. He was wearing thick wool flannel, very similar to one that my boyfriend has, that he uses exclusively to smoke across the street from our apartment, where I'd seen the craft and the orb the night before. I didn't get a good look at his face. My boyfriend also drives a red pickup truck. My boyfriend drives an older model Toyota Tacoma. And the truck I saw connected to the man was very old, maybe from the 50s. But it was also red. I didn't put those things together, but my boyfriend did. It's interesting. What I saw doesn't make sense. It wasn't even like his clothes were wet or he was wet. It was just as if water was pouring out from underneath his clothes and inside of his strange folders and envelopes and books. He had so much weird stuff with him. It just doesn't make sense. But that was my memory of my encounter with him. After work, I went home. My boyfriend asked me if anything weird had happened to me and if I'd met anyone weird. I think he was getting like a Men in Black type thing. I kept saying, no, nothing happened. Just a normal day. He literally had to ask me a bunch of times. Finally, when he said so, "You didn't see anybody weird today, are you sure?" The whole water pouring guy came back to me. Told him the story, and I couldn't believe that I had forgotten it. I also couldn't believe how crazy and unbelievable the whole thing was and how I managed to completely forget it. So that's pretty much my experience. I'm quite certain that the craft and the orb were connected. My boyfriend thinks the weird encounter the next day was also related. I guess he's probably right. I don't know, even to this day I never think about that part. I only think about the craft and the orb. And in fact, I almost didn't even write about the strange man here, which seems crazy, I don't know. It's a really weird memory. Very clear, but almost like my brain doesn't want to remember it. Maybe because it makes no sense. Wish I had written about the strange man then, like I had about the craft in the orb. I did confirm with my boyfriend. What I've written here is what I told him that day. 3 years into my study of the phenomenon, I often wish I had reacted differently to the orb. That man fascinates me. Simultaneous experience. Around 2000, I was living in Hollister, California with my dad, his dog, and mostly outdoor cats in a somewhat rural area in the neighborhood where each residence was on a 5-acre lot. That was after moving back from living in Knoxville, Tennessee with my mom, stepdad, and half-sister. I don't recall having prior paranormal experiences, and haven't had any remarkable experiences since. A very close friend of my mom and dad's during college, whom we still remain close to and talk often with, Bob. Bob was very much into researching paranormal phenomena from people's experiences, and also historical references. He was fascinated, especially by my great-great-grandmother, Mary Hayes Chenoweth, and her documented abilities, especially in a book by Louisa Johnson Clay, 1914, titled The Spirit Dominant, A Life of Mary Hayes Chenoweth. During my 2-year period living with my dad again, Bob used to visit us pretty often. That was in Los Angeles, where he had moved to after college to work on the Merv Griffin show as a producer. Would seek out some interesting guests involving the supernatural in various capacities from time to time. Bob would describe amazing events and uncanny moments of how things intertwined amongst these guests and his personal life. I wish I could recall these spectacular stories, but that's for another time. Anyways, Bob would drive up from LA every 2 to 4 weeks and stay with my dad and I for a few days. And this went on until my dad met and married my stepmom. That was 2001. She ultimately moved into the house later that year. She had 2 adult children, and her son, Kyle, was 19, the same age as me at the time. He would stay at the house often for days at a time, and we got along pretty well. There were 3 bedrooms, but they were all occupied, my dad's, mine, and my other half-sister from my dad's previous marriage. But she was only there on occasion and was 12 years younger than me. I was working 2 part-time jobs and preparing to move back to my mom's to, resume university in late 2003 in Ithaca, New York. Kyle and I would each have our significant others and friends over on occasions as our parents would travel frequently. We were of the age where we'd party into the wee hours of the morning on occasion. Kyle was staying overnight several times a week, and we had grown relatively close over the couple of years. I don't recall specifically what day or month for that matter when my experience occurred, but it was nighttime, around midnight. And it was just Kyle and I in the house as our parents were out of town again. We hadn't had anybody else over that day or night, and just had a lazy day at home. We were both heading to bed. Kyle slept on a camping mat and used a sleeping bag to sleep on the sort of carpeted floor in the dining room on the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms. It was a typical quiet night in the sparsely populated neighborhood. Aside from the wondrous sounds of nighttime nature, mostly insects. I do recall this was not the rainy season because then the frogs' nighttime chorus would have muffled all the other sounds during dusk to dawn. The neighborhood and part of the town where we live is also very obscured from light pollution. And that's pretty fortunate, and thus quite dark. I closed my bedroom door as I had always done for as long as I can remember. I read a little bit in a book. I was sort of just reading. I was getting tired. Switched off the light on my nightstand beside my bed and proceeded to go to sleep on my back with my hands partially overlapping on my chest. Not too much time had passed. Perhaps maybe 20 minutes or so while attempting to drift off to sleep. For whatever reason, I suddenly heard very loud, deep breaths. I still had my eyes closed and wasn't asleep, and I recall a childhood fear I had heard at one point regarding hearing breathing while in bed at night, thinking it's your own and subsequently holding your breath to discover that the breathing sounds are still audible. This is exactly what occurred at this moment when I heard these slow, deep, rhythmic breaths. They sounded to me what I would imagine a man's heavy breathing to sound like. I remember thinking I must be dreaming or imagining this sound, being fearful of opening my eyes and seeing something dreadful. So I instead decided to hold my breath, hoping that it was my own breathing sounding strange for some reason. Unfortunately, the heavy breathing continued while I held my breath. I was frighteningly shocked at what I was experiencing. Perhaps only 10 to 20 seconds had elapsed, but it scared me enough to make me bravely open my eyes and peek about the darkness for unknown shapes. Fortunately, there was nothing there, so I switched my bedside lamp on and looked around my room, under the bed, and in the closet. I was tenuously relieved. So I again attempted to go back to sleep, dismissed the incident as my mind playing tricks on me. As I'm laying there again in the same position as before on my back with hands resting on each other on my chest, I begin drifting off to sleep again. But not much longer again, something much more frightening happens. I feel this immense pressure on my chest and fingers begin forcefully curled toward my palm in the shape of a fist. I'm having difficulty breathing due to this weight on top of me. This didn't happen for too long, but after the frightful breathing occurrence and then this, I jumped out of bed and ran out of my room and decided to go to the living room and watch TV on the couch with the lights on. Earlier that night, I'd seen Kyle go to his bed in the dining room. All of the lights were off in the house when I made my way to bed not too long ago, perhaps 30 minutes earlier. As I approach the living room, which is also on the same end of the house as the dining room, I'm surprised to see Kyle on the couch with the TV on. I say hey, and he says hey. I said I was having trouble sleeping. He said the same thing. So I take a seat in the recliner chair and we're watching something on TV, which I don't really recall what, but I do know it wasn't something scary. A few minutes into us being there, we were both eerily quiet. I was still in shock as to what I'd just experienced, and I mentioned something vague about just a really weird experience. He agrees, literally begins to tell me the exact same thing that just happened to me only minutes before. I said, Kyle, are you fucking with me? Because this isn't funny. He looks at me confused, and we're both obviously agitated and frightened, and I explained, well, what he had just described happened exactly the same to me. We both sat silently in disbelief and deduced that this seemed to happen simultaneously to each of us, due to the timing of us both being in the living room. He said he wasn't out there much sooner than I was. Still shaken by what had just occurred, we decided to watch something funny. Though I don't recall if we found something on TV or chose a movie, but we just wanted to put this scary situation behind us. Hope it would never happen again. As the hours passed, Kyle had moved to the carpeted floor in the front of the coffee table. I decided to move to the couch as we were both getting tired. Perhaps an hour, maybe two later, we both awakened violently, breathlessly, and forcefully and simultaneously from our positions of lying down to sitting up, gasping for breath and shaking. We were shaking our bodies as if to shake off the now familiar feeling of being compressed by a massive weight on our chests. The awakening of us was loudly audible, and we were both fearfully looking around, dazed and confused. And again, we both experienced the same weight and forceful, involuntary clenching of our hands into fists. Ultimately, we proceed to calm down, and we're just like, what the fuck's going on? We make small chit-chat, and Kyle tells me about one of his friends, Rocco. He'd been at our house numerous times, so we had parties. Rocco was a very big dude, tall, linebacker body type, and doesn't scare easily, according to Kyle, which is totally believable considering his size. He says that one night it was just him and Rocco hanging out at our house. They were outside at nighttime, just chilling and walking around the house and the yard a little bit. Just messing around. Kyle went inside to use the bathroom and was gone for several minutes. Rocco thought he heard breathing very close to him. Thought it was Kyle messing with him, so he turned around quickly and realized nothing was around him. This happened a few times to Rocco while Kyle was inside. So Rocco decided to go inside after that and didn't want to go back outside. Anyways, this was my one and only experience. It was helpful for my remaining sanity to have experienced it with another person who was able to validate it without any influence of details. If anything, Kyle could have thought I was messing with him, but he never said that. I could tell by my demeanor that I wasn't messing with him and I wasn't fabricating nor embellishing my occurrence, especially after the incident together in the same room at the exact same moment. I mentioned Bob in the beginning to provide context to my life at the time, and also to insinuate that I wasn't, closed-minded to the possibilities of the unknown. I don't want to ever have an experience like that again, and I remind myself of it from time to time so I don't forget. I've also told it verbally in relevant encounters of my life and will continue to do so whenever appropriate, and hopefully will encourage others to not easily dismiss their own experiences as simply their imaginations or dreams, or whatever excuse they deem necessary to pander to the skeptics. Paranormal happenings at my family home. I believe that for a number of years, my family home, built in the 1960s by my grandparents from my father's side, has been haunted by several different paranormal entities over the course of decades, just because of major differences between the happenings themselves. It's a 2-story house, with my parents and I sleeping on the second floor, and my sister and grandparents sleeping on the first. For me, however, this began around 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one afflicted. In a short span of time, she began having constant sleep paralysis experiences, which I know aren't scientifically related to anything paranormal, but the folklore of my country relates them to a specific entity. An entity known as a dark man, for lack of better translation to English. What you might call a sleep paralysis demon. Often thought of it as a mischievous and perhaps even evil spirit behind this. At first, nothing was thought of it, but these became so frequent it was starting to weird my parents out as well as myself and my sister. Soon, more things started happening in addition to this, like her waking up in the middle of the night with something invisible pulling on her long hair, causing her to freak out and calling out for my grandma, who, with lightning speed, ran over with a bottle of holy water, sprayed the place, and prayed with my sister. Another time this happened, whatever was playing with her hair appeared to blow air into her face, freaking her out even more. Grandma strikes again after this, of course. The most shocking thing during the beginning of these happenings came when my mother, my sister, and I were all in our living room watching TV, when suddenly, from a fully awake state, my sister shifted into a state of sleep paralysis. It took a couple of seconds for my mom and me to realize what was happening, when we noticed her shaking with her eyes open on the sofa, struggling to let out a sound. That's when, she finally woke up. She let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling at my mom and myself. It got me! Why didn't you help me?" She was visibly shook and pale. My grandma arrived, of course, with her usual remedy. And even my father, a skeptic, walked out of my parents' bedroom, freaked out by her screams. My grandma remembered that in local lore, if a person wants to be protected from the dark man, a piece of clothing from the person's father needs to be placed onto them, serving as a shield. So we tied my father's belt around her waist. She went to sleep in my room, as she usually did when things like this happened. Still distraught and frightened, she asked me to go get her a glass of water. So I went to get some in a plastic cup from the water dispenser and give it to her. As my mom was still in the living room and my bedroom door, as well as my parents' bedroom, were open, we all witnessed this next part. As I approached my bedroom door, the plastic cup practically exploded in my hand, splitting on all sides, water bursting out of my hand. My mom got up immediately, came over, and everybody looking in shock. Absolutely speechless. My dad first thought that I dropped the cup, and if I remember correctly, but upon closer inspection, the cup was torn all around in perfectly straight lines, almost as if somebody cut it with a scalpel. Safe to say, not much sleep had been having that night, and since that night, my mother and I began experiencing sleep paralysis. A couple of times, not for me, but until this very day also, nightly noises started appearing in our house. Different than the house settling, moving chairs, clanking dishware, mainly on the second floor, and especially when we weren't home. At one point, my grandma even searched the second floor suspecting a burglary as she heard an old wardrobe in my parents' room open in addition to moving chairs. But when she reached the room, the wardrobe was open, but nobody was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the happenings, and the nature of the haunting, the priest concluded that a lost spirit inhabited our home, and was for some reason reaching out to my sister, wanting to become known. My sister was a little relieved after this, knowing that the spirit meant no harm. She even named the spirit Samuel. Well, now it was time to figure out what and who the hell Samuel actually was. There were a couple of theories. The first one concerned when my grandma was a little girl on her way home from school. She had to pass through a cemetery every day, and one day she saw pretty flowers on a grave. She picked them and brought them home without telling anyone. That very night she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her by the leg, trying to drag her out of bed. She felt as if she knew that whatever was dragging her wanted those flowers back. She woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing. They threw or returned the flowers the next morning. And from that day on, she knew not to take anything from a graveyard ever again. It could have been that this entity remained attached to her and moved with her from her childhood home to our house when her and Grandpa built it, since it was only a couple of houses next door. The second one was that the ghost was possibly my grandma's father, my great-grandpa, who I hadn't ever met. This was thought because before he died, he said to my grandma, "If I'm gone and you ever hear something moving in the attic, know that it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the noises in the cup incident did happen. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it could be connected somehow. I truly don't know. Other incidents soon followed. My mother once felt a strong press in her upper body when she was nearly sleeping, and thinking Dad put his arm around her with his full weight, she asked him to move the arm. After she got no response, she asked again, complaining that it was hard to breathe. She eventually had enough to the point of crying and yelled at him to stop, only to realize he wasn't even turned toward her in bed. He was turned to the other side and woke up wondering why she was screaming. She still remembers this vividly, and it frightens her to this day. I remember one night I was playing a PS2 game very late. I had gone to bed without realizing I forgot to turn it off. My LED light-up joystick remained plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was off, but thank God the PS2 was still working and the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand the darkness with all that shit going on. I remember looking at the PS2 and the light, when suddenly the goddamn joystick unplugs itself, and in an instant, total darkness and panic in the room. I wake up, run to the light switch, which remained turned on the entire night. This was soon followed by my dumb ass, once again late at night watching TV in the living room. The stairs are connected to our second floor at the very beginning of the living room and are separated by a thin metal strip from the living room floor. In total darkness, I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. I yell out to my sister, believing she's going upstairs for a drink. As I get no response, I realize that there isn't a chance in hell that my sister would be coming up the stairs without turning the light on, as she never sleeps with the light off since this shit started happening. To this very day, she's almost 30 years old. I sit up at the sofa, frozen, listening to each footstep as it comes closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I hear the metal strip at the top of the stairs clanking as if somebody stepped on it. I run for the hills, or should I say, for my parents' bedroom door, frantically banging on it and screaming for them to let me in. I slept in their room for the rest of the night. The most bizarre thing during that first round of hauntings happened during broad daylight, and it is truly unexplainable in every way. My grandpa, grandma, sister, and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house that afternoon. My grandparents went before us, and I was still doing something in my room and my sister's in the bedroom. I was always just practicing at our home as our last person to leave takes on the key from the inside of the... Try that again. It was always practice at our home that the last person to leave takes the key from the inside of the front door and locks it up before heading out. So I run out of the house, telling my sister that I'm going. She replies that she won't be far behind. I close the door behind me, and my sister tries to come out of the house maybe half a minute after me. She reaches for the door handle and realizes that the house is locked. The goddamn house was locked from the inside. After I left and she remained the only person in there, meaning nobody was there to lock it, she unlocked it as fast as she could and ran out after telling me that something locked her inside. We told everybody. We checked the locks, tried to reproduce this, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. This was the last major thing from that first round, I believe. It was followed by mostly noises, which we learned to live with and accept. My sister accepted this Samuel. Truly no more incidents happened for a long time. First, we didn't spread a word of this outside family and family friends, but when some time passed, I told my classmates about this, and one of them actually stayed the night after my birthday as he was intrigued by the noises and wanted to hear it for himself. My sister knew this and actually tried to pull a prank on us by knocking at our door late at night after the party. He and my other friend, who was also sleeping over, got scared shitless, so my sister kind of just revealed herself. By the next time it happened, a couple of hours later, my friend woke up to say something that was knocking out there again. I opened the door, but this time nobody was out there. My sister was in her room fast asleep. He kept asking me what the hell was that. I just couldn't give him an answer. I was too scared to. But I was used to it. He never slept over again and tells me the story a lot, as well as others who've slept there. But it's... I'm at peace now. "10 years ago I met someone. It all began outside of a local nightclub. For the purpose of anonymity, I'll refer to him as G. G approached me with a rose that he had purchased from a street peddler. He'd come across as charming, had the most infectious smile. I felt butterflies in my stomach, and I was instantly attracted to him. As the months passed, and the more time that we spent with each other, I fell head over heels for him. I had left a toxic marriage the year previous, and G made me feel safe while I was with him. Laying in his arms was my safe space. G was well known within his profession. It took him all over the world. His professional life kept him busy, and my profession and children kept me equally as busy. But we did see each other as much as we could, but it was never as much as I would have liked. 8 months in, G broke news to me that brought my world crashing down around me. He told me that he had been in a long-distance relationship since before we met, and she had moved to our town. I can't even put into words how devastated I was. It broke my heart. I was so in love with him, and I couldn't breathe with the pain I was in. I lay on him for hours, and we both cried. He told me he didn't know who to be with, and he broke me and the other woman's heart in the process. At that time, I didn't want any more kids. He used that as the decider in that moment. As the days passed, I fell deeper and deeper into despair. It was Christmas time, and all I wanted to do was curl up in a ball and cry. G kept in contact, checking in on me. Within a week, he invited me to his home. As weak as it was May, it seems like I couldn't stop myself. As weak as it may seem, I couldn't stop myself. I was back laying in his arms, and all the pain was gone. I didn't ask about her. I didn't want to know. For the next 3 months, we continued this way. It was up and down, and I was on edge in case he walked away again. The other woman appeared to be out of the picture, but I was scared in case he was seeing her at the same time still. We got into a fight over my suspicion, stopped talking. A couple of weeks later, I was laying on my sofa watching TV. My phone lit up with a message. It was G. The message read, "I still love you." All those feelings washed over me again. I replied with, "I love you too." My phone rang, and it was G telling me that he was about to arrive at my home. The door knocked, I answered, and we were right back how it was always between us. Passionate and intoxicating. A few days later, we ran into the same old issues. I wanted more commitment, and he didn't. I just couldn't do it anymore. My heart was being torn into pieces, and my emotions were all over the place. I had to face facts that this wasn't going to end the way I wanted it to. I had to walk away for good. I told G I hated him, that he was devious, and wanted him to hate me. That way I could move on. I gave him back the gifts that he had given me. I never spoke to him again. Thought about him over the years, looked at his social media, and that gut-wrenching feeling would still be there. I pushed the feeling away and instead would turn it to anger to stop myself from thinking about him. Last year in autumn, I was sitting rocking my newborn baby, who I have to my second marriage. G popped into my head. The temptation to check his social media took over. I guess I just wanted to see if he had any kids himself now. A couple of years ago, I found out that he had met a woman around the time I met my husband, and they got married too. As I typed his name to the search bar, I saw a post from his wife. It was a picture of them both, and it was captioned, "Miss you." I stared at the screen, trying to figure it out. Was he working away or somewhere or something? I looked on his profile, no recent posts. I put his name back into the search bar and searched posts relating to his name. What I was faced with sent my head spinning in my stomach in knots. Rest in peace. I couldn't take it in. I searched through every post and read the contents and comments, and I paced around, couldn't believe what I was seeing. I just sat wondering, what happened? Was he ill? Was he in an accident? Later that night, I had an awful feeling. Like myself, G suffered with depression. We were on the same medication, and what if he died due to this? For 2 months, I sat with no answers, head swimming in disbelief, and tried to block it out. Blocking it out was manageable because I was dealing with a new baby. December rolled in, and I found myself frantically searching online to try to find out what happened to G. Then I found an article about a man his age dying by suicide, and that was on the same day that he died. It was horrific. I just knew in my heart it was him. After some more deep diving through social media, I found posts from his family about suicide awareness. Felt like I was in a bad dream, unreal, just didn't feel real. I believed what I was seeing, but I wouldn't let it sink in. I just felt numb. I tried to talk to my husband about it too, and he was understanding, said it's okay to feel this way, and that he was a part of your life. I didn't cry, I just felt sad. But in true me fashion, I shoved it down, started to block it out. He drifted in and out of my thoughts since. I'd close my eyes, take a deep breath, try not to think about him. Last week, it all changed. I dreamt about him. I dreamt I was back with him in his house. The same feeling of longing and comfortability, his infectious smile. I woke up feeling like I couldn't breathe. My heart felt so heavy, and I just wanted to curl up in a ball and cry like I did all those years ago. The days following grief hit me like a tidal wave. I couldn't control the tears, and my heart was aching. All the memories of him playing through my thoughts, listening to the songs that he listened to and songs that reminded me of him. Hiding my grief from my husband even too. I didn't understand what was happening. I wouldn't expect him to. He wouldn't know. I just sat asking G in my head over and over again, why? On Sunday, I awoke feeling just as horrific as I had the days prior. I decided to go visit the local spiritualist center, try to give myself some peace. I'm quite a spiritual person and believe in the afterlife and the paranormal. On the way there, I walked slowly, just taking in the spring air. G heavily in my thoughts, fighting back my tears. I arrived and took a seat. I sat there hoping I might hear something from G. The medium present began just by giving a reading, sort of. The words reflected how I felt. I fought hard to keep the tears in. The medium began to speak to individuals around the room. I wasn't really taking it in because I was just kind of willing to hear her speak to me. After speaking to the third person, she turns her gaze to me. She told me, "I have a young man here." She then made reference to the musical instrument that he played. I froze. That was the instrument G played. She looked at me and said, "He didn't pass that long ago." She stopped and said, "He's left you with a heavy heart. You said to tell you he's sorry for what he did. He said the voices and thoughts won and he didn't want to be here anymore. But he's at peace now." The tears began to fall from me as I choked back the sobs, and she said, "He's showing me him stroking your face on both sides with both hands. He did do this." She then told me the date of his birthday, date and month, and the age I was when we met. She finished up by saying, "He said he'll always be with you." Never in all the years I've been to these places or saw mediums have I ever experienced anything as surreal as this. Whether you are a believer or not, I hope the comfort this gave me touches at least someone. I love my husband, but I'll also always love G. Feeling he's around me has helped me. At least as I go through what I can only describe as being heartbroken and losing him for the second time. That was a good story. I'm starting to see them again, and I'm getting really scared. To quickly preface my recent experiences, I believe it's important to know a few things. I'm a 27-year-old female. I've lived in my house going on 13 years. The house belongs to my maternal grandparents. My family moved in originally to help take care of my ill grandmother. She passed away 3 years ago, but we continue to stay and help take care of my grandfather now. My grandfather is the second person to have ever owned this house. The couple previously bought it when it was built in the 70s and only stayed for a few years before moving away. The point of all of this being that my house does not have an extensive history, since my family's more or less been the only people to ever have lived here. I've never liked living here. We moved in the end of my sophomore year of high school, and since day one I've always been uncomfortable. My home is a breeding ground for negativity. To avoid airing out the details of my family's personal issues, I'll just say that tension is always high in my house. People are constantly fighting and mental illness runs rampant in my bloodline. The air is just thick with aggression and suffocating amounts of stress all the time. It's no surprise to me that paranormal stuff happens. It started out with small things, like hearing somebody call my name when no one had, finding lights turned on when they were off, seeing things in the corner of my eye, items going missing and then appearing again suddenly, or feeling a cold chill on my back, like someone's behind me but nobody's there. Truthfully, I didn't pay too much mind to that stuff. I found it odd, but not creepy enough to keep me up at night. Then 2013 happened. I started having insomnia all of a sudden. I've had bouts of insomnia before, but this was different. It was as if my body wouldn't let me sleep, like it was waiting for something. It started to be that late in the night, and I would smell something burning. Not like the campfire smell or the aroma of cooking, but like something was actively on fire. The first time I smelled it, I jumped up immediately and ran throughout my house to check and make sure nothing was burning down or. It's a small single-floor home with no basement, only a crawl space and an attic. So I ran through it quickly, checking every single room. I touched the walls and I touched the ceiling to feel for heat, and nothing. There was nothing. I looked outside to check neighboring houses and our shed, all the while the intense smell of fire lingering in the air. But still, I saw nothing. The smell was so strong, I felt like I was choking on it. Until suddenly, after a few minutes, it was gone. This continued to happen for weeks straight. Every night the smell would come to me, and every night I would begin my routine of checking my house. I got so paranoid that something was actually going to be on fire that I wouldn't allow myself to just ignore it. I began doing nightly walks around the outside of my house to check every possible place for a fire, but never found a thing. About 2 weeks into my nightly walkthroughs, I began noticing these small sparks of light on the ceiling that would follow me through the rooms. The light was like a dying sparkler, small bursts of brightness that would travel above my head as I walked. The light didn't appear every night, it only manifested when I would smell the fire. The light also would never follow me into my room. And during this time, the frequency of whispers I would hear during the day and things going missing increased. I began hearing soft sighs and whimpers outside of my window at random times of the day. Not identifiable as an animal or person, but once again I would check with no discoveries. These activities, though weighing heavily on my mental well-being, they grew mundane and somewhat predictable. Things, however, grew worse in time, and I began seeing the people. The first was the little girl in my kitchen. One night, as I headed to grab myself a snack, and as I turned the corner to step into my dark kitchen, the clear figure of a girl stepped directly in front of me in the doorway. Although there were no recognizable features, I knew she was a child with long hair and wearing a dress from her silhouette. I'm only 4'10", and she was at least a full foot shorter than me. She approached me so closely and so suddenly, I gasped. I instantly reached for the light switch to my right, not breaking my eye contact with her dark shape. I watched her vanish right before me when I flickered the light on. Another was the man that stood in the corner of my room. I only started noticing him after the little girl, and for many nights I kept him in the corner of my eye, never daring to look directly at him. He wasn't there every night, and he wasn't there all the time. He wasn't there until he was. And he was there until he wasn't. There was no continuity in his appearances. He was only ever there when I was laying in bed, and almost always only in the far right corner of my room. Eventually I got the courage to look directly at him, and once again, no distinguishable features other than a masculine build, roughly 5'10" if I had to guess. And he wore a hat. When I'm laying down, my feet are in line with the door to my room directly in front of me, but his body was always angled perpendicular, facing the door rather than to me. Although his presence made me nervous, he never moved. Truthfully, the only one who terrified me was the man at the end of the bed. He frequented more than the little girl, but less than the man in the corner. I always felt him before I saw him. Looking at him made me dizzy, so I tried my best to keep my eyes closed until I felt he was gone. He was tall, slender, and the most distorted out of all of them. He always stayed at the foot of my bed, but it varied if he was directly in front of me or not. Occasionally he would lean over, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot, but he was always staring at me. I don't like to think of him. It makes my stomach sink and my chest heavy. For months, in the year of 2013, my nights consisted of variations of all these events. A few times, all three would appear to me on the same night, and only once did the two men appear at the same time. But just as quickly as everything had begun, it had stopped. I didn't see them anymore. I didn't smell the fire or see the lights on my ceiling. I always have, and probably always will, hear these whispers. It's 2020 now. My life's changed so much since then. I put myself through many years of college, established my career, got a great job, and I've been saving for my future. But something has changed over the last 2 months. Due to the pandemic, I've been laid off, and I've spent the last month and a half almost entirely at home. About 3 weeks ago, I saw a little girl again, but this time, she was in the reflection of the mirror at the end of my hallway. The mirror is floor-to-ceiling in length. Though it was during the day, the hallway was dark. She was standing behind me in the reflection, but when I turned around, she wasn't there. Twice last week, a cool shiver running down the length of my spine woke me instantly from my sleep. Occasionally I'll feel this presence at the nape of my neck when I walk through my house. And just 3 nights ago I saw him again. When I sensed him at first, I thought I was going to pass out. My stomach turned and my vision blurred. When I finally allowed myself to look, there he was. Only this time, not at the end of my bed where I thought he would be, but on the side of me, much closer. I wanted to cry so badly, but was so frightened. I could only hold my breath for what seemed like an eternity. That's pretty long. And when I had felt that he is gone, I rushed to turn my lights on. I'm filled with nothing but dread and anxiety. Every night since then, I sleep with my lights on, and even though I'm doing everything in my power not to see them again, can't help but notice when they're around. I don't know why they came to me last time, and I don't know why they're coming to me now. But most importantly, I don't know how to make it stop. An angel cut my tooth in half. A little bit of background. I'm agnostic and pretty skeptical. I don't believe in really anything paranormal, but I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, and the time of this story was during the late 80s, early 90s, mid-satanic panic era. There was a lot of circulated rumors about this or that being demonic, and you had to be careful about what you brought into your house, lest you invite demons into your home, so I guess they're like vampires or bedbugs. Also, lots of urban legend stories, a lot of them involving Smurfs, like Smurf wallpaper stomping newborns to death in their sleep and the like. Important to understand is that Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in ghosts or aliens or anything else, but rather than discount the stories themselves altogether, they merely blame them on bored, vindictive demons fucking with us, that they've been banished to Earth as their fallen angels. Oh, and interesting side note. Apparently this eviction from heaven only happened in 1914. I'm not sure why God waited so long. Maybe it's like renter's protection and needed to give them tons of notice and 3 months rent or something, but I digress. So yeah, basically if there was a Jehovah's Witness Scooby-Doo cartoon, every ending would be the same. Now let's see who's really behind this. And they'd remove the rubber alien mask and the glowing ghost sheet and dinosaur fossil. I knew it, just a regular old demon. Anyway, around 9 or 10 years old, I start being left home alone. Big family, so it didn't happen much. But when it did, I started noticing things from the corner of my eye, around the edges of darkened corners. Only a couple of times did I notice a discernible shape, and it looked like this stuffed toy somebody in the house had recently gotten. Black-furred, big-nosed, kind of goofy yet terrifying in the right context. I guess think Five Nights at Freddy's style. Sometimes I'd get so freaked out I'd bolt out of the house with barely a jacket or shoes on and sit outside my house in the winter. I can't remember what excuse I gave when my family came home and found me shivering on the stoop, but I didn't tell them the truth. I even started to join my mom on painfully boring errands. Kids nowadays will likely fail to understand what hours of errands at a hair salon, dry cleaners, and bank at Joann's Fabrics is without, a cell phone or a Nintendo Switch. At best, we had Tiger handheld games. which were typically less fun than simply staring at your hands. But I endured it all rather than being left alone with the demons. Those games were fun. In retrospect, all of this is easily dismissed. Young mind crammed full of the idea that the world is teeming with demons out to get him. Left alone for the first time in his life, and his mind conjures demons out of the flickering shadows, but it's what comes next I can never wave a hand away quite so easily. I'm about 11-ish, I think, and I lose one of my last baby teeth, maybe my last one. I don't remember, but it's a molar. Jehovah's Witnesses famously don't celebrate anything, but there is actually few things that weren't forbidden. I just don't remember if we did the tooth fairy thing. I mean, I know there was no pretense of a fairy, just my mom taking my tooth and giving me $1, but I know I didn't get $1 for this last one. Maybe it was too late in the game, being the last-ish tooth and being the youngest of 8 kids. The kid tooth market was now incredibly saturated. She probably had a coffee can full. Technically, she might even qualified as an ivory dealer. So I'll go to bed that night. I have an oddly specific memory of putting my tooth on the bedside table on a metal base of my lamp. I wake up sometime during the night, and it's full, deep, silent, scary night. Not my parents are still awake and I can hear them watching MASH in the living room night. It's one of those half-awakes where your dreams are still a vivid reality and you can effortlessly step back into them. I'm instantly aware of a large, bluish, white glowing presence at the end of my bed. It's an angel with its back to me, focused on something else, which is odd and in and of itself, as the only thing in that part of my room of interest was my Dick Tracy action figure. So hopefully he was bringing me the blank figure, because I couldn't find that shit anywhere. I don't remember if I could move, but I didn't. I was scared, but in an oddly detached, non-panicky sort of way. He became aware of me and looked back, and not in a malevolent way, but not kindly either. It was more of a cold, slightly sneering indifference. Then I just fell back asleep, which was obviously odd. Had it been someone innocuous like my mom in my room at 3 a.m., I doubt I'd have drifted back off so quickly. Let alone a potentially fallen angel rooting through my collectibles. I loved those Dick Tracy toys, and I was very paranoid and protective about losing the Tommy guns on those things. It happened to a Jehovah's Witness pal of mine. His mom took all their weapons, and he was left with a bunch of squat, Lego grip-handed, suited old men with stupid hats. And who wants to play with that? But I digress again. Then I just awoke in the morning, but didn't immediately remember the previous night's visitor. I woke just like any other morning, sat up, but then paused during my crooked Y stretching as my eyes rested on the molar and was still on the lamp base, but had been expertly cut in half. It was perfectly smooth, like it had been done with a laser. The other half was gone. I didn't immediately suspect my mother, firstly. I doubted she had access to that level of technology, and second, if it was her, then where was my 50 cents? Only then did I recall the previous night's events, and as you can imagine, it shook me up. I mean, there was a spooky paranormal aspect that would scare anybody. But atop all that was the sheer randomness of it. Nothing added up to anything, and it was just an absolute casserole of nonsense. Now, had the demon or angel burnt a cockeyed 666 on my wall and left a steaming cauldron stuffed with Smurf merchandise, then okay, sure, I'd have been terrified. But at least it would have been on brand, and fallen neatly into place with everything else I knew, but what the fuck did he want with half of my tooth? I snatched up my half-tooth, went to find my mother, not really expecting answers, but at least wanting somebody else to acknowledge and share in this fucked-up situation. When I found her, I didn't editorialize or bring up any of the angel business, just handed it over with a, "Hey, look what happened to my tooth when I was asleep." She examined it closely, but far too briefly, and handed it back with something like, "Huh, that's kind of weird. Where's your father? Tell him breakfast is ready." Her lack of astonishment felt suspect. I went looking for my dad with the inner monologue of a TV detective. No, I don't think she did it, but she knows more than she's telling us. I didn't even bring it up to my dad, as my relationship with him was fraught. and it felt unwise to do so. More than likely, I'd have been blamed for it in some way, and I'd be interrogated about my Coca-Cola consumption. So I sat on this information. I think I tried to bring it up casually with my mom again later, but again got nothing, and a week or so later it was missing off my dresser. Thought I maybe knocked it off or something, and I'd show up eventually, but it never did. Shortly after this incident, we moved to a new house. I never saw the flickering shadow demons again. I never had any more issues with being left alone in the house. As a skeptical adult looking back, I can say, look, I turned 12, I got over my fear of being home alone, and maybe I conjured the angel memory from nothing after that tooth incident. But that doesn't explain the tooth, and I remember the tooth. I could feel myself grasping for plausible scenarios. Maybe there's some medical test that requires an inner tooth test, so my parents took it. But then, why not just tell me? Why return the other half? It's the whole issue with this incident, as even if you accept the existence of angels, demons, ghosts, or the chupacabra, it doesn't really explain anything meaningful. So yeah, that's it. I don't think about it often, but when I do, it still bothers me. So at the end of all of this, I just hope someone or something is waiting for me, and they have with them half my tooth and some goddamn answers. Very, very nicely written. Awesome. I saw something as a kid, and I'm still confused about it till this day. First, I'd like to say that English is not my first language, so I'm sorry if I make mistakes. I'm a 19-year-old female, going on 20 next month. This happened when I was around 4 years old. When I was young, me and my parents and my brother were living in an apartment before we moved to our own house. My grandmother was visiting often, was taking me and my brother out to a park to play. My mom and my grandmother was avoiding most of our family members and neighbors. I didn't understand they wrote, and I didn't understood why. Try to fix it. Flipped over myself. Well, and I didn't understand why. But they never let us play with other kids. We had one neighbor, a female, and that my mom was trying to avoid the most. She was a really bad old woman. From what my mom was telling me when I was young, I was around 4 around this time, so I was still sleeping in my parents' room in a small baby bed. I don't know what that's called. But it was the one with the fence. Or as they put it, a fence. I was sleeping in it because I was, and still am, really small. I didn't grow much. The bed was next to the corner where the window and I was. My parents put water on my windowsill in case I needed it. They knew I was smart enough to take care of myself, even at that age. One night I woke up really thirsty, so I stood up on my feet to reach for the bottle to drink. But it wasn't filled with too much water, so I planned to wake my mom up to help me. I knew how to get out of the bed without falling or injuring myself. Next to the small bed was a nightstand, so I was hopping off onto the nightstand and then to the ground. Next to the nightstand was my parents' bed. My mom was sleeping face my side, so I walked up to the bed, woke her up. But when I reached the bed and wanted to woke her up, I couldn't move at all. I was stuck in place over my mom's side of the bed. I tried to move, but I couldn't move a muscle. I could only breathe and watch over my mom sleeping. Then something made a sound under. I could tell the sound came from under the bed. So I looked down only with my eyes because I couldn't move my head. And what I saw terrifies me to this day. There was a hand, a pitch black hand like a shadow, but I could tell it was real. Now I know there's a myth about little kids being able to see things that adults can't, but I swear this was too real. It was moving, kind of crawling on the floor to reach me. I was telling my brain to move, and I couldn't make any sound either because I tried to scream to woke my mom, but nothing came out. The hand reached my feet, and when it touched me, it was burning. Its started crawling on me and it burned. The hand was too long to be a human arm. All I could do was stay there and pray that I woke up from this nightmare. When the hand reached my neck right before it touched it, my mom moved to the bed, and right after that I moved backwards too fast that I hit the little bed and my mom woke up. I could move again. I started crying. My mom woke up immediately and asked me what happened. I was crying so much that I couldn't explain anything. My mom just took me in her arms and tried to calm down. After that, she put me in the bed and she got back to sleep. I took one last look at my mom's bed, and the hand was not there anymore, but it looked like it disappeared in the shadow from under the bed. The next morning, my mom woke up, desperately, screaming at me, "What did you do?" I remember her taking me to the bathroom where she undressed me from my pajamas. She left the bathroom for a moment to bring new clothes, and while she did that, I took a look at my pajamas. They had black stains on the front, right where the hand had touched me. The material looked a little burned too in some places. After this incident, I started having more experiences like this. Once, right after the first one, me and my parents, my grandmother, and brother went on a vacation to the beach. My parents were staying in a room, and me and my brother and grandma in another. The memories are foggy from this vacation, but I remember that I would see people covered in black sludge on the beach. It's something that old people cover themselves with at the beach because it's said that it has health benefits. I would start crying. My grandma also told me about this when I was 16. She told me that when we were in a hotel room, I would start crying, and not to get too close to the bed. When she would ask me why, I would reply with, "Motor roll." But I think what I wanted to say was monster. I thought it was motor oil. Another encounter with this thing was when me and my brother were playing alone in my parents' room in our apartment. I was staying in the middle of the bed, thinking that I won't get snatched by that thing if I was over it. My brother was on the car bed, playing with cars. We had a road-type carpet. A road. I think they mean that little kid's carpet with the roads on it. I forgot about this memory until one day me and my brother were talking, and I was 17 and he was 16. It was some late-night type of conversation that we had. We started to talk about paranormal things. All of a sudden he asked me a question that made my heart drop, and that's with 2 P's. He asked, "Do you remember the black hand from when you were young?" After I heard this question, the memory started to flow back again from the day that we were playing on the carpet. I could see it clearly in front of me. He was playing on the carpet and a hand was there next to him. I was terrified, and I remember. It wasn't just in my head. He had seen it too. I never told him about it. I never told anyone about it. It was so real. After this conversation, I started thinking more deeply, and I came up with the idea to tell my grandma. My grandma is a witch, but she's not practicing it too much now. She was doing curses and spells when she was younger, but with time she stopped and only did card readings and protection spells. So when I told her about this, she got pale and was shocked. She explains to me that she believes it was a spell, a curse for my mother, made by that old lady that was our neighbor when I was young. It was not meant to hurt me, but my mom that night. But somehow I saw it and walked right up to it first. She told me that I could have died that night, but my energy and protective spells that she put on me helped me. After this, I understood a lot about my life, why I started to have nightmares after the incident. Even I never had them, why I was getting sick more often, why I had to go to the hospital too many times that I could count, why my life is so miserable to this day, the bad luck I have and everything. Everything made sense. A seance at my grandma's 80th birthday changed my life. I want to start off by saying that my whole life I've never really believed in the paranormal. I'm a STEM girly, and I've always kind of had a I'll believe it when I see it type of attitude about this kind of stuff. I'm also not really spiritual or religious, so up until now I've always believed that when we die, we're dead. There's no afterlife, no reincarnation, just nothing. I've just always thought that if there's not demonstrable scientific evidence of life after death, why should I believe? But all that changed after the events of this last weekend. This weekend was my grandma's 80th birthday. For her birthday present, I completed a crochet afghan that her mom, my great-grandmother, sort of started making for her, but she passed before it was ever finished. Everyone in the family had gotten an afghan except for my grandma. She was the last one, and was always heartbroken that she only had half the blanket. I was so excited to give it to her because I know how meaningful it was. The night before her birthday party, I had a really strange dream. I remember walking down a familiar street in my hometown, turning, walking up the steps of a house that also felt familiar, but I didn't immediately recognize it. I remember the front garden, it was full of cosmos and marigolds. And in the dream, I walked through the open front door and into the living room. That's where I saw an old woman with her back facing me, sitting in a chair. She was softly singing a song I knew, but couldn't quite place it. I walked around to face her and immediately recognized my grandma's afghan in her lap. The same one that I just finished, and the woman holding it, crocheting it, was my great-grandmother. She died long before I was born, but I recognized her from pictures I've seen in my grandma's house. When I woke up, I realized that my house was the same one my grandma had grown up in, though I've only ever driven past it. I know that the front looks like that, and I also knew that my great-grandmother's favorite flowers were cosmos and marigolds. Now, obviously, a lot of stuff about this dream struck me as odd, but rather struck. But especially the fact that I never remember my dreams, yet this one remained vivid in my mind. I brushed it off, assuming I just felt emotional in anticipation of giving my grandma her blanket, went downstairs to help get our house ready for the party. The party went really well. My grandma was overjoyed when she opened my gift. Yes. She cried happy tears and hugged me, thanking me over and over again for helping her mom be part of the day. When the party had winded down, it was just me, my mom, and the two great-aunts left. My grandma told us that she wanted to do a seance. I was a bit shocked because she and her sisters were raised in a strict Catholic household. And, so far as I knew, Ouija boards were off limits. But she insisted, saying that the afghan made her realize just how much she missed her mom, that all she wanted on this milestone birthday was to talk to her one last time. My mom, who's extremely spiritual, she practiced Wicca throughout her 20s. She did happen to have a Ouija board in the house. So we got that, some black tourmaline and obsidian crystal towers for protection, per my mom, candles, and an afghan to help us connect with her spirit. We set it all up on the kitchen table. My mom started the seance, calling out to my great-grandmother's spirit. We sat there for a really long time, waiting for the planchette to move. But it just stayed still. After about 20 minutes of nothing, my grandmother, with tears in her eyes, suggested that we give up. Right after she spoke, the planchette began moving to the no position. We asked if there was somebody here with us. It had moved to yes. We asked for a name. It spelled out Cordy. My great-grandmother's name was Cordelia, but everybody called her Cordy. My grandma and her sisters stared in disbelief. One of them even started crying a little. My grandma began to speak, telling her that she misses her with all her heart, that she thinks about her every time she sees a bird. That was their thing. And how she wishes that my brother and I could have met her. At this point, it might be useful to mention that my great-grandma was an immigrant from Mexico, and although she spoke English fluently, she always preferred Spanish. The next thing the planchette spelled out was my childhood nickname, followed by mucho gusto. Nice to meet you. And at this point, even I started crying. I don't believe in ghosts or Ouija boards, but that got me. After that, the messages got kind of weird and almost seemed incoherent. First, she said, "Hoy por..." Oh, I can't do this. "Hoy por sir," followed by "La luna ya," "Todas las flores," and "Ya la lu," and "On tu cama," and finally "Ya viene." The Spanish speakers here, narrator not included, are probably wondering what the fuck. Or maybe you figured it out quicker than I did, because none of these messages make a ton of sense, especially not when put together. Respectively, they roughly translate to, and I underline the respectively, "Today to be the moon already, all the flowers, already the light, in your bed, it is coming." We got a little freaked out and my mom warned us that incoherent messages or gibberish can be a sign that we've contacted something dangerous. Insisted that we end the session immediately. We quickly said goodbye, and that was that. We kept looking over the messages, trying to make sense of them. We put them in different orders, trying to make a coherent sentence, and tried to fill in the blanks, all to no avail. We arranged them back in the order that we got them in. After staring at it for a good long while, I thought of something. I did a quick Google search and confirmed my suspicions. They weren't gibberish or random phrases. They were song lyrics. My great-grandmother was sending us the lyrics to the song La Mananitas. Las Mananitas. I can't say it. A birthday song. It's a song she used to sing to my grandma every morning on her birthday. I still really don't get why the messages were so weird and disconnected. So if anybody has insight about that, I'd love to hear it. My grandma was so touched and said it was her best birthday since the last one she spent at her mom's. She was just so happy to have her mom sing her birthday song one last time. And as I went to bed that night, I was hit with one final realization. There was a reason I knew the song my great-grandmother was singing in the dream. It was the same song. Los Mananitas. I don't know what all of this means, and I've been struggling with reconciling these events with everything I've ever believed. The rational part of my brain still trying to come up with a plausible explanation. It was just a dream. Maybe I smoked too much weed before I went to bed that night. Maybe someone was pushing the planchette. Maybe they didn't even realize they were moving it. But I feel like I'm grasping at straws. I really have no idea what happened or why it happened. I think I died twice when I was a child. Yesterday I was on a school trip to Kozani, Greece. There was 4 of us in a car. Me, V, Z, and E. That's when the topic of conversation went to car crashes, seatbelts, and speed. Since my classmates are a bit older than me, I remember when seatbelts weren't compulsory. When these memories came to the front of my mind while always in the back. But I always knew they didn't make sense. The first memory is one I've always thought that it was a dream. But I have it in 2 different versions in my head. The memory goes as such. I'm little, age maybe 4 or 5 years old, and I'm in my parents' car. I'm sitting between my paternal grandma and my paternal aunt. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt because at the time we didn't know the car had a 3rd seatbelt buried in the seats. We figured it out later though. We were driving pretty normally until a police car got in front of us and drove at high speed. We kept our distance till the police car abruptly stopped and we smashed into it. That's where the memory splits in half. In one memory, I'm about to fly into the windshield, but my grandma holds me back and I only hit my ear on the pillow of the front seat. The other memory that I really thought I dreamt of was me going through the windshield and laying on top of the car, and then from an out-of-body perspective, I saw myself, who had her eyes open staring up, blood coming out of her ears. I saw the police officers that we crashed into come out and rush to see what they did, and my mom and dad on the other side of the road sobbing. I remember thinking that I didn't like hearing my mom cry. I wanted to go back. So I floated toward my body, and the next thing I knew, I was blinking because somebody was shaking me. I realized that I'm in my bed and Dad's waking me up for the trip. I threw a tantrum, refusing to go into the car, and I demanded that my booster seat be in the car instead of not taking it with us. Mom and Dad tried to place my booster seat in the middle of the back seat, and that's how they figured out the third seatbelt. Seeing the third seatbelt and my booster seat installed, I calmly climbed into the car. I wiped my tears. I started playing with my stuffed monkey. Throughout the trip, I didn't let go of my grandma's hand or the stuffed monkey, and I stared through the windshield so intensely that Dad found it out and asked me why I was being so weird. I told him I had a bad dream of me dying because of the police car. Dad was about to say that there was no police car when the police car appeared. I begged Dad to take a different exit. My begging and crying woke Mom up and asked what happened. She was clued in now. Dad, sighing and shaking his head, tells me that the second exit will make our trip longer, so I better hold my pee. Unfortunately, we met the police car at the second stoplight after taking exit 2. We crashed. I hit my ear in the pillow of the front seat, but Grandma had a semi-firm hold of me. The belt did its job to a good extent. But I didn't die this time. Now, whenever I recall this event with my family, they all say that I didn't hurt my ear much, that just kind of bumped it. Grandma held me in place. The third seatbelt was discovered by us and the police on scene as we were stopped and gave our statements. Dad said that I was on the side of the road staring at the windshield with an angry look. I even went up to it and smacked it with my palm, calling it a bad windshield. To this day, I have an intense fear of not wearing my seatbelt. I don't take my seatbelt off in the car, well, at least when the engine isn't off. And Dad says I always pretty much like this, especially after that crash. He found it funny. And one more odd thing about me. The other odd thing was my table manners, which were like an adult's while not being taught table etiquette up to that age. Even the restaurant staff had found it funny, and kind of odd. My age during that time was 3 years old, a year or two before the car crash. The second time I think I died was when I got run over by a car when I was 7 years old. I was in my current hometown. Back then, it was just my paternal grandma's town. We were visiting in the summer and running some errands when I started having a fight with my mom about me not wanting to go to another shoe store. I think it was because I was tired of tying and untying my shoes. Mom crossed the road and refused in an act of rebellion. I refused. And that's when I bumped into somebody coming out of the bank that was on the same pavement as me. That someone was my dad. He asked what was going on, and Mom yelled across the street the whole story. People passing by looked at us weirdly when a man on a motorcycle in the process of climbing down told me I was being ungrateful. That kids in Africa would love to have more shoes. Dad agreed with the stranger and told me to cross the street and stop being difficult. I'm old now. I'm not a child. I was assuming. Annoyed, I set out to cross the street, but I didn't look both ways. Next thing I know, I'm staring at the driver of a Jeep and my hands and feet are at odd angles and they hurt and so is my neck. The look of pure horror is the last thing I recall before my vision faded into black. The next thing I knew, I was standing by my mom's side telling me that we needed to go to another shoe store. I recognized the bank. I keep my mouth shut, but my whole body's tingling and I'm shivering. We meet up with Dad, who comes out of the bank, and he grabs me and kind of hugs me. Says I'm cold. Starts rubbing my shoulders to start warming me up. For the rest of the errands, I'm forced to stay by the sun to keep me warm. To this day, I'm 24 years old now. When I'm on the street, I stand across the bank and I feel shivers. I almost had a panic attack when I had to enter the said bank. That was just to get some things with my debit card. Both death memories snuck up on me while we were driving, and we were both talking about car crashes. I added to the conversation that I might have been in 4 car crashes, and then we changed the subject. But the realization stayed with me throughout the trip. Did I quantum jump universes through time? My theory is yes, and it's not the first time. This is a true story. Before incident, our family consists of me, my mom, and my stepfather. We moved to a different state from Hyderabad to Vijayawada. Whoa. Vijayawada. Hyderabad to Vijayawada. We're going with that. They're both located in India. I was 11 years old at the time and we were doing pretty good financially, but I had to move back to Hyderabad back again. During or time of moving back, our parents were arranging transport. I was sent to my grandma's house so I wouldn't get in their way. During the process of transporting, arranging everything into a truck, my mom noticed weird noises coming from her house. So she went upstairs to check. While she was looking, she noticed a bright white light figure sitting in a chair in our balcony. So she took out a phone and started recording it. There is a recording of this, but I currently don't have it. We'll post it here as I managed to find it. The ghostly figure immediately disappeared. She told about this incident to my father, who immediately denied it, saying it's just her imagination. My mom then showed the video she recorded, and then he couldn't believe his eyes, but he was still a bit skeptical as he doesn't believe in ghosts. They came to Hyderabad and moved into a really nice penthouse. Lived there happily for 3 years. Incident. We had to move house again due to being financially unstable. My father found out about a villa that was available for rent. And up to that point, I've never lived in a villa, so I was pretty excited about it. We went to check the house, and it was pretty decent to look at for the most part, except for the paints. We decided to move in anyway. Things were pretty okay for the first 2 weeks, and one day my mom's watering the plants in our backyard. Our neighbor noticed my mom and started pretty casual conversation, you would say. And during it, our neighborhood asks my mom, our neighbor, "It's everything all right in the house?" To which my mom replied, "Yeah, actually, we love this house." Then her neighbor lady asks my mom if there's any weird activities going on in her house. My mom, which she was a bit surprised, asks why. Then the lady says that she notices weird noises coming from out of the room that's faced towards her house. She says that our backyard light just randomly flickering and turning on and off despite being empty for over a year. The lady says the reason previous tenants relocated the house was due to some paranormal activity that happened in our house. My mom was surprised to learn this, but she didn't discuss about this with me nor my dad. A few days later, I started hearing footsteps in our attic. Objects randomly falling off the top shelf for no reason, and I remember one time our dog just randomly barking at empty stairs. She got so spooked that her hair stood up. A few days later, one evening, I was chilling in my room, going through social media, and then suddenly, my room door suddenly shut so loud and fast that I got a mini heart attack. At first, I thought it was my mom being a regular old angry Asian woman that was mad at me for not studying. So I opened the door and went to check in her room. She wasn't inside. I searched the entire house, but she wasn't at home at all. I knew the only other place at that time that she could be. Went outside to find my mom where I've seen her feeding street dogs at the end of our street. So I go up to her and ask why she was mad. Then she said, why? Why would I be angry at you for no reason? Then I asked why she slammed the door so hard, which she replied she wasn't at home for an hour. Then I heard that I was terrified. Then I explained what happened, to which she replied saying it's just wind. Couldn't convince her. I didn't want it to go back into my house. Things from here got really chaotic. A few days later, our sinks in the bathroom just randomly collapsed. The very next day, our backyard window was broken into tiny pieces despite no wind at all that day. I started noticing weird sounds of crying woman coming out of our upper hall. Plates in our kitchen would randomly fall from a shelf and make huge noise. Started to notice that there was like a million cockroaches in our house. They were all over the house. Sometimes the house would smell like dead dogs. Ew. From here, my dad started noticing that things are not well in our house. Really? He started noticing the paranormal activities that are going on. One day he reported saying that he saw a shadowy figure. A shadowy figure in our dining room. One day my mom returned home from her job. That day I noticed huge screams downstairs. So I explained to my mom what I'm experiencing every day and what I heard that day. But she was pretty tired that day and she denied, saying it's just in my head. While I'm trying to convince her, we heard a huge glass break noise upstairs. As soon as we heard that, there was a power outage only in our house. Me and my mom ran outside to find that the power outage only happened in her home. The glass break sound was so loud that it was like the glass broke on top of our heads. My mom was really scared and my dog was shivering. Then I made up my mind to check inside. My mom was begging for me not to check, but I went in anyway, as it had already been 30 minutes. I searched for the torchlight and found her lying around in the cabinet, and I made my way upstairs to check if any of our windows or mirrors were broken. There was nothing. I couldn't find anything. I went downstairs to check on my mom and report to her that I found nothing, and my mom was terrified. We waited outside for our father. We came home from his job, and we explained everything on what happened, and he immediately sent me and my mom to our grandma's house, and, well, after a few days, both parents started their search for a new house. After a few days, we shifted into a place, and to this day, the paranormal activities didn't stop. But they're not as bad as what happened in our previous house. A few days after we relocated to the new place, our dog had passed away. There's still some paranormal activities happening to us, such as randomly hearing our names being called or kitchen utensils randomly falling down in front of our eyes. Strange activities / missing items. I'll give an example starting with the very first occurrence, according to my mom. She says when I was a kid, she was in my room cleaning up toys from the day when all of a sudden she heard and felt a loud snap right in front of her face. And then suddenly a small purple plastic ring fell onto the floor in front of her. She explains that she not only saw it appear in front of her, but she felt a puff of air from it appearing when she looked around and there wasn't anybody, or anywhere where it could have fallen from. My mother's an atheist and has always been a big science buff, but even she admits she can't explain this. The second occurrence is when my mother saw a full-body apparition walk into my sister's room. She thought it was my dad and walked over to say hi, but when she got there, it was only my sister playing in a room by herself. My mom asked her if somebody had walked in, to which she replied no. Nobody had been there, walked in at all. Strange. The third occurrence is where things start to get really weird. Way later on in life, when me and my sister are now about teenagers, we're in our final years of trick-or-treating. We were getting ready to head out the door when my sister looked at our fish tank and asked, "Hey, where's our fish midnight?" They looked all around the tank and literally couldn't find this dang fish. In the end, we decided to just do our stuff for the night and look for her the next day. We honestly figured she was just hiding somewhere. She was a decent-sized fish. A black moor goldfish in a larger tank than a golf ball, but still capable of ducking behind things and going inside apparatuses in the tank. The next day we decided to clean the whole tank and carefully removed all of our living fish and cleaned the tank top to bottom. No fish, no bones either. This was very perplexing. It's also worth mentioning that we have 2 dogs, and our next immediate fear was perhaps she jumped out of the tank and they ate her. This really wasn't possible though, as the water in the tank was too low, and it had a lid on top of it. There was no space except for the small crack where the filter was. And so to check, we pulled the shelf that the tank sat on away from the wall, and there wasn't anything behind it either. I'm not kidding when I say we searched everywhere for this fish. She's literally missing, just gone all of a sudden. The 4th occurrence, and sort of most of the others fall in line with the 3rd one where things go randomly missing. My sister and I had some chocolates for Valentine's Day given to us by our parents as a small gift. It was before school, so we decided to just leave them at home and eat them when we got back. My parents both work away from home, so the first time anybody had been home that day was when my dad picked me and my sister up from school and brought us home. When we got back, the lid was still on perfectly, and she left it before, but when she opened it, 3 of the 5 were missing. She hadn't eaten any before school, and nobody was home after she left. Everybody knew that they were hers, and also knew not to touch them. It was just sort of unspoken, I don't know. But also, nobody was home. So who ate the chocolate and where'd they go? The 5th occurrence is pretty much the same as the last 2. My sister was looking for her glasses, couldn't find them in the house, and according to her, she'd set them down on the desk just minutes ago. Then looked back and they were gone. We searched high and low, and we finally were just kind of relenting and guess she'd left them in the car or something like that. The first time I went to check, I saw nothing in the car. I checked everything. Glove compartment, little nooks and crannies in the car, everywhere. My eyes scanned every inch of that car. After a few hours of still not finding them, my sister decides she's going to check the car one last time. First of all, they were there, and second of all, they were sitting in the middle of the passenger seat like they'd been placed there. There's absolutely no way I searched that whole car and didn't see them sitting right there on that seat. I'm so certain of this. The 6th and final occurrence I'm going to talk about happened to my father. He says he was sweeping the garage and he set the dustpan down on a ledge to pick up a stray penny on the ground. When he bent back up, the dustpan was gone. He searched the entire garage and it was nowhere to be found. A giant bright white dustpan that snaps into a broom. How does that go missing? He's adamant that all he did was set it down and bend over to pick something up. He didn't throw it away or do anything weird or put it in a strange place. All he did was set it down for a second so he could pick it back up when he stood again. But alas, it was totally gone. Many more occurrences have happened, very similar to the last 4. Things go missing in our home all the time. We aren't really sure where they go. I've had a few friends say that it sounds like the Fae playing a prank on us. But if that's the case, what was the full-body apparition my mom saw? And if ghosts or spirits aren't corporeal enough to genuinely steal things, then what was this? We've just started referring to it as the void, because our stuff sometimes gets returned to us. But other times it just goes missing forever and we never get it back. It just simply falls into the void. I've been holding on to these stories forever because I genuinely think people might assume we're having some sort of shared delusion or something. We're not. We're all very rational, logical science people, but this is downright strange. I'm curious to see what other people have to say. I know this is long, and I thank whoever took the time to read this. You're welcome. I want answers, even if they're supernatural ones. Have a lovely day. My father's home, where this all started. This past week has been one for which I would prefer to forget. Christmas was the worst one for me ever in my life, and I'll never be forgotten. I grew up without having a close relationship with my father, and I didn't get to see a lot of him because of his job. At age 10, he and my mother divorced, and further damage was done to the relationship. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. I started to see more of him and we began to get closer. By age 18 or 19, we were taking off to go on hunting trips and fishing, and I discovered that Mom had not always been truthful about my dad. Now, several years prior to the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse, and at a very good price. My father remodeled the whole house over the years, and it was nice. But there was always this feeling that something was not quite right. I would get the creeps as a child, and I'd never stepped foot in the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Some years later, though, I discovered why they got it at such a good price. The elderly couple that sold it had lost their son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, he was like a lot of vets from the war era. Apparently, things became too much for the poor guy, and he went to the cellar and shot himself with a rifle. About 2 years ago, me and my dad had sort of a falling out and hadn't spoken during this time. This was stupidity on both of our parts. I've been trying to get up the nerve to stop and knock on the door, but part of his trouble was at his age he was having some mental issues. Didn't always remember who people were and had a history of meeting people at the door with a gun. So I'd been putting it off. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to man up and go knock on the door, to put an end to the madness. Now, he had remarried in 1989 and had a daughter, my half-sister, and this plays a major role in this situation. But there was no closeness between I and them, although I'd always liked my stepmom and thought she was a good person. As I drove back the lane to the house, something felt way off. It was heavy and oppressively dark. Thought it was just my nerves. When the house came into full view, I had a bad feeling. There were no cars there. Everybody looked pretty much abandoned. When I went up to the door, there was no noise or response, and when I knocked on the door, I felt as if somebody was watching me. Walked around to the kitchen patio door, and when I looked inside, my stomach fell out of me. It was empty and the interior was gutted. I was able to get in the house and I was taking video with my iPhone to document the conditions. It was at this point that I knew my father was gone, and by gone I mean he had passed away. I could hear a voice telling me, "He's gone, you're too late." And admittedly, I was feeling totally devastated and out of it. I went through the entire house until I reached the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never went into that cellar, especially when I was there alone and absolutely nobody I knew was there. But I felt like something was pulling at me to walk down those steps into the darkness. There was no power on in the house, and I had no flashlight with me, just the one on my phone. So I started down the steps, not feeling any fear at the moment, not until I reached the cellar and turned to my left. I was then hit so hard it felt as if I had to gasp for air just to get anything into my lungs. The level of fear went from 0 to 10 instantly. On my phone screen, I could see several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds, then turned and went back the way they came from. But after that, it was solid orbs and anomalies swarming all around me. Now, there were no windows or doors, no fans, and it was colder in there than it was outside, which was about 30 degrees. It had been way cold for weeks. I could hear whispers, and at one point talking that was loud enough I thought somebody had walked into the house. I confronted what I'd suspected was in that cellar for all these years, and I was met with very loud slams and bangs. Upon going back upstairs, the slams and banging continued. I told it that it wasn't afraid, or I wasn't, and that I'd be back. After going back outside, a vehicle pulled in. Come to find out, it was the new owner. He had just taken possession of the house December 8th from my stepmom. Come to find out, though, that this kind of stranger, my dad, had passed away several months ago. He died of an evil that needs to be abolished. Cancer. My stepmom had told nobody. My aunts didn't even know that he had passed away. Nobody in the family knew. She placed the house for sale after selling his '57 Ford and gun collection and apparently everything else. My half-sister were gone into the wind, and listing the realtor said that the seller refused to have a sale sign placed on the property. I believe that's, what's in the house that harassed my father for years and influenced many things and may have influenced her actions as well. Since I was at the house, things have begun to occur in my home, more than usual, so I'm documenting everything. 3 years ago, I was told by 2 different psychics that I had an attachment, and then I had picked it up from a childhood home, and that they felt it had influenced or attempted to influence somebody to take their own life. They were obviously 100% correct. Something mimicking animals outside of her doors and windows. Paranormal? Help. It's been below freezing for a while now. We stopped letting our Mauser out because of it. But it seems like something, whatever it is, realized her pattern of behavior to letting her inside, and it won't leave us alone. Thought my roommate's dad was messing with us when we got back from college for winter break. But he explained now even he won't walk outside to see what it was. If you've ever been around stray cats, especially those that need help, they always stay within sight of you. Whatever this thing is, it ran around the side of the house as he went outside and just kept meowing low and long, leading him to the old goat pen near the wood line. He never once saw it, despite the fact that it triggered the motion lights around the house. I never seen or heard it until tonight, which is why I'm typing this out. I have 2 large windows in my room, and I keep the blinds cracked a little bit for sun to come through for my plants. I've been sitting at my desk attempting to do prep for this upcoming semester. I've had my swivel chair faced away from the window so I can keep an eye on my laptop as I play a video for background noise. I heard it in between the talking of the video, the meowing. It was so low and distorted, not like any cat I've ever heard, and it made my blood run cold. My window's a good 9 feet off the ground as we live on a hill. Whatever this thing is had its face against the glass or something. It sounded like it came from right behind me. I didn't look. I did manage to clear the entirety of my entire room in 2 massive leaps, though. Right after this happened, my roommate came out of her room and said that something was whimpering outside of her window, like a dog upset that it's not getting what it wants from its owner. She currently is gathering eggshells and all her railroad spikes as I type this out. Her father's going to look for his trail cam. That's when the sun comes up. Any advice would be appreciated. Everywhere we've looked online or asked for advice from at this point, it's basically resulted in sucks to suck. Don't go outside. If there are any non-paranormal explanations for this, that would be great too, because we won't know for sure until we get the trail cam up. Edited to update. Hope that's okay. There's been a cougar spotted in the area, apparently. Called the Wildlife Resources line just to be sure and informed by a lovely worker on the line after giving our location and approximate times. It's managed to get into more public residential areas this afternoon. They're actively searching as this update's going out. Not sure if this is the culprit or not. Either way, all animals will remain in their respective enclosures, and the neighbors down the way kind of have been informed too, so they can put their horses away. If that is the culprit, I hope they capture it safely and relocate it without any issues. Hopefully this will be the last update. My roommate went ahead and put the wards near the window just to be safe. She's been more freaked out about it than I've been. Something paced around my van for many minutes in the Baja Desert. In March of 2019, I was camped not too far from a small town in Mexico called Catavina, where long, spindly plants reach toward the sky. The landscape is covered in granite boulders and cactus easily reach 20 feet high. I camped at a place where I had no cell reception for 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, I didn't speak or see a single person. In the days, I would explore the area and listen to podcasts. Van. I'd parked my van on this sandy, grassy area which had not oft-used fire pit and the biggest cactus I've ever seen, which looked like a many-fingered hand. At the time, I'd been living in the van for 5 or so months and had covered all the windows with reflective material to keep down the heat during the day. Event. One night while I was in the van, I heard some padding around the van. In my mind, I imagined something with paws, because the padding sound it made around the van was light. My heart beat fast at the realization that something was outside my van. My doors were locked. I laid in my bed, listened to the steps around and around the van. After the padding stopped, I opened my door with weapons and a light. I found nothing, not even enough for tracks to make out in the sand. The strangest part for me is the amount of time it stayed around my van, somewhere in the range of 10 to 30 minutes. After learning about black dogs and their relation to Mexican counterparts, I started to think about this event. I wonder if whatever it was part of the weird, thing. During my time at this location, I encountered a rattlesnake which rattled at me during one of my walks. And what surprised me was the loudness of its rattle. I listened to a book about plagues and the heroes who cured them before COVID was big in the US. Aftermath. After getting service in San Rosalina, I learned that Mexico-US border was closed due to COVID. I was relieved to learn that it was a soft closing where citizens could return. I also learned that my mother had posted to missing persons pages because I'd been unable to contact her during that time. Something which I was upset about. Don't blame you. Please help me. I've been having sleep paralysis issues for a long time, like since I was little. I would often have nightmares that led to sleep paralysis. I don't think my sleep paralysis is a normal kind. Like I think something paranormal is why this is happening to me. When I search the things I've experienced on Google, nothing really pops up that's useful. So I've decided after waking from yet another experience, I think it was the most horrifying experience I've ever had, I was going to post it on Reddit. Try to get some answers since you guys seem to know everything. This all started when I was about 5. I was playing dress up alone in my room. Then suddenly my soccer ball rolled out of my closet. Picked it up, went to put it back, walked into my closet and put it on the shelf where it was previously. When I walked out, I went back to playing, but in the corner of my eye, I noticed something strange. I turned to look at it, and it was a pitch black, tall and skinny humanoid figure. It was hunched a bit because it was too tall to stand up all the way. It was just stood there menacingly. After some seconds of us just staring at each other, I guess it just hit my 5-year-old mind that this thing isn't supposed to be here. I quickly ran out of my room and ran into my older brother's room and stayed there. At least until it was my bedtime. Then he forced me back into my room. I laid there, trying not to fall asleep. I was so scared of that thing. But eventually I did end up falling asleep, and when I fell asleep, I had a dream I don't remember. But I remember waking up terrified. I was so scared I went into my parents' bathroom and slept in the bathtub. My parents weren't home at this time, and they were away for a few days. I don't remember where they went. Ever since then, I've been having nightmares and sleep paralysis. But the odd thing is, I only have the nightmares and sleep paralysis when I sleep in my bedroom. When I sleep anywhere else, like the couch, my parents' room, the guest room, and my brother's room, it doesn't happen. When I have these nightmares, they take place usually in a darker version of my bedroom, and it's like I'm stuck in one place and I can't move. I also see that thing I saw, the black figure. It just stares at me until I wake up and have sleep paralysis. When I have sleep paralysis, I'm unable to move at all, and that includes opening my eyes. Like I'll try to open my eyes, but I can't, and I'll feel a weight on my back. I sleep on my stomach. I'll hear a voice whispering, but I'm never able to understand what it's saying. I'll also hear what sounds like a broken music box. It'll be playing on repeat, but it sounds old and broken. I'm also able to feel something touching me, like scratching or pinching or choking or even stabbing. It's like someone is wrapping their hands around my neck and trying to choke me. When it's stabbing, it feels like something's trying to cut my neck open or shoving an object into my neck. Whenever it happens, it always tries to hurt my neck like that's the only place it goes after. Today, as I'm writing this, I've had the most terrifying experience with nightmares and sleep paralysis. I just got done studying and decided that I was going to take a nap. Originally, I planned to sleep in the guest room since I've been sleeping there for about a year now due to my sleep paralysis. My parents wouldn't allow me to, said I needed to get over whatever fear I have of my bedroom. I tried to nap on the couch instead, but again they wouldn't let me. So I went into my room, tried to sleep, and eventually I did fall asleep. I experienced the most terrifying thing ever. I woke up in a dream, and I could immediately tell that it was a dream. It's never happened to me before. I was in a dark room that looked like my bedroom. I heard growling sounds. I was trying to wake myself up, but the growling sounds just got louder until I woke up. And when I woke up, I realized I was having sleep paralysis and got scared. I heard that broken music box again playing, and it felt like I was about to cry. I felt that same weight of something sitting on my back and hands wrapped around my neck and starting to choke me. I also heard a voice, but it wasn't the same whispering voice. It was screaming at me, saying it was going to kill me and that I wasn't welcome here. I needed to leave. This went on for over a minute, or usually it lasts 20 or 30 seconds. Never happened for this long before. When I finally was able to move, I got up and ran to the guest room immediately and started crying. I really don't know what to do, and I've tried explaining it to my parents, but they don't believe me. They think I'm making it up for attention. The only one who believes me is my brother. He slept in my room once just to see if the same thing would happen to him while I slept in the guest room. And as expected, it happened to him too. At this point, it's official. My room is being haunted by some demon. Like, what do I do? After this, I'm never stepping foot in that room unless that's absolutely needed, and I'm never sleeping in there ever. My brother offered to help me move my stuff into the guest room this weekend, which I'm thankful for, but the only issue is convincing my parents to let us. My strange life. I'm a 21-year-old male. Lived a very strange life. I guess I'm going to try to be sort of brief about this. About the last 10 years of my life. I hope maybe somebody may have gone through something similar, and maybe can even help. The first time I saw something, I was 10 years old. I was being brought to bed by my mother. I was fighting not to. She gave up and I sat on the floor and stayed there. Later in the night, I heard a train whistles blow, and then blue silhouettes of people. They appeared to be walking door to door in front of me in my house, as if getting on and off a train. They were all dressed in fancy suits with top hats, monocles too, and well, when it all stopped, I just remember just running to my bed. Many years later, I met a person who recognized me of nothing, because we quickly figured out that we never met. But we both felt like we knew each other. We talked about our lives, and they felt mirrored. I told him about my experience. He had the same experience as me with the silhouettes. but he's never seen any hallucinating ones except for that one. From when I was 12, I had a hard time sleeping, and I'd only sleep almost 3 to 5 hours a night. I would sometimes get 8 hours of sleep when I was dead, but I used to also spend 3 days awake more often than not back then. I was hallucinating by my second year of high school. My aunt even reached out to me about it before I told anyone. The first real person I talked to about it was my art teacher. When I saw the doctors, they said I was possibly schizophrenic, but when I saw things, they felt evil. But what I saw, I felt like they were ghosts. I don't know. I lived in a place where when I was younger, something was off in the basement. And when I was older, I saw something in the living room down in the darkness with glowing eyes. But I know it's not real. But it carries this feeling that it wasn't nothing. When my friend was in the hospital, I saw them across the street every day at the bench. We would sit, and there they would be, this thing, standing over them like 10 feet tall, a face of static. All the things I've seen, I feel, follow people or haunt places. I don't know if one's following me. Later on, I was bouncing around with where I lived. I stayed with my sister. And one night I was sleeping in the living room, and I'm in the middle of the room where the cat started jumping over me. It was clawing the air, as if something was there. I even remembered thinking I'm going to take a photo. There's going to be a ghost, as a joke to myself. I took the photo and it looked like a white veil over me, like a design. I sadly don't have that photo anymore. Moving around, losing phones. My next experiences, I was sitting in my kitchen late at night. That's when I felt someone grab my shoulder. I turned in fear, but nothing was there. The next time I felt something touch me, I was at my cousin's. It was 4 of us, my 2 cousins and his girlfriend. They went to sleep upstairs, where me and my cousin slept toe-to-toe on the couch in the basement. I heard something open the door behind me. I got paranoid to even walk around and check before laying back down. I felt like the minute I turned over, I felt the coldest grip I ever felt on the back of my neck, as if it was like a dog grabbing me. I went into complete shock and just laid there. It felt like forever. Their touch was freezing the grip. Something stranger than I am. A year ago, I got kicked out. She let me live with her for a while. Oh, his ex. Got to live with his ex. I would see a man leaning out of her closet with a porcelain face and a big smile and a crooked neck. After a couple of months, she eventually comes over to my place. Comes, smokes some weed with me, and for the first time where she has bad trips and only tells me in the morning that it was because she saw the same thing I'd seen at her house in the window of my neighbor's. I've seen again recently, but haven't told her since we're broken up, and I don't want to worry her. But I felt myself been touched twice in 2 weeks. Both gentle ones holding my side and other on my shoulder. I'm now on meds that help me sleep, but they don't stop. And I want to know what this is, because I've done research on schizophrenia, and I don't really think that this is that. But I think the stress might bring me there, maybe. I have doctors and a therapist, and I'm living with my ex, but I'm alone on this. I know what happened to Marjorie West. It's been a few years since one of the craziest experiences I've ever had, but I think it's time to share it. I hadn't heard of this case before this experience, and I'm going to tell you about it. I feel like it's also important to note that I've never seen anything like this before, or since this incident. My friend, a 28-year-old female, and I, a 26-year-old female, were driving through the middle of farmland in northeastern Pennsylvania. We were listening to music, having a conversation about something totally normal. That's when all of a sudden I blurted out, "There's a dead body over there," looking across a field to the woods. I've absolutely no idea where that came from, and there was no thought before the words came out. The words just came out of my mouth. My friend looked at me incredulously and she said, "What?" That's when I felt the goosebumps start on the back of my neck. They traveled up and around my head and down through my shoulders to the rest of my body. I could feel in that moment that someone was sitting in the middle of the back row of my car. Looked at my friend, we made eye contact, and I knew she felt this presence too. That's when the tears started. They flowed from my eyes quickly, and I know they weren't really my tears. Whoever was in the back seat was so scared and so incredibly sad, and I could feel it in my entire body. I said, "There's someone in the back seat," my friend said. "I know." We drove in silence for the next 5 minutes until we got back to the house. In the silence, I saw a flash of dirty strawberry blonde hair. It was curly, but the curls were loose and falling out. I saw a flash of dirty blue fabric. I didn't stop crying. When we got back to the house, we walked to the front porch. I was so shaken that I couldn't remember the code for the front door. I turned to look at my friend, and standing beside us was a little girl. She was small. I guessed 3 or 4. She had on a dirty light blue dress with frilly sleeves. Her hair was curly and strawberry blonde, but it was messy and dirty. I could only see one side of her face, but it was decomposing badly. I didn't take my eyes off this girl, and I said to my friend, "Do you see that too?" She said, "Yeah, I see her." I shut my eyes, turned around, and all I could do was repeat, "I don't want this, I don't want to see this," over and over. I finally unlocked the door and we stumbled inside. Both shook. My friend and I sat at the kitchen table in silence for a moment. Then we recounted everything that we saw and felt. We saw the same things. We felt the same things. As we were compiling details, I had an idea. I pulled up the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the NCMEC database on my phone. I entered Pennsylvania as the location. 3 to 5 for age missing, female, white, red hair. As I was scrolling, my friend said, "She went missing a long time ago, in the 30s, maybe 40s. So I added those parameters to the search. I continued to scroll and there weren't any results left. My friend said, "Her name starts with an M, and it's longer, an older name, maybe Margaret or..." That's when I found her profile, Marjorie. My friend lit up and said, "Yes!" Her name was Marjorie West. Showed her the picture of the girl that we just saw standing on the porch. Marjorie West was 4 years old when she went missing from White Gravel, Pennsylvania on May 8, 1938. I was a skeptic for most of my life. I guess I still am in most cases. But I've experienced things that I can't really explain away by logic. While I've felt presences before and since, Marjorie West is still to this day the only spirit I've ever seen. My friend has seen a few throughout her life, but more often she hears them. This is what Marjorie told her. Marjorie was taken by a bad man. She was scared, and she wanted her mom. We believe that bad man drove Marjorie across the state. He killed her and dumped her body in the woods in what was, and still kind of is, the middle of nowhere. Now this is what we told Marjorie. We told her we were sorry for what happened to her, and we told her that she could stay in my family's property. It's a peaceful place, and my friend and I felt each other's peaceful presences on the farm, so she wouldn't be alone anymore. It seems there are a few theories out there about what happened to Marjorie West. You may believe in the paranormal, you may not, but I know what we saw and what we felt. and I know what happened to Marjorie West. Ask Reddit. I'm 32 now, and this happened when I was 13. I grew up in the backwoods of Texas. I'm talking there was a huge forest behind our acre of land, and it belonged to the National Preserve. That kind of backwoods. Well, my sister, who was 8 at the time, wanted to go walking in the woods, something we did frequently. Somehow we always knew where we were, even if we walked for an hour. We always knew how to get back home, and it was weird, but I digress. We tell or yell that we're going into the woods, and my mom yells back at us to come in before dark. Yada 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 yada. Parent stuff. We had built a makeshift fort. It was a few hundred feet in. Decided to check it out. We got bored of that pretty quick and decided to just walk and pick up sticks. We're a good 30 minutes into our walk. About when I notice it's getting darker, I start to ignore it when my sister hits my arm. Up ahead through the dense foliage and trees, we see what looks like a clearing. Now I knew this was part of the woods, and I knew these parts well. And I knew that we were still on preserved land, and that there weren't any clearings that should be nearby. Thinking maybe it's just the sunlight illuminating a spot, I convinced my sister to check it out. Turned out to be a clearing. The sky was still pretty dark and the wind had picked up the breeze, but remember the tall grass just rustling. However, we had stopped in our tracks, because in the middle of the clearing was a 2-story house. There was no driveway nor a road that led to it. That's the first thing that we checked as we went around the perimeter of the clearing. We were a bit terrified of the house and thought maybe that we'd gotten lost, and there's maybe a road nearby. But, as I said, nothing. There wasn't even a worn path, at least to that house. We went back to the original spot we came out of the woods from, and we just stared. I remember being full of absolute dread. I couldn't seem to turn back and go home. The house itself looked old but well kept, and there was no road. My sister's holding my hand at this point, and we're still just standing there staring. It's starting to get darker and darker. Then my eyes go one window on the top right part of the house. There's a flickering light on, and there's something rocking back and forth. It blots out the light when it rocks one way, but then when it rocks the other way, you can see the light. My sister then squeezes my hand so tight that my fingers went numb. That jarred me out of my stupor. I tell her to let me go, and I look down at my hand trying to shake her off. That's when she starts crying and saying it's waving high. I remember literally I started shaking at that point. I look up, and sure enough, there's an arm up now, rocking opposite the body in a wave-like gesture. I was done at that point, pulled her hand that's still kind of clawing mine, and I hightail it out of there. We run a good 10 minutes before making it to our fort, which confused the hell out of me. We had walked a lot further. The sky was starting to get brighter, but I still wanted to get out. We caught our breath and then began running again until we got home. My sister and I had stopped crying by this point, but my mom, who I swear to God had some kind of mind-reading powers, asked what was wrong. My sister tells her that I get in trouble for making up stories and scaring her. I storm off, and we just ignore it after that. I remember it occasionally throughout the years, and every time I remember it, I get a sense of dread and I nearly start shaking. Fast forward to 2 years ago. My dad passed away, and I'm at my mom's house consoling her and grieving as well. Randomly, we start talking about how my dad loved horror movies. I remember that day in the woods so vividly. I nearly start shaking again just thinking about it. Later that night after my mom's asleep, I ask my sisters about it. As soon as I say that the house in the woods, she immediately froze. I asked her, what she remembers. She describes it in exact details as I remembered it. She then said that she asked our dad a few years back about it, since he grew up here as well. He knew more about the area's history. He laughed at her, saying there's nothing back there but woods for miles. Yet her and I both remembered it so vividly. It feels like it happened just every time that we remembered it. The next day I decided to go back into the woods and check it out. Spent half a day out there and found absolutely nothing but woods. To this day I still can't explain what the hell we saw. All I can say is that we had one hell of an imagination. Ask Reddit. The first one that comes to mind was the death of a close family friend. For some context, he had been in a coma for a few weeks before his death. He wasn't allowed visitors. Not sure if that was his family's choice or the hospital's policy. I was about 3 at the time, so my parents hadn't been able to visit him before he passed. In our house, we would always leave the hallway lights on. It hung near the bottom of the stairs. The morning after he passed, the light was off. My mother spotted it before me. On first glance, she thought the bulb had just blown, but she then noticed that it had been removed from the light, placed carefully on the stairs. But it was on a higher step than it would have been having to be when it somehow fell. My mother believes this was his way of saying goodbye before he went. Another time, when I was about 13, I'd come home from school. I decided to make a sandwich. We kept our bread right at the back of one of the counters, and after making my sandwich, I put it back in its rightful place. When I went back to the kitchen to put my plate in the sink, the room was freezing cold, and the packet of bread was in the middle of the kitchen floor. I have absolutely no idea how it got there. This one actually terrifies me, even though it's so mundane. There was another incident with the hall light when I was about 15. Myself and my mother were sat in the living room talking about the strange things that we had seen and experienced in the house. The living room door was always open, and from the door you can clearly see the hall light. We were also the only 2 people in the house at the time. As we were sort of just talking, the hall light suddenly turns off. Again, we assumed the bulb had blown, but it hadn't. It had been turned off at the light switch. Later that day, we were in the kitchen still discussing the strange occurrences in the house. That's when we heard the distinct sound of heavy wood. It was the front door opening. We both heard it because we looked at each other and agreed it was a bit early for my dad to be home from work. He also generally calls before he leaves, so it seems odd. I poke my head out of the kitchen door and I see a figure turning into the living room. I shout, "Hello?" I get no response. We go to see what he's doing and there's nobody there. We're still the only people in the house. The front door was still locked. When I was about 19, I sat at the dining room table, which is kind of in the living room. It's a long open-plan room, so the dining table's in the back half of the room and the living room area's in the front half of the room. Only one door off to the hallway to enter. So I was doing some coursework for college when I saw out of the corner of my eye somebody entering the room. They sort of just hung around at the end of the table. At the opposite end of the table is a big mirror sort of hanging on the wall. It was like they'd walked in and they just stared at themselves in the mirror for a good few minutes. I was listening to my iPod while I worked, so I assumed it was my mom doing something or talking to me without realizing I was listening to music. I looked up. Nobody was there. My parents were both sat in the front half of the room just watching TV. I asked them if either of them had ever been in the kitchen or left the room for anything in the last 10 minutes. They both said no. Sorry, there was a lizard on my keyboard. Not a ghost. They'd both been watching the show for a good half an hour without moving. I'd always get a strange vibe in the house as a child. I'd constantly see shadows and often hear noises. I'd hear people talking in empty rooms very frequently, and I would refuse to enter certain rooms alone until I was about 13. One time when I was about 5, I saw the shadow of someone pacing backwards. They were in the bathroom doorway, and I remember being absolutely inconsolable with fear and refused to go in the bathroom without my mom for the rest of the week. I constantly got the feeling I was being followed by the spirit of a young boy when I was living in there. Somewhere on an old hard drive, I have a selfie taken on a photo camera. It was just after I'd gotten out of the hospital after nearly dying from an undiagnosed medical condition. And in that picture, you can see clearly a figure of a young boy in the corner of my bedroom. He never felt malicious, but he was there. My mother also said that when I was in the hospital, she had many dreams featuring a young boy, and she felt his presence around me when I was in a coma. I'd also often catch a figure of a woman walking down the hall out of the corner of my eye. After a while, I just started saying hello if I could feel a presence. Next time I go speak to my mom, I'll see if there's anything else she can think of that happened in that house. The triple knock. What does it mean? Has anybody else had it happen? I've been bothered for this for a while. I've had it happen twice where I got 3 knocks on the door. The first time I was in my bedroom, no one was home, the dog was in the room with me and started barking. I said, "Come in." No one came in. Got up and searched the entire house and nobody was there. I moved to a new place up the street a few years later. The second time it happened to me, I was sitting at the table with a friend. It was in a different house than before. At the time, I had a TV screen connected to a camera to where I could see my front door and a good amount of the area around it. This was just before all these modern motion detection cameras. It wasn't the best neighborhood. We're sitting there and we hear like 3 loud knocks really fast. It sounded like somebody hitting a door with a baseball bat, but somewhat fast 3 times. There was no one there, and all of a sudden the baseball bat that I kept by my door flew across the room and rolled to a stop. It was a fairly large room, too, so it flew maybe 10 feet. Right after a pellet gun I had fallen off the shelf, and, well, this wasn't the only occurrence that I had. I also heard running across the roof multiple times. I had a box sitting on the top of the stairs, and I heard a strange shuffling noise in the box. It spilled down the stairs and crashed to the bottom. No one was up there, and no lights were on. My dog with a cry for no reason in a very strange way, and also one of my doors seemingly opened on its own. Long scratching on the interior walls that didn't sound like a little mouse scratching. For me, I just want to know if anybody else has heard the 3 knocks and what it means. It still bothers me. Sensitive. Turned off my abilities. Now living in a neutral house. My childhood was filled with a lot of abuse, starting with my dad. That being said, when my mom was kind of doing okay before she became a mean alcoholic, she was a sensitive. So was her mom and her mom's mom. My dad would always scream and be violent with me for my ghost stories. He started to believe me after things started to amp up when I was 9 in the Alexander Graham Bell house. I freaked out the poor tour guide. My dad, my adult half-sister, her husband, and my mom, we were all touring the house in Texas. I didn't know that Alexander Graham Bell had tried to remove a bullet out of a president. 9-year-old me froze, and I don't remember saying it because all I know is I saw 2 old dudes in my head. One trying to remove a bullet, and the other old dude dying. I didn't know he was a president. I guess I had said somebody died in this room, they were shot. There was an awkward pause while my brain was transported back into this plane. The tour guide awkwardly laughed and said, "I guess she's read up on our history." I don't remember anything else really from the house except that. Although my dad died when I was 13, my mom remembered this for years until the alcoholism got too bad. My sister still does. Fast forward to when I was 11. My mom and I were on a trip without my dad. We ended up going to the museum where JFK was shot. was drawn to a window and fainted after being overwhelmed with hate. Apparently, the window was the window that he was shot out of. She didn't tell my dad because, had he believed me at that point, but wanted me to kind of just take our rabbi because it had gotten so obvious. He thought I was playing with dark forces, where in reality I just couldn't control them. Playing with the rabbi. This was the last straw. After he died, his spirit passed. I think it lingered for a few days to say goodbye, but although he had so much anger, it passed with him. I was pleasantly surprised. I've had no issues with this spirit. However, my mom encouraged me to use my gift. I no longer see it as a gift because once I was 15, when she started to get bad, I had fully opened myself up to my abilities. I couldn't focus in her house in certain places too. It was too loud and too dark. I got freakish visions of the future and past events. It became too much when I was in the car with my mom and we drove by a car accident. I saw a vision of the bloody scene close up. I started hyperventilating. Later on in the news, my vision was confirmed to me. My mom started to use headphones and blast music constantly. Tuned out the whole world because I just saw too much of it. Now I don't get these visions anymore. I am still sensitive, and I can feel that places are bad and a vague idea of why. But I almost want to use this gift again. I don't know why, but I feel like it's something I'm meant to do. This being said, how do I open up fully to my abilities again while controlling them? My issue in the past was being unable to control them. They were too strong. When looking at rentals, I chose a house with a neutral energy. There's no spirits here. I know I have a safe house this way. My dead great-grandpa's ghost sat on me. I recently moved back into my grandma's house after my boyfriend and I broke up. I'd been living with my boyfriend for the past couple of years, so moving back in with my grandparents wasn't difficult, other than the emotional baggage that came along with the breakup. A few weeks after I'd moved back, I experienced something pretty strange. My grandparents have 2 Basset hound dogs. My aunt's pit bull comes down to my grandparents' house for whatever reason, so it's pretty much her 3rd dog. For context, my grandparents live on a beef farm, so we're pretty much in the middle of nowhere, 20 minutes away from our local town. My grandparents went to work and I started doing my daily routine. I let the dogs outside as usual and I sat down to fill out my apartment application at the dining room table. While I was filling out my application, I heard a distinctive knock at the door. It leads out to the garage. Thinking that it was probably the people who owns a haunting camp. Oops. Hunting. That one was my bad. Who owns a hunting camp nearby in the woods and assumed that they wanted to talk to my grandpa about hunting season. I mentally prepared myself to tell him that he wasn't home. But when I opened the door, I only saw the dogs on the other side of the door. Confused, I looked out to the driveway to see if anyone was there, but there was no one there. I looked down our dirt road. I saw no one walking away or cars driving away. I noticed that it couldn't have been the dogs because their feet were covered in mud and they would have been smeared muddy paw prints on the door, which there wasn't any. I was pretty creeped out by hearing a disembodied knock on the door, but I just brushed it off and joked about my great-grandpa's ghost, reminding me to let the dogs back in. The reason why I joked about this is because my great-grandpa is the only person who died in that house. And the house itself isn't it's just not very old. It's like built in the early 2000s. So it's relatively new. It doesn't have a history. Plus, there's also no history of someone other than my great-grandpa dying on the property either. I didn't experience any paranormal activity until one night. I was sleeping on my left side, and I woke up in the middle of the night feeling a hand at the end of the bed frame near my feet. It felt like someone was using the bed frame to keep balance while walking through my room because I felt the bed frame slightly moving. I turned my head and I saw that no one was there, but there was definitely a presence there at the foot of the bed. After the invisible hand lifted from the bed frame, I heard footsteps coming toward me. When the footsteps stopped to where I was laying in bed, I suddenly start to feel a lot of weight being pressed onto my body for a few seconds. Then the pressure rolled off of me, went to the other side of the bed. Immediately after that, I sat up and looked over to the other side of my bed to see if something was there, but again, there wasn't anything there. I knew that I wasn't experiencing sleep paralysis because I was still able to move around during all of this, but what I had just experienced, it actually happened in real life. I sat there in my bed for a minute trying to figure out what had just happened, and then it hit me. My bedroom used to be my great-grandparents' bedroom when he was still alive and living with my grandparents. My great-grandpa had died in his sleep while watching TV in the living room in the middle of the night. He's been dead since the middle of August in 2016. I started crying my eyes out after realizing that it was likely my great-grandpa's ghost crawling into bed, and he didn't realize that I was laying there. He probably doesn't even know that he's been dead for years, which is incredibly sad. I wish there was a way for him and I to see each other so I could tell him how much the family misses him, especially my grandpa and his older sister. I wish he could have seen how much I've grown up, because the last time he saw me I was 17. I was going into my senior year of high school. I was super depressed after he and my dog passed away all in the same month. I've been around a lot of ghosts in my life, but when it's somebody you know and love, it's definitely more impactful. It brings out a lot of raw emotions. I haven't told my grandpa about it because, grandma, about this because I don't want to make her sad about him passing on. Plus, she has Christian beliefs, so I don't want to break her heart by telling her that her dad hasn't passed on into heaven. Hopefully one day his spirit will pass on and get eternal rest. I miss you, Pawpaw. May your soul find eternal peace and rest. I think I had a ghost in my dorm. My freshman year of college, I lived in a dorm with 3 others, and it was set up like an apartment. We each had our own room, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a small living area. I've always believed in ghosts, but I'd never experienced anything. Roommate C was pretty neutral. Roommate B was a hard believer, believed she was one to attract spirits with how often it became a theme in her life. And D was fairly skeptical, but the idea terrified her. The first incident to happen was when I was in the shower and had a YouTube playlist on. The song suddenly started skipping forward every few seconds, went on for like a minute and then stopped. This happened multiple times, even sometimes the playlist going back 4 or 5 songs. One day I got fed up, jumped out, watched as my phone screen flipped between songs, and it appeared almost as if somebody was scrolling the playlist back and forth and picking songs. The second I picked up my phone, it stopped. It typically only happened while I was in the shower, but once happened while I was cooking home alone. The next thing was a one-time thing, and it started the whole "our dorm is haunted" joke. One day my TV just went static out of nowhere for about 5 minutes. I could not figure out why. Now, I'm not the best with technology, but I didn't have a cable, only a Fire Stick, and I checked that everything was plugged in. Thought it was just weird till roommate C had told me this happened often with her TV. She just usually didn't think anything of it. I've had the same TV for the last 3 years, and this had never happened, nor happened again, by the way. At this point, B and I were all for the ghost theory, and even started researching the campus ghost, Isabella, to see where she last resided. We learned she was last placed at dorms on the opposite side of the campus. Through what we learned, the ghost was most likely not the well-known Isabella. Started to scare our other two roommates when the AC started to be put in the 30s while we were gone. The dorm thermostat is older than, well, it was controlled by a tiny lever. One that took effort to move, by the way. Roommate D claimed that she 100% saw it, and it moved on its own. At one point, when it was just A and me in the dorm, I heard her go from her room to the bathroom. The shower turned on and another loud door shut. While the 3 doors shuts were strange in my head, I thought it's whatever. Later, talking to her, she said the door was slammed shut when she got out of the shower. I told her what I heard, and she told me that she didn't close her bedroom door and she thought it was weird when she heard the door, but assumed it was mine till she saw hers closed. I pointed out our dorm is on a slant. Maybe it shut itself. But she pointed out the door went the opposite way due to the slant. So, unless our dorm shifted slants and shifted back, it wouldn't be possible without force. The last thing is less physical, and the most freaky. One day, A asked me if I ever got the overwhelming feeling to not leave my room, or if I'd ever seen something in the corner of my eye in the living room. I was scared because the exact things and feelings she explained were identical to mine. I told her I always brushed them off because I'm very anxious, and assumed I was just paranoid. When C came around, she tried to see if she felt the same, giving her less than what she gave me, to see if C matched us, and she did. Warned me to never leave my room if I feel that again, and though I partially thought she was just trying to scare me, it was strange how we all experienced these feelings. I now live in the same dorms, but a different building. I've never experienced those things again. Even though it was kind of a joke at first, and we even joked it was my grandma that had passed early in the semester, little bad feelings just made the place much scarier by the end. At one point, we thought it was that thing that calls names and other voices. I had experienced that, but we ended up concluding it was just sleep-deprived at that time. Considering A had the most history with the paranormal, she thought it was following her. At least at first. But most things seemed to affect me, and she thought it may have been me. But since I left that dorm, I haven't had any other experiences like that. But I love to joke about the ghost on campus that no one knows, cause, well, Isabella gets all the credit. A random one-off encounter. In the summer of 2021, during the height of the COVID-19 mess, I decided to build a garage and workshop at the bottom of the garden. I hired a mini digger to dig most of the footings out, ready for the concrete pour. I remember my son, who was almost 13 at the time and was helping me prepare the footings. Found some old lady's cosmetics in the trench that we had dug. We were pretty surprised, and they were in good condition, which I remember thinking was an odd find, especially as I'd lived in the house since 2011, and it was my father's house before that, and he had lived there alone since '86. Anyway, I enlisted the help of a friend to help with the pour and leveling out of the concrete. We finished, I quickly dropped him off at his place and returned back home to find my son mopping the kitchen dining room floor as we had made a bit of a mess going back and forth through the garden. I paused for a minute. I wanted to take in how much of a help he'd been all morning. It's usually hard getting him off his Xbox. I said to him, "Shall we have a cup of tea and some leftover birthday cake?" as it had been my birthday a few days earlier. While we were waiting for the kettle to boil, we began eating the cake and having a little joke how his slice was bigger than mine. Then suddenly his face dropped from one of laughter to one of complete shock and horror. He even spat out the cake that was in his mouth, and he was looking toward the patio doors and the garden beyond, which obviously made me look too. Seeing nothing, I asked my son what's the matter. He slowly raised his finger, pointing at the open patio door. It was like he tried to speak, but couldn't. I said to him, "There's nothing there." At which point his face dropped even more. Then he shouted, "It's gone upstairs." The stairway runs from the kitchen/diner to the first floor. Then almost immediately afterwards, he starts windmill punching what seems to be nothing but thin air. My mind was working overtime and coming up with answers. All I could think to do was pick up my son and take him to the living room, place him on the couch, and sit him down next to me. He immediately frantically picked up the couch throw and pulled it over his face while sobbing. Thought he was going to throw the couch. Every corner of the room pulled it back over his head. At one point he shouted, "It's there, right in front of you." Again, I couldn't see anything, kept saying, "It's got no eyes, but it can see me." With the throw covering his head, he put his hands over his ears and kept shouting, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up," over and over. I said, "I'm not saying anything." And he replied, "I'm not talking to you." He then asked me where I was, because there was somebody sat on either side of him. I confirmed that I was sat to his right, and I held his hand. A few seconds later, he shouted, "It's got my leg!" My son's left leg shot up into the air, and I grabbed him by the waist. Had to use all my strength to keep hold of him. It was at this point I became convinced that there was something there that I couldn't see. This jostling lasted about 10 seconds or so before my son was let go. I reached for my phone from the coffee table to call my older brother who lives nearby, and it was the most religious of our immediate family. I felt like it was slapped out of my hand and slid across the room. I retrieved it and made the call to my brother, asking him to come around immediately. Quickly explained what was going on. My son had resumed covering his face with a throw, covering his ears, and continued repeatedly saying things like, "Shut up" and "No. It's not true." Just as I heard my brother's car pull up outside, my son pulled the throw away from his face and said with some relief that he's going now. He's gone. After everything had calmed down, I asked my son what it was saying to him. He wouldn't tell me initially, but when I wasn't in the room, he told his uncle. Apparently it was talking about me, saying that I was a bad father and I wasn't his real dad. And that he was indeed his real dad. My son, unsurprisingly, later spent the evening at his mother's, who lives on the other side of town. But later that night, as I was in bed, I received loads of texts and calls from him saying that the thing was back and he could hear it. He was terrified on the phone, but there wasn't much I could do at the time to try to reassure him. Me and his mother had been estranged for years. I received a bit of abuse from her on the phone as I was forced to call her and ask her to go upstairs to check on her son that was calling me, asking for help in a situation where I couldn't. Thankfully, after that, we haven't had any repeat ghostly drama. Me and my son have talked about it in the months following, and he's gotten older. He won't be drawn into conversation about it, but I am convinced that we disturbed something during the excavation works that led to this terrible episode. A ghost living in my parents' house. This happened to me many years ago. I think the story can be a bit hard to understand, so I'll try my best. One night I went to an event for my dad's with a friend. He was gay and had a boyfriend, but agreed to be my chaperone. When the night was ending at about midnight, we said our goodbyes and he told me, "Oh, my boyfriend asked me to tell you to message him when you reach home." Mind you, we didn't have smartphones or mobile internet at the time, so when I reached home I connected and sent my friend's boyfriend a message. Let's call him Cal. So I messaged Cal and I said, "Hey, Mike told me that you wanted to speak to me." I had only ever talked with Cal on the internet. We haven't met in person yet. "Oh yeah, I dreamt about you," he told me, and then proceeded to narrate his dream to me. I'll try my best to tell you what Cal's dream was about, but I've probably forgotten some details. It was a day in the afternoon. I was at insert here, a known place in my city, when I met a child. This child was apparently lost. He was wearing old clothes and took my finger and started walking with me. I followed him and arrived at a house where there was a red sweater hanging like it had been left to dry in the sun. What was weird about that at the time is that I was kind of in a rebellious phase and I wore only black. I didn't own any other colored clothes, but since I had this event I mentioned at the beginning, I was wearing at the same moment a red sweater. I went inside the house. The kid started to show me around. We arrived at a room that was kind of weird. It was like it was made of mirrors. My parents' room had 2 huge wardrobes, and the doors were made of mirrors. Again, I didn't know Cal in person, and he had never met me in my house, but for some reason, I started to get really nervous by the moment, like everything felt heavier by the minute. Then we went to another room that was also weird because the windows are really close to the floor, like huge windows. He mentioned that he saw in the dream that the windows were close to the floor because they were actually very close to the bed. Again, it wasn't exactly the case, but my bed was really tall and was really close to the window in height, like an 8-inch difference. And what he was saying to me described the house I lived in at the moment again, my parents' house. Honestly, I was just terrified at this point. This kid told me this was his house and he lived here. He told me he loves your family, but he loves you especially because you play with him every night. At this point, he had told me the name of the kid. To this day, I don't say the name out loud, because when I used to do it, he appeared and the room would feel heavy. What's important is that the name that he told me was the name of an online character I had at the time, a character I would play with every night. This is important because my friend Mike didn't know about this, and he knew everything else. He saw me use the red sweater that day, and he hadn't been to my parents' house. He didn't know about the online game, he just wasn't into that. So, the kid loves you and told me that he sits at the window and watches you sleep. I picked up the phone at that moment and called Mike to scream at him. I had been chatting with Cal for about an hour or so, but I didn't care and started asking Mike if he told Cal anything about how my parents' house looked like, or even what I was wearing that day. But he simply said, why would I do that? And since we were young, it makes sense. You tell people if a friend has a pool or really cool stuff, but you don't describe so much details about their parents' bedroom. I guess I just believed Mike and was terrified. He called Cal, though, and asked him to stop scaring me, but I wasn't really able to get any sleep until it was sunny again. Oh, and another important detail was that Cal swears to me that the child left a mark on his finger. Remember I said the child took his finger to drag him to the house? Well, when we finally met in person not long after, he showed me the mark. It was small and round and dark, but not black, like a birthmark. I asked Mike to tell me that he had the mark before when he had met, but Mike assured me the mark was new. And Cal insisted it appeared on his finger after this dream. Also, I'm still friends with Mike and Cal. It wasn't a birthmark. The mark went away from Cal's finger, and I don't know when, because we didn't meet for several years, but when we met again a couple of years ago, we didn't have it anymore. Cal remembers the dream to this day, too. And also to this day, I don't say that name. It's like I summoned the spirit or ghost or whatever it was. Weird stuff happened at that house, and I believe a lot was related to the spirit. But I'll post more encounters with it some other day since it's pretty late. I wanted to share these because the other day I posted something that didn't belong here. I hope this does. Ready to tell it. My dad died on Halloween. I lost my dad just a couple of weeks ago, and I had all of these. Just 2 weeks before his passing, I visited him, and we had a big family get-together with dinner. My dad and I had a difficult relationship in some ways because he liked to keep pretty isolated. Maybe I didn't visit enough. I'm not sure of which now, but anyway, at this visit, he had gotten a haircut and a shave, and he looked healthier and more presentable than he had in the last 2 years. I sort of just brought a dish I was sure he'd have nothing to do with. He ate with me and said how delicious it was. I put on the Eagles and we sang Take It Easy. At the end of the night, he let me hug and kiss him goodbye, which he has never done in his life, and I told my dad I was moving to the coast to be near the ocean. He asked if he could come see me when I got there, as he'd never been to the ocean. I promised he could, despite my shock at the idea he would even come, and we spent time dreaming of how wonderful it was going to be when he came. Afterward, my husband said it was the best visit we'd ever had with Dad, and it was. I was really looking forward to seeing him on his birthday, November 2nd, not knowing I wouldn't get the chance to ever see him again, losing him 2 days beforehand. Later in the week, my husband and I went for a walk. He asked why I cared so much to research my family tree. I told him how a couple years back I'd finally done my dad's tree and all the things I learned, including the very interesting story I shared with my husband about how my simple father was actually a talented musician. I literally sang the only song I ever remember him writing as we walked. It was about one of the last prisoners executed at Don Jail, who I'm pretty sure Dad named me after. It's a sad song about the father of the prisoner attending and mourning his son's hanging. My husband got very quiet and noted how unusually deep and somber the conversation had turned. I agreed, but it felt right to talk about it at the time. 1 week later, my daughter said that my dad had tried to call her, but she was unavailable. I don't think he's ever tried to call her before, so I tried to call him back, but his number came up out of service. I have no explanation for how this occurred within 30 minutes of him calling my daughter. I had a bad feeling. Tried to call my mom, who was his ex-wife, but he was still good friends with and lived close by, but no answer. Told myself to let it go and to stop worrying. Early Halloween morning, my husband was up late as usual, working on some papers at a local cafe. I woke up at 12:24 and called him anxious, asked where he was, and when he'd be back. He accused me of behaving strangely and said he was where he always was when, he'd be back soon. I awoke again at 1:50 a.m. after what could be described as a panic. I called him again to discover he was downstairs in our house. I was disoriented and he accused me again of acting very weird. I wrote it off and went to sleep, barely remembering anything of it by the morning, and this has never happened. The following day I had scheduled off work for an appointment, which turned out to be very lucky, because I was still in bed instead of being at my desk 90 minutes away where I normally would have been when my brother called and told me Dad had died the night before. I left quickly with my husband to go to where Dad and my family live. In the car, I started crying. My husband gently asked what I was thinking about, and I said, "When I woke up, I called you last night, and I can already tell you that's when he went." And I was right. We got there and learned Dad died at 12:25 a.m. Halloween morning. My mom divorced my dad over 30 years ago. He never did divorce her and never loved another. He should have died on his apartment floor alone, but she came to visit him that afternoon and insisted on bringing him to the hospital after seeing he was unwell. He was admitted and stabilized after a pretty long arrhythmia. She told him that she loved him and she would let us know he was in the hospital and that she would visit in the morning. That wily old bird passed away just a couple of minutes after the love of his life left his bedside, and I'm certain that was deliberate. For the next several days, Take It Easy played on a continuous loop in my head. Thought I was going insane and I couldn't make it stop. After the funeral, after my eulogy at the end to which I played Take It Easy, it finally did. I spent the days asking for a sign from Dad that he was okay. I now believe this endless repetitive music in my head was his goodbye to me. Still gonna move next to the ocean. Dad, and when I do, I'll promise I'll take you with me. My 3 paranormal experiences as a teenager. I have 3 stories. For context, I grew up in the hillbilly South, in an area that was Civil War battlegrounds and was known to have a lot of paranormal activity around it. I also grew up in the country in an area with lots of woods around, so you can imagine that nighttime was pretty spooky. 1. When I was around 14, my parents got divorced. My dad had an affair and married the woman that he had the affair with. A couple of years later, his new wife passed away. When she passed, he told me that he didn't want to sleep in there. My parents and he in my stepmom's old bedroom. So he took my room. I took my parents' old bedroom. One night I was getting ready for bed and I went to close the bathroom door. The bathroom was attached to the bedroom and there was only one way in and one way out. I closed the bathroom door, turned off the lights, and got into bed. I closed my eyes only to hear knocking from inside the bathroom door. At first I assumed something fell, but then the knocking got more persistent and fast. It felt like there was someone inside the bathroom knocking to get out. I've never ran so fast to my sister's room. I asked her if I could sleep with her and we cried because we were both scared. 2. This is when I was around 14. This was before I switched rooms with my dad. I had joined the girls' soccer team at my school. During that summer, we would stay at each other's houses and have sleepovers. This specific night, I was at another friend's house and didn't go. My sister was on a volleyball team at her school and had early morning practice the next day. My dad goes to bed at like 7 because, well, he's a dialysis nurse, works really early shifts. So this way, even on the days he's not working, he still goes to bed early. This will tie into the story later. When I woke up at my friend's house the next morning, I got a text from some of the soccer girls. They said, "Did Katie lose her phone in your yard? Will you go out and check if it's there?" I had no idea what they were talking about, so I called them. Apparently that night at around midnight, they went and rolled my house as a prank. When they got to my house, they saw the lights in my bedroom were on and 2 figures, me and my sister's height, were in the room. They were pacing back and forth. Suddenly the figures turned their heads as if to look out the window at the soccer girls rolling my house. I was a little bit in shock at first, because I wasn't home that night. Then when I got to my house, I asked my sister if she had a friend over last night. She said no, she went to bed at 8 because she had early morning volleyball practice. I asked my dad if he had been in my room or had anybody over. He said no. He went to bed at his usual time, and to this day I still don't know what that was, or what they saw. But I'm 26 now and I still can't go into that room without getting chills. 3. This story to this day is the one that freaks me out the most. I was about 15 when this one happened. It was a normal day when my friends dropped off at his dad's after soccer. He wasn't home. I was waiting for my mom to come pick me up to stay with her and my stepdad for a few days. I was there alone for a couple of hours while she was still at work. I remember exactly what I was doing and exactly what I was watching. I was eating chips in the living room on the couch watching America's Next Top Model. The sun was setting and it was getting dark. The sun had finally set, and around 10 minutes later I had this dreadful feeling inside. It was a feeling like someone or something was watching me. I tried to ignore it at first, but the feeling persisted. Finally, I turned my head to look out the window and I saw a face. It wasn't a normal face. It was sort of human, but also not. The one distinct thing about this face that to this day I'll never forget is its big yellow cat-like eyes that were staring at me. It wasn't a cat though. It had a human nose and a mouth, but yellow cat eyes. I froze when I saw it, didn't take my eyes away. I was scared if I looked away that it would disappear. I'd be more afraid of not knowing where it was. I just stared, pulled out my phone, and called my mom to ask if she was almost done. She told me she was 1 minute down the road. I asked her if she would come inside and get me when she got here. When her headlights came up the driveway, the face disappeared. Can't rationally explain it to this day. The house I grew up in was haunted by a little girl. So the house I grew up in was most definitely haunted. My parents bought land from a farmer and we built, and we're the only ones there to live in the house. It was a huge house on 5 acres of land that backed up to the woods. For years, we never had issues, until my dad finished the basement. He turned the basement into a big movie room. It was that on one side, and then a workout and a game room on the other. Obviously, my brothers and I started spending a lot of time down there. It was like our own private movie theater. The lights down there would sometimes randomly flicker, but we all chalked that up to bad wiring because my dad did it himself. Occasionally, the TV would change channels while we were in the middle of a movie, and it would always change to some sort of kids channel, Cartoon Network, Disney, or Nickelodeon. This led to a lot of sibling fights and blaming each other for sitting on the remote. After that happened a few times, we start sort of just setting the remote on the table, put it in the middle of the room. But the TV would still change channels, and at this point, my siblings and I were convinced something was down there, but my parents kept ignoring it. Once when I was about 10, I had just gotten home from school. I was home alone. I was being a good child and started doing my chores, one of which was cleaning out my hamster's cage. I was walking out to the garage with the cage in one arm, hamster and her ball in the other arm. When I heard out the front door, I heard it open, slam shut, and stomping footsteps going up the stairs. This was weird because nobody ever used the front door, ever. Everybody went through the garage. I called out thinking it was one of my brothers, but got no answer. I set my hamster down to go check the door, and it was still locked. I panicked, grabbed the house phone, and called my mom while I sprinted to our neighbor's house. My mom rushed home from work, found no one was there, and we still can't explain what I heard. Another time, my best friend/neighbor and I decided to camp out in the front yard. We were about 11 and too scared to go into the woods alone. We had just gotten our tent all set up with sleeping bags and lanterns and just laid down. We were reading some magazines as the sun went down. Suddenly we hear what sounds like a little girl singing. We both stop reading, stare at each other trying to think of who or what that could be. We were the only young girls that lived in the neighborhood. The sound started coming closer and sounded like it was right outside our tent. We both got chills and goosebumps. We both screamed and sprinted inside as fast as we could without looking back. I can still hear the sound of that singing to this day. Nothing creepy happened for a few years after that, just the typical lights flickering and channels changing. Then when I was 14, I had my volleyball team over for a sleepover. A few of them knew about the ghost haunting my house. So they brought a Ouija board for the night. Of course, I had to do it and find out who was haunting my family. First try, almost as soon as our fingers touched the planchette, it started moving. We asked typical questions like, what's your name? Are you going to hurt us? Why are you here? We only got no as our answers to those. I then asked, are you a little girl? The planchette moved to yes, and did you live on this land before me? Yes. How did you die? Fire. When my friends freaked out and knocked the board over saying that somebody touched her shoulder, my friends and I tried to look up if anything happened on the property before my family bought it. We did find out that there was a barn fire years before we bought the land, but the daughter of the family who owned it grew up and moved away. We couldn't find anything about a girl dying in the fire. My dad sold the house years later, but my brothers and I were talking about it recently. I told them what happened with the Ouija board. One of my brothers freaked out and said it made so much sense. One night he fell asleep in the basement, woke up in the middle of the night. There was a little girl standing in the doorway. He thought it was me, so he just said, "Go away." He went back to sleep, only to realize the next morning that I was at my friend's house for a sleepover. Louisville, Kentucky's Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Paranormal experiences. My first trip had me a little eager to begin, but after an hour into the trip, it just seemed like I was getting a run-through of a historical landmark with a few creepy stories about the place. The tour guides are indeed great storytellers, but they also have some pretty cool photo evidence that they don't share online. That'll sort of show you all these kinds of things while they kind of walk you around the place, and it wasn't until we got to the floor that they didn't allow you to have lights on that I really started questioning what I was seeing. For context, apparently the dark floor is aggressive spirits that'll attack you if you provoke them. I saw shadow figures here and there, human-shaped figures walking across the halls from afar. In your head, your first thought would be, they could easily have people who walk around this place pretending to be ghosts. I promise, whatever my tour group was seeing were not real people. They'll even offer you to walk down the hall alone while others watch as your silhouette changes shape and appears to be morphing with these shadow beings. It was almost like watching a busy hospital floor, but if someone turned the lights off. The first trip wasn't enough for me to make my own conclusion, but it was compelling. I had to go back again. My second trip was my first full-body apparition encounter, which occurred while sort of walking up to the dark floor. This time, I had decided to hang near the back of the tour group to kind of converse with the tour group in hopes of keeping my distance from the others, and maybe being able to see some more unexplainable things. My strategy indeed worked. While talking about the history of Waverly, the group had made its way to the next floor without me and the tour guide in the back. We stood at the bottom of the stairs, following slowly behind. Then we turned and walked up the stairs, and that's when I noticed another person in my peripheral standing in the doorway behind the tour guide. I looked over her shoulder to make eye contact with the person, but oddly enough, it was as if my eyes couldn't focus on whoever it was standing there. Almost like looking through a pair of prescription glasses that aren't yours. I don't wear glasses. What I could tell you was that the being appeared to be shorter, blonde, and in a hospital gown. As I stared at it, the thing began to walk behind the doorframe and out of view. A common theme. At least a common theme that I seem to have with my paranormal experiences. It's that there's always these anomalies, and they always look blurry. Even if everything around me appears to be crystal clear, the thing my eyes are trying to focus on stays blurry. Your brain knows it's there, but it's as if whatever you're seeing is on a different plane of existence and you're peering through a foggy window. Okay, so second trip was pretty cool. I had to go back again. Keep in mind, the 3 experiences I'm sharing with you were just the most prominent of each trip. Not the only thing that happened to me. Anyways, on the third trip, I had my encounter with a being of workers there called the Creeper. Apparently, this entity is known for climbing up walls and jumping onto people. Sounds like me as a kid. While on the first floor and still being daylight out, I again was walking the back of the group toward the stairs to the next floor when I had suddenly felt something really cold rush up onto my shoulder. Like a gust of winter wind. The tour guide walking beside me jumped a bit away from me in fear before I reacted. But when I turned my head toward the cool air, I found myself face to face with the black mass looming over my shoulder, inches away from my face. I could only make out one of the most sinister smiles and a pair of eye sockets with no eyeballs in them locked onto me. This was the first time I vocalized my fear while on these tours. I gave out a loud shriek as a grown man. Everyone in front of us jolted around to look at me. There were a couple of gasps and confused looks from the strangers as the being darted away into nothingness. People immediately confirmed what I saw felt pretty good. It reassured me it wasn't my eyes playing tricks on me, and they had seen the being on my shoulder as well. Need this to be explained by skeptics. I wouldn't say I'm a believer, nor would I say I'm a skeptic either. I'd say there's plenty of things science has yet to prove or disprove, and whether or not there are other things beyond what we can see are real. And I've had plenty of weird experiences, kind of happen along the way that I can easily explain rationally. Half asleep, kind of just felt hands caressing my face. Well, probably some form of sleep paralysis. Creepy feeling like something's been watching me. It's a common feeling that anybody would feel if they'd been alone a lot. Figure at the foot of the bed. Again, sleep paralysis, or maybe something my mind just conjured from lack of sleep. But I can't seem to find a rational explanation for this particular experience that happened years ago at my parents' place. Just for context, my parents live in a pretty big house, lots of empty rooms, and I've always felt a little bit off whenever I visit, but I've usually ignored the feeling. Again, the uneasiness was probably due to the fact that the house is large and has a lot of empty space. As a teenager and young adult before I moved out, I usually conduct my studying/work in the guest/dining room. A little more private and quiet than my own room. Parents' room was right next to mine, and their TV would often be loud. It has a large wooden dining room table, the sort with heavy glass on the top that can fit around 10 people around it. So this happened a few years in the middle of the night. I was in this dining room. The air conditioner was on. I had a jug of water next to me. My laptop was on. My partner called me and I left the room to speak with him. I switched off the air conditioning, but when I returned, not longer than 30 minutes later, I sat on my chair and rested my elbows on the glass table to get back to work. But then, the glass starts sliding. Before I knew it, a gush of water splashed on my lap. I jolted, removed my things to see that the entire table was filled with water in between the glass and the table. I looked at my jug of water, still the same level of water in there. Needless to say, I was freaked out, more worried about my laptop than anything electronic related there. I removed my things and went to go get my parents. It took all three of us to remove the heavy glass and took some time to remove all the water. My parents, for some reason, thought I had somehow placed the water there and were upset it happened, because of course the table was expensive. It wasn't until later in the day that this event came back to me and goosebumps appeared all over my arms thinking about it. How on earth did that much water get there? So I tried my hardest to find an explanation, and here's what I came up with. A. Condensation. Perhaps switching off the air conditioning helped create the right environment to cause enough condensation that water overflowed underneath. But not only is this implausible, but never has this ever happened before or after the incident. B. I had a psychotic breakdown which led to me splashing water there with the jug of water I had. But again, the water is still in the jug and I was and am a pretty physically weak person. So there's no way I'd have removed the glass to be able to splash water onto it. Keep in mind, the water was all over the table, not in one corner. C. My parents did it when I was away, but why? D. The water was already there, built up over time from condensation, but then I'd noticed it before. I was in the dining room for hours before this incident, so no way I would have noticed this. No matter how I try to rationalize this incident myself, I can't find an explanation. Everybody I've told to said it's probably something paranormal. I've had other experiences in my parents' home, but again, all I could pretty much explain, except for this. All these years later, I've never had the same experience happen again, and I use that dining room to this day. Since everybody I've spoken to has said this is paranormal, I would like to hear your thoughts, especially the skeptics who might be able to give a rational explanation to this. The condensation thing seems pretty valid, given that water is clear and you very well might not have noticed it. Ask Reddit 3. Oh my goodness, do I have something for this. I'm gonna cheat a bit. This was not my experience, but my dad's. And what he's experienced in his life regarding this is far more interesting than mine. So strap yourselves in, because it's gonna be a long one, and let me tell you about his old farmhouse, otherwise known as the Spooky House. Now for context, my dad grew up on a dairy farm with his parents, who worked for a guy who owned multiple farms. So they would hop around to different farms and manage them, so to speak. Also, we live in Australia. Anyway, while my dad was in his late teens to early 20s, they lived in this house that eventually became known as the Spooky House to him and his parents. And this is what they experienced while living there. The house was known to have a very foreboding feeling to it, like something was always off and you couldn't put your finger on it. The floor was made out of old wood that had little notches in it. Put little stoppers in them to fill the holes. A lot of the time, they would wake up in the morning and find that all of the stoppers were pushed up. That was from underneath the house. Dad said they had these giant-ass hippie beads hanging in the doorway, so big and heavy that it would have to be a big gust of wind to move them. He lost count how many times he would get up early for work and such and find them swaying, like somebody walked through them, but when he checked the bedrooms, everyone was asleep. I remember Dad telling me it was slowly getting worse over time, like the house didn't want them there or something. At one point, Nan contacted a psychic to see if they could make it better or calm it down. Well, the psychic wouldn't even get out of her car and come up the driveway. Absolutely refused to come inside the house. Nan was left flabbergasted and asked what she could do. The psychic told her to move house and drove off. Dad said not long after that these things would start stalking the house. And to this day he has no idea what they were, and he doesn't really want to know. Nan would come out in the morning, find the grass was pressed down or trampled around the house, especially where the windows are. Her peg basket on the clothesline would be ripped to shreds and bits of it spread about. Dad said she would get the shits because she had to keep buying new ones. It started to get more serious when Dad would wake up by scratching at his window on the outside. He was always too scared to look back at it, because he knew whatever it was staring right back at him while scratching the window. They would check in the morning to find that the paint had been scratched off the house at around human height and grass flattened. At one point, while his dad was out working a few paddocks over, Nan came in and woke Dad up, and together they huddled in his bedroom, waiting for daylight as the thing stalked around the outside of the house. Speaking of it, it stalked Dad once too. He was walking from the house to his dad, a few paddocks over to help with the cows, about 4 a.m.-ish. It was cold and there was frost on the glass. As Dad was walking, he could hear a crunch, crunch coming from behind him. So he stopped, and it stopped too. Dad was like, huh, started walking again, and so did it. Again, Dad stopped. It stopped. Now, starting to get freaked out, Dad started to pick up the pace and stopped again. Only this time, it didn't stop, but started to come right at Dad. Dad fucking bolted, ran over 2 paddocks and cleared the fences. Didn't stop till he reached his dad's side. Whenever Dad's parents left for a couple of days, he had the place to himself. Dad would host massive parties with his friends. They had the run of the house and could sleep wherever they wanted. But all of them always ended up huddling up in one room where they would want to sleep. One time it was just Dad and his cousin over. Played a game of pool and drank, and at one point around midnight, the both of them were sitting around and heavily drank. A dark figure appeared and said, "Go to bed." Dad said he was pissed drunk and thought, "Hey, why the hell not?" And they went to bed. The next morning they woke up to find a game of pool that was left unfinished, put away, and his cousin asked, "Who was that person that was standing over the beds watching them sleeping?" Dad didn't remember that part. Anyway, there's more to that house than I can tell, but it's going to be a very long post, so sorry about that. I will say that, well, Dad and his parents moved out and somebody else eventually moved in. Not long after that, the house burned down. Dad didn't know what caused the fire, but he was sure as fuck happy about it. Am I haunted? need help knowing who to reach out to for help. So to begin with, in short, about 8 months ago, which is August of 2023, my husband and I got home and headed inside the house before him and we walked into the house, and I heard a deep, gravelly voice say my name. I thought it was my husband, so I called out his name, and I didn't see him. He came in and asked, "What?" I told him I thought I heard him call my name, but he was stern in how he never said my name. A month after that, we moved into a new home with a roommate. Within the first 2 months of living here, I heard a knock at the door at the bathroom where I was taking a shower. Nobody else was home, and then later I heard our cabinet closing when nobody was in the room. A couple of days later, our roommate heard creaking upstairs when we, my husband and I, were at work and they were just home alone. But then comes the scary part of showing itself. After our roommate told us what happened, got a bit creeped out, I wound up asking for it to show itself. Showing itself without my husband knowing. That night my husband claimed that he saw whatever it was, wearing my husband's clothing, and it was from me. Or rather, in the form of me. It was shaking and holding its head in pain, but the image of it was fuzzy, almost like static, and glitching out of the bed. He also has a vague memory where it wasn't taking the form of me as a body, it was a different body, but he saw it still have the face of me. But he heard me snoring next to him and realized whatever it was wasn't me, and his gut kind of just told him to look away and ignore it. Also know, after the first time my husband saw this, that he didn't know I asked for him to show it itself. So it wasn't a thing where I said, well, my husband suddenly imagined this. We had a premonition at the time, and it was some kind of mimic demon, according to forums we've looked up, and we were given advice to ignore it. After these experiences, we saved the place and used to cut open lemon with salt or sugar to scare it off. Things were quiet for maybe a month or two. A few months later, around December, January, our roommate kind of just heard crawling upstairs. We saged the place again. Then our roommate heard it. It said his name. After he told us about his experience, we talked and determined it was likely the same thing that said my name several months prior. It reached out with that deep, gravelly voice as soon as we were isolated. So we saged the fuck out of the place again. As time goes on, our roommates experienced the floor creaking when nobody else is home, and the pattern of somebody walking across the floor slowly to one side of the house and then back to the other. I'm most strongly a follower of Jesus Christ, while my husband and roommate are followers, but not as strong as I am in terms of how much I trust. I'm not trying to ride a high horse in the whole holier-than-thou bullcrap. Another note that may be relevant is that my husband told me that after I started writing this, was that at one point, about a month before we ever had the first encounter of the name being said, so maybe May, maybe July 2023, we had an experience where we put on a cat/demon costume that was handmade by a friend who we knew doesn't do anything spiritual or crazy. The next day, he said he felt an extremely dark, powerful energy that caused him to feel just an overwhelming amount of dread. The night after writing this, we had been talking to our family about it. My husband had a nightmare where two dark figures had been chasing him. He woke me up from just kind of getting some water, and I remember him asking if I was okay, and his face being totally panicked. He didn't want to talk about it, and he told me this morning about what he experienced. So, who should we reach out to as a legit, valid source of help to rid of whatever this may be? As both my husband and a roommate think it may be tied to me, given how I was the point of first contact. We don't know who to reach out to, as this is completely out of the water of understanding. We don't have any paranormal experiences outside of this. Any help would be appreciated. Ask Reddit. When I was 17, I had 3 sleep paralysis episodes over about a week. I have a really crappy memory, but I remember them more vividly than about anything from high school. I'm in my early 20s, so not too long ago. I had some weird sleep issues back then. It was pretty common for me to have awkward transitions into sleep. I'd get stuck in that half-asleep phase, leading to a lot of hypnagogic hallucinations. Mostly auditory. This is roughly what happens during sleep paralysis. You go straight to REM sleep before you're fully asleep instead of transitioning through normal sleep cycles. In REM sleep, your brain basically paralyzes your body so that you can dream without acting your dreams out. Without going into too much detail, here's the summary of the experiences. I'm falling asleep one night when suddenly I become aware of all of this in the fraction of a second. 1. I can't move. Not a muscle. I can feel my brain telling my body to move, but my body's not responding. This is terrifying by itself. 2. I can see the room I'm in despite sleeping on my stomach with the space buried in my pillow. There's no way I can explain this, as it was truly an out-of-body experience. But it's especially confusing because I'm simultaneously in my body trying to move. Now the room is exactly the same as it was a few minutes before and I close my eyes. It's not different or weird like when you remember something to be once you wake up from a dream. Large bunk room with many of my friends asleep. We were in a cabin out in the woods, I think. The same exact placements of everything. I can even see my friends asleep. Same dimensions, lighting, etc. 3. There's a dark figure on the side of the room. It's not like a silhouette dark, it's absence of light dark. And I know for a fact that it's evil and that I'm in danger. Please hear me out, that I'm not saying just felt scared, like I knew I was in danger. How you might feel if you were crossing the road and suddenly turned and knew you were about to get hit by a truck scared. And then, it starts walking toward me. I lay there paralyzed, fighting for my life to move as it kind of comes closer and closer. Finally, it approaches my bed, reaches down, touches my back. I can feel the pressure on my back, but only for a moment as I finally break through the paralysis and I can move again. I turn over, jump back into my bed with my back to the corner of the room, expecting to see something right there. But it's completely gone. What's so frightening, though, is that I don't feel like I just woke up from a dream, or even that I even woke up. I'm still looking at the same unchanged room that I had been when I was paralyzed. Somehow, some way, I was finally overcome by sleep about half an hour later. The exact same experience happened 2 more times over the next 4 days, the only difference being that the figure only made it to the foot of my bed. The second time, barely got a few feet the first time. Now what's so frightening about this when you research it, is that people have been experiencing this phenomenon for centuries, with so many people mentioning an evil being and the sensation of pressure on the chest and back when beings are touching them. Believe what you want, but I'm pretty decided at this point. This is a being, or these beings are demons. I'll admit that I'm a Christian, so my go-to explanation of paranormal evil is demons. But I'm not really sure what else to believe. I just can't buy into the explanation that it's all in my head, not after that experience, nor the countless similar experiences people have had for centuries. I believe we may be extra vulnerable when we're in that state. Whether it's our body or soul that's vulnerable, I don't know. But that's why we get attacked by something that's pure evil. Ever since the Insidious movies, or rather, ever seen the Insidious movies, yeah, they basically operate off the same assumption I'm making. So some strange things are happening, and I don't know what to do or who to tell. So a bit of background information. I live in New Zealand. In my early 20s, I live alone for the most part. I also live in a brand new house, if that means anything. So basically, for just about as long as I can remember, I've been having strange experiences that I can't quite explain. Mostly sudden intense feelings, usually of terror and panic. On the occasion I've seen things to accompany the feelings. Never anything particularly concise, but always a darker than black shape. A few years ago, while stopping to relive myself while driving through an extremely remote part of the country at night, I was hit by the feeling, only this time it was different. I heard a voice scream out, "Go!" At the time, I was unsure if it was inside my head or from somebody else, but regardless of that, I got back into my car as quick as I could and floored it, much to the distaste of my friend who was riding shotgun. As I drove off, I looked into the rearview mirror, saw what looked like figures standing in the road. I asked my friend if he had seen them. He said he hadn't been paying attention. I was beginning to think it must have been a figment of my imagination until my friend asked why I had yelled at him to go. So at least some of it must have been real. I definitely wasn't the one who had called it out. Anyways, for a while after that, I didn't see anything else, although I still got the feeling semi-regularly. Fast forward to this past year, and I've moved to the other end of the country and live by myself. And until this past week, I hadn't seen anything since I'd moved, and the sudden feeling seemed to be less frequent. Last weekend, however, I was lying in bed when suddenly I got hit with the feeling of terror. I looked up and saw something dart out of my room into the living room. I immediately got up and checked one by one that all the doors and windows were locked, and they were. When I got to the last window, however, there was absolute darkness, no light coming from the street, or from other houses around me like there should have been. And then for barely a split second, there was what I can only describe as glowing red eyes staring back at me. It then all turned to normal, and the usual lights were back. Obviously fairly shaken, I returned to my bed and was awake all night. But I didn't see anything else. Just about every night since then, I've seen a dark figure, or sometimes a few of them moving throughout the house. Although I haven't seen the red eyes again. For the most part, I haven't had any kind of interaction with them, nor they with me, other than seeing them move around. They seem to be visible no longer than 30 seconds. The feelings dissipate fairly quickly after that. They seem to be getting more defined as the week has progressed. No discernible features, but definitely human silhouettes. So tonight, I saw one in the corner of the room, just standing, watching me. This time for much longer than 30 seconds. But there was no fear or other feelings that accompanied this one. After probably an hour of it apparently coming and going, I was hit with the worst bout of sensations I've had in a year. Tears streaming down my face, and a gut-wrenching feeling of terror. For whatever reason, I had a feeling that I had to check the sliding door that leads outside from my room. And what I saw is still making my skin crawl. There was at least 5 figures with red eyes staring back at me. I still don't quite know what to make of it. They didn't move or try to harm me, but the feelings that I had were absolutely terrifying and the worst I've ever experienced. I've been coming in waves since I saw them. Still haven't mustered the courage to look again. One of the most odd experiences of my life involving a Ouija board, a new car, and 4 teens in the woods. So I think I should preface this by saying I was raised by a Mexican mother who's very superstitious. Not only that, but an American dad who's incredibly logical and agnostic. Agnostic. So I've kind of always been in this balance of logical yet open-minded. Growing up, my mom always told me, do not play with Ouija boards. They invite demons and bad spirits into your life. She did everything she could to warn me about demons. And her being a practitioner of Santeria and my abuela being a very, what they call a curandera, a healer, negative energy cleanser. I was warned about bad things my whole life, but never felt the same certainty of the existence. Anyway, this was about 12 years ago when I was 16. I was hanging out with 3 other friends who we're going to call B, J, and I. My friend I just got a brand new car off the lot, maybe 20 miles on that baby. Literally came off the lot to show it all to us, and I'm not quite sure how we started about ghosts, but Jay says, I have a Ouija board, let's use it. So, we get her board. We start trying to use it right in the road. It was under the street lamp of a suburban housing division in Oklahoma City. It's probably about 10 p.m. Of course, nothing happens. So we chalk it up to bullshit. We decide, hey, let's take this car for a drive around the back roads on the outskirts of the city. So we do just that. I'm in the front seat just focusing on the road while B and J are talking about something stupid. Now, we're driving along these back roads in a remote wooded area. The back roads are still paved. We had not been on any gravel roads. His high beams were on, and I'm just looking at the road right in front of me. All of a sudden, we hear a loud pop. Then the car starts making weird noises. We pull over almost immediately. He gets his little key flashlight out, and the passenger side, my side, the tire was flat. But the more we inspect, we see the cause was something that looked like 3 claw slashes right on the side. Now, me and my friend I are discussing the road and how we can't see a single thing in the road that could have caused it. That's when I say the road was bare, and I mean there wasn't a damn thing on the road at all. Not even a branch that could have caused something like that. Plus, it was an equinox, so we were pretty high up enough to be able to notice those things. He's pissed he has to change his tire, especially because it's his brand new car. He's about to open the trunk and we hear another boop, and I scream, ow, at the same time. I run around to his side and ask him what just happened. He pulls up his pant leg and there's large scratches going from his ankle and calf area. The driver rear tire has the exact same scratch marks as the front passenger tire. The claw marks on the skin are pretty deep and drew blood. We're all terrified at this point. Like, B immediately ran into the car and closed the door. We all follow suit, and he locks the doors. We were discussing amongst ourselves what the fuck we just experienced. The logical brain says it's a feral animal, don't get out of the car. And the emotional brain says, a demon did this. Anyways, we call AAA, and he gets his brand new car towed. I immediately told my mom what happened when I got home, because I knew it was something bad. She'd help me fix it. Took me to her mother's, I got cleansed and do a couple of Roman Catholic prayers. But after that night, I dealt with the nightmare and sleep paralysis for years. I wonder what it was. Father-in-law ashes sent to us from Oklahoma. About 15 years ago, my wife and I were talking about family histories. She said that she didn't know where her father was. Her mother and father had divorced, and the last time she saw him, he was in jail for something. This was a couple of years before we had met. After he got out, he went missing, and nobody knew what had happened to him or where he went. He was the type of person that nobody was happy to see, so no one kept up with his whereabouts, basically. No news is good news as far as they were concerned. It was December and it was his birthday the day I looked up his name in the DOB on the internet. found a post from Root's website in Oklahoma saying that he had died on May 28th earlier that year. The post was made by one of the admin. That's one of the people at the nursing home that he died at. It stated that she had his ashes if they had family looking for him. I contacted the lady, explained who I was, and that my wife has a birth certificate and a few other things to prove she was his daughter. We arranged to have his ashes sent to us. Turned out he left Maryland for Oklahoma to find his brother. Turns out his brother had died. His father had diabetes really bad and ended up in a nursing home. The ashes arrived sometime that January. We put them in the dining room up on a shelf until we got around to go back to where we all were from, and a few months passed. I asked my son to get something out of the basement for me. He was about 10 at the time, and he refused. He said there's something in that basement that's not nice. I'm thinking, what the fuck? But I went down myself because he was truly afraid. Sometime in March or April, we went over to a friend's house who's hosting readings from the lady who runs the ghost tours in Martinsburg. This was the first time we'd ever done anything like this. I thought it would be fun. The lady told us some very specific things that there's no way anybody but my wife and I would know. She said that there was something in a room with no windows that she could get rid of for us if we wanted her to. She said it would help our renters. We never discussed having another house with renters. She described our old living room to a T. Later, we were downstairs with her and her friend who were hosting her for about an hour after everybody else had left. The lady stopped mid-conversation and looked at my wife and said, "Your grandmother wants that son of a bitch out of your house." Her grandmother hated my wife's father. We didn't even discuss the ashes being at her house or anybody else outside of her kids and my wife's mother. We didn't say anything about it to anybody outside that room. About 2 weeks later, my son was talking to my wife in the kitchen. He's able to see things, but never discusses them with me. He told her that people are always trying to talk to him, but he's afraid to talk to them. He told my wife, "When I come home from school the other day, I came in and went to my room and I realized that I saw someone sitting in my dad's recliner downstairs." He went back downstairs and it was my wife's grandmother in the chair. She told my son, "I want that son of a bitch out of the house now." The last time he saw his great-grandmother was when he was 4. He also asked my wife if the house felt heavy to her. He said there's something in the back corner of the basement that's mean. This happened to be directly under where the ashes were sitting. The next day we called and made arrangements with the funeral home in Midland to have his ashes buried with his family area, the graveyard. 2 days later, we took the day off from work while the kids were in school and took his ashes up. We didn't say anything to the kids about our trip. We just said that we were going to see my wife's mother. About a week later, my son talked to my wife and said, "Does the house feel lighter to you?" He also said whatever's in the basement's gone. I'm not as in tune with the other side as my wife, but just because I'm able to pick up on those things doesn't mean that other people can't. Like being an AM radio and not being able to pick up on FM signals. I apologize for my sore throat and new microphone that I haven't sorted out. But nonetheless, see ya. I lived with something demonic. So when I was 10 to 12, which is 1992 to 94, myself along with my brother, mother, and aunt all moved into a nice house on the south side of St. Louis. It was your basic layout with houses 20 feet apart and built into the 40s and 50s. It was a nice 4-bedroom. I remember my mom saying how cheap it was. Immediately after moving in, all this weird stuff started happening. Everything from doors slamming, footsteps upstairs when no one was up there. The TV would change channels by itself. The annoying stuff. But nothing my 10-year-old self couldn't get used to. After a few months, we noticed things getting weirder. The sinks in the basement used to spew black goo out of the drains. Ew. And the same goo would run down the walls throughout the house. What made it worse is it smelled of sulfur. The basement was a scary place. I never felt right being down there. My brother, who's 2 years older than I am, he would beg me to sleep in his room. He would say something keeps waking him up every night at 3:04 a.m. and scaring him. Now, my brother normally wanted nothing to do with me. We were always fighting, making fun of each other. So this was a pretty big ordeal for him. So I remember one night, we sat up all night waiting for 3:04. Nothing happened. Maybe I don't remember because we were awake and it didn't show itself, but in the backyard I remember the soil looked like silver. I still have no idea why or how it was this color, but my brother used to say it was ground up tombstones. So that might be different, but crazy things happen in this house. I could go on forever about it. Eventually one day, I was walking home from school. When I got there, my mom was waiting outside in the car with all of our belongings in trash bags. She said to me to get in the car. We're moving right now. Whatever happened to her, she never said. Over the years, she's told me things like her and my aunt covered the upstairs with flour, and immediately saw bare footprints. The remote control came right off the table into the air. It was thrown at her, hit her in the face. My bed once flung across my room, and my toys are always all over the upstairs. I wouldn't even be home. I'd have to explain to her that I always put them back before I left, so I didn't throw them around. After we moved out, my grandma I guess my grandma moved in. They wrote Mo S, taking a liberty with that. After my grandmother presumably moved in, I've never experienced anything. A few years ago, I was up in the city around my old neighborhood. Drove down that street, and to my surprise, the house was gone. Like there was a large concrete slab where the house used to be. Now, this was a city street, so it was pretty obvious with that missing. Even Google Maps shows an empty lot with the address number still attached to it. I often wonder what happened to it. I personally think it was like the end of Poltergeist. And it was sucked into another dimension or something. I wish I had the resources to look into whatever happened, but I've never been able to find any public record of demolition. Most people just think I'm crazy when I tell them this, but I know it wasn't just my childhood imagination, especially since everyone in the house witnessed all the same experiences. Ask Reddit. When my friend and I were teenagers, we used to play with a Ouija board in this historically haunted, popular town where we both worked. We'd just sit in the middle of the garden area, or in our car in one of the large parking lots. I trust her implicitly, and she trusts me, so neither of us would do something to mess with the other. And usually the board is just gibberish. We'd get bored and do something else. This one night, we're talking to a man named Alan. It was weirdly intense. I think we sat there for 2 hours just asking questions. But oddly, not creeped out. I've had some creepy stuff occur using them when I was younger, like 13 or so. I'd always got that gut-sinking feeling. But this time, it felt happy and weird. Anyway, she kind of still has a curfew. We were 19 and in a local college, so both of us live at home. So we leave around 11 to get her home by 12. And about 30 or 40 minutes from this town, we stop in our nice, safe little area to get gas and drinks. That's before she has to get home. She's trailing behind me, and I walk in first to grab the drinks. They're the ones by the door, and there's a nice-looking guy around our age. maybe up to really early 20s, and immediately comes up to me. Thought he worked there at first. He asks if I want to hang out and come to a party with him on the weekend. I'm kind of laughing and just saying, no thanks, we're going away this weekend. We can't. Right as my friend walks in. I'm not an idiot and not going off to party with a stranger as a teen, but he's very nice and seems genuine. Trying to get us to hang out with him, and, 2-hour, that's very nice, but no thank yous. He then finally says, "What if you guys change your mind? My name is Alan. You both know where I'll be." Smiles, stares at us for a few seconds, then walks out. My whole body shivered, and I looked back and my friend's jaw is practically on the floor. Swing around to see where he is. Like stop him or keep talking or something, and he's just gone. There's a pretty open road in front of the store and houses a bit back behind the gas station. But he went out toward the road, and the houses had fairly long open yards separating them from the store. Neither of us really say anything, yet we just go up to the guy working at the gas station to pay, and he has a weird look on his face and says, "Sorry if he was bothering you ladies." I didn't even hear him come in. The guy working there had walked out from the back about halfway through our short conversation when he heard the door open when I came in. At this point, I can tell my friend is in shock, and my mind's racing, so I just say forget it to the gas, pay for our drinks quickly, and get back in the car instead of pumping gas. We drove up and down the street, and then we had heard, or rather, we head to our house after a few minutes. But we couldn't see a man walking anywhere. It was dead outside. It was so weird. The whole time he spoke to us, it was like he knew us. He had this little smirk on his face, like he knew something that we didn't. It was so strange. I had gone my whole life not knowing anybody named Alan spelled with an E or an A. And it's just a coincidence of that happening on the same night of the guy making a beeline to speak with us. It was so odd. But even more odd was the fact that I wasn't scared, and I usually am sensitive to weird stuff, and I'm definitely alert with strangers approaching me at night, so the fact that it was more of a "we can't believe this happened" feeling and not a "run for your life" feeling was also strange. We talked about that for a while when we'd get on the subject of "what do you believe in" type supernatural stuff. The whole thing was so strange and still don't know what to make of it. It's theirs. I have a house in Tasmania. It's on top of a hill, quite isolated and about 30 minutes away from anybody. The history of the hill is unclear, but about 90 years ago there was a bakery situated upon the hill, and of unknown reasons this bakery was burned down. Nothing remained of it apart from a concrete slab that we used for putting dead thorns and dead wood on. The actual house built several years after the incident was truthfully seen better days, but still in great condition, minus a few leaks that appear every once in a while. I called this house home for a number of years, but moved away, then returned, then moved, then returned. It was a circle that my entire family's getting sick of. Leaving the place, we cherish only to come back to it, but in worse condition. Growing up there, I had many memories of the outdoors. It was a large property, like 5 acres. These memories are full of laughter and delight, but of what I can remember of the inside of the building are filled with uncomfort and a sense of unease, especially as a young child. It was at this property that several strange and unexplainable things have occurred, both good and bad, and creepy and or unnerving. But to state that only creepy things took place there would be a lie. I've had several encounters, if you would, of scary nature, and even to this day I've had many people state that only scary shit happens when I'm around. Moving shadows or creaking floors can be explained most of the time, but distinct voices of my father, who wasn't within 70 kilometers of my house, became harder to put up to something like it being the wind. Getting to the title. At this property of mine, we have many things my mother would call spirits. And I don't care if you believe them or not, they exist, at least around my family. Two of these spirits are distinct to me, and my father too, because they only played tricks on the two of us. We've both seen them, respectively, but only ever when we're together. One of them lives inside and moves things around like chairs and open doors and shouldn't. I've heard this thing call out to me many times before, but I place it up to me hearing things. It always felt like it happened when other people were inside the house. But there was one time that I refused to enter the house for 5 hours straight one afternoon. I distinctly heard my father's voice screaming at the top of his lungs, calling for help over and over. But the cry was the same every time, same volume, same tone. Went on for about 3 or 4 minutes before complete silence. At this time, however, my father was at work in town, about 75 kilometers away from the current location. I have no idea what it is, but I know that it's a small creature about 3 feet in height and only ever shows itself when you're alone, or it's either my father and I. The other one is much larger in stature, standing at around 5 feet. From what I can tell, it's a lot more calm and doesn't make much noise above a regular conversation. And on many accounts it has shown itself fully, but only crouched or hunched over. Both of these entities have no complexion, show no face. Only when hiding does this show its true height, around trees and such, almost like a shy child. My father swears on everything that he holds dear. He's heard this creature call out to him, saying things like, "Dad, Dad, come here," or "Dad, I need you." On several accounts, this has happened. We'll be moving from this place once more. My only hope is that we never return, for I truly fear that if we were ever to come back, we would not leave, not ever. And somebody would read our names off of a headstone. Blue Campsite Ghost. In the late 90s, I went to an overnight girls' summer camp for a couple of weeks every year. It's a beautiful chunk of forest in Maine. This campground is structured like this. There's 2 roads that go up either side of a hill. Along the roads are paths that lead to clusters of cabins with each house of up to 4 girls. Each cabin cluster had a set of 3 porta-potties, since the flush toilets were too far to walk, at least at night. There's a stone house foundation next to a cluster of cabins that's furthest into the woods. From now on, I'll be referred to as DW. I think they're supposing that stone house foundation is going to be referred to as DW. Actually, I've got no idea. I've heard a few spooky stories from DW, but never experienced any specifically there myself. My stories from when I stayed in the cluster of cabins next to the furthest one, from now on referred to as BP. This is going to get confusing. BP is situated where all the cabins are ways into the woods, and porta-potties are between the cabins and the road that continues to DW. In fact, the porta-potties are just at the edge of the road that continues to DW. One evening, my group of campers had come home on a bus field trip. It was later than we usually went to bed, and it was very dark. The most important rule at camp is the buddy rule. You never go anywhere without at least one other camper. Counselors were the only ones allowed to travel without buddies. After getting ready for bed, my cabin went to the porta-potties. We were still energized from the trip, and we were very giggly. I glanced up to make sure that we weren't straying. Saw a person on the road walking toward DW. They were seemingly illuminated by a blue lantern flashlight. From my vantage point, the person was no longer visible once they walked behind the potties. I looked back to my friends and said something like, "We're probably freaking out whoever's on the road if they can hear us." And immediately my friends asked, "What person?" I answered, "There's a counselor going over to the DW. They're behind the porta potties." They didn't see anybody, and as we approached the potties, neither did I. The road was pitch dark in both directions, and so was the surrounding woods. There wasn't even a dark silhouette like if there was a lantern that had died and they continued walking anyway sort of a thing. There was nowhere that they could have gone, and they just vanished. I don't remember what the person looked to be wearing. All I remember is the blue light and the short, straight, almost shoulder-length light hair. Looking straight ahead, it was like they were walking toward DW and the house foundation. The campground used to be the site of some farmland, probably 100 years ago. I know this because the campground is crisscrossed by low, crumbling stone walls, and the farmhouse foundation in the DW. I fell in it once, but that's another silly story. I later learned the legend surrounding the foundation. It was a home to a small farming family, either one child, a boy or a girl, depending on who tells the story. One day when the father was away for market, the house burned with the other family members inside. He came home far too late, and some say that the skeletons found inside were holding each other, a mother trying to protect her children. My theory is that if I did indeed see a ghost, it may have been the ghost of one of the family members, and an echo type of ghost, repeating actions taken in the past. Something followed me home. This happened when I was 16 in the Rocky Mountains. My father and I used to love ghost hunting. He used to do it all the time when he was a teen. He lived in a small town in the mountains that was founded by Mormon pioneers. During our family reunion in said small town, we were camping. He thought it would be fun to bring me and a couple of my cousins to a cemetery known for being haunted. This cemetery was very small and consisted of Native Americans and pioneers. It was old, and most of the graves were unmarked. I didn't know much about ghost hunting and the rules, so I thought it would be interesting to see if I could capture a recording of their voices. I called out to the space and asked if anybody was there. My cousins tried asking questions as well. We asked if anything could try and make a sound, touch us, or move something. I ended the recording and I listened to it. Nothing was on it. Disheartened, we went back to the reunion and went to bed. The next day I went to my mom's house. Everything seemed completely normal until I went to bed. That night I tried to get my dog to come to bed with me, but I couldn't find her anywhere, which was weird because she came to bed with me every night. I was very tired, so I just went to my room and went to bed alone. In the middle of the night I jolted awake. There was an alarm clock next to my bed, and right exactly 3 o'clock. I sat up and heard a slight scratching sound. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. As that sound grew louder, the doorknob started to jiggle. It slowly turned all the way around, and the door creaked open. It opened all the way, and the door was like a black, smoky-looking creature, taller than the frame itself. He had glowing yellow eyes, and I could make out its mouth with sharp-looking teeth. I immediately freaked the hell out and backed away, threw my covers over my head, and as I did so, I saw it jolt in my direction. I could feel it jump onto my bed. It was almost slithering around, saying things in a tongue I didn't recognize. I was crying and pleading with the universe to save me. I didn't sleep. It stopped around 6 in the morning. I fell asleep after that and woke up around 11. Honestly, I couldn't figure out if the previous night was a dream or reality. But when I saw the door ajar, I knew it had actually happened. I had no idea what to do to protect myself. So the next night I made sure to find my dog, who was a border collie. I went to bed and she was at my feet, seemingly a little anxious. I woke up again, right at 3. I could see my dog staring into the corner and I pulled her a little closer to me. I felt her hair standing straight up on edge. She started growling, and I could see what she was growling at. In the corner of my room, I saw it again, standing and staring at me, not moving, but smiling awkwardly. My dog was trying to inch closer, growling intently. As she did, the creature vanished. Of course, I didn't sleep until I thought it was safe to do so. The next day I looked up what to do online. I read that you should buy incense to burn and say a blessing stating that nothing is allowed to enter the space or follow me. So I did exactly that. I bought the incense and went through my entire house and every entryway and said a blessing to prevent the creature from returning. That night I held my dog close, prayed that nothing would happen. Nothing did happen or come back since then. I'm always on edge about this ever since. What if one day that thing decides it wants me again? What if it gets enough power to come back? Saw a clown in the middle of the night while sleeping over at my grandparents' house. When I was about 4, I was sleeping at my grandparents' house. I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I saw a clown. It had stereotypical red hair and a white face. It was the Boston area. I got so scared and our eyes met, and the clown put his finger to his lip as if to say shh, backed out of the doorway. At this point, I ran as fast as I could to my grandparents' room. My grandparents would never let me sleep with them. But this time, my grandmother saw how scared I was, and I told her what happened. And like I said, she could see something was really having me extremely scared. I never knew if it was a dream or what. For many years, it irked me. And when the internet was widely available, I started looking up clowns in Boston in the 80s, trying to figure it out. Then I saw this article and almost shit myself. The clown scare of 1981 that terrified Boston. And it was with the COVID-19 pandemic that I haven't really been, taking any long road trips to visit strange places. I've been exploring closer to home, and luckily there are some weird places very close by. That's one of the nice things about New England. There are spooky stories all over the place. Recently I took a trip to the Lawrence School in Brookline, Massachusetts. It was built in the early 20th century. The Lawrence School is part of Brookline's public school system. It's a very stately-looking building, but in May of 1981, some students at the school reported seeing very unusual, creepy clowns. On Tuesday, May 5th, 1981, the Brookline police received a report that 2 men dressed as clowns had approached children on Longwood Avenue near the Lawrence School. The men were driving a van and tried to entice the children into the van by offering them candy, according to the Boston Globe. The vehicle was described as an older black van with ladders on the side, a broken front headlight, no hubcaps. Brookline police called the town school department, told administrators to be extra cautious. School Superintendent Robert I. Sperber instructed all 10 elementary schools to warn pupils. The Boston Globe, May 7th, 1981, page 21. Beware clown, pupils told. This is not an isolated incident, but was instead just one of several creepy clown sightings across the greater Boston and Spring area. Officials in Boston's school system were told the last week of April to warn elementary and middle school pupils about sinister clowns. The memo was sent on May 6th. It has been brought to the attention of the police department and the district office that adults dressed as clowns have been bothering children to and from school, the memo said. Please advise all students, it continued, that they must stay away from strangers, especially ones dressed as clowns. The Boston Globe, May 7th, 1981, page 21, Beware Clown Pupils. I was born in 1978. Couldn't have been more than 4 years old. It still spooks me to this day. What the fuck did I see? My soul was snatched out of my sleep. This happened in 2021 when I was 38 weeks pregnant. This might scare some, and some of you might not believe me, but I promise this story is real and happened to me. Reader's discretion is advised. You heard her. The night before January 1st, 2022, I, a 20-year-old female, had a bad phone call with my child's father, who had completely left me to go through my pregnancy alone. I was depressed and heartbroken. My whole pregnancy. I was living in a shelter since I had been 2 months pregnant then. This particular night I was 38 weeks pregnant. It was late night, I'd say maybe 10:30. Got off the phone with him and remember feeling like shit. He said some very hurtful things. It wasn't like that was something new, but I was still very shattered by it. My hormones were up in the roof, so my emotions ran high my whole pregnancy. I would always be deeply affected by the abuse I would endure from others. My child's father being the one who affected me the worst because I was in love with him and refused to see him for his true colors. It was the last day of December. I was due in January, and on the 27th specifically. So what hurt the most was that I was scared he would abandon me at the hospital by not showing up. I was also fighting myself for not knowing whether I even wanted him there, or if I was wrong for that. He's abusive. After the heartbreaking phone call, I called my mom and I just cried. I cried hard and strong. I still remember the pain of how I felt like it was yesterday. My mom soothed me enough to calm me down. I went to sleep in the sound of pouring rain in the bedroom of my shelter. Before I could fall into a deep sleep, I remember the diapers I had stacked up against my wall flying down like somebody had slapped them down angrily. The energy in the room just felt off, and that was the first sign that made me feel weird. I sat up and just stared down at my stuff scattered on the floor, thinking it's impossible for them to have just fallen. But for one, my windows were shut, so no draft, and two, the way I had it set up, it was just impossible. If you're a person who's careful about the way you store things, you would know what I mean. But needless to say, I managed to go back to sleep. And in fact, I went into a deep sleep. You know that good sleep you get after a hard cry? Yeah. Then I had a very vivid dream about my child's father at a house party. The dream wasn't necessarily scary, but it was eerie, to say the least. I don't remember the specifics, but something happened in that dream, or there was a moment of nothingness, and that's when it happened. All of a sudden, something very ugly and demonic snatched my soul out of my body. I remember it as clear as day. I was aware of everything as it was happening, but it felt like I was being held and couldn't move. I had a strong feeling that even if I tried to scream or do anything, I would have died in my sleep. And this you might not believe, but I heard a higher energy. Something speaking to me and saying, "Stay calm. Go back to sleep." And something along the lines of, "If I go back to sleep, I'll be okay." My memory's getting kind of foggy with specifics since it's been nearly 3 years, but I swear this happened, and it was the scariest thing of my life. who's there? When I was about 6 or so in the early 90s, I shared a room with my younger brother, who would have been 4 at this time. For a clearer picture, we had a detachable bunk bed. During this time, they were detached, and one bed was at one wall of the room and the other across it. There was a space about 5 feet in between. There was a window right by the foot of my bed that was covered by light curtains that dimmed the moonlight in, just enough to be able to see object silhouettes. One night, well into the night, while everybody had long gone to bed, I woke to hear my brother whimpering. I thought to myself, let's get up and see what's wrong with my brother. Just as my muscles were contracting as I made the move to get up, I looked ahead and I saw a figure sit up at the foot of my bed. As they were on my bed, I could see the silhouette of a man with short hair, and he whispered, "Who is this?" Laid there completely frozen in fear, breathing as silently and slowly as I could to not alert this figure of my presence. I remember being soaked in sweat and not blinking till the sun came up. For some reason I felt ashamed to tell my parents about this. By this time I was already obsessed with horror movies, so I thought they would blame this on the movies and prohibit me to watch them. I did eventually tell them, but my mom said I needed to pray. The next situation took place in the same room. My mom asked me as a teenager if I remember telling her about the man with no legs. She said that maybe a year before the other incident, I told her that I'd seen an old man with long white hair sitting on my bed. The man was missing his legs from the knee down. She said I told her that the man spoke to me, but I don't recall what he said. At this time, we had an uncle and his family living with us. His daughter was about 5 or 6 at the time, and they were using my old bedroom where the other incidents had taken place. My mom was a little spooked by what she told me next. She said that my aunt, my 5-year-old cousin's mom, told her that my cousin saw an old man with long hair and no legs sitting on the bed. She also mentioned that the man spoke to her, but I don't remember what they said or what the man said. It's freaked me out a bit. I hadn't spoken to my family about this for years, but I want to bring it back up to get more details. One last incident. When I was in my early teens, we still had the bunk bed. That was the one I mentioned in the first story. But this time it was put together, one on top of the other, and I slept on the top one. I went to my room and climbed up to my bed to lay down and chill one evening. I was probably laying for about 20 minutes, but I was fully alert as to it being early evening and the whole household was up in different areas of the house. During this time, I was hearing the sheets of the bottom bed move around. I was also hearing the old mattress springs squeaking. I just assumed my brother had decided to join me in my chilling activities by laying down. Eventually, my mom calls from the kitchen that dinner's ready. Jump out of the top bunk, and I was going to say something to my brother, probably challenging him to a race to the kitchen. When I noticed that his is empty, I was terrified. Who the hell had been tossing and turning in his bed while I was laying on the top one? I asked him non-threateningly or suspiciously if he'd been in the room. He said no. He sat on the couch watching TV. I'll never know what that was. I'm an atheist and I don't believe in supernatural entities, but it's really eerie, some of what's happened in that room. Especially the old man with no legs, and the coincidence between my cousin and I. I just chalk it up to a young and hyperactive imagination. That helps me not lose sleep. But what do you think? The old farmhouse. So yesterday I was on my way back home with truck parts that I'd picked up and did what I do a lot of times. Opened up my map on my iPhone, started checking the countryside roads for any cemeteries I wasn't aware of. I go to them and I walk through and record audio and video for my own record. I located one on a narrow side road. I went to the area, and when I got there, I discovered that it was private property. It would be a 10-minute walk through the field to get to it. And not wanting to upset the property owner or get in trouble for trespassing, went to a house that was next door by a long gravel lane. As I got closer to the house, it was obvious that it was no longer lived in. It was a huge 2-story farmhouse, and in its day, it was probably quite beautiful, I'm sure. I decided, though, to go ahead and knock on the door. I've seen people live in worse conditions and wanted to at least make an effort to knock on the door. Not gonna lie, though, this place was unkept and had a pretty creepy appearance, tattered curtains and all. A few windows had also been broken into. I opened the screen door and knocked on the door. It swung open, and that's when I knocked, and it exposed that the house appeared to have been quickly moved out some years ago, full of furniture, clothing laying on the floor. The kitchen was visible down the hall from the front door, and you could see the table was still there. I decided to step into the threshold of the doorway and started recording with my iPhone. I yelled out, "Hello?" several times, knowing that there was no one living there. Within about 45 seconds of stepping in, I was full-on hit with the front of my body with an air so cold that it was like stepping outside in the winter night. It was very cold air. Now, the outside temperature was about 60 degrees. It had been warm for several days. The house was not cold when I stepped in, but this cold air that hit me started to slowly move up my lower legs. Now, as this took place, my lower left leg just above the ankle began to feel as if I was being eaten up by fire ants. But there were no fire ants. I asked out loud, "If you're doing that to me, please stop, because it hurts." And after asking several times and explaining that I was not there to do anything to the house or property within it, the burning stopped. But that very cold air remained. I made my intentions very clear, never moved further into the house. I asked the usual questions, panned to my left and to my right, capturing each room off to my sides and the staircase that was directly in front of me. Just as I stated that I was going to leave and would be maybe coming back someday, I observed with the naked eye a misty apparition cross in front of me from left to right. It was also captured on my iPhone. I was by myself. I wasn't smoking. There's no fog or mist outside or somehow coming into the house. The house sits about 900 feet from the roadway, and the door doesn't face the road, so it was not a reflection from a car, and there's no other houses close by. The feeling that accompanied this dark and ominous and definitely didn't feel friendly or welcoming. I've been to many cemeteries and other places over the years, but never witnessed anything like this. I am somewhat skeptical when nobody's trying. Well, I always try to debunk it, anything that I can. And this one has me speechless. I'll definitely be locating the owner and attempting to get permission for an investigation. Fellow Redditor, triggered good and odd memories. Thanks. My grandma had a reoccurring dream throughout her life, beginning at the age of 4 or so. And apparently, she had the dream right up until she went into the last 2 weeks of her life. She's walking down a gravel road. There's nothing around her. Sometimes the sky would be a brilliant sunset. Sometimes just heavy shades of gray. Occasionally there'd be a massive dilapidated barn way in the distance. But usually it was just she walking this road. She recognized that she was the same age as in waking life, and every time she had it. But what unnerved her is that she was never in color. She would be sad that a coat she loved at 20 was only gray in the dreams. For example, I am the oldest grandkid, and I'm the only one of 7 of us who spent the night, and I lived with my grandparents and visited all the time. The first time I had the dream, I was 11. It was all monochrome. My grandma was only a couple steps ahead. I wanted to call out, but I knew I couldn't. I woke up in tears, and I was spending the night at my grandparents' house. I told my grandma the story. She was always a very private, suppressed woman who sadly was so insecure. She worried that, she just about worried for everybody. So she also dismissed my fears. It wasn't until my early 20s that we happened to have a quiet afternoon together. She shared how she'd had these dreams her entire life. I was a bit angry and annoyed. I asked her why she never believed me, and she said it scared her. My grandma passed in 2019, and I wasn't there for many reasons. Although we had a very tense, often strained relationship, now that I'm almost 50, I see how fiercely she loved me the best she could. My grandma was an absolutely amazing woman, but it breaks my heart she couldn't be more for herself. Neither of us could figure out these semi-connected dreams we were having, and most of the time one of us would have it the day or two before the other. We never shared this with anyone. She didn't want people to think that we were lying or weird. I've only had it once around her birthday in April after she passed. I was a big walker. In the few days in August before the dream, I was kind of inundated by monarch butterflies on my walk. Grandma always said that she was gone, I'd see a monarch, especially a yellow one. That would be hers. Say hello, oh my God, and say I love you. I've lived in the Adirondacks for a while. Adirondacks. Never had seen that many monarchs in August. The dreams are uncomfortable and scary, only because my grandma was filled with great fear. She was a devoted Roman Catholic, which went over great when I married a trans woman, let me tell you, and very scared of everything she didn't understand. I, on the other hand, began experiencing and sensing paranormal and otherworldly stuff since I was 6. For me, these kind of oddnesses was a way to feel a connection to my grandma. I desperately wanted her to love, for me. But in a way, the dream allowed me to validate her fears and to give her a safe space to regroup. Stuff she just wasn't able to do, but man, I'm so grateful I could give it to her. Yay. Crushing old karma and lightening the old Akashic records. Can you help me with this? I don't know what to think. So basically I have Tourette's, as does my dad. I have a specific tic that goes like, Jack what? Which is fine since I can't control it. My dad and mom left for work and my little brother just got picked up for his taxi for school. I just finished washing my hands when this happened. I ticked the Jack what? Tick, and my dad just stood on the stairs and said, Another Jack what day? And I almost screamed. I didn't because my dad's really good at sneaking up on me, but I would have heard the back door open. We don't use the front door because it's too much of a bother to unlock it. But the thing that weirded me out was that since my dad has Tourette's, he knows that I don't like people commenting on it and vice versa. So he never talks about it. He was really smiley and stuff, but my dad doesn't smile that much unless my mom or my siblings do something smile-worthy. It felt really weird, uneasy around him at that moment, so I told him I was going to go to the toilet. He sat there for about 2 minutes before opening the door again, and he was gone. Our stairs are really creaky, so you'd be able to hear him leave. I'm writing this in my room, and it happened about 10 minutes ago or some shit. I'll provide a screenshot of me asking my mom if her dad, they were at work. For a while after I saw the thing that was obviously not my dad, I stayed in my room for about half an hour and I was on a call with my friend. I didn't feel safe. After the time I spent in my room, I had to leave the house to get a haircut, and luckily enough, my dad's a hairdresser. I told him about my experience and asked him if he felt anything while it happened. He shrugged, and I decided to say something completely stupid to which he held absolutely no purpose. My dad has a horrible sense of humor, remember this. As in, not dad jokes, but as an example, I have possible Gilbert syndrome or symptoms of jaundice, so I'm a literal Simpson most of the time. So he points out yellow stuff and then points at me. So I said, It even had your hat and everything, which literally meant nothing. He replied with, Couldn't have been my hat, I was wearing it. Then he laughed. So the main reason I'm writing this is because something happened again. Right now as I'm writing this, I'm watching TV and I'm on my bed, and it's 7:33 a.m. My dad's asleep, so is my mom and my siblings. I know this because literally 2 minutes ago while writing this, I was making breakfast and checked on everyone. Before I toughed it out and went to make food because I was hungry AF, there was scratching at my bedroom door and knocking. It said something like "Wiki." My morning alarm is clearly jealous of the thing I have with my bed, and laughed. Didn't sound like my dad's laugh, but it sounded like an absolute crappy version of his voice, just like it did the last time. I didn't reply. I'm so glad I have a lock on the inside of my bedroom door, because if I didn't, I think it would have got in. Stayed silent for a while until now, and it's 7:45 and it knocked again. I'm really scared, so I'm just messaging my friends about it. Just something to lighten the mood. The conversation between me and my friend. Me: "Hi, you up?" Friend: "No, I'm asleep." Me: "Okay, well, you believe in ghosts, right?" Friend: "Are you hearing stuff again?" Which I find very funny since we snap each other and write the words and pictures and we both look tired AF. Help/advice would be much appreciated. Heart emoji. I like the idea of a hairdresser with Tourette's. Don't take it the wrong way, I just like that. See ya. Ask Reddit. This happened to me around 2006, 2007. It was the summertime. My family and I lived pretty remotely in the middle of nowhere near woods, trails, and cornfields. During school, my friend told me about how her family decided to adopt a new religion, whatever that meant. She explained her family went into a big city to speak to a religious zealot, or a medium who can see stuff that we can't. She told me this medium knew there was a trail that led behind her house, and knew there was a cornfield mixed in, and that was mixed in with the woods as well as behind her home. Nothing spooky about that, just seems pretty common knowledge given the area. Well, the medium also told her that there's a demon or extraterrestrial mytho creature, and it manifests itself behind their home in the woods around 3:14 a.m. in the morning. It tries to communicate through my friend, and thus why she has chronic hiccups. That's a first. Now, of course, when she told me all of this, I didn't buy into any of it and thought it would be a perfect opportunity to scare my other friends who were girls in my class. We were all friends, but I liked one of the girls, and that part's irrelevant to the story. But anyway. So I explained the story of two of my friends, and we were deciding to go out into the woods that night behind my other friend's house, in hopes to see this demon or whatever. The girls drove their cars over to my house because we could kind of walk to the trails from my house. It was 2:30 a.m. It took us about 15 minutes of walking to get to the location. The way the trail forms was pretty spooky, because the trees kind of hooked over us, forming a tunnel of leaves and limbs. It was extremely clear that night, and the sound of insects and wildlife was very prevalent. Prevalent. So it wasn't that creepy. Time goes on, and I'm sitting on the ground, and one of my friends is playing on her flip phone, and the girl I liked was talking to me. 3:14 rolls around. I start taunting whatever this thing is. I start throwing rocks into the cornfield and fast woods nearby. About 5 minutes pass. We decide to head back. No longer did it take for me to stand up and take 3 steps. Everything around us got dead silent. No crickets chirping, no movement. Out of the blue, about 6 feet in front of us to the right, a large branch snaps in two. We hear the most ominous growl I've ever heard in my life. I've lived here my whole life and hunted. I've never heard an animal sound like that. By the sound of the limb snap, we fully expected to see something step out of the brush and greet us. Nothing did. The girls jumped behind me, and we just stared at that spot for a solid minute, trying to comprehend what it was. We couldn't see a dang thing. It was pitch black and our little flip phones didn't have much of a flashlight like these new phones have. I took a few pebbles on the ground and chucked them in the direction of the noise. Nothing. I decided it wasn't worth the risk of the girl's safety. So I told them to run the other way and I'll lag behind, just in case it is a predator that likes to chase. It'll get to me first. As soon as they took off, absolutely nothing followed us. We managed to cut through the woods and onto a road that led by my house. We got back home around 4 a.m., and to this day I've absolutely no idea what it was. We went back a year later and nothing ever occurred again. I still hear the growl in my head, and it sends chills down my arm. Unusual experiences I had. 1. When I was at my father's house during the holidays last year, I still don't know what had happened. It may be quite childish of me to be afraid of it, but I'm still afraid of it. He and I slept in the same room, me in the bed and him on a mattress on the floor. I was always afraid of the dark, so we left the light on in the living room while we slept. In some ways, I'm still afraid of the dark. On that particular night, I decided to sleep with my face facing the wall, which isn't at all common for me. Behind me was the door to the room with the light streaming in through the door. It turns out that when I was about to fall asleep, a shadow passed across the light as if somebody had passed in front of the door. At the time, paranoid as I am, I was scared, but I imagined it was my father. However, when I looked to check, he was still lying on the couch sleeping like a stone. It turns out that nobody lives in that house anymore, nor do we have any real pets. I could never explain what I saw. It was an apartment and nothing was stolen. There was no intruder. There's no large insects in the region, plus all the windows were closed. It doesn't seem so paranormal writing here, but believe me, when it happened it was so much stranger and scarier than it seems. 2. This is a little weirder than the first one. This time it was at my mother's house. It was during a family gathering with my 2 uncles and my aunt. I was much younger. I was in the living room talking to them when I heard a sound of something falling coming from my mother's room. When I arrived, there was an eraser right in the middle of the bedroom floor. I picked it up and put it back in the box it belonged in. When he leaves, the same noise of something falling. When I came back, the same damn rubber. I did the same thing. Again. Same thing. 4th time I decided to walk along the coast. But I didn't see anything when I turned around. Then the rubber went back there. But this time I saw out of the corner of my eye that she was thrown, as if someone had thrown her into the room. For the last time I went and put the eraser away, but this time nothing happened. Initially I was just confused and a little irritated, annoying ghost messing up my things. But some time passed, a few minutes probably. I started to get scared and I didn't sleep that night, and I had a nightmare the next night. 3. The third is something very recurrent, but it could simply be my vision or my brain playing a trick on me. During the night, it's not uncommon for me to see something being lit up out of nowhere, but it is particularly difficult to discover. Imagine that it's as if a corner of the air out of nowhere lights up for a second, then goes out as if nothing had happened. No great lighting, but as if something a little stronger than an LED appeared in the air and disappeared shortly after. Nothing happens after that, and that's all. Sometimes this light's stronger, sometimes weaker. Sometimes it lasts longer, and sometimes it lasts less. But it's always the same thing, and always at night. And no, it's not the light in the room. It's always happened under my bed after I dropped noise protection earplugs under the bed. And again, it could just be my vision or hallucination. Night visitor. I don't really talk about this much. It's passed through my head a time or two, so here we go. This happened 40 years ago. I was 10 living with my mom. My brother had moved to California, so it was just Mom and yours truly. It was late one night on a weekend, probably Saturday night. Anyway, Mom had gone to bed, and I was in my room trying to get some sleep. Not much luck. My room was dark, but could still make out the objects in the room. Usually I keep my closet door closed. It's one of those sliding doors, but it was open this night. I'm laying down in bed, kind of looking toward the closet door, and that's when I see it. At first, I thought it was my hoodie, then it moved, floating out of the closet. I was terrified, not knowing what I was seeing. It was coming closer, and it felt hard to breathe, and being a kid, I pulled the blankets over my head, hoping whatever it was would just go away. I waited for what seemed like forever, and I finally got the courage to look out from under the sheets. Dude, that was a bad idea. It was floating to me. It looked like a black-cloaked figure. It wasn't very tall, but I couldn't see, and there's feet or hands. It didn't have a face either. It came closer. Scared out of my mind, I closed my eyes, praying for it to go away. Opening my eyes, I see it right there by my bed, looking at me, sort of with no face. I stopped just breathing out of fear. Then it bent toward me, to my face, looking at me. Next thing I know is I hear a squealing sound. And yeah, it was your narrator screaming you-know-what off. You are the writer. I'm the narrator. You were screaming. This figure backs up toward the closet and vanishes. I'm screaming bloody murder for my mom. She comes and checks on me. I frantically tell her what happened, and she didn't believe me. I mean, who would, right? I don't sleep that night. The next day I get up and have breakfast and go hang out and play with my friends, forgetting about the previous night's occurrence. It gets late, and street lights come on, so I haul ass home. I have dinner with my mom, and a few hours later we get ready for bed. I say goodnight and I go to my room. Then suddenly it all comes roaring back. The unknown floaty thing. It makes me uneasy. I try to push it out of my mind, figuring to maybe watch some TV before bed. So I watch till I get sleepy and give up and go to sleep. While I'm laying there, I notice that the closet is open. Oh, crap! I try on, blow it off, and not thinking anything about it, that's when it happens. The visitor returns, floating over to me just like before. I'm so scared, but it's then that I do something unexpected. Off the floor by my bed, I pull out a toy machine gun. You know, the kind of pull the trigger and ready, tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. I draw down on this entity and open fire. It pauses in the middle of the room, still looking at me, and backs up and disappears, kind of like a fade-out type of situation. Whatever it was, it didn't come back as far as I know. I still don't know what it was or what it, really looked like. I didn't really get to know. I just wanted to share my story with you. So, there it is. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. I believe my dead relatives visit me in my dreams for prophetic reasons. I firmly believe that my dead relatives visit me in my dreams. I've had 3 separate occasions where I've had a dead relative tell me something in a dream and later found out that it was in fact true. First was when my great-uncle died. I was very close with him growing up, and since him and my great-aunt couldn't have children, I had a dream the night after he died. He told me the next person to die would be my grandmother, and that I needed to prepare myself for it, although it wouldn't be for a few years. He explained that it would be a mental disease that everybody would misdiagnose for years. This was weird in and of itself, and there were many other relatives who were sickly. My grandma was healthy and strong. Sure enough, she was the next one to die. 5 years later, though. It was of Lewy body that was being misdiagnosed as Parkinson's. A few months later, my great-uncle came to me in a dream. I remember being in a completely other dream before he came to me. It was almost like a cut scene in a movie. I went from my previous dream directly to being in a white room with him yelling at me to wake up and call my mother. Ask her to check on his wife, my great-aunt. He was yelling really loudly, getting me that he needed me to wake up and I was the only person who would listen to their dreams. The crazy thing was that I was living in Hawaii at the time, and my family was in New York. I had no idea, but my mom was staying in a hotel down the road from my great-aunt that night. When I called her and found that out, I was completely taken aback. She rushed over to my great-aunt's place and found her passed out in the bathroom. She had fallen. This was the middle of winter in New York, and she had stayed in the cold bathroom for much longer. She probably wouldn't have survived. She lived for another 10 years and finally passed away at 100 years old from natural causes. Golf claps. Finally, my grandmother came to me when I was pregnant. I didn't find out if I was having a boy or a girl, but my grandmother told me it was a girl and showed me a photo album of her life. I'm so excited for who my daughter will become. It's amazing. I figured this was just a pregnancy dream and didn't think much about it, until I gave birth to the exact little girl I saw in my dream. I named her after my grandmother because of how powerful that dream was. In my dream, my grandmother made Jell-O, and I sat at her kitchen table and she told me about how my daughter will be so much like me that it'll shock me and everybody who knows me. Sure enough, my now 4-year-old is so much like me in personality, down to the picky palate I had at that age. My mother's surprised at the similarities. My husband is amazed that I can predict certain things my daughter will do or act like. The thing that sucks about all these is the only way to prove them is by my word. Anybody else have really weird prophetic dreams from people they love? Do you think that they're your guardian angels, or connection you have? I'd love to hear other people's dreams. Me too. That might be another channel at some point. Ask Reddit 6. I live in South Louisiana. There's a place near where I grew up called Chrétien, pronounced Cray-Shan. Cray-Shan Point Plantation. It is notoriously haunted. You can Google it. Allegedly used as a Civil War hospital, the front doors being used as stretchers, and rumors of there being something that went down there involving notorious pirate Jean Lafitte. Bunch of history. People have seen all kinds of crazy shit there. When we were about 16, me and my friends regularly used to spend Saturday nights drinking lots of beer, driving around the dirt roads surrounding this plantation, quote-unquote ghost hunting. Meaning getting wasted, listening to lots of rap music, chain smoking, and occasionally stopping, rolling the windows down to see if we could see anything weird. Well, one time we actually did, surprisingly. We stopped on a main road in front of the plantation. It's in the middle of nowhere. Nothing around but sugarcane fields, dirt roads, and the occasional trailer home. We get out of the truck and turn off all the lights, start looking around. One of my 2 friends says he thinks he sees something, starts kind of freaking out, tells us to come see. We look in his direction and he's pointing. He's pointing to the side of the main house. There's some little cabins, which I believe to be old slaves' quarters. I see something weird out in front of one of them. It looks like a woman down on her knees. We're immediately like, what the fuck is this woman doing kneeling down in her yard at midnight? I ran, got some binoculars out of the truck, and sure enough, it was a woman. She was very slowly stood up and began walking across the yard toward the house. Very slowly and gently. as if she didn't have a care in the world. The arms were just kind of dancing along by her sides. She just crept toward the house. It was then that I noticed that extremely faintly she seemed to be kind of glowing. It was extremely odd because it wasn't a full moon or anything, and nothing around her was glowing, only her. That was the whole time that she walked. She looked almost as if she was composed of dim moonlight, and then I realized I could make out the shape of the trees on the other side of her. She was very faintly translucent. I gave my friends the binoculars to see if I was just drunk or having a mental break or something. They immediately confirmed that I was not. We sat there, watched her for maybe 4 minutes, which felt like an eternity. The longer we watched, the more the reality of what we were seeing began to set in, and an intense, indescribable feeling started to overtake me. I thought I was the only one, but upon inspection, my friends were visibly shook. It wasn't fun anymore. Just as we really began to freak out in the distance, we heard gravel crumbling and saw headlights about an eighth mile down the road. The second we did without the light shining towards us or the girl, she simply dimmed out. It was like somebody turned off a light and she just faded away. We all fucking freaked, got out of there. I don't really believe in God or in an afterlife or anything like that, but that sure as fuck made and continues to make me question things. I have no idea what we saw, and I'm not sitting here telling you I think it was definitely a ghost. We were drunk and 16, and anything's possible, but it was by far the strangest thing I've ever seen. You can make of it what you will. Your guess is as good as mine. UFO in Berlin. One of the biggest mysteries I've ever experienced or encountered. So this is one of the most extraordinary things I've encountered, and I'm asking if anybody had anything similar, or if there's any idea what it could be. I'm up for the discussion. So last year, 2022, September, around the 25th, if I remember correctly. The date and time is around 7:30 p.m. I'm staying over at a friend's. We're the only ones in the house. I'm going out to the balcony for a cigarette. I look up without a thought, and right above me I see this white light in a circle. Imagine the full moon, but 5 times bigger and brighter. It's Berlin, so classic weather is always cloudy. I couldn't tell properly, but anyway, I double-checked if it was the moon itself. Moved a bit to my right where I remember it from yesterday. I arrived in Berlin the day before. I saw the moon in front of me and looked up again, the light still above me. But how? I moved and it moved with me. At this point I went full-on panic mode, no joke. Started running through the balcony left to right. It's kind of funny I even started to try to trick it from going left and quickly turning right. It would move the way I would and stop on top of my head. I was a tiny bit scared to think something unknown was following me in the air, but more so I was intrigued. I could tell it wasn't our atmosphere and somewhat nearby. Thought I'm going nuts, and I don't think I'd ever tell this if my friend didn't encounter this with me. We're on the top floor of the building. You can see most of the house from the balcony, because it's instead of walls, it's glass. At this point, it was time to call my friend. He was in the living room walking around, and I noticed the same thing was following him as well. With excitement and a bit of confusion, I asked him, "Come and check. Am I going crazy, or can you see this too?" Smiley face. While he's approaching the balcony, the white light is following him. Then imagine this scene. I'm looking at the light above me, and the moment he stepped on a balcony, he noticed the one above him. They're still in the clouds. And suddenly, in synchronicity, this white light started projecting blue beams on us. Our whole physical body from head to toe was shining an electric blue light. The only way I can describe it is if you imagine a huge projector coming from the clouds, but perfectly taking your human form. Slowly it started getting smaller, and I remember it took the form of a cube, and in a second, bam, It's gone. I even remember it made a sound I can only describe when the light goes out, but instead of hearing it from the outside, it felt like it was coming from my brain. I felt like it took something out of my head. It was sensational. I'll never forget it. I've never been so shook in my life. When it was over, we were still looking up at the sky for a few seconds and slowly turned our heads, and we literally couldn't speak for an hour or so. It's been a while now, so we've discussed it and made a conclusion that maybe we got scanned. I really need somebody to talk to. I've told this story a few times to get it off my chest, but I feel like I need a community that would take it seriously. Maybe find some answers. Sorry the post is so long. English is my second language and I'm pretty bad at writing. Thanks to those who made it through the story. You're welcome. And I'll appreciate any thoughts on this, or feel free to share any experiences similar to this one. I want some thoughts about something that happened the spring before last. This happened to me in the spring of 2022. I shared it around with friends and family, but I haven't been on Reddit in a while. Forgot about this community until now. Growing up, I always believed in the paranormal and the supernatural, but all of my experiences, except for a few, could just be chalked up to my imagination. In recent years, while I still do believe in ghosts, like I said, I didn't have experiences to myself. Starting to realize that a lot of the things I saw in my family's house when I was a kid was just simple stuff, like thinking dust in my eyes was ghost orbs. Stupid, I know. In this story, I'm going to be frank with you. This happened about 1.5 years ago. The details can change as I share this story again and again, so I want to be clear with what I know as a fact, and what I kind of remember happening. But it could also be a false memory that exaggerates the story. I want to be completely honest about the fact that I don't remember this all perfectly. Also, I don't care if you don't believe me. This was enough evidence to make me 100% believe in ghosts. And I don't care if people think I'm lying. But I am very interested if there is a way to debunk this or a different line of thinking that I didn't yet think about. Thank you. Back in the spring of 2022, I was alone in my college dorm. I was doing some homework. That's when I heard a noise, which caused me to look at the door and take my AirPod out. I both heard and saw, I might not have actually seen it though, the doorknob on my door rattling. I ran to it, peeked out the peephole into the hallway of the dorm where I didn't see anyone. At this point, I honestly just thought it was a friend of my roommate trying to be funny and not really, realizing that he was home at the time. Went back to my homework and the entire quick encounter, like not even 5 seconds long, left my thoughts. That evening, I drove an hour back to my parents' home for a family dinner. I had a great time. After dinner, we were all around the couch. I was chatting with my siblings. I happened to be situated in front of the front door, and the doorknob started to rattle. Something that I could both see and hear. Family was laughing, having fun. I started yelling as if somebody could hear it. And they could. After a few seconds, it stopped. I opened the door and looked outside. No one was there, which isn't surprising for a suburban street at like 8 at night. I went back to talking with my family. Usually when you yell, somebody can hear it. A little bit confused, but moving on. I still don't think I even remembered the earlier encounter until after a lot of family left. I got totally freaked out. Not only was there a ghost, but it had followed me from my college to my parents' house an hour drive away. That night I was staying with my parents there. I was properly terrified laying in my bed, and I will be completely honest and say the next part may have been of a dream. I was very tired, but I wanted to say it because in my memory it actually happened. I had a bedside lamp on, and it was moving to go turn it off to fall asleep. I turned it off, and I got like 6 inches away. I then did the child thing of getting fully under the covers and going to sleep. Abrupt ending. The Gentleman. I grew up in a haunted house in a town near Seattle. The houses of my suburb were surrounded by evergreens and large rhododendrons, which made each home seem private and secretive. Another day I'll make a post from my other experiences. Spooky stuff happened to me all the time, but never to any of my family members. I saw shadow people, astral projections, but never really anymore, sadly. I also had an imaginary friend who manifested to me as real as another person would. I'd also had a terrifying year where a demon tormented me. At times, my friend would see the phenomenon as well. I was a kindergartner, 5 or 6 in the States. I met my best friend Lenore. We became friends till the end. Thick as thieves, we were each other's rocks until the age of 16. Lenore suffered from severe depression and suicidal thoughts, despite being a straight-A student, artistically and musically talented, and pretty popular. Not to mention she was absolutely gorgeous. Her family was comfortable with multiple vacations per year, some of which I was invited to. It just really goes to show that mental illness can strike anyone from any background. She had witnessed some of the spooky bullshit that went down in my house, as she was there frequently. My mom was closer to her than my own. My home was a short walk from our high school and tucked away in a quiet cul-de-sac. Therefore, it was a frequent hangout spot for my friends, especially since my mom was mellow and welcoming. One day in June, I was walking to my house with Lenore. The weather was sunny, warm, and clear. Quiet, beautiful, unassuming. As we walked side by side down the long, straight street, Lenore suddenly stopped in her tracks. I looked over at her, and her face was blanched white. Her eyes wide open and her mouth open in a wide O shape. She was staring down the street. I followed her gaze to look at the crossroads at the end of the road about a half-block away. At the light pole stood a peculiar man. He was dressed in a black tuxedo, black top hat, cane, and a cape with a tall sort of demeanor. When my eyes found him, he flourished his cape, tipped his hat, bowed, and then disappeared in a flash. Lenore looked at me flabbergasted. We both agreed that we had seen the figure. The next 3 nights I dreamt of this gentleman. He appeared to me in the darkness next to a gondola, told me that he would take me to the other side if I just would pay the price. Each night I pleaded with him, saying I needed to live. He was never pushy. He never scared me. He was calm, quiet, and seemed calm and understanding. He just said he would offer his services if I ever needed them after telling him no. On the 4th day, Lenore ended her life. I never dreamt of the gentleman again. I wonder if he visited her the same way he visited me. Was his offer too much to handle for someone so deeply sad and scared? Has anybody else seen him? I'm severely damaged by my friend's death. Please reach out if you're hurting to the point of wanting to end it all. Life is hard and everyone's struggling. I second that. Creature on Back Road. A few years later, I was out hunting with a friend. We lost legal light, so we hiked back to the truck and hit the road in his parents' new Ford Ton, the ones with the sensors all over the vehicle. We had some music playing as we were just heading back toward town again, when the music started acting weird and cutting in and out with static. So me, being in the passenger seat, disconnected the Bluetooth and reconnected the phone. The music cleared up and we continued down the road. We got up to the kilometer board on the road that my previous encounter took place, and I mentioned, "Oh hey, that's where the whistle blocked that logged a couple years back." Half jokingly, because I couldn't make heads or tails of it. My friend replied, "Great, thanks for that." I had told him this story before. We continued slowly driving down the road because it gets pretty rough in a couple of spots, and the road has a few sharp turns and an S-bend. Well, we go about 1 kilometer further and the music starts screeching. It was doing what I can only describe as alien noises. Disconnect the Bluetooth again and my friend says, "Oh, Mom's got a cord in here." So he stops, gets the cord for me, I plug the phone in, play music again. Another kilometer down the road and the phone goes apeshit. I mean loud alien squealing and sound similar to that of a shitty dial-up internet noise from the 90s. We had started into the S-bend, and this was happening, and we shut the music off completely, as we're driving still, making the one half of the S-turn, and then we look up from the music deck and screen, and the headlight illuminates a green figure standing in the middle of the road. We swerve, take a ditch a bit, still going about 30 miles an hour. We get the truck back up the road, we continue coasting down the road as we're both in awe after just seeing a flash of this thing. I finally say after what seemed like 5 quiet minutes, "Man, did you just..." My friend cuts me off and says, "A fucking skeleton in the middle of the road?" I say, "Yeah, like a white rib cage? Deer skull for a face?" He finishes, "Turn around, what the fuck was that? Does somebody need our help?" Not thinking that we're in the middle of nowhere with no vehicles around or any of that. We passed by other hunters. It was early season and no one bow hunts here anyways. My friend said, "I'm not turning around, I feel sick, like I'm gonna throw up." He continued driving. We didn't see another vehicle until we hit pavement again. It was taller than the pickup, easily by a couple of feet. I'm 6'1" and my forehead's at the top of the window for reference. It has black surroundings, the white of the bones with long arms half stretched to its sides as if it was trying to, hit me. I watched this thing past the passenger window and stared up at it as we wailed by it. It was definitely three-dimensional. Tall, long arms, dead-looking, like light sucked into it without reflecting anything. Hard to explain. When we hit service again, my friend received a text from his mother saying, "What did you two idiots hit in my brand new truck?" I guess the new Ford's kinda near accident reports to the owner when the sensors pick up something. I'm an old school Chevy guy, so I don't know. The only thing I can find online that resembles what we both saw is a Wendigo without the antlers, or the headlights didn't illuminate them anyway. Two odd experiences that I've had. I was hoping some of you all could shine some light on some situations I have found myself in. I'm a skeptical believer of these things, a doubting Thomas type. Never heard of that one. However, as a kid, I did used to see shadow people all the time, and I've heard strange things. Like what sounded like a parent's voice calling me from downstairs even though my parent was sitting right next to me upstairs. Apologies for grammar. It's okay. I'm on a mobile and I'm typing really fast. Sorry if this sounds fake. I swear it happened and I'm seriously curious about this. Sorry if this is the wrong flair. When I was in college a few years back, I had a strange encounter in my dorm room. My roommate was in the room as well. It was late and I was sleeping soundly. That's when I randomly woke up. I don't know why, but I sat up and at the foot of my bed in the pitch dark was a man. He was completely shadowy with glowing red eyes just sitting and staring at me. I remember locking eyes with him for a split second and giving a weak scream. I hid underneath my blankets. You know, because that'll protect you from supernatural entities. I waited a few moments before peeking out from beneath the blankets. He was still there, staring. I don't remember what happened after that. I just fell back asleep with my head underneath the blankets. My roommate said that she didn't hear me scream. Maybe hiding under the blankets does help. I talked to some of my friends about it. They said I must have been dreaming. But I don't think so. I mean, I felt wide awake after locking my eyes with that entity. My heart was racing so fast. What was that thing? Was it a hat man? Has anybody else experienced this? And should I be concerned? A few years later, this is completely unrelated by the way, I was visiting an old cemetery in Richmond, Virginia. I came across a grave, and it was covered evil eye necklaces, had rose quartz crystals and the like. I was intrigued, went to take a closer look. There was a jar at the foot of the grave with a picture of a lady inside and a bunch of broken mirror shards. I don't remember if I heard the whispering before or after I noticed the jar, but I remember hearing whispering near my ear of, like, voices speaking rapidly. I was alone in this part of the cemetery, but my dumbass for some reason said, "Hello, anybody there?" And the whispering got closer for some reason. I don't ever touch things in cemeteries. I felt compelled to touch this jar though, and stranger still, despite how terrifying the situation was, I couldn't bring myself to feel afraid. My brain was screaming for me to run, but my heart and body were just perfectly calm. I had to force myself to run, and it felt like I was running in a dream. The grave had this magnetism to it, and the air felt pressurized. As I ran, my foot started hurting like I sprained it. Didn't stop hurting until I made it back to my car and drove home. You're writing even on your phone, fast. Still pretty good, man. Ask Reddit. Growing up, my family moved around quite a bit, due to divorces and stuff, renting, moving to permanent homes, etc. In my childhood home, my brother and I would regularly play in the basement. However, one room made both of us unexplainably uneasy. We didn't like to walk by it at the end of the hallway. We wouldn't use the bathroom by it. We'd never leave each other alone in the basement. It was a negative, heavy feeling, and neither of us could really describe it at a young age. This room was our guest bedroom. We'd never had guests stay the night, so it was always unoccupied. There's a bedroom set with an old wooden frame bed and a chest. It came from my dad's family, and he always kept it around despite my mom's protests, wanting to change the room to something more useful. Years later, talking to my dad about the dislike for this room and the negative presence I felt around it, he told me his stories within this house. He used to use the bathroom across the hall from the room, and he would leave the door cracked since no one was down there anyways. He would always see something going past the door, and like someone going past the door up and down the hallway. My brother, as a baby, would look over his shoulder while being held, staring at something, and sometimes giggling at an empty space in the room. My dad eventually yelled at it to get the fuck out. And after that, my brother never laughed or stared at empty spaces, and my dad only felt the presence in the room and in the basement hall. So obviously, at this point, I could conclude that this entity has a connection to my dad. So later in my early teens, my parents are divorced. My dad moves out, taking this furniture with him. We end up not in a good place and disliking each other, arguing, a bit of a rift between us. This presence was always felt to me around this bedroom set, and once we move, the negative, sort of heavy feeling is still in the guest bedroom with this furniture. As our arguing gets worse, I feel the presence all the time, catch glimpses of someone or something in the mirrors and the reflections of glass in my dreams. I always felt watched and looked over. I start getting sleep paralysis, and this entity that looks like a young adult woman with long dark hair starts in the corner of the room, and eventually is weighing down on my chest and suffocating me. I wake up gasping for air multiple times, and eventually a bruise on my chest. I catch it in the reflection of the TV the next day, feel like I can't breathe. I mentioned about this weird experience to my massage therapist. They're very spiritual. She shuddered when she touched my chest and described the entity exactly as I saw it in the reflection and in my sleep paralysis. It's been years now. My dad and I have mended. The presence remains in the guest bedroom, and always will until my dad gets rid of this attachment with this ghost, I think. He knows that he has a ghost attached to him, but lives peacefully with it, I guess. My witch friend gave me a protection ball and ways to seal off the guest bedroom, and since then has left me alone. She asked me to do a ritual asking what it wants with pen and paper out, but I'm even more scared to see the response. Why is it that some people are more prone to experiencing the supernatural than others? Greetings. I'm a 24-year-old female. Since I could possibly remember, I've been plagued with supernatural experiences, from seeing and hearing the deceased to physical nuances, like electronics turning on out of nowhere, loud bangs, things physically moving, and extreme outer body experiences. Out of body. My problem here is that I'm a Christian, so naturally I've been taught these things were all sinful, devilish things I must avoid. The thing with that, however, is that sort of indoctrinated a fear in me whenever I do come across supernatural events, which is just about every day. And like I said, I've been experiencing these things since I could remember. One of my earliest and toughest episodes was when I was about 3 to 4 years old. I had to be rushed to the ER as my parents thought I reached a psychological break. I began demonstrating demonic hallucinations. However, the entirety of the medical staff was at a loss of words and reasoning. The only one thing that would set me free was the prayers of my very Christian grandmother. Hence why I'm a Christian. I've tried to pray these things or abilities, tried to pray them away for nearly all my life, but they never really seemed to leave me. I even let my friends know, specifically the ones who claim to never have had such experiences. You know, the ones that I've been hanging around long enough to know. And they most certainly will. So my question is, why is it so many people don't have to live life with experiences like these and I do? What kind of so-called Christian does this make me? I had a so-called friend try to tell me, "The devil gives gifts to you." And I pleaded with her, it's not been like this since I can remember. It's always been like this, actually. And a little side note, I gained most of my cognitive ability at the age of 1 or 1.5. Edit. I've received a great question, and that being, in quotes, have you reached out to medical professionals, psychiatrists, therapists, etc.? And the answer is yes, 3 to 4 in recent years, not counting those from childhood. The tricky thing with this, however, is it's relatively easy to be diagnosed or, prospectively diagnosed with a psychotic condition, especially when things like this are brought up. I've heard different diagnoses from just about every one of these professionals, and I am in no way claiming that they're poor at their jobs. In fact, I've tried, all the antipsychotics and antidepressants, you name it. It had come to a point where I unintentionally established a dependency on them, going up on the dosage because they just weren't working, or the fact I began having adverse side effects. These are just my experiences. Also, I want to highlight the physical aspects in which others may have witnessed too, or that affected, by my vicinity. Ask Reddit. Alright, so I'm not much of a believer in the paranormal or the supernatural. I'm sure there's an explanation like an allergy to something, but I still find them fascinating. Here's mine. I was about 8 years old when we made our annual back to Philippines. My mother's siblings at the time lived in a village. I always forget the name. At the base of some small mountain in Nueva Ecija. I was hanging out with my uncle about 300 or 400 meters down from my aunt's house. That's where we were staying. Next to that house, he was building kind of a small banana plantation. Anyways, I was really busting to poop. My uncle was putting thatching for an awning at the time, and I didn't want to bother him. I really wouldn't have been able to hold it all the way back, so it seemed like a much further walk, and I was smaller. I snuck some toilet paper and dug a deep hole at the base of one of those banana trees. Buried the lot when I was done, and man, I was desperate. Within the hour, I was back to my aunt's place. I began to feel weak. Large pimply things started appearing all over my legs. They didn't hurt to pop, but when they did, it was like a mix that felt 10% oil and 90% water. They were all over my legs, and I couldn't walk. I didn't feel nauseous or anything, but it was extremely hard to walk. Wearing sandals helped somehow, so the support of my mom and my aunt, and they walked me to some older lady's place. Not sure if she was a doctor or just some equivalent of a wise woman. She handed me a glass of water, then cracked an egg open and dropped the contents into the water for hen told me to drink it about halfway. I drank it up to about halfway, and she put the glass on the table. We watched as the yolk began to take shape, very much like a small tree, like the yolk spread out. One large stem then sprouting out toward the top of the water. Now, chances are, if anybody did it right now, it might achieve the same effect. The banana trees look different to regular trees, but holy cow, really looked like a young tree. About as young as the banana trees. She asked me if I peed on a tree earlier or even hit one. Told her I did. Definitely didn't want to correct her, and I said I took a crap on one. So she told me to go back and sincerely apologize to the duende residing within. So a duende is a mythical creature in the Philippines. Some would describe it as a dwarf, an elf, or just a spirit that lives inside trees or termite mounds. They keep to themselves, but if you mess with them, whether it be deliberately or accidentally, they will curse you to some degree. They took me to that tree to apologize, and very quickly after, my weak legs were fine again, and the pimply things disappeared within the hour. I got a few more. Some separate little experiences for myself, little sister, and cousins in particular after my grandfather passed away. I gotta say, I've spent a lot of time hanging out around banana trees. And usually, there's tons of fire ants around them, and they cause those little things you were talking about if you're a little bit allergic to them. Not discounting what you said, but I've been attacked by banana trees and had the same thing happen too many times to pass this up. I don't know where to go with this. Context. Male 31. Ever since I can remember, I've been troubled by the same recurring experiences. I began to have these experiences at night in western New York, and that something was trying to get into my window. At the time I was young, and it was mostly attributed to an active imagination. I continued to have these feelings and experiences at night, which didn't stop until I went on a school trip to the Algonquin tribe. I made a dream catcher, which I hung in my room. I've basically had a dream catcher ever since. Problem. Whenever I sort of stay at a location for multiple nights in a row, I end up having a very similar experience as to the one in my childhood. I'll have a terrible nightmare and know that I should not go back to sleep. Here's the most recent example. Spending the week at a resort in the DR for the wife's 30th birthday. What's the DR? We're having the absolute best time. It's super relaxing and an amazing experience. This is now our last night. We go to sleep early so we can wake up and have one last long day in paradise before returning home. I go to sleep quickly as often as I really can, and in the middle of the night, wake up, go use the restroom. This isn't common for me, nor is it strange, though. After returning to bed, I fall asleep again rapidly. I have an extremely vivid dream where I'm walking in a semi-arid/temperate wooded area. I approach a cliff where I see a cave. Inside the cave, there is loss. It's more of a feeling than anything I see or experience. I investigate the cave further, learn of a creature living within the cave which takes the form of a human and lures its prey to this place. As I investigate further and try to understand, my mind becomes more conscious, begins to feel within the dream. It's at that point when the creature emerges and begins to approach me. I wake and remain awake the rest of the night. I don't know if this is the right place to be putting this or asking about this, but I'm very curious if anybody knows or has any ideas what it might be. I've heard a lot of the same: childhood trauma, anxiety, depression, etc. But I'm a very balanced individual without any other signs or symptoms of mental health conditions. I've read a little bit about what I'm experiencing, and no one seems to put an exact name to it. There are Native American stories of W***********, which sound like a prime suspect to me. These powerful spirits seem to inhabit a location. They don't follow a person their entire life. There's also the S*******, W******, which is less likely regional, but it's a similar concept. Beyond that thought, really crossed my mind, just a general evil spirit or ghost. Okay, guys, fill in the asterisks for me. The intercom in my room talks to me, but is disconnected. So I'm a college student, an 18-year-old female, and all the residential areas on campus have a different name: Highland, Park, Historic, and North. I chose to live in the Historic District because it was the one with the most greenery. It was close to all of my classes, and my brother stayed in the same dorm when he went to my uni. I lived on floor 3 of 3 at my dorm, and I noticed something really odd shortly after moving in. There's an intercom right on the wall at the foot of my bed. I inquired about it at the front desk, asking if it was hooked to the desk or campus security, anything like that. The desk assistant had no clue what I was talking about and directed me to the most popular RA in the building. I asked him about the intercom, and he told me the story as follows. Back in the day, the rooms had intercoms that went to the basement. Not sure why the basement, but the basements of the historic dorms are closed after somebody unalived themselves in the back in the day. There's also rumors that they connected to a bomb shelter at the campus, but I don't know. I was aware of the bomb shelters. We have staircases that lead down at random spots all over campus. One just outside and to the right of my dorm. You can even hear the pressure release from them about every half hour or so. But this intercom thing spooked me, so I chose to ignore it. My roommate and I had pretty opposite schedules, so we were rarely in the room together. Weird stuff would happen to us, though. I'd be working at my desk and I'd hear a woman go, "Hello?" Who I'd assume was my roommate or friend from down the hall. But I'd turn around and nobody was there. My closet's about 2 feet from the intercom, and sometimes I'd hear the doorknob turn. It's all good stuff in this dorm, everything creaks. My roommate would text me asking if I forgot my keys and was knocking on the door, which obviously I wasn't. There was even a time where we were both in the room and a huge bang hit the door, right next to the intercom. We freaked out and looked through the peephole, but saw no one. We slowly opened the door to look down the hall, and because we're in the center and there isn't anywhere to run, but no one would be there. My roommate broke her leg a month into the school year and had to drop out, leaving me on my own. These weird occurrences would happen, so I spent a lot of time in my friend's room, only ever sleeping in mine. Eventually, we migrated to hanging out in my room, but my friends would always comment about how bad the energy was. It seemed to subside after a bit, but there are still some days I walk in and it's absolutely draining in there. There have been instances where my boyfriend and I are about to fall asleep and he'll say, "What do you mean?" And I'll ask confused what he's talking about and he'll go, "Didn't you just say?" Some weird clicking, almost like a telegraph, started coming from the intercom around October. I asked the RA about it and he assured me the intercom was disconnected. Started making more friends, meaning I wasn't in more rooms in my building, and the more I spent time elsewhere, the more I realized my room is the only room with an intercom. I have a picture of it and I'll try to attach it in the comments or something. But even as I write this, I have an uneasy feeling like I shouldn't be saying this. Pre-life memory or very early childhood dream. I am male, mid-30s, know this means close to nothing to anybody but myself. But I am non-religious and generally considering myself pretty skeptical of paranormal things. I believe a lot in science, but well, I sort of have to post this somewhere. I do it anonymously, because it's a secret that I have brought with me for more than 30 years. And maybe it's just a child's dream. I honestly don't know, but I guess I'm looking for information about whether others have experienced something similar. I've always carried with me a memory that dates back further than I can remember. For reference, I'd say I have a reasonably good memory from my earliest childhood. I have a few memories from age 2, 2.5, and many more around 3 or 4. I'm aware that the human memory is not an objective, static thing, and that memories change a bit over time. But some of the memories of trivial things I have from that time have later been objectively confirmed because they were videoed. On a format that we didn't have a player for, so I didn't see it until I was 16 or 17. So I know for a fact that some memories I have of my childhood will be true and reasonably precise. I've always had this memory of me in a situation. I was a kid and I always thought it was something that happened before I was born. Later I would have rationalized that it was just an early childhood dream. But I don't really truly believe this. I am almost entirely certain that the experience predates any of the memories that I've mentioned above, which would put it into an age group vastly too young to have such a complex dream and form a memory around it. The experience I remember is being in a desolate, grayish, rocky area. Not unlike a desert, very arid. There's like an empty space in the middle, not developed, but with tiles. It's just rocky and sandy. But it's cleared. It feels like it's night or late evening because the sky is dark and there's no warm colors. Everything is gray, almost no colors reflected, but the area is well illuminated. Like that of a dark sand desert under a bright full moon. My clear feeling is that this area is not within the realm of the living. I am possibly hiding behind a rock, and then, for a reason I don't remember, I come forward. An entity, a person or whatever it is, I vaguely remember it as a hooded, skeletal-like person, but I feel like the visual impression might have changed in my memory over time. It sits in a stone's throne of sorts, and I am then asked what I would like to be named, and I answer, and the answer I give is the name I was given. After this, the memory ends, and I have a feeling of remembering darkness afterwards, but I'm not sure about that part. I guess I just want to hear if anybody's had anything similar, and if anybody knows if this has happened to anybody else. Or if I should just consider it a complex early childhood dream that I later convinced myself might be something more. I'd be very interested in all opinions or input. Did I meet an actual lady in white? Or was I just too tired and lost track of time? Several years back in my early 20s, I worked a late-night job that I left nightly between 1 and 3 a.m. The events of the night started just after 2 a.m. to begin my journey home. Generally, getting home involved a 5-minute drive to the highway on ramp, a 25-minute drive on the highway, and then another 6 to 8-minute service road trip to my apartment. That night was cold, maybe 34-35 Fahrenheit. So instead of speeding up to merge, I slowed down and pulled up beside the person. It was a dark-haired woman in a lightweight jacket and a long, pale dress. Since she had been walking with traffic and there were no cars on the ramp, I asked if she needed a lift to a car. She indicated not and stated that she was walking home. I asked if she wanted a lift since she looked cold. She accepted. Once she was in the car, I asked where she lived, and she told me. Since at the time I worked a dispatch job and knew the city well, I let her know that I would only need help once we got her to a street. There was some light small talk, but I don't really remember it. What I vividly remember almost 2 decades later is the house that she had me stop at. The entire street was older houses, the newest probably built pre-1940s. The house she had me stop at was one of the oldest looking on the block. Additionally, while several houses had 1 or 2 boarded up windows, this one didn't have any unboarded up windows. Additionally, there were boards blocking the front door. Couldn't tell if there was graffiti on the house or boards since it was too dark. There's also no visible lights on outside, nor coming from the inside of the house. I asked the passenger if this was the correct place since it looked abandoned. She said yeah. I told her I would wait to make sure she got in, and she nodded. She said she would be entering through the back and got out of the car. This is where I either lost track of time and just failed to track her movements, or where she proved she was not human. After the door closed, I looked down briefly to press the automatic door lock while my eyes readjusted after experiencing the light from the door opening. When I looked back toward the house, she was nowhere to be seen. It's possible I lost track of how long I looked down, but to me it felt like it couldn't have been more than 30 seconds. While staying in the car, I looked around at it. All the other nearby houses, I was using all my mirrors, and even checked my back seat. It was like she had vanished into thin air. The house was far enough back from the street that unless she was a talented sprinter, she wouldn't have gotten to the side gate, opened it, and vanished from sight in a few seconds. I felt very unbalanced. Drove home. The next day I told a coworker I'd like to gossip about the encounter. They told me I was very lucky. They were native to the city, unlike myself who had only lived here for about 2 years. Said urban legends and rumors about encountering that ghostly lady. Mostly involved the person having a terrible car accident shortly after she got in the car and not remembering how they wound up in the hospital with severe trauma. Ask Reddit. When I was 3 years old, my parents heard me speaking in German. I'm Hungarian and didn't know any language beside that. Later, they translated what I'd said. Turned out I wanted to hear a bedside story or a fairy tale. 2. One time, when I was like 12, I got out of bed at night, still sleeping with closed eyes, but still was able to see everything. I remember that I had a purpose. I wanted to go somewhere and started to unlock the front door. My mother asked me what I was doing. I felt something left my body and opened my eyes. I didn't remember why I wanted to leave. When I was 15, I had quite a creepy year. First, at nights I thought my cat was walking on my desk because things were moving on it. I put the lights on, just shouting at her to get down immediately. She would just keep sleeping in my bed and wasn't even in the room. I also had a lamp that put itself on whenever it liked to. One time I was watching Evil Within 2, and that's when it happened. I guess I almost shit myself and had a cardiac arrest at the same time. Don't do that. 4. I was in a little village in the mountains, and I frequent that place a lot since I was 7. One day I was there with my then best friend. We were sleeping. I had a dream and I was on my grandfather's funeral. My mother was crying and kept opening the casket, and the whole room smelled like rotten fish. Flesh. Then I was in the room where in reality I was sleeping, and there were a lot of souls observing me, just watching with curiosity and a bit of judge. The same day there was a funeral 100 meters away from our house. Never before had I had a dream about funerals or spirits. Neither saw a funeral taking place in this tiny village. The last ones are very recent. My grandma died when I was 11, very unexpectedly. My grandfather followed her 3 years later. I always told them not to visit me because I couldn't handle it. A few months ago I was home alone, sleeping in the morning. I was dreaming. I saw them rotting first, but then they turned like normal. I realized that I was in a dream, and I know that I can lucid dream. I realized that I couldn't control them, so I figured they must be real. They are visiting me. Started hugging them and crying until I woke up. I was still crying and went to the living room to do some yoga. Don't ask why. Guess I wanted to calm down a bit. After finishing it, I sat up from laying down, and there was a photo of my granny and me in a really unusual place. I immediately called my mom to ask if she put it there. She told me she put it in the drawer. I since have this photo in my room. Then, like 2 to 3 weeks later, I had another dream where I was grocery shopping with my mom and my grandma. But she was her younger self. I told my mother that she can't be her, and then somehow we figured she is her. And again, we hugged and cried. Irish skeptic visits USA. Now I believe in ghosts. I'm a 37-year-old male from Ireland. My wife is 35 from Texas. I have an interest in horror movies and scary stories. But I've always been a skeptic in reality. My wife had told me about experiencing paranormal encounters in her family home, which I shrugged off as I've slept in buildings and castles 1,000 years old and experienced nothing. So how could she experience such things in a 50-year-old home in America? Excuse my arrogant Europeanisms, but I was wrong. I assumed she was just overly superstitious, as she's kind of Hispanic, which, like the Irish, had a rich cultural history of everything considered paranormal. Ghosts, witches, demons, etc. On the night in question, I'm in San Antonio, Texas, visiting my wife's family. I'm awake lying on her bed, staring through a doorway that leads to the living room area that belongs to my wife. Her bedroom is like a mini apartment. A bug just flew into my mouth. Protein. It's dark, and around 4 a.m. when I see a jet black cloud float along the floor in the living room. When I say black, I mean absolutely black, almost like a bad Photoshop in a photograph. So here I am looking at this cloud as it suddenly starts to stretch from its right side into a triangle shape. That was until it couldn't stretch anymore and snapped back into itself and evaporates, leaving a head staring at me from the floor. The head is also jet black and is only visible from the neck up onto the floor. I couldn't see its face, but I'll always remember seeing the window light shining through its long curly hair. I'm in disbelief. Wake my wife as I'm still making eye contact with this head on the floor. I must have seen it for 15 seconds straight. That was before my wife looks up and I turn on the flashlight on my phone on the head's direction and it just disappeared. After the event, my wife told me that she used to sleep with a blanket wall just sort of stacked on the bed covering the view of the doorway that I was looking through. She said she used to do it because she was afraid that she'd see something. She's experienced noises, heard the voices of people talking, yet never seen anything. But when we told her family, her mother and aunties said that they've seen super fast glimpses of a black head looking around the doorway of the kitchen and the dining room. I wasn't aware of this beforehand, so my description of the black head really dropped some jaws at the dinner table. Amazingly, I wasn't frightened. I was just absolutely shocked and almost thrilled that I now fully believe in ghosts. And not only ghosts, but the afterlife. I still don't believe in organized religion, but at least now I believe in something. I can't find information online regarding black shape-shifting cloud entities. Really? The cloud itself was blacker than black, with sharp rotating edges, almost like it contained a cyclone or a black hole, but it was so dark that you couldn't see any definition inside of it. My cousin's house in Hubli, India was a haunted house. Hubli is a town in southern India. My cousin lived in a huge mansion when I was 14. Had all these exotic dark spiraling staircases. The wood floor was creaky, and as kids we even dreaded the thought of going to the second or third floor attic alone. We would run really fast up the stairs and come back at the same speed, like if you left your homework there while you were an adult. But the most frightening was the story of a maidservant who had died in that house, and her ghost was believed to visit at night from time to time. We'd only heard these stories, but never seen one. Apparently, it was a routine event like an encounter once a year sort of a thing. Strangely, I had a bed on the ground floor in a room on the other side of the house, far away from my cousin's family. The window of that room would always be open, and shadows of outside lights and swaying tree branches would always fill the room in strange patterns. Somehow with the lights off, when I would sleep I would watch these moving shadows to confirm that these were just the leaves swaying, and feel reassured and soon fall asleep. In some ways even disappointed that I hadn't seen anything else more frightful. However, one night after sleeping I woke up and heard the clock ticking, and it was 1 a.m. approximately. As usual, the wind was blowing softly and the tree shadows were moving. I was about to close my eyes when in the corner of my right eye I felt or I heard some swishing around in the outside bushes. I opened my eyes wide and I was afraid to look out of the window. But I looked at the ceiling. I saw a strange shadow shape. It was sort of waving hands. I could even see the fingers and the hand moving and fist closing at times. I was certain this was not a tree. I was super scared and closed my eyes real tight, but I continued to hear sounds in the bushes. I thought to myself this could be a thief, typically men in that town. And then the crazy thing occurred. I heard a loud scream of a woman. My first instinct was to jump up out of bed and run to my cousin's bedroom. By this time he had woken up hearing the same scream, presumably. The family headed to the front door as we heard knocking and footsteps. We had still not ruled out a thief, but what was the female screaming sound? When we rushed out the door, we found no one there, and it was semi-dark and it was a dim-lit porch light. We strained our eyes while my cousin just went back to get a flashlight. The rest of us saw something we will never forget. There was a lady-like figure hanging off the branch of a tree on the right side of the front yard, and she was wailing. The next moment, she literally flew off and landed on the tree next to my bedroom window, which often sways. The grown-ups ran to the first tree while my legs were frozen on the porch. The cousin came back with a light, and by this time, the lady had vanished. We found nothing and no trace and no footsteps. But he said this was the ghost of the maid. I never slept in that bedroom again. I think my apartment is haunted 2 to 3 years into living in it. I always teased my SO that a crackhead lived in the attic. We don't live in the best neighborhood, so it was just a running joke that the previous tenant never moved out. I was also genuinely nervous that our attic had no partition. No partition. I believe they mean partition to the apartment next door. So one day he peeked inside. We went from occasionally hearing odd noises in the attic that we couldn't really explain to hearing them in our apartment. Shortly after he went into the attic, I started an anxiety pill that made me hallucinate. Whew. I chalked all the odd things, after the attic to the pills and continued to move forward without the pills. But the noises never stopped, and my husband has heard them too. I, however, have seen things while on the pills, have heard things ever since. Once I was upstairs and putting away laundry. My sister was in town, and I just thought, keep an ear in the door. She'll be home soon. We'll need to let her in. Just then, the door knocked right on cue, but no one was there. Our apartment situated in a position that the knocker would have to run away without me seeing them. I'm talking Forrest Gump meets Usain Bolt runaway. That's fast. Yes, Gecko, that is fast. It wasn't a small knock either. Recently, I came home from a bad day of work. I'm in the bathroom downstairs sobbing, trying not to wake anybody asleep upstairs. I hear my daughter call out, "Mommy!" And from where she stood on the stairs, I assumed that I woke her up. Called her name a few times, she never answered. So I gathered myself and went upstairs to check on her. I assumed that she hadn't seen me in the bathroom and had just gone back up, but when I opened her door, she was open-mouthed snoring. I had already been curious about her calling out to me. She doesn't call me Mommy, and the voice was too high upon reflection. That was about a week ago, but it got me thinking about another off incident months before. I'd been asleep and was awoken by my child wanting to get in bed. This isn't super unusual, so I opened the blankets and motioned, I believe they think. So I opened the blankets and motioned for her to get in. When I woke up that morning, she wasn't at my bed. She had gone back to hers. Now this was super unusual. It takes an act of God to get this child to lay down. I dismissed it because I'd been drinking the night before. I just assumed that I'd fallen back asleep and she or my husband moved her. After hearing something call for me, I'm now scared the crackhead baby ghost slept with me. I know that sounds crazy, but I jest to myself, not so terrified, and for some less crazy news. My husband and I had one shared, definite audible experience that we can't explain, and the attic was partitioned off and empty. Can anybody give me any insight or tips on why this would start up after years of living here, and why it centers around me, or how to make it stop? I know how to make this stop. See ya. Sleep paralysis story. 23-year-old male. Hey everybody. Today I decided to share my story and experience with sleep paralysis I had some years ago. 2017 or 18, not sure exactly. So basically it had started way before this, when I was around 8 or 9. The first time I had sleep paralysis, it was an apartment I was living in where I had fallen asleep during the day after school to rest. It was a bunk bed because I could see weird stories about these, and anyways, I suddenly opened my eyes and in front of me, I see clearly a woman dressed as a nurse holding a goddamn syringe. She was looking straight in the eyes, and she sprayed the syringe around a bit, and then I woke up. I was terrified to death, but yeah. Anyways, while after that I kept having random scary dreams, but not any paralysis. However, back in 2017 or 18, not sure of the year exactly, I started experiencing sleep paralysis again. It started with somebody breathing close to my face and then somebody hovering above me during the night. Then I kept seeing small kids entering my apartment and all the weirdest shit you can imagine. And let me emphasize that this kind of been going on for 20 days to a month. Basically, whenever I'm going to fall asleep, I knew I'd have sleep paralysis. I was kind of prepared for it. One night I remember I had it, and then I woke up and I was so tired that I fell asleep and then had it again, twice in a goddamn night. Anyways, I was looking around trying to find a way to get rid of it. It was tiring and exhausting me, and then I came upon a video of this Islamic preacher. I'm a Muslim, by the way, however, all the prayers to that point before sleeping somehow didn't help me. And this guy simply said this: whenever you experience, tripped over myself, whenever you experience sleep paralysis, usually it wakes you up around 2 or 3 o'clock, simply wake up, clean yourself, we call it wudu, and wait for the morning prayer and just pray. Background story why the prayer: we Muslims believe jinns attack us at night and cause sleep paralysis. They do not like prayer and whatever's related to it. So basically, the day I heard this, I went to sleep, and of course, once again as expected, the lovely jinn woke me up. Got up, did wudu, and waited for like an hour or 2 for the morning prayer. Funny thing was, I went into the bathroom and a damn shower head fell down by itself without me touching it, and it broke. Believe me or not, I know it sounds damn weird. Anyways, I prayed and fell asleep. It's been a couple of years now. No sleep paralysis until now. Had some weird dreams, but they're nothing compared to sleep paralysis. Those who experience or experienced sleep paralysis know. I wanted to share this because I've only told my family members about this, and I'm not sure really if all of them believe me. But hey, let this be here. Maybe some of you have sleep paralysis stories as well. Does anyone know what could be happening in my house? I lived in a very old house for about 6 years, and in these 6 years, I've seen many things lurking around. For context, I live in a city where we're surrounded by neighbors, but my house was built around 100 years ago, long before there was a city around it. It was originally surrounded by farmland. There's been a lot of questions surrounding exactly when the house was built. The elderly woman that we had bought it from, she said it was built in 1908 exactly, 100 years before it was born. But we recently had it appraised, and we were told it was likely built in 1926. This was backed up when we found newspapers from the mid-1920s lining the 100-year-old windows while putting in new windows. Moving on to the paranormal part. Ever since we first moved in, I was 8, I'd been seeing things around the house. From people out of the corner of my eye to my name being called while home alone, to full face-to-face meetings with people who we never met. I had too many experiences to count, and I was always a child with an active imagination, but as I got older I began to realize it might not have been my imagination. I'm only going to be brief, 2 events, but if anybody wants to hear more from me, I'll go into more detail. 1. One night I was 9 or 10, standing in my upstairs bathroom with the door open to the hallway braiding my hair. I saw 2 gray figures walk past the open door into my parents' office, which is right next to the bathroom. Both my parents have light gray hoodies, so I assumed it was them wanting to say something. I now forget what, but something stopped me. And it appears something stopped me. The 2 figures disappeared, and I realized I never heard the door open. I then heard my parents talking in the kitchen, and I realized they were both downstairs. I immediately ran downstairs but didn't tell them what had happened. These 2 figures showed up multiple times, but none of them were as dramatic as the first time. When I was 11 or 12, every night at sunset I'd be laying in my bed doing whatever, reading, playing games, but I would see an old lady standing at the edge of my bed just watching me. I was never threatened or scared by her, but she was just there. This went on for a few months and I thought nothing of it, which was weird because I'm usually easily freaked out by very small things. I told my mom about it, and she told me about how her grandmother would visit her after she passed. She thought it might have been her looking after her great-granddaughter. Thought it was sweet and went on with my life. This soon stopped and everything went back to normal. About a year later, my mom found an old photo of one of the previous owners and showed me. It was the same woman I'd been seeing nearly daily for years before. If anybody wants to hear more about the experiences of the house, I'll gladly tell you. It's weird and an old house, hidden rooms, sound sightings, sleep paralysis, and strange perfumes are all things that have happened, and I'll gladly tell you about it if you like. The rock ladies of my childhood. As of now, I'm a 17-year-old male, and I've been seeking answers for a lot of unexplainable things. But one sticks out to me in particular from the first few years of my life. I know this Reddit is superb for consulting others to find answers on these sorts of subjects. I don't remember much in my early years, which is fairly normal, but I have vivid memories of being watched and scared by who I called the rock ladies. I'll provide a detailed description, but the fact that I remember them so clearly still freaks me out. I know they weren't all in my little child noggin, because I could see and feel them. One of them was, assuming the best I can, about 6'7". The other was about 5'6". They had little to no body fat whatsoever. They were both white with flesh and bones resembling that of a flying squirrel on their arms. The flesh connecting from their arms to their chest was almost ripped and tattered. They would try to talk with me, but I never understood. By that age, I spoke sentences well on my own, so I knew that what they were speaking was not English. I can't describe what it sounded like, and nor do I wish to remember. The most prominent things, though, were the plethora of rocks lodged into their skin. They had little to no hair and eyes that bulged out, plus the smile of a chain smoker. Chain smokers have particular smiles. Anyway, but the rocks were the freakiest part. They varied in size, and the women were absolutely covered in them. Never did I see them with any clothes on either. In my childhood home, my room was a corridor across from my parents', and I can vividly recall trying to get through the corridor at night to sleep with them because the rock ladies were freaking me out. They'd scare me deliberately, and when I would sleep on my parents' floor, they would stand over me and just watch. They went away around sunrise every morning. They stopped appearing to me when I was around 4.5. Haven't seen them again, but it haunts me like crazy. I'm a total magnet for weird shit to go down. I've seen and experienced things I wish I could experience, but all I wish I've been able to let go of. Even if they were objectively far, far, far scarier than the ladies. I have no ideas nor answers. They only touched me a few times, but the feeling I could describe was feeling like where they touched and feel like ragged wood was being probed against me. They also had far more joints than the average person and could extend parts of their hands and necks. That's all of the information about them that I can recall. Keep in mind, I had an entirely healthy childhood up until that point and had never seen or heard anything of the sort. If there were any ideas, I would be over the moon to hear them out. This has been haunting me for over a decade, and I'm positive it'll continue until I get some answers. Ask Reddit. I was sitting on my bed crying after a fight with my ex-boyfriend. I was staring out the window. My window was floor level at the front of the house, faced the street. I noticed this random man walking, maybe speed walking. He was down the middle of the road. My blinds were open at that moment, so you could clearly see me there looking out. The man who was speed walking suddenly halted to an abrupt stop. Directly across from my window, he slowly turned his head and we locked eyes. He has this crazed, cold, murderous look in his beady dark eyes that absolutely chilled me to the core. I suddenly forgot about why I was crying. became very aware of the fact that I was sitting there in my underwear and bra. I was so startled and unsettled by this eye contact, felt somehow violated. I quickly shut the blinds, tried to shake it off. I told my ex how weird it was, and he agreed. But it gets creepier. My ex leaves the house to see some friends. I decide to take a nap. Eventually, ex comes back, and we're now both resting in bed with my golden doodle. Now, my golden doodle is one of the most docile, angelic, sweet, calm animals I've ever met. Hardly ever barked and was sweet and shy until she got to know you. Except tonight. It's about 2 a.m., my ex is dozing off, and I'm just petting my pup. That's when suddenly I hear a very low guttural growl emit from deep in his throat. I'm immediately thrown off, and I'm confused. He's facing the window. The hairs on the back of his neck are standing up. He won't stop growling. He's staring into the pitch black window. I ask him what's wrong. I focus my eyes. I didn't catch it at first, but then I see it. A dark figure crossing across the lawn. It's inching its way up toward my window. My heart starts racing as I'm not sure what I'm looking at. That's until I realize it was the man from the street stair down earlier. Now he's extending a hand out to my window, about to pry it open, with some kind of blunt object in his other hand, and my dog's going berserk. I scream at the top of my lungs, and my ex springs into action, starts banging in the window at the guy, screaming to get the fuck out of here. Creepy intruder gives me dirty grimace, runs the fuck away. My theory is that he thought I was alone, probably still in my underwear, that he planned on breaking in and raping or killing me. I also think he could have been on some kind of drug like speed or PCP, judging on the way he was walking manically. It was an area known for not the best kind of folk. I live next to a skinwalker. Me and my family have been seeing some stuff over the years, and to me it's terrifying. I've only experienced it 2 times. The first time was when I was 7, and this is the worst paranormal thing I've witnessed looking back. But I went into the kitchen, looked out the back door, and something was lying down like a dog and was looking at me like eye contact. One eye was yellow and the other was green. I tell everyone in the living room something's outside, and when they check, it's literally gone. The second time I'd seen it, it was when I was going off to get firewood for the stove. And as soon as I open the door, something right there moves extremely fast. Other members of the family have experienced this too, really, but like my sister who has taken the dog out to use the bathroom, there's an old woodshed that we don't use anymore. But that's where the dog used the restroom, and my sister said, it looked at me, which was absolutely terrifying. Took the dog out once, and it was the same spot. Turn around, look at a big bush. Start shaking violently. I forced the dog to move with me back to the house. My grandmother liked to be in her car while watching stuff and drinking beer. But one time it ran past the front of her car and she couldn't leave. She asked us to go out there and escort her back. She doesn't do that anymore, and it was like her favorite thing to do. Not sure if this is the same thing or if it's related, but another time when I was 7, I woke up and something whispered my name. And it sounded nothing like a cow, and it scared the absolute shit out of me. I went crying to my older sister, and this happened again when I was like 10. They were both coming from the back porch where I saw this thing lying like a dog. Speaking of my older sister, a while ago she was going up to the house through the back field, which was really high grass at that point. She and her friend stop because I'm rustling somewhere close, and something full-on sprints. It goes towards them. They run to the house as quick as possible. We haven't had much happen recently, until a few weeks ago. I was on call with somebody with my sister, and I was messing around screaming for some reason. Me and my sister hear something scream back. We both look at each other and go inside. We live in the woods, not close to much really, but well, it freaked me out. There's at least a trend around Appalachia that's not deer. My father was with one of his friends and they were hunting. They see a skinwalker because the deer they saw ran and hid behind a tree, which kept peeking at them. Eventually it runs off, but it's much smaller. His friend got pictures of his footprints, which could be actual proof, but I can't get the pictures. The place they were at was kind of close, but not exactly our property. One of my biggest fears is one of our dogs coming back from the outside, and it not being our dog, and it gets inside. Looks like that's it for the rain, guys. Break time. Bachelor's Grove. I visited the cemetery with a couple of friends in the spring of 2017. We arrived there around 6:30 p.m., parked at the small lot across the road from the cemetery, and made our way over. I was in a photography class at the time and brought a school-issued camera with me to take pictures. Walking into the cemetery felt sort of overwhelming, like we had walked into a lively party where everybody suddenly went quiet and stared at us. Even though we were the only ones there, I took some pictures in the cemetery, and after a while, we decided to walk deeper into the woods. This would turn out to be a mistake. As the three of us walked along the creek, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that was setting in. Despite it still being pretty light out, due to it being early spring, the leaves hadn't yet grown back, so we would see pretty far in every direction. Something that still creeps me out about this place is the lack of sound. I listened for the chirps, the scurries of wild animals, but the only sound in the woods was our footsteps in the leaves in the creek. My camera, fully charged, died a few times. When I turned it back on, still had full battery. We came across multiple round clearings in the woods. There are rumors of dark magic and rituals taking place here, so at the time I attributed it to that. There was a picnic bench in one of the clearings. Took a picture of my friends on a cell phone standing on the bench part. They were smiling when I took the photo, but when I looked at their faces, they were distorted. My female friend appeared sad and scared, while my male friend appeared angry. But they were perfectly fine. A few minutes after that picture, my phone mysteriously went missing. We searched all over the area and were still right by the picnic bench, so I figured it couldn't be far. That was until the sun started to go down. We realized that we needed to get the hell out of there. We ditched the phone and my female friend managed to lead us out. As we were leaving, I saw a completely black shadow figure with a brimmed hat walking parallel to us, maybe 10 feet into the woods. He was walking through dense wood and made no sound. I have no idea why I didn't react to it at this moment, but when I asked my male friend about this later, he said he saw it too. When we got back to my house, some unfortunate events went down with my family that were mostly likely inevitable, but I think the energy I brought back certainly could have contributed. When I brought the camera to my room, the energy seemed to shift, and I saw several figures and anomalies as I scrolled through the photos. I deleted them all right then. Everything felt more normal after that, though the energy in my living room where the family thing happened was off until we moved out. Even my completely skeptical mother admitted that the lighting, looked wrong and things felt off in that room after this. I'm still interested in haunted places and the paranormal, but this experience made me way more wary of these things. Touched creepy creature. I was 4 years old. I've experienced paranormal my entire life, sightings, dreams, and premonitions. This is one of my first experiences that I have a memory of. We lived in a cedar-sided split foyer home on the top of a mountain. I had a younger brother by about 10 and a half months. We shared a bedroom across the hall from my parents' room. We would see this figure constantly. We saw it so much that we started to just ignore it. It stood at about 3.5 feet tall, had an outline like a teddy bear that wore a classic Viking helmet with horns. We could never see its features, just the dark shadow. Our older cousins, by 1.5 years, spent the night, one night, and everybody was in a circle with our sleeping bags on the floor in a room. The lights were still on. My cousin immediately whispered, "What is that?" He pointed at the creature who was standing in the doorway watching us. I told him it was just our monster. He watches us play. He can't do anything to hurt us. I stuck my tongue out at it to assure my cousin the thing was harmless. My mom told us monsters couldn't get us, so I was extra brave around it. A few nights later, I wake up in the middle of the night. I slept on the top bunk and my brother on the bottom. I see the creature climbing up the bunk bed ladder to my bed, and to this day I have no idea why or how it was brave enough to do this, but I moved to the ladder and sat in front of it, blocking the creature from coming up. It stopped climbing, but we were inches away from each other's faces. It seemed like we sat like that forever, because I remember thinking, what the heck is this? And why can't I see its actual face? Reached out, tapped its shoulder, and all hell then broke loose. As soon as I touched it, I could see all of it. The entire body was covered in monster heads. Its face had giant bug eyes and sharp teeth. It was terrified of me. And it seemed confused and seemed to be in an intense amount of pain from my touch. It grabbed me up by the back and tore my back up. It screamed in my face. Of course, I'm screaming hysterically, and I break free and crawl to the far end of my bed, and I start praying, and I stop screaming. By this time, my mom ran in, and all I could say was, "Monster." The next morning, my mom casually made me come to the kitchen and kind of show her best friend my back. As an adult, my mom told me she was so scared and that my back was all scratched up. Scratches I didn't have that night at bedtime. I asked my cousin about what he saw that night, and he still admitted to it 30 years plus later. Told me I stuck my tongue out and was terrified. As an adult, my brother described the same exact appearance of it after having a similar encounter shortly after mine. He passed it in our basement. He screamed at it. After my encounter, I never saw it again, and my son, who's 3, is terrified of shadows. He knows the difference between normal shadows. Tells me ones walk around in this room. Is that the same thing? What the hell is it? I was a skeptic, and now I think I need help. Moved into this house in a farm town in Colorado. Everything was fine and nice. I was setting up my new bedroom in the basement level of a 3-story home. The house doesn't have a negative energy or vibe. Quite earthy, so my room's cozy and reflects that. It all started on this occasion where I was once home alone in my room, and by habit, I locked my bedroom door. I was hanging out on my couch across from said door, checking the tracking information on a package on my phone. I have 2 small, docile Senor Chihuahuas. It's worth mentioning that my dogs aren't what you would consider yappy, as they're both seniors, 13 male and 6 female. 6 doesn't seem old. At the same moment, I felt a presence outside this door. Dog, F-dog. Female dog, Chips, lifted her head from a nap and was paying attention to the door. Once I noticed the presence, I noticed the knob on the door was very slowly trying to turn. I called my 2 best friends, gave them the hush finger over FaceTime. They noticed the same thing. At this point, Chips began to bark. I grabbed my hydro flask for defense, expecting somebody to be there, but there was no one. The same moment I opened the door, heard my mom come home, ran up and explained this to her, and she shrugged it off. Second occasion, I had said 2 besties over a sleepover and some video games. They left around 7 a.m. At around 10 a.m., my phone dinged. It woke me up. I was responding to my boyfriend when I heard my friend's voice audibly say, "Just go inside." And a different voice responded, "It's cold. I said out loud. "You guys are still here?" I got up and let them in again, and no one was there. Mind you, being basement level, my room is cold. Third encounter, I had a cowgirl hat on a table. Left for a few to drop something off, and the hat was moved to my gaming chair. 1, I know I wouldn't. 2, I wouldn't wear it. And 3, I wouldn't move it. Last and most recent situation. I was on the phone doing a reading of some poetry I wrote, emotional and all. One of my Polaroids fell off a shelf regardless of this never happening to me before. I've never believed in paranormal activity, despite the majority of my family believing. I never have. I always like to consider the rational before the irrational. But I can't explain these occurrences. I wouldn't know what to do or anything really. And if it matters, I'm Catholic and, to be honest, a little scared. Can anyone provide any information or solutions? And did you guys listening notice my Chihuahua's pronunciation? I'm trying to make up for the Tomatillo. Tattoo Studio Haunting. David the Piano Man. I've been wanting to share my experience for a while. I own a tattoo studio, which is ground floor of a 6-story building. We have a staircase in our area that goes to our kitchenette and bathroom. The bathroom has a small closet in it. It's just used for old furniture. The building was built in the early 1910s, and there were buildings there before which were demolished. We've been there for just over 3 years, and so many things have happened. I am an avid believer in the paranormal, and things I've seen are amazing. The building was home to a piano company, and had one of the biggest reinforced steel beams in our city, as the pianos were held on the first floor. Weird, right? Not really. When we first moved in, I got a horrible vibe from upstairs, our bathroom and kitchenette area. I always felt eyes on me, and that I was intruding. Our fuse box is at the bottom of the stairs, and when my husband was getting it turned on, just using his phone torch, he saw shadows darting across the top of the stairs. Fast forward to a month into opening. I saw a man standing at the top of the stairs. He was wearing a top hat, a suit, and had a mustache, probably about 60 years old. He was there like an almost shadow mist and then disappeared. I didn't get any horrible feeling from him, just that he was watching. Going back to the bathroom closet, there's always a presence in there. One day I had finished in the bathroom, went to close the door when I saw a little boy who had a pesky blinder's hat. He had shorts and a tartan shirt on. He giggled, ran away, and disappeared. I ran very fast down those stairs. We have things like pens being thrown across the studio, unexplained noises and footsteps. We had a new person start at the studio, and she asked how much history we knew about the building. I said I knew about it being a piano company and about the steel beam, but that was about it. She did some searching, pulled up an image of the worker who ran the piano company, and golly gosh, it was him. The man I saw at the top of the stairs. It was through and through exactly him, down to the way his mustache sat and what he was wearing. Absolutely crazy. His name's David, so I guess now we have someone to address if we hear or see anything. Things have started to get worse, with shadows being seen downstairs, reflections in the mirrors, cupboards opening, and more sounds being heard upstairs. I don't believe we're in harm's way, and are always respectful to David and whomever else is upstairs. Thinking about installing a camera in our kitchen area, but I'm also quite scared to do so. David the Piano Man keeps coming back. Accidental disclosure of a pregnancy at a funeral. My great-grandmother passed away when I was 12. At her funeral, I revealed that my cousin, we'll call him Jay, his fiancée, was pregnant. The timeline heading up to this was mostly straightforward. Great-grandma had made a request as much of the family to be at her New Year's Eve celebration. She had a feeling she wouldn't be around for the next one. Most of the family showed up. Jay brought his fiancée, and this was the first time most people got to meet her. Only his dad and brother had met her previously. She was at most 5 foot and 100 pounds. Basically, just this tiny petite woman who was incredibly sweet. All the cousins had a good time, and overall it was a wonderful New Year's. At the end of January, great-grandma got sick and was hospitalized. About a week after she'd been admitted, she fell unconscious. It was around this time that I had the following experience. I woke in the night, went to the stairs. I heard my mom and grandma on the phone. They were talking about Jay and the fact that his fiancée was expecting. They mentioned Jay wanted to wait to see what happened with her great-grandmother before saying anything to the family in general. I then went back to bed. Once great-grandma had fallen unconscious, family started to be near constant to the hospital, including my grandma, her daughter, my mom, my papa, and me. Neither Jay nor his dad or brother showed up to any of the days my parents and I were there. Great-grandma woke up briefly 5 or 6 days after she had fallen unconscious. I was part of the family that was in the waiting room. We got to go back 2 or 3 at a time to see her. She had words for everybody, and the love and grief was powerful. Great-grandma fell back unconscious shortly after seeing everybody from the waiting room. She died about 4 hours later. The wake and funeral took place almost a week later. I admit I have some social issues growing up, so when I saw Jay and his fiancée at the funeral, I didn't think anything of asking, "What is the baby due?" Both Jay and his fiancée froze, then asked me how I knew. I explained I'd overheard my mom and grandma on the phone about it a couple weeks back. That's when I found out. No one had been told yet, not even Jay's dad or the fiancée's parents. Turns out my experience was a dream. Jay and his fiancée had only known about the baby for a few weeks, finding out around the same time as great-grandma being hospitalized. There were several people around when I asked. They were forced to admit to Jay's dad and several others, and yes, they were expecting. Luckily, the revelation did not cause undue family drama, but still, because I had dreamed a conversation about it, I revealed an undisclosed pregnancy at my great-grandpa's funeral.
Ask Reddit. I've had quite a few scary incidents happen to me, but these are the top 5 scariest. But I cut and paste from my previous comments on other threads. 1. I just got done working out my basement, and I was too lazy to go upstairs and use my normal shower. I decided to use the one in the basement. As I was shampooing my hair, I heard a little girl singing outside of the bathroom door. Mind you, I was home alone, dropped my ring. I'm tired today, guys. I turned the water off and called out to see if anybody was down there, and it stopped. I put the water back on and was rinsing off when it started up again, but this time it just sounded like humming. I ran upstairs with shampoo still in my hair and never used that shower again. My brother and ex-boyfriend and I were home alone one day. My ex and brother were playing video games in the basement. They came back upstairs and were still all sitting on the couch talking when we heard a loud bang in the basement. My ex, of course, sent me to go check out what the noise was. When I went downstairs, all the lights were on, and there was a box that had been resting securely on a table against the wall in the middle of the floor. The same ex and I were hanging out in the basement one day watching Stand By Me. That's when we heard running behind us. Thinking it was my dog, my ex called out her name, but she wasn't down there at all. So we were a little bit spooked, but kept on watching the movie. The few minutes later, I see him look up behind me with a terrified expression. Turned around and I see a flesh-colored blob dart into the laundry room. We left for the night, and we never went back into the basement again. 4. I was home alone one day while my dad was working. The rest of my family was upstate. I kept hearing running up and down my basement steps and up to the stairs to my grandma's part of the house. It was so loud that my dog eventually started to bark, and I had to call my friend to come hang out with me. When my dad got home from work, we went up to the basement, came back right away, demanding to know why the picture of Jesus was upside down. I hadn't done it. When the rest of my family came back home, they all said that they didn't do it either. My grandma and mom are really religious, so they would never dream of doing something like that. 5. My cousins and I went away for the weekend 3 years ago and were staying at this little hotel by the water. I slept with one of the cousins in one bed, and my other cousin, her sister, slept in the other bed. In the middle of the night on our last night there, we heard a loud bang as if something had fallen, followed by a little girl laughing and footsteps. The cousin who I was sharing the bed with screamed bloody murder and shook me to see if I'd heard it too. Which I was pretending I hadn't, and my other cousin slept through the whole thing. The next morning she told us she had a weird dream that a little girl was running around the room pushing her stuff off the table.
Something tried luring me into dark rooms. When I was a kid, my mom and I lived with my grandparents in a 3-story house. It had a basement, a ground floor, and a second floor. To give context, there is a living room directly in front of the stairs leading upstairs. This way you could see my mom's room on the left, important for later, and my grandparents' room on the right. My room was further down the second-story hall, but I spent a lot of time alone and with my uncle in the basement. From our context, the basement was a huge rectangle with one room directly to the left of the stairs, my uncle's room, and one room in the far back left corner, storage room, also important for later. With context out of the way, time for the actual story. This all happened when I was around 8 or 9. Can't remember exactly, it was around when Halo 3 came out. The first time it happened is honestly the worst. I was homesick from school. In reality, I just wanted to play Halo. But everybody in the house worked, so I was alone and my uncle was at school and the only Xbox in the house was in the basement. So naturally, when everybody left, got up, went to go play Halo. Down there for a few hours playing games happily. And all of a sudden, the storage room I mentioned earlier creaks open ever so slightly. Not completely, just enough to see a slit of darkness, and plain as day I hear my mom call me from what sounded like the furthest corner of the storage room saying that she needed help putting something away. My mom wasn't home at the time, and I knew this. I didn't turn anything off. I bolted upstairs and laid on the couch until my uncle got home from school. He asked why I left the Xbox on, and he thought I was sick and laughed at me. I just laughed back and said, "My bad, it won't happen again." The only other time this happened was actually during a family dinner. We had cousins over and pretty much our entire family over for a holiday. My cousins and I were playing with Nerf guns in the living room. They got hungry and went to get more food, so I sat by myself in the living room. I was reloading my magazines with darts when something caught my eye upstairs. Same year as the last encounter, I'm still 8 or 9 in this scenario. It was my mom's room door. It had opened, and because it was like 8 p.m., it was dark upstairs. No one was up there, so no lights were on, but my mom had walked out from the darkness and kind of waved me over to her and a weird smile on her face, too. I yelled to her, "Why?" And she just kept waving me over. But I clearly saw my mom, so I didn't question her again and started walking over. But as I got to the start of the stairs, I looked to my right. I saw my mom talking with my aunt at the dinner table. Walked over and asked if she had been upstairs. She said no. Went back to the living room, looked up the stairs, and her doors were closed again. Nothing like that ever happened again, but it still gives me the chills when I think about it.
Ask Reddit 7. During the fall and winter months when I was 17, I moved into a windowless room in my parents' basement. It was the end of my junior year, and I was stressed over my schoolwork, work, and everything else going on at the time, so sleep was tough to find. Every night about 2 or 3 in the morning, I would hear noise coming from my closet. The door was closed, but when I opened it, my clothes on the hangers would be swaying slightly. The closet had a single light on the ceiling, so it could cast shadows downward, and I looked through the clothes by pulling them apart, but nothing. This would happen every few days. It was driving me mad. Talked to my friends, and they went into great detail about how it was a ghost, and all the things I could do to catch evidence of it. I posted a motion-sensing camera a friend lent me, faced it looking into the closet, and a few days later it happened again, but the camera recorded nothing. I was giving up hope. Soon I took everything out of the closet and got some of the best sleep I've had in months. Once rested and getting tired of my parents asking me to clean my room because it was a bunch of closet clutter, I put it all back. That night it happened again. I searched the house for the most powerful flashlight I could find, set an alarm for 2 a.m. to catch whatever it was in the act. 2 a.m. I wake and wait. While waiting, I heard a noise. The hangers were moving and boxes had fallen. I turn in the flag light and rush over to the closet expecting anything. I search the closet and I begin to feel hopeless. Some ghost is going to do this to me every free night. There's nothing I can do. I sit in the ground a little scared, not wanting to be in the dark, but I don't want to keep dealing with this. So I waited in front of that closet for half an hour waiting. It's about 4 a.m. when my flashlight starts to fade, and when I look up, I see 2 glowing eyes looking down on me. My heart almost stopped, and then I realized what it was. It was my neighbor's black cat looking at me from between the hangers. All this time, she's been climbing into my closet and lying across the coat hangers. She didn't move at all when I pulled the hangers apart, and that black, long and thin thing, so I couldn't see her unless I was looking for her. She didn't make another sound. But my biggest question was, how the hell did she get in the house and into my room? I watched her leave, and she entered a hole in the ceiling in the basement's unfinished bathroom. I listened to her travel from one side of the house to the other. She was getting through the garage. I later found out that she was going into the crawl space under the garage. That was in through the hole in the wall behind some equipment, up a ladder and into the attic and into the walls. Somehow getting up and down between the house and garage into the basement through the hole and opened the door while I slept. I moved the ladder and the haunting stopped. Sorry if this wasn't a real paranormal story, but it's the closest I got to believing it was possible. Have a good night, guys. See ya.
Banging on my window at 3 a.m. Hi. I was wondering what you all think of this experience. There was a night a couple of weeks ago that I can't quit thinking about. I was in the midst of finals and staying up very late studying every night. The average time I would go to bed was between 1 and 2 a.m. This particular night I went to bed at about 1 a.m. after studying all night. I slept until I suddenly woke up at around 2:55. I do this naturally from time to time. I tend to wake up at random times in the night, so this sudden wake didn't concern me. I picked up my phone and just looked a bit through social media until I could go back to sleep as I usually do. 3 a.m. came around and I thought I heard footsteps walking around outside and eventually up to my window. Again, I didn't think much of this either, as my neighbors have many free-roaming dogs and cats that tend to walk up to my window during all times of the day and night. I assumed it was an animal, as it usually was, until I was startled by 5 rapid and consecutive bangs on my window. It sounded as if somebody had walked up and was hitting, full force. I dropped my phone, I froze. I realized that the footsteps may not have been an animal. I didn't know what to do. My bed's parallel to my window, so I was practically laying 3 feet from whatever this was. I didn't want to stand up in fear of what might happen. I was scared the thing might have a weapon and be waiting for me to react and get up, but I'm not sure if it was something at all. I listened closely for footsteps that sounded like walking away, but nothing. I paid in my bed, paralyzed and petrified. Eventually, my exhaustion overcame my fear and I fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning and ran to ask my mom if she had heard anything, I was hoping it was a dream, and she obviously freaked out when I told her the whole story and made me sit down and tell my dad. I had to go check outside, even though it had been hours since that. He found nothing. My mom later admitted that she heard something too, but she assumed something had fallen over in the night, as if something was set down on an unsteady surface and was slowly falling until it gave into the pressure and fell. I tried to be careful for the rest of that day. That next night was weird too, though. I was studying late at night again and heard something walking around, but no banging this time. Thought I heard it walking toward my front door in my house, but nothing happened. Brushed it off. Everything settled down since then, but recently I feel as if something's in my room watching me. I have no proof, I just have this eerie feeling something has its eyes on me. Anyways, just wanted to share this experience, but any thoughts are welcome and appreciated.
Ask Reddit. I remember on this Thursday, I had just gotten home from school at around 3:15. I went straight to my room. So I was 11 then. The family I was raised in were very independent. We taught ourselves to look after each other and one another and don't open that door unless it's family. Anyways, I came home that day and I went straight to bed. Because, I was tired as fuck. I remember that was the same day my brother'd be getting home from his rugby trip around 9. He was 16. My mom was 36 at that time. She was at work, won't be getting home until about 10 p.m. So, what my story is I woke up that Thursday evening with the house so farkin' dark that it was like a dark gray-blue color with a man standing at the edge of my bed. He was just standing there, staring at me, breathing so heavy as if he was one of those idiots trying to creep you out. Well, this was him. I swear it felt like hours, as if I was in tunnel vision while listening to him breathe so heavily. I tried not to acknowledge him standing there, but what gave me goosebumps even more was hearing a woman's voice whisper in my right ear as if I felt heat touching my skin. Look. Bruh. I turned my head like it was an instinct, like WTF, what the wrong with me? Tried to censor myself. I turned my head so fast, or rather turned my head so fast to see where that voice had came from. I instantly regretted that shit because the last thing I remember, I looked back at the man and it was like a sudden snap. He started charging toward me. Seeing his mouth open and this horrible screaming sound come out with his hands aiming for my neck. Bro, I was screaming so loud that my dog broke his chain and ripped the back door into shreds. He was growling and barking, trying to get me to see my bedroom door slam with this loud bang being heard. Oh my fucking god. I don't even know how long I was in this room for until feeling these cold hands wrapping around my mouth, pinned on the bed. It's like as if I thought I was gonna die. Thank fuck for having my brother knocking down that door with our uncle and my dog being by their side. Believe it or not, our family come from a long line of great chiefs and leaders, and with the language my uncle spoke. You have an interesting language yourself, sir. I'm 21 years of age now, and I've not been possessed or have had a bad ghost ever since. Expletive.
Ask Reddit 8. I've been having these experiences for over 2 years now. Started sometime before I got married, and it happens once in a while. It happens when I sleep, right when I'm just about to go deep. And when it happens, I hear a loud bang, a clank, a shriek, or a scream. Sometimes it sounds far away, sometimes it sounds like it's right beside my ear. Wakes me up and I end up rushing into the dark house or apartment thinking somebody just broke in. I'm a skeptic of the paranormal. I've been chalking this experience as audio hallucinations. But that doesn't make it any less weird or creepy. To clarify, I'm not on any medication. I don't drink alcohol and I don't take recreational drugs. I use my brain a lot at work, so I have to be at capacity all day, every day. The most disturbing experience I had was when I got woken up by a long, high-pitched scream that sounded like it was coming from a woman in our kitchen or living room on the second floor. House has 3 floors, no basement. At the time, I was alone in the house because my wife worked the night shift. I quickly ran the dark staircase to the living room to check it out, but no one was there. I checked the first floor entrance to see if somebody had broken in. Locked. I checked the garage door. Locked. I checked the balcony door. Locked. Checked the windows. Locked. Me being tired and sleepy quickly dismissed this as me just being tired and sleepy. So I went back to bed. A couple more of these would happen, like a loud bang or a loud clank coming from the second floor that would wake me up. But I would chalk these off as just me being tired. I would usually immediately go back to sleep. I would not recall these until they kept happening. Told my wife and my brother about these experiences. We all agreed it was creepy, but maybe it's just my brain playing games with me. We're now renting our house to someone else. We moved to an apartment closer to work to save on transit costs. I still get these experiences, but not as disturbing as the screaming woman. Sometimes I'd get woken by what sounds like someone crashing through our apartment door, trays and pans in our kitchen being thrown out, but when I check them out, it's just our normal, unbroken-in, dark apartment. Sidebar. Now I say these are audio hallucinations because I have had a dream when I was a kid and there was a woman with a gaunt face and distorted voice screaming at the top of her lungs. As a kid, it was extremely frightening. So I tried waking up, and when I woke up, the voice started to warp to this melodious tune. It was the voice of a singing woman coming from the radio. When I was a kid, I liked listening to the radio to help me sleep, especially the jazz radio stations. I was hearing a distorted version of a song on the radio as I tried to go to sleep. It's hard to make an equivalence on this past experience to my experiences now, because then I knew what the source is, the radio. This time, I just don't know. Strange light and possible possession after using Ghost Box. Any thoughts? I had an experience years ago that really freaked me out. I've always been skeptical of ghosts and similar phenomena, and I'm not religious, but this is one of the oddest things I've ever experienced. Years ago, probably around 2014, I was visiting family in Colorado. That side of my family is into the paranormal, especially ghosts. Something we do when we meet up is we use a ghost box, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. For those who aren't, it's a radio that scans across channels very quickly and supposedly picks up voices of spirits. Not the most technical definition, but just to cover the basics. Anyways, we decided to use one on one night, but didn't have anything interesting happen. So instead, we decided to swap ghost stories in the backyard, which I always enjoy. Well, about a half an hour into our discussion, my brother starts feeling nauseous. He's saying weird things and acting possessed, which I thought was a cheesy, not so very funny joke. He's pretty funny usually, so I knew something was wrong when the joke was going on for too long. Besides, our interests in the paranormal are typically limited to ghost stories, tarot readings, and energy. Needless to say, this was not in our wheelhouse of typical or expected outcomes. My aunt decided to cleanse the area with some sage, but he was saying it smelled like burning bodies, which isn't the most comfortable thing to hear. Some time goes by and he feels more normal but still nauseous. At this moment, suddenly there was a blue ball of light, maybe a foot or less in diameter, across the yard and past their fence into their alleyway. I saw the light slowly toward the ground. It was lowering. It was shrinking as it descended. Descended seems to be the proper word, as it didn't seem to be falling, as it was much too slow. The ball of light got smaller and smaller until it touched the ground. It then remained stationary for a few seconds, then went out. There was no noise, and it seemed to just pop up out of nowhere. Nobody said a word until it was over, which is when we started freaking out all over again. We searched the next morning for anything that could have caused the light, but there was nothing. We have a few brain cells between the few of us, ruled out flashlights, flares, reflections. My aunt and cousin claimed to be more sensitive to energy, stated that it was quite intense during the experience. Any thoughts on what this could have been? Can't remember if it had been storming, but maybe it was ball lightning. No clue. Please feel free to share below. We still have no idea what happened that night. Is believing in ghosts just wishful thinking? There's a famous quote that goes, "In the beginning, man created God." And I get it. The darkness is scary. I mean them, not me. I feel alive after the sun goes down. I rather like the darkness. But the darkness I'm actually referring to is death, not just the absence of light. The idea that we're all alone, that this is it, is truly frightening. Religion tries to make sense of that and create order from chaos. It comforts people believing if they follow the rules, there's an afterlife waiting for them. And if they don't follow the rules, even though it's described as unpleasant, there's still an afterlife waiting for them. Bring sunscreen. I've had experiences in my life that led me to believe that there is something else. I can't say scientifically they were ghosts, but I can't say it wasn't either. But the logical part of my brain says it wasn't. There has to be another explanation. When my grandfather died, my father's pocket watch stopped at the exact time of his death. Can't really explain that. My maternal grandmother once went to a seance where details about a neighbor's death from years prior were revealed. And it was just so out of context at the time it freaked her out a little bit. The problem for me is, like with religion, all we really have is faith that it exists. It can't really be quantified or qualified. There are no peer-reviewed studies offering proof. I like to think that since time appears to be circular, with the past, present, and future existing at the same time in space-time, that even if you do die, you still have immortality somewhere else in the timeline. I've even wondered if it's possible that when you die, your consciousness just goes back to a previous point on your timeline, like a replay for eternity. Or maybe you jump to a different version of our universe, and that's why we've done things like deja vu. But I'm more on the skeptical side of things now. I used to love books by people like Hans Holzer. I met Lorraine Warren years ago, and I was into all of it. But now I want to go spend the night at Amityville House, or room 1408 if they have one anywhere, or room 217, or anywhere else that has some kind of reputation, just to see, or visit Dudleytown. It's in my state after all. And the reason being, even if something bad happens, it's proof of something supernatural, right? There's another option nobody considered. What if ghosts are real but have nothing to do with us? What if they're another form of life existing at the same time in the same place as us, but maybe on a different dimension? Something strange happened and I need help.
I never thought I'd be on the other side of this forum, but I need you guys' help. Last night, something really strange happened, but before I get to that, I'll tell you guys about the balloon. There's this balloon in my room which follows me around. Thought it was just a funny little coincidence that it would land in the same place as me, till it started happening constantly. It would float down to my exact spot all the way from across the room. It would follow me outside of my room, windows closed, not even a draft. I even put it out and it appeared at my door. I have video evidence if anybody would like it. So last night I woke up around 12. I had trapped the balloon underneath my hat to stop it from floating around, but I found it directly in the center of my floor. I assumed that it was my chair since all my lights were off and it was quite dark out. I grabbed it and that's when I figured it was the balloon. I didn't think much of it, since it was raining outside and my window had actually been open. I went to lie down and I fell asleep for about 20 minutes. I woke up close to 1, just trying to go back to sleep because your girl has classes in the morning. I closed my eyes. I didn't fall asleep when I closed them, which ended up being for only a second or two, and I could see pretty much everything. I could see my room and everything in it. I looked toward my ceiling and saw a man staring back at me. His limbs were backward as if he had crawled there and turned his head all the way around. He stared back at me with such a sinister smile. His eyes were red and he looked like he wanted something from me, like he wanted me. His arms and legs looked as though they had been dislocated. I immediately opened my eyes because I did not get down with that stuff. I ended up calling my boyfriend because I was scared and crying uncontrollably. He was no help. Pretty sure that he scared me even more. Still love him though. I also texted my mom. I live with her, I'm a teen. I told her that I needed to be cleansed. She came upstairs with her husband and prayed over me. The man that I saw had a brown complexion, red eyes, and a red t-shirt. I feel like he's after me, like he wants me. I'm scared and I feel like it's getting too close. It was right in front of me. Can anybody help me? If anybody's had similar experiences, please DM me privately. If anybody could be of any help, please DM me. I've always been more on the spiritual side, and it's nothing out of the ordinary for my body to predict something bad or for me to feel a presence. But he was right there. I saw him. Right in front of me. I could make out every detail. It was so vivid. I've told this to a couple of people since it happened. So they might recognize it, or that. And at this point, I don't care. I just need help.
I thought it was a home invasion. So since we'd moved into this house, there'd been noises and weird occurrences. But they could be explained away, like loud knocking on our bedroom window while sleeping, or the sound of somebody working in the workhouse late at night, chairs being moved in the dining room, etc. I never am one to jump on, "It's paranormal," because I know life is weird, and there are great explanations for most weird things that happen. However, since the event where we heard the loud crash, nothing has happened. It's been quite a few days, which is very strange. We also have been trying to stay calm and have a white noise on while we're sleeping, so we don't read too much into the house noises. Thankfully, there have been no house noises. Until last night. I was dead asleep from Valentine's Day dinner. Thank you, wine. Cheers. But it was only 9 p.m., so my husband was awake. He woke me up because he kept hearing things. Mind you, this man was raised Jehovah's Witness and extremely skeptical. He actually didn't believe anything like this could be possible until he met me. So I woke up but said something like, "Whatever, I'm going back to sleep." Then I heard a chair being moved in the kitchen. I checked the camera, nothing, and I hear what sounds like furniture being moved into our guest room, things falling in the living room. We get our gun, we check it out. Nothing. We go to sleep. and later in the night we hear somebody loudly knocking on our window. This had happened before, but no one was seen on our outdoor cameras. I wake up the next day, this morning. I get my daughter and I get ready for the day. I walk towards our bedroom to get a phone charger and see this on the floor. It was very obviously, purposely placed there. I messaged my husband and I asked if he placed it there, and he didn't. The wall this is sitting against is kind of connected to my in-bedroom office, which was not used at all yesterday. It was left alone all day and night. What makes this significant is that the pictures of my dad holding me as a newborn. My dad died when I was around 4 months old. My adoptive dad heavily verbally abused me until I escaped at the age of 13. He also really hated the fact that I had a different dad and wouldn't let me refer to him as my dad. Bastard. This feels like a taunt, though I guess it could be my dad's way of trying to comfort me. Sigh. Sigh indeed. I don't believe in ghosts, but this seems like one. Greece, summer of 2008. I'm 16 years old. My father rented me a room so I could find some peace. It was in a luxury club near Athens. Sounds lucky. One night I hear a woman screaming in anger, knocking on the wall near my bed. I'm gonna knock at the door and they won't let me in. I go back to my room again. Silence. Good. I go back to bed. The very next day I get up quite early. The day goes by, it's good, but at nightfall the same story happens again. This time I respond by hitting on the wall. At my bedroom's balcony I go out and try to see what's happening on the other side, but the light's off. I wonder if it's not a couple making fierce love. But there's no doubt what I hear at that moment. Clearly annoyed, angry cries. Doesn't rule that out. I'm going to knock again and nobody answers me. Go to reception to finally complain about the noise, although I don't like it. Maybe it could be a woman who's been abused by a violent husband, but the staff tells me that the room next to me is free. Something randomly knocked my kid over. What the heck? Still looking for my place. I'm going back to bed, and the story gives me chills. Eventually, a couple moves into the cursed bedroom. I'm rather reassured, but it doesn't last. When I go to the swimming pool, I see them at the reception complaining that their bedroom is disgusting, and their room is very noisy, which is surprising because I didn't hear anything weird. Starting to have nightmares. I dream of a woman hanging in a laundromat. The image disturbs me a lot. The staff probably offered another room to the couple who left, and I even heard some sounds on the wall. When I secretly smoked on the balcony, light turned on by itself. I also asked to change rooms, and this time I was in a building faced to the one that I slept in a few nights. I was really obsessed with this cursed room. One night, the person who now occupied the room waved to me. I was in the dark. Maybe he or she waved at someone else. But the screaming came back. The club's closed forever, and I never experienced a similar situation again. This is all pure coincidence. There must be an explanation. Maybe there was something in the living room that secretly lived in the room this whole time, dead or alive. It does not seem okay. I have a feeling someone has been watching me. I, a 25-year-old female, have a constant looming feeling like I'm being watched. People think I'm crazy, may not believe in the paranormal. But ever since I was little, I can remember experiencing little things that have progressed over the years.
Whoever it is, or whatever it is, has never harmed me at all. And in fact, it's very protective over me. I've always talked to my mom about it, but she just brushed it off. But recently, she's been more open about it. She finally budged after one evening while eating dinner. I explained to her that my son, who's 2, has been pointing to the corners of my home, saying he's scared and there's a ghost. My mother's face drops and tells me I need to get the baby baptized. Confused by this, I asked her why. She tells me it's to protect the baby from bad things. I insisted on what she meant by that. She then tells me when I was younger, around 8 or 9, my best friend and I at the time were staying over at her house. I basically lived there. My mom was coming to pick me up and had gone up to Sammy's room where we were hanging out, horrified to find us playing with the Ouija board. She quickly grabbed me and we left after that, and she then tried to cleanse me from the board. Everything clicked, all at once. My childhood pink house hearing footsteps constantly up and down the basement stairs when I would grab the laundry. The greenhouse where I could hear my name being called, or things moving to places I did not put them. The newly built house, we were the first family to move in, the doorknob. Tired, I was awakened in the middle of the night by an unplugged radio. And as I go and ask my mom for help, I reach for the doorknob and it starts to shake violently as if it was locked. It wasn't, by the way. And somebody was trying to open it. Calling out for help, my mom rushes to try to open the doors. I scream, saying, "Someone's in the house." My mom's searching throughout the house just to tell me no one's in the home. Being teased and watching kids tripping over nothing even when I was working. My manager was teasing me too much. Fell face first into the ground after telling him, "I hope you trip." And he immediately fell. I can feel something watching me. It's a feeling I try to ignore, but I can't shake this feeling. And this all stemmed from this board. I never said goodbye. I never closed the portal. Posting this not for any advice, but for my sanity. I'm not crazy. I'm not paranoid. I know what I heard and what I've seen.
Merry Christmas. When I was between 10 and 13, I had a best friend of the same age. We'll refer to her as E. We were incredibly close. Sleepovers, long phone conversations, hanging out at school, sharing hopes and fears. I recall one time during a really bad thunderstorm while she was home alone. She called me because, well, scaring her. I kept her calm and even got some shared laughter from her. I kept her content until her mom got home and she had hung up. She was somebody I figured would be a best friend for life. When I was 11, she had to move a bit more than 1,000 miles away. I turned 12 a few months after she had left. I think her grandmother was sick, but can't really remember. She ended up being gone for a little more than a year. During the Christmas, she was away, and I had the following dream. I leave my room, I head downstairs. I open the front door, and instead of our enclosed front porch, I see another living room. One I had never seen before. Standing at the door is E. We wish one another Merry Christmas, then talk for a bit before we hug each other. We mutually step back and close the doors, and the dream ends. The following summer, E was back. At our first in-person hangout sessions, we got to talk about something that was discussed in the dream. We had not discussed it via phone or letter, only in the dream. She seemed confused for a moment about how I knew, and while I tried to figure out how to explain, she started talking about a dream that she had with me in it. She mentioned that the topic was in that dream. I then asked if the dream also included wishing each other Merry Christmas and a hug. She confirmed it did. After that confirmation, I started to describe the living room that she had been standing in. She was surprised by how much detail that I was having. She verified that the living room of the house is where she had been staying. We both agreed that somehow we had shared a dream or astrally projected to one another's, or at least somehow connected unconsciously over that Christmas. It was our own little Christmas miracle. I never experienced anything like that again, but it was a magical moment that I still remember over 30 years later. Unfortunately, she changed schools for high school and we lost our close friendship and eventually lost track of one another. Though I did manage to Facebook friend her about 5 or 6 years ago. Smiley face.
Something ripped an animal to shreds. I'm not really sure if this would be considered a paranormal story per se, but nothing else really makes sense. Let me explain. My family would go camping every chance we got. The place we'd always go had no natural predators, or at least nothing bigger than a fox. My dad specifically chose this spot, so us kids, me and my 2 siblings, could frolic through the woods without having to worry. This particular trip was during the May long weekend. There was still a considerable amount of snow, so my dad brought our ATVs and some sleds for us. It was the day after that we had arrived, and my dad wanted to go on a little trip down the road. I asked if I could come, and he said sure. We both hopped on his quad and set out on our little trip. I forgot to mention earlier that we had a deer around the area. Nothing crazy, but the odd one would wander through our campsite. You could tell they had no natural predators since they didn't run away when there was a human around. My siblings and I would always manage to get pretty close to one, before my parents yelled at us to stay away, that is. Anyway, my dad and I were a few miles from the campsite. That's when we rounded a corner, came across, the most gruesome sight I've ever seen in my life. On the side of the road there were pieces of a deer, at least I think it was one. There was blood absolutely everywhere, and worse still, there was steam coming from the remains, which meant this was recent. My dad's usually a pretty calm guy, not much can rattle him, but I could tell you that this freaked him the hell out. He was in the process of turning us around when this, screech came out of the forest. It was so loud that we both flinched. I remember searching the forest for the source, but my dad was in the process of hauling ass down the way we came. It could have been a trick of the light, or because I was freaked out and maybe I was seeing things, but I could have sworn I saw something running alongside us, but only for a second or two. I know I sound absolutely crazy, but the thing looked like a large dog before it vanished into the trees. My dad raced back to camp and we were all packed up and headed to a different location by the end of the day. We never did go back to that campsite after this encounter. I did ask my dad about it a couple of years ago. He said it was because the new campsite was better than the old, better trails and whatnot. I think he's full of crap. I think whatever we encountered that day scared the hell out of him. I think that whatever I saw, he did too. But I, for one, I'm thankful that we never went back. I'm not sure if I'd be able to sleep at night after what I saw. It still haunts me to this day. A disembodied scream up my stairwell as a teen. I was talking to a friend about some old spooky stuff that happened to me living in my old family home. I thought that I would share this story. It's the only crazy paranormal thing that's happened to me with witnesses to confirm that I'm not crazy. This happened back in 2008. I was a junior in high school hanging out with an old girlfriend of mine. Her friend at my house, and while the rest of my family flew out to Washington to visit family the previous night, I'm over in Michigan. The night was like any typical teenager hangout. We ordered pizza, played Guitar Hero, played some homemade spirit game thing with fire. You light the fire, ask the ghost a question. If the fire moves, it means blah blah blah. All dumb, profoundly normal things. For reference, we're all hanging out in the attic, which was my bedroom at the time. The staircase led right onto my living room, which had a bead door at the bottom of them. You can usually hear somebody coming through them to get up, but this shook all of us to our cores. We were well and done playing ghost games and playing Guitar Hero, when out of nowhere, during a break, a blood-curdling scream from a woman shrieked from the bottom of the stairwell. It almost sounded fake, like a corny movie scream, but loud and panicked screamed for sure, and it sounded legit. We froze, heard nothing else. No beads, no footsteps, nothing. My house was old, so you often hear and felt people moving around in it, but there was nothing. I got the courage to charge the living room with a pocket knife after yelling that we were calling the cops. But to our surprise, there was yet again nothing. The doors and windows were locked. It was the middle of a particularly nasty Michigan snowstorm. There weren't any footprints outside the house. We all ran outside, went to the end of the short driveway, and looking in the window far from an intruder, and, well, called the police. They came, searched the entire house for us, and we all sat in my 90s Pontiac Grand Prix. After about an hour, they came back and found nobody hiding in the house, so after this, ran into the house, grabbed my essentials, my Xbox, my clothes, my phone, my wallet, my backpack, and drove to my best friend's house. I ended up crashing at his place for 3 months after that. I refused to sleep in that house until my family all got home from Washington, and to this day I still have no freaking clue what that was, but it sends shivers down my spine thinking about that scream even as an adult. Nothing else after that happened at the house. Nothing really happened before either. It was random as fuck. Also saw my friend's dead grandma through a window on 2 occasions, along with some other stuff.
You're the wrong one. I've always been sensitive, according to others, but I'm definitely more of a skeptic. My mom told me when I was around 6 she found me crying and clutching my side for no reason. And just to later find out that my grandmother broke her hip at the same time, more than an hour away. Stuff like that. Still, I'm not sure what I believe in regards to this type of thing. Well, flash forward to 2008, and I'm with my parents and brother on vacation. We knew my great-grandmother had been in the hospital for some time, but unknown to me, she had taken a turn for the worse. My dad, knowing she was very thin and weak and overall sickly looking, just decided to let us finish our vacation without worrying us. That way we could preserve how we remembered her, whatever. The night before we were to go home, I had a strange dream. Unlike dreams where it's almost like playing a point-of-view video where you're unaware of yourself dreaming, I automatically knew I was dreaming, or at least not truly awake. I was surrounded on all sides by clouds, with a long, tall gate. Looking back, it was very much what a child would consider a Christian ideal of heaven. Using the same dreamy logic you often do, I began to follow the fence until I came to a break in the posts. As I walked toward the hole in the gate, I saw a shadow of a man. As I got closer, I recognized my great-grandfather, Nana's husband. He had died when I was very young, yet I was sure that it was him, and photos of him confirmed this later. He was looking outwards and didn't notice me approach. When he finally did see me, he became very, very angry, started trying to shoo me away. As he did, I heard him saying, "No, you need to go, you're the wrong one." I ran away and shortly after woke with my heart beating furiously. I lay there, too old to run my parents with a nightmare, but too freaked out to sleep. The next thing I remember, my mom came to the room and I just told her gently that my Nana had passed that morning. Or rather, told me that. For weeks I was silent about it. Finally told my mom about my dream. She and many other members of my family called it a blessing that I dreamt of my great-grandfather waiting for my Nana to come for him at last. But it always made me very uneasy. Has anyone else had this type of dream or experience, or more sensitivity to loved ones getting hurt or dying? Oh yeah. Who or what did we see on the trail? Changeling. This encounter's really creeped me out, but especially since yesterday when it developed with my husband's account of a similar experience. I used to be very sensitive as a child, but I lost much of it as I got older. My husband and I have been spending a lot of time in a suburb of the city where my grandparents live. My grandfather is quite elderly, and having some mobility issues. One of the perks the location is that we have access to a trail near the house where my husband and I love to run. There is one section of the trail in which I always hate passing through, and it always feels unsettling. It was not until recently that weird things started happening. 1. Several weeks ago we were running. It was starting to get very dark. We were talking and walking. That's when we got to this section and it felt like something icy grabbed my right calf and I felt goosebumps jolt up the right side of my body. 2. Yesterday we were running and I saw a large black shaggy looking animal passing on the trail up ahead in front of us. The closest I could say was that it looked like a large black dog. I felt extremely nervous, like we were in danger. I started urgently saying to my husband, Look, do you see that?" His response was that it was just a cat. When we got to the location on the trail where we saw it go into the trees, we couldn't find anything. Later that night, he explained his reaction. I was not expecting to hear this. Once when he was running alone, he spotted a large black animal on the path in front of him. It appeared to be a large black panther. He was pretty scared, ran back the other way a bit, and then turned around to come back. He's not from this country, so sometimes unfamiliar with native animals. But he knew black panthers don't live here. And when he got to the section on the trail, he found a small black cat, completely different from what he had seen before. Also, he said it was a short-haired breed, and not shaggy as I had seen yesterday. It was in the same section of the trail that I hate, and he felt creeped out as well. I don't have a really good explanation of what this could be right now, but I would like to learn more. Once, a few months ago, a bit further up the trail, I met a woman who initiated the conversation, and I felt the same unsafe feeling, but unsure if they could be connected. Someone else was there. This isn't my story, but my dad's, but I feel it is worthwhile telling it here. My dad was a builder. He was contracted to the local council to carry out works on council buildings. This is in the UK, and this also includes homes and flats. My dad was told his place of work would be in a flat building, with multiple rooms, 3 levels. Homes and flats like these were when nobody lived in them at the time. They're called voids. The building's just empty rooms. When this happens, the council put big heavy metal doors on the building to prevent thieves from getting in. You need a set of keys provided by the council. To get ahead of myself, my dad wanted to see the scale of work that he would be undertaking, rather than going up there completely under-equipped and unprepared. So my dad opens up and takes a look around. 4 rooms on the ground floor, same on the second, third all connected by a staircase which had a central shaft through the middle. You could see right to the ceiling on the 3rd floor. Stairs have metal bars for railings. Big job, but achievable in a few days. Got the whole place, replaster a few walls, and a repaint job. My dad goes to lock up, but he feels someone behind him. This, I am told, is not uncommon.
Local people see builders go into empty buildings and they want to see what they can take. So naturally, my dad turns around. "Mate, you're going to have to leave. I'm locking up." But he said it to no one. No one was around him or had been in the building. Thinking this is just an odd sensation, he thought nothing else about it and locked up, went home. My dad told my mom what had happened, but it was more of a passing remark, like, "Oh, this happened today, weird, huh?" Nothing else was said. Anyway, the weekend passes, and my dad and his friend Martin go back up to do the job on Monday. Begin opening up and proceeding with the work. A local resident walks up and asks them how things are going, which both agree it's going well, and some other small talk. He changes the subject. "It's a shame what happened in there, isn't it?" Both my dad and his working friend were confused. "A shame? What's a shame?" "Poor girl came home from school a few months ago and saw her dad hanging, tied himself up to the railing and jumped." My dad, of course, was now scared and felt that familiar shiver go up him. He didn't tell the local guy what he had felt, but he told his friend. Martin refused to go into the building alone, and they both agreed that they would always leave the central door open to make sure there was an exit if needed. My dad would be the first to tell me, he doesn't really believe in ghosts. And would also sort of say he's never seen a ghost. But he did say this was the oddest experience he's ever had, and still cannot explain it.
Saved from beyond the veil. First of all, didn't really put much thought into the subject line and wasn't going for a typical clickbait subject, but really not sure how else to write it. This story happens in 2008. I was driving my car through a small town called Pietermaritzburg in South Africa. I was on my way to a friend's birthday party at his house in Hilton, a small town, virtually a suburb of PMB. Just me and a six-pack of beer on the back seat. A uni student, couldn't afford a case at the time. As I was driving up to a traffic light, the light changed incredibly suddenly. In South Africa, the lights flash orange multiple times before going red. And this time it changed straight from green to red. The car ahead of me slammed on the brakes, and so did I narrowly missed rear-ending them. For whatever reason, I had this instant thought of my grandmother who had passed years before. This is where the strangeness starts. Somehow, the jolt from braking caused my cell phone to fall backwards out of my pocket. Still not sure how that's physically possible. Then flew forwards, landing right under my brake pedal immediately after I made the stop. Immaculate and near impossible timing. Once I realized what happened, I tried to reach down, grab my phone, but I couldn't with the seatbelt on. So I take off my seatbelt, grab my phone, place it in the middle console, and continue on my way. About 10 kilometers of driving down small country roads, I reached what I now know is a four-way stop. The stop sign was completely obstructed by a tree. The last thing I remember seeing was car lights to my right and thinking, "Oh shit." The oncoming car had apparently also not seen the four-way stop and hit me at what the police think was around 110 kilometers an hour. My car was flipped onto its roof, spun multiple times before stopping against a wooden fence of a house on the corner of the intersection. No one knows what happened, but there was a massive break in the slats of the fence where they think I was flung from the driver's seat. My back was making contact with the fence and falling with my head hanging out of the rear window of the car. I won't bore you with the details of waking up in an ambulance with my mom holding my head. Someone had found my phone in the street and called from my parents, but that day, I know my gran somehow made that happen. The car above the driver's seat was crushed and was about 50 centimeters above the seat. Had I been wearing my seatbelt, I would have been squished into a 50 by 50 by 50 block of meat and bone. She was there with me in that car, believe it or not. But for me, there's no other answer. Help. I think there's something in my house. Okay. So 3 or 4 weeks ago, I had a weird experience while sitting in bed. I was in an uncomfortable hunched sitting position while scrolling on my phone. It was pretty late. I finally noticed how it made my, how made my posture was. And so I put my phone down and turned so my back would be facing the wooden headrest on my bed. But when I laid back, I felt something that shouldn't be there. For reference, I sleep diagonally. So all of my fluffy pillows and my huge stuffed horse plush were in the corner, but it felt like a pillow was there. I was confused, leaned forward, and turned around to look for the apparent phantom pillow. There was nothing there. A week after that, I had the second weird experience. I don't fully remember it, so maybe don't rely on this paragraph's testimony as much. I had just gotten out of the shower and I was drying off. My hair's to my mid-back, so I had the towel draped over my head as I was drying my hair. I felt a touch on, my side shoulder blade. The part of it you can only touch if you have your arm up in the air. Freaked me out. I also had a loud blow dryer. It was subbing in as a room heater, so I wouldn't have to be able to hear any quiet noises. Literally 5 minutes ago, I had my most recent one. I'm doing work on my laptop with my headphones on, and I feel a tug sensation from the headphone cord. Like a slow pull that became more and more noticeable. When I did notice it, 10, maybe 5 seconds after it had started, I looked down and saw the cord slack again, like it should be. I looked underneath the table for a source. Couldn't find one. Went back and retraced my motions to see if it could have been one that I pulled on, but can't figure out a way I could have pulled it. I did the same thing after the first time too, just repeating the motions in many different ways to try to find the answer, but I can't find any. There was another that I didn't really mention because it could have been my sister or brother using the bathroom late at night, but they've never slammed the bathroom door like that. They broke another door by slamming it repeatedly a few years back, and they got in deep shit for it. Haven't heard them slam the door since, so I think it's unlikely that it was them. This is a very weird neighbor of mine who threw his cat in the trash. Sounds like he should be thrown in the trash. My fiancé and I live in a large industrial area built in Moselle. I don't know, it's French. In eastern France, on the border between Luxembourg and Germany. It's a relatively peaceful area, but people there are quite conservative. Since we're two men in love, we are careful to remain discreet, even if we do it everywhere, to avoid unnecessary problems. We live in a high tower, about 20 floors in an old flat. The few discussions that we have are with people in supermarkets, cashiers, small talk with neighbors. Shortly after we moved into this building, we met an old gentleman. He was always on his bicycle, white hair, white teeth, sunglasses. At first, we kind of appreciated him as he was funny, enjoying life, ready to go on his little bike. I thought he was a widower, so it was important to us to take care of the elderly people to fight his possible solitude. Nice of you. One evening, we told him about the serious illness of our cat, which saddens us. We considered him as our baby. We won't ever really have children, but he died at the age of 1 year, incurable neurological disease. The old man replied, smiling, "Oh, well, I had a cat before, and then one day I noticed that he was getting more and more lazy. Hadn't noticed he was already dead, rotting for several days, but it started to stink a lot. So I threw him in the trash room in the building over there." I was so shocked by this lack of tact and empathy that I had a nervous laugh, which he interpreted as a way of laughing at what he had just ranted. I started avoiding him, but we were incredibly lucky to always meet him.
It's still a casual experience for us. Recently, I had to sort of stand him in the elevator all alone. When a woman arrived in the hall, he noticed her. Once we were out of sight, he said to me, "She mustn't go to the basement of the building, otherwise I might wait for her." I replied that there's cameras everywhere, and also told him to be careful, but he laughed again as usual. When I see this guy through the living room window coming back with his bike, it's a disturbing feeling. I feel like something's definitely wrong with him. Since then, every time we meet, I can't help but think about one thing: escaping. I can't quite peg that guy as to how I feel about him. Something strange has happened to me while living in my Nana's home. I've always been able to see spirits. As a kid, I would hear things in my childhood home walking around calling for me while everyone else was asleep. My mother at one point saw a dark figure with red eyes, and in response called some women from the church to cleanse the house. Now that was just a few instances at my childhood home, but I've seen at my Nana's was way worse. When I was about 12, my parents split, and eventually we went to stay with my Nana for a while. I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom with the door open, and I glanced over and I saw a man's face right beside me staring at me. This obviously freaked me out since I was young, but my Nana had always just said it was my papa that died when I was 2. The strangest thing was a few months ago. I was sitting in my living room with my cousin Jay waiting for his sister C to come inside from the back porch to play some card games. She was out there for a while, so when I finally saw her walk past, I said something to Jay along the lines of, "Oh, there she is, finally." I'd figured she'd gone to her room and put her stuff away, but then the back door opened and she walked right in. I was completely freaked out. I had seen some strange things, but nothing like this before. I figured I was just seeing the house spirit, until a few nights ago the same thing happened with the same cousin. The room I'm staying in at my Nana's doesn't have a door on it, so I pinned up a throw blanket for some privacy. The blanket only covers half of the door, so I can see people's legs as they walk by. The other night at around 1:40, I was still up on my phone, I was facing the wall, rolled over. And as I did, I saw C walking past quickly. It scared me a little, but since the room's right next, made sense. She probably had to use the bathroom after all. Not even 10 minutes later, I hear her door open and she walks out to use the bathroom. I called her and asked her if she had just walked out, and she very sleepily said no. That's when I knew I hadn't seen her then either. I should also mention that C has seen something dark in this house standing over people while they sleep. One of the times in the room I'm in, she's also seen a white spirit in the home too. My Nana likes to think all these encounters are my papa, but I don't think so. My ghostly encounter. I'm currently 39 years old. I live in Scotland. The story I'm about to tell you happened from the age of 1 to 1.5 years old. When I was just under a year old, my mother's grandfather, Tom, passed away. He had been unwell for a while after suffering from a stroke. Before he passed away, my mom would take me to visit him and my great-grandmother daily. He was a family-oriented man, and he adored me. My mother would tell me how much he loved spending time with me, and he would always tickle me and love the sound of my laughter. About 3 months after he passed away, my mother and father were awoken one night by the sound of laughter coming from my bedroom. When they both entered my room, they found me laying in my cot. I was rolling around and giggling.
They settled to me again for the night, not thinking too much about it until it happened again the following night, and each night thereafter. For the next couple of months, this continued. Understandably, this started to creep my father out. My mother and her family, on the other hand, started to wonder if I was perhaps being visited during the night. As the weeks passed, I started to give my mother and father details about my nighttime giggles. Once my speech started to develop, I began to give them clues as to what I was finding so funny in the wee hours of the morning. One night, my parents were woken up by the sound of my laughter and could hear me shouting, "Man!" They quickly entered my room to find me standing in my cot staring at the bed directly across from me. My parents asked, "What is it?" I replied, "Man," pointing to the bed. This continued, but as the weeks went on, more information I gave. I'd tell them, "Man, tickle me," or they'd hear me shouting, "Stop, tickle me, man." I started to describe him. I said he had a hat and a tickly face and pointed to above the lip. My great-grandfather had passed away when I was under a year old. He wore a bonnet, a traditional Scottish hat, and had a mustache. My family were convinced I was being visited by my late great-grandfather. Even my father, who was a skeptic. Once I started to give this information, my nighttime visits and the laughter stopped. About 17 years ago, a psychic told me I have a male spirit with me who looks out for me. He told me he's always been with me since I was a baby. His name is Tom. Dream of possession. Looking for answers. I feel as though I'm going out on a limb, trying to understand the dream I had last night, or possibly the demons it involved. I'm not Christian, but I am a spiritual agnostic. I had a dream of people that were family in my dream, but never met them in waking life. It was a couple that had become possessed, first starting with the male. This dream had very satanic underlying feelings. The male walked in backwards to the room playing like a bald on a violin. Think they mean ballad. Playing a ballad on a violin on the first night of the 3 days of my dream. Not too long after the guy had passed away and the affliction had been passed to his wife. On the second night, she was acting very weird. For some reason, I was the only one that was kind of given awareness of the possession by the demon. My significant other didn't believe me in the dream. The women who started to get sick, so I decided that we'd go to the hospital. We were leaving the house. I was carrying her to her car. But as we walked out the front door, there was a bubble-like barrier, possibly holy, and it had become apparent and visible to only me, and in that time the demon's form shined through to reality. That was as her left hand was the last to pass through this barrier. It was blackened. It withered and twice the size of a normal hand. With nails long, they were black, like something that's ancient. We took her to the hospital and they didn't know what was wrong beside the fact that she was dying. Possibly the body rejecting demonic possession. We decided to take her back home and get her comfortable. So at the end of the second night, we went to bed and I was confident that her leaving had fixed the possession. On the last night, the third night, she was sitting in a recliner. Thought she was better, so I gave her a deep hug, just to have her demon come out through the voice and bite my hand. Bit my thumb and pointer finger, saying, "I've got you now," only to awake into reality of life as we know it. haunted apartment. So back when I was around 14 to 17 years old, I was living with my aunt in an apartment, and our neighbors told us that there was a murder in the apartment next to us. A drug addict killed his wife due to jealousy, and him getting killed by the wife's family. When we moved in there's a bunch of stuff happening at night, like the door getting knocked or like rattled from being forced entry or something. We actually have a gate, so every time we check the windows, there's no one there. When we learned the backstory of the apartment, I kind of got scared, and there's always like a glimpse of a white shadow of a woman passing through the tables or walls. She's a kind of ghost or spirit, though. Doesn't scare me, but does like to scare my friends when they mock her. We call her Best Friend. When my aunt got the apartment to be blessed by a priest, she may have accepted us a bit. We always do an offering for her, lighting a candle and foods, and sometimes we get blessings. And the too terrifying experience I had was when I woke up around 3 a.m. because I heard a crash around my wardrobe. I immediately got up, went to my aunt's room, and I remember my aunt waking up wearing all black, asking me what I was doing. To which I replied, "I'm scared." Then she got up, went straight to the bathroom. I kind of calmed down and didn't wait for my aunt to come back, so I went in my room, took my phone out of the charger and put it next to me. Then I slept. So when lunch came, I told her what happened, and she said I don't remember that happening. Told me she was wearing a blue shirt and pink shorts, not all black. She joked that maybe I was dreaming, but I wasn't, because if I did, then my phone should have still been charging. Still creeps me out when I remember it. And the second time is when it was raining and the power supply went out. It was an early afternoon. I was playing on my laptop. Aunt called me into her room and told me to pull out my refrigerator's plug. As I got outside of her room, the door to the dirty kitchen was open, and I saw a black shadow of a man, and all I felt was terror. I actually screamed, cried, and went back inside the room yelling, there's a man, repeatedly. When my aunt checked, there was nothing in the dirty kitchen, and there's no other entry other than the dining room. So it really scared the crap out of me. Either those spirits really liked to scare me because I was young and a scaredy cat, or were those like evil ones? I don't know. And ever since, I learned to ignore them, because my aunt told me the more they see I'm scared, the more they'll show themselves. There was nothing there. Repost. Close to 20 years ago at this point, I was spending a lot of time with my friends Danny and Kate. We were all sitting at Danny's couch watching TV. Danny says, "I'm bored, let's do something." As we suggest things, I say, "Have you guys ever heard of the Smelter?" For background, this takes place in Arizona, in Prescott to be exact. And the Smelter is located in Humboldt, Arizona. It's very old, late 1800s, I think. It used to process materials, I should say. So we started driving out there, smoking cigarettes and listening to music. We arrive, and I start telling them how we hung out here every weekend in junior high. My best friend at the time, Mike, he lived in Humboldt, so we would take girls to the Smelter and drink. Usual kid stuff. Nothing even remotely weird ever happened back then, so that's why I was totally unprepared for what was going to unfold. We approached the outside of the smokestack. I noticed that the stairs had finally been ripped down. I guess whoever owned the property was sick of punk kids entering. I say, guess somebody finally took the stairs out. I then explained the holes every couple feet in the catwalk, that they must have used the holes to shovel the ash. Giving up on entering, we just moved to the side. And after what I'm about to tell you, I'm glad we couldn't get in. Someone definitely would have gotten hurt. So we're outside for about 15 minutes being loud and joking, and then it got really quiet and still. Thousands of bats came screeching out of the windows of the Smelter, and I mean a ridiculous amount. I say to them, "We've been standing out here making noise for close to 20 minutes. We didn't scare those bats." Right when I said that, we heard a loud thud hit the ground, like something heavy fell down in the porthole. Silence. Our eyes widened. Nobody said anything. Another thud, then one more, and to this day I'll never be able to explain this. We started hearing the loudest screeches ever. Dust started flying up like a bird was dying on the ground, but nothing was there. They were circling us. They were getting closer. All we could do was huddle closer together, and it was like we forgot we could possibly run. I forget who ran first, but I kind of remember being out of it and not thinking correctly. Anyways, we ran, and the first thing Danny said was if somebody told me that story, I wouldn't believe him. Anyways, if anybody has any leads, the rumor is a girl was killed there, but I could never confirm. Always thought it was an urban legend.
Ask Reddit 3. When I was around 12 or 13, we lived on a horse farm. It was in this big house on top of a hill in Cherokee County, Georgia. Highest hill in the area. Great view, too, but I always felt uneasy in the house. Like there was a weird vibe or something. Walking down the halls at night or going to the basement, even in my own room, there was always this unsettling feeling. One evening, my parents and I were getting ready to go out for Mexican food. We were almost to the car when my mother realized she forgot the TV was on in the master bedroom on the top floor. House is 2 stories, with a large basement and a garage coming out of the side of the hill as well. They sent the young one with the fresh legs to run up to the 2 flights of stairs to turn it off while they waited in the car. The moment I turned off the TV, this loud, evil-sounding laughter broke out and echoed through the whole house. It was a male voice, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere. It's like the walls were resonating with this evil laugh. All the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up while chills and tingles shot up and down my spine. I ran out of the room and down the stairs so fast I must have only touched 2 steps on the way down. Shot out of the bottom door like a damn bullet. My parents asked me what the hell was wrong, as I had gone white as a sheet and I'd come flying out of the door practically on the tips of my toes. I was running so fast. They, of course, didn't believe me at first. However, a few years later, my mother admitted that she, too, always felt uneasy in the house. After speaking with the previous owners and the builders of the house, the original owner was a contractor and built the house himself, we found out that they had experienced some strange and spooky things too, like a male voice screaming from the basement, and large sturdy shelves suddenly and violently crashing down off the wall of the basement. We're not sure what the full story is on that hill or why there seemed to be so much negative energy permeating that house, but I used to walk around the surrounding woods a whole lot. And more than once did I come across burial mounds in the woods. So, it's possible that being the highest hill in the immediate area, perhaps some prominent Cherokee was buried there at some point, and perhaps the home had disturbed that. I'll likely never know, but I'll never forget that house. Still creeps me out over 20 years later. Baffling experience when I was 5 or 6 years old. When I was like 5 or 6 years old, my grandparents always picked me up from school and brought me back to their apartment due to my parents' work schedule. My mom would come pick me up from their apartment after work then. The whole experience began with a nightmare. It could have been my first nightmare in my life, and as I'm always able to control my dreams, and that was the first time I couldn't, and it was scary. In that nightmare, I was lying on an old bed in a very dim room with weird green light. Someone that looked like my grandma but didn't feel like her approached the bed and sat next to me. I couldn't move at all. Then the grandma said, "I can't sleep tonight because the pillows are poisoned." And then I woke up uncomfortable and sweating. The next day, my grandparents picked me up from the school as usual, and I was unusually closer with Grandma, but because of the nightmare, I chose to play with my grandpa in the living room.
Grandma watched us play for a while, and then she went into work in the kitchen. The kitchen is at the end of a narrow, long corridor, so I couldn't see her, but I could hear on and off running water in the sink and the changing of pots and plates. After a while, Grandpa said he had to use the bathroom, which is next to the kitchen in the corridor. I don't know, although my grandma wasn't in the living room anymore. I was still afraid to be left there alone, so I begged Grandpa to let me follow him into the bathroom, which of course he refused. Still, I followed him to the bathroom and tried to block him from closing the door by pushing against the door, and one of my feet was on the wall the other side of the corridor for support. My whole body was literally blocking the kitchen entrance, and I could see Grandma washing something in the sink in the corner of my eye. She was actually just 3 steps away from me. After a while of back and forth and the door battling with me, Grandpa got annoyed and kind of shouted, "I don't understand what you're scared of." Grandma's in the living room. We won't be left alone. I was so baffled at that point, I let go of the door and Grandpa closed it. I was scared of Grandma, who's just steps away from me, so I retreated back to the living room, which she was indeed folding laundry on the couch. Ran into their bedroom and wrapped myself under the duvets until my mom came to pick me up. What confused me is why'd Grandpa say Grandma was in the living room when it was just 2 of us playing there right before he had to use the bathroom? It's a small room, I couldn't possibly ignore another human there. I'll try to include a layout of the apartment later. He probably heard her. Experience on the USS Below Wood, LHA-3, 2002. I was a Marine, deployed with the 11th MEU on Belleau Wood. At one point, I ended up getting assigned to work with the Navy ship Supply, S8. I think it was. I worked for them for a month during the day with nothing unusual happening. At the end of the month, I volunteered to work for them for another month. If I could get work the one night shift spot, they agreed. And since no other Marines wanted to get faped out to work for the Navy, I got the spot. Basically, that meant that any time any section, engineer, or aviation mainly, needed a part at night, I went to get it from one of the many storage rooms throughout the ship. There came to be 3 storage rooms I preferred not going to: C, CA, and CB. They were by far the biggest storage rooms, and in the bowels of the ship, which are supposed to be completely sealed from the rest of the ship other than one path that you take to get to them to prevent from flooding. That was in the event of a hull breach. Yet, in what was perhaps the most isolated part of the ship, I would hear voices and other indications of movement. The first few times I would call out asking who was there, I would never receive a reply, or investigate the noises, which sounded like somebody else doing the same job I was, moving things around, either storing, sorting, or retrieving parts, never finding anything out of place. Eventually, I pretended I didn't hear anything and got in and out as fast as possible. At the end of my 2nd month, on the last day, I casually, jokingly said something like, "By the way, I'm pretty sure CCA and CB are haunted." All the Navy personnel in the room just kept looking at me and nodded and verbally agreed that it was. I still am very skeptical of ghosts or any kind of afterlife, but I still can't explain what I experienced. I tend to lean toward Occam's razor, the easiest explanation being at 0200 I'm kind of the most isolated part of the ship all by myself, and my mind's having a bit of fun at my expense. But truthfully, I've never been able to just accept that explanation, especially given the reaction I got when I finally brought it up. Perhaps it was bleed over from another Belleau Wood in another universe, but whatever it was, the USS Belleau Wood is now an artificial reef, so whatever was going on is a problem for the fish now. Just joined this sub to tell this experience that happened to my dad yesterday.
Let me say first, I'm not terribly fanciful. Neither's my dad, who works as a CFO and a CPA lawyer for a public company. When my siblings and I were little, we all thought we saw a ghost in my sister's room after recently moving into the house. We were all younger than 7 at the time. My sister always felt ill and at ease in the room. Or rather, ill at ease. To the point she cried whenever my parents made her sleep in her own room for many years. She specifically remembers one time where she was sleeping and then somebody who she thought was my dad carrying her downstairs and putting her in the living room armchair. She specifically remembers that kind of woke up and was angry that my dad brought her downstairs. She woke up in a chair the next morning by my dad, who asked why she was sleeping downstairs and said he never brought her down there. As far as ghost origin, the house is old, so there could be stories that we don't know. We know there was a Native American tribe in the area, and we know the house used to be on an orchard. We also know in the 70s, a resident of the house left angrily after a fight. He zoomed his car down the driveway, went over the curb, and hit and killed a young boy across the street who was playing with one of those pop-pop fake lawnmowers. We also know the house was built in the 1870s. When my parents renovated the upstairs bathroom, they found a letter that was sent to the local church nailed inside the wall. My parents have that letter framed at the house. The event that happened yesterday. My mom and dad were home, and my dad was in the attic. He went down to the second floor and into my parents' room, when he saw a movement move on the other side of the room that leads to the hallway to my sister's room. It was a figure in what he thought was my mom's pajamas go from my sister's room area to my brother's room in the bathroom, right in that hallway. He called my mom's name. Nothing. So he went and checked out the hallway, then heard my mom downstairs. He didn't see anything in any of the rooms. He went downstairs, and my mom said he looked visibly spooked. The scariest part of this story for me is that it happened to my dad, who's not one for striking fancies. And he swears he saw something move, wearing some sort of pattern, moved across in his line of vision. He got LASIK eye surgery a few years ago, so he's got good vision. Kinda creepy.
My heavy desk moved by itself, crushing my bed. This incident happened a while ago. I don't have any proof, and I'll explain why later. But I just wanted to clarify that I'm not trying to convince anybody this actually happened. I just want to know if anybody else has experienced something similar. So this happened about 3 months ago, I think. I was sitting at my desk when I suddenly needed to use the restroom. When I came back to my bedroom, I was surprised as I had immediately noticed that my desk had moved almost 1 meter away from the wall. Instead of facing straight against the wall like it was 3 minutes ago, it was now at an angle with one corner of the desk still facing the wall and the other corner about 1 meter away from it. The thing is that next to my desk I have my bed, and this bed barely fits in between my desk and the wall. So as the desk was at an angle, it was now crushing my bed so much that the mattress on the bed was lifted up into the air. Immediately, I kind of thought that I had been, well, maybe it was just my family, I guess. Maybe they just, for some reason, pushed my desk. But I was confused that I didn't hear anything. I was just gone for 3 minutes and the bathroom's right next to my bedroom, so I should have heard something at least. But when I asked my family why they moved my desk, they were really confused. Said that they hadn't been in my room at all. And I kind of believed them because I didn't hear anyone in the hallway even, let alone in my room. They all came to my room to check out what I had meant, and they were all perplexed. The only way that heavy desk could have moved by itself, with such force that it folded my mattress upwards, was if the room suddenly was in a decline. And maybe gravity pushed everything downhill, or maybe if there was a powerful earthquake, but neither of that happened. My brother is usually very logical, and he had no explanation. My mother was terrified, and I was just really confused. As I went to grab my phone to take a picture of the desk, my father shrugged the whole thing off, said it was probably nothing, and just pushed my desk back in place. And unfortunately, that's why I don't have a photo. Again, I'm not looking to convince anybody. This actually happened, so I don't care if you believe me or not, really. I just want to know if anybody else has experienced something similar, and maybe even knows what it means. Brand new house, inexplicable things started happening. We built our house brand new about 3.5 years ago. We are the original owners, and there haven't been any deaths within the house, human or animal. Most of the things that have happened we either chose to completely ignore or explain. Recently, things have been escalating to where we can't really explain and are wondering what could possibly cause this. About a year into living here, we would hear knocking on our bedroom or closet windows. Our cameras didn't catch anything, but we said it's probably the wind or bushes. Then hats started falling off of the hangers on the wall. We attributed that to it probably being them becoming loose on the hangers or maybe even the air conditioning, but we couldn't prove either. We recently had a baby instead of a monitor that has audio and visual capabilities along with recording and playback. Occurrence 1. While the baby and we were sleeping, we woke up to a loud knocking through a monitor. To shave and a haircut. What? We called the cops and our neighbors who have cameras pointed that way. They said they heard it too. Their dogs started barking and we caught nothing on cameras. All we have is a sound recording of it as well. The cops searched the entire area and didn't find a thing. We just tried to tell ourselves it was some kids in the neighborhood that somehow didn't set off any cameras. Occurrence 2. While the baby was sleeping in her crib around 11:30 p.m., I was sleeping in my bed and my husband was watching a movie on the couch and he heard the bedroom door to our daughter's room open. We heard the handle, the squeak of the door opening, the squeak of the door closing, and then the click of the door lock. He woke me up, we searched the whole house, we couldn't find anything. All we have is a loud recording from our baby monitor. Most recent. Yesterday, around 11 p.m., 11:30, we again heard somebody knocking on the window to shave and a haircut. What? At this point, we set up enough cameras that we wouldn't have any blind spots. We couldn't catch anything. What could possibly explain this as a new house? We don't dabble with Ouija boards or anything of the sort. We just want to know where we can begin to research and begin to explain this. Shave and a haircut. Something saying shave and a haircut, or you're hearing someone shaving and cutting their hair. All of that's crazy. Green-eyed woman in my dreams might have been a warning about real life. I have a personal theory about a green-eyed woman who's appeared in a few of my dreams over the years, starting in 2014 and then again in 2017 and 2018. These dreams seem like past life memories. I find myself as different people and genders in various different historical periods. In these dreams, the green-eyed woman is always different, but always has piercing green eyes. Sometimes she's a family member, a friend, or an acquaintance. The first time I saw her in a dream, she told me it wasn't time yet when I asked her name. In subsequent dreams, she appeared closer to me, such as a friend or a hospice nurse. Interestingly, in 2017, I met a real-life person with green eyes who became my best friend. Despite being hesitant due to past betrayals and friendships, I invested emotionally in our friendship. Over time, I felt increasingly uncomfortable and distrustful of her. Even though our friendship grew stronger, some of her mannerisms just put me on edge.
by mid-2019, her life took a downward turn due to an abusive relationship and an increasingly hostile environment, or at least she became more open about it. I tried to support her despite my own struggles. However, our friendship became one-sided, with her using me as a therapist while neglecting my needs and boundaries. I felt emotionally hurt and ghosted and manipulated by her, which reminded me of previous friendships. And me. She even started forbidding me from talking about topics such as my past, current political or global news, shortening the topics available to only things she liked, about things like Lord of the Rings and anime, which I don't follow or interest me. I've tried to be in order to be a good friend. Over time, my friend changed fundamentally, which made our relationship even more challenging. I believe these dreams featuring the green-eyed woman might have been warnings about this friend, suggesting a karmic connection in past life interactions. Ultimately, I feel that green-eyed woman in my dreams was a harbinger of the troubles that this friendship would bring. What do you think?
Ask Reddit. I work night shift at a local hospital. My coworkers and I were all sharing our paranormal experiences with each other the other night. Most involve things that can be explained away. Malfunctioning equipment, flickering lights, the kind of stuff you call maintenance for and forget about. But a few were pretty weird, so here goes. First was a couple of years ago. We were taking care of an older fellow who was totally with it. Knew who he was, where he was, why he was there, everything. Nothing out of the ordinary, no confusion, nothing. During the day, his family visited and left when visiting hours ended so we could get some rest. Out of nowhere, at about 2 or 3 in the morning, we heard him talking with someone. We went in to check on him and make sure he didn't need any help. He was looking at the empty chair next to his bed and talking with his wife, who he could see, but we could not. Thought it was a little bit odd, but hey, he's old, so maybe he's got some baseline undiagnosed dementia or something. Maybe he was just sundowning a bit. Not uncommon on our floor, so we wrote it off as some late-night confusion. Stops talking with her, go back to sleep, and about 15 minutes later, though, we get a call from his adult son. Asks us to tell his father that his wife, the patient's, not the son's, that his wife had passed away about 20 minutes ago. Second was a little more recent. It's a little after midnight and visiting hours are over. It's just patients and staff now. Everyone else has gone home. We head into a patient's room to knock out some vitals and some medications. The patient tells us, "Someone needs to get that kid out of here." We double-checked the room just to be sure nobody stayed behind, but sure enough, there's no visitors there, kids or otherwise. We assure her there's no kids in the room with her, and again, write it off as some late-night confusion or hallucinations. Once more, not that uncommon. Where it gets weird, though, is when one of our coworkers, who is on the totally opposite side of the unit, comes over and talks with us. Tells us how, when he went in for midnight vitals, one of his patients asked him, "Hey, did you see that little kid who's been running by?" Made us want to call the pediatric floor to ask if they'd lost anybody. But at the same time, we didn't really want to know. I saw a white ball of light burst right next to me. No clue how to explain this. I live in a house with a 2 garage door. Both are attached to each other, divided only by a brick column. One is large and fits 2 cars, and the other is a small single car. My cousin often comes over at night. We'll pull up 2 chairs in front of the closed 2-car garage door. We leave the small 1-car garage door open to go inside to access the garage interior or go back into the house. My house is on a cul-de-sac. It's about 11 p.m. and it's pretty dark as all the neighbors have gone to bed and there really isn't a street lamp. Nonetheless, Cousin and I love sitting in the driveway chilling and talking in the dark in front of the closed garage. We've had a running joke in my family that my house is haunted. There's been a lot of weird encounters, like my older sister seeing a woman in white sitting on the steps, my dog refusing to go upstairs and staring at the same spot on the steps, and other weird but probably easily explainable things like the doors shutting on their own. Nonetheless, this running joke has existed for years. On this night, my cousin and I were talking about the paranormal, and that's when we mentioned the joke about my house being haunted. That exact moment it sounded like something crashed into the garage door. It wasn't like something fell inside the garage, but like a chair was literally thrown at the interior garage door. Frozen for a few minutes, myself and my cousin plucked up the courage and went in to investigate the garage. The lights were off inside, which made it even creepier, but we flashed our phone flashlights. Everything was in order. Nothing had fell or moved. We went back outside to sit in our chairs, by this point very creeped out, mind you. Now this is when things get even weirder. As I stated, the large garage door is closed and we're sitting in front of it, the small garage door is open, and this is what we've been using to access the inside of the garage, like I said. About 2 minutes after we sat back down, in the pitch black opening of the small garage door, a ball of light burst through. My cousin and I were petrified. We both have no clue how to explain this. There's nobody else awake and there was no light sources in the vicinity. It was a pitch black night and my garage and house lights were off. Till this day, I have no clue how to explain a white ball of light bursting less than a few feet away from me. Anybody have an explanation for this? My encounters with a dark entity. I've only really talked with my mom and one friend about this. I'm 24 now, but the first thing that ever happened was when I was in 7th grade. I was at school and my friend saw these scrapes on my upper arm. I didn't even notice them before. It was 3 lines perfectly the same length and width. It looked like a deep cut, but you couldn't feel anything at all on my skin. My friend said something like, "That's some evil shit," or something. I went home and later that night I ended up crying and freaking out to my mom after driving through Google searches telling me it's a demon scratching at my soul. Time goes on and it's forgotten about for the most part. Moved to a new house across town and just a few years later the same 3 scratches appear on my hands. Yet somewhere different, but it was the exact same scenario. Freak out a little again and same as before, time passes. Now what I'm about to say is hard for me to even just type out on my phone. It's tough. Sometime around my freshman year of high school, I was taking a shower at my house. I was the only person home. The bathroom door was locked, nobody but me. It was a hot shower. There's a lot of steam. I get out of the shower and I see the mirror above the sink and get the living shit scared out of me. What I see is a large empty hourglass with complex drawings all around the outside edge of it. Every single line was so perfectly straight and no lines crossed over each other. It looked as if an artist had been working on this and I was in the shower. Can't remember what the images around the hourglass looked like, but it was maybe comparable to Mandarin Chinese in its form. I sat in the bathroom and stared at this for a while, eventually wiped it off. This experience, especially the mirror part, is still haunting my thoughts, and I don't know if I'll ever get a straight answer that makes complete sense. But it's so true that spirits, ghosts, and entities, whatever you call them, are so real. The mirror images I saw was the last experience I had along those lines. I know hourglasses symbolize time and death, and that's really about it from my knowledge. Another thing to add is that my mom told me just recently that the night I got those first scratches, she said the day before she's found some creepy dead animal in the backyard that she couldn't even tell what it was. The one friend I told all this to came up with the idea that the demon was haunting me died while I was in that shower. and the hourglass or images in the mirror was what was left of it. Ask Reddit. For some reason, this really resonated with me, and really created a vivid image in my mind. Like if a cat passes before their owner, they go to a purgatory like this, where under the right circumstances the owner can have a special visit with the cat in their dreams. This purgatory, in quotes, is an infinitely large library, one that has unimaginably many rows, aisles, and nooks and crannies. It's always quiet, save for the low hum of an air conditioner, and there's no people to be found. Outside, it's always twilight evening hours, irrespective of the passage of time, although I'm picturing lighting being something between a normal evening hour light that's seen in Black Panther where he visits his ancestors on the African plains. It's always a cool 62 degrees outside, and inside the library it's always cozy and comfortable. The soft glow of older incandescent bulbs casts no shadows. The carpeting is soft, and there's always that warm, cozy, stale paper smell of old books. The cat has everything he could possibly desire. Plenty of space and toys to run and chase, and infinite perfect napping spots. There's always food and water for the cat to enjoy. Plenty of room to hunt, stalk, nap, and hide. Time moves slowly, and the cat wants for nothing. The cats are all restored to perfect health as in the prime of their life, and yet something is still missing. All cats end up here, but it's so infinitely vast that there's rarely a time when more than 2 or 3 are congregated in one spot. Unless the cats have cat friends and they spend their time with them. People often picture a big open field on a sunny day as where dogs go, and they cross over the Rainbow Bridge. This library is where the cats go. At the time their owner passes, they're granted access to the library and are once again reunited with their beloved kitties. Once more, they get to curl up in front of the fireplace together, and then, only then, the cat and their person feel truly complete again. I love my cat so much. That is a very optimistic idea. I enjoy the bit about the air conditioner existing and books being relevant. You're an odd one. I like you. Wake up and be alone at home. It's been a couple of days since I can't get this memory of my childhood out of my head. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but I was between 6 and 8, probably. I was in my old house, and like any day, I get up relatively early. Every time I woke up, there was somebody already awake, like my mother getting ready to go to work or my father in the kitchen. But this time, I woke up, got on my bed, shared a bunk bed with my brother. I slept on the top one. I remember that it bothered him that I got out of bed like it was nothing because of the noise I made. But this time, I swear, I didn't hear any complaints. When I turned around, his bed was tidy. Thought he had simply gone to one of his friend's house or something like that, because if he were home, he would have made the bed. Or rather, wouldn't. I went to the bathroom that was in front of my sister's room. I also managed to see that she wasn't there. And like every child, I thought that there must have maybe just gone somewhere else without me. So to check and rid of my nerves, I went to my parents' room. And it should be noted that the rooms were relatively close to each other. And as I feared the most, my parents weren't there either. I got a little desperate at the idea of being alone, and I started to scream at my mother, but to scream loudly, and still no one heard me, stating that I was completely alone. At that moment, I remembered that a friend told me that if I needed help of any kind, look for your father in the phone book to call the landline number at home. Those things that you say are just because you're a child. It's 2009. Apparently, at the time, landlines and phone books were still used. Then, already desperate, I started looking for the name of my friend's father. That's what I called him. And suddenly, my father appears. I look at him, a little bewildered, and he asks me, "What are you doing?" All with a tone and a face that showed that the situation made him laugh a little without knowing what to answer. I told him that I wasn't doing anything. I take advantage of the fact that he goes to the bathroom, and I go back to check the rooms, and there was my mother lying down, my sister and my brother. I'm not a believer in paranormal things, but I still don't really understand what happened. Neither do I, because it was impossible not to have seen them in their beds. Plus, no one heard me scream. My father only heard me when I was on the phone. Did something similar happen to you? I think I had encounters as a child. Did I? This entails multiple short encounters, which I'm not sure are real or not. I was somewhere between 5 and 9 when all three happened. Please read all of them. It was about 8 p.m. I was in the restroom brushing my teeth. We had a door leading to the counter area with a sink and then another door separating the toilet from that area. I'd always been afraid of the huge mirror in the counter area, so I would hide in the corner or even underneath the sink as I brushed my teeth. One night after hiding, it was time to get up and rinse my mouth off. That's when suddenly I saw a girl sitting on my shoulders. She looks like she was my age, wearing what seemed like a white or light pink nightgown with the misty black hair. It was only for a second, though. I had past small encounters with her, but I just tried to think of her as my friend. The second and third encounters happened on the same night, so I'm going to connect them. I stayed up late playing on my Nintendo DS or on my Wii U when I suddenly heard the bathroom faucet turn on and off. It was over and over. Some for long periods and some for short. And for reference, I had a loft bed on the same side of my room, or at least the same side that my room door was on. My room was straight across from the bathroom. Eventually it kept going, and the faucet turning on for longer amounts of time each time. I started becoming scared and yelled for my parents and my older brother, calling out their names. Eventually I thought it might be my brother playing a trick on me, so I yelled his name over and over. I started getting very scared, called out more and more, but no responses. The walls of my old house were thin, and our old bedrooms were all near each other. I started screaming, yet absolutely nobody replied. Not Mom, not Dad, not brother. And all three of them should have. Eventually I stopped and hid underneath my blanket for about 20 minutes. The faucet finally stopped. But then I sat up and I felt something watching me. Turn around to see a hand with long white fingers and long painted nails. I hid underneath the blanket immediately until it was gone. What happened that night? Ask Reddit. In high school, I had a good friend named Steve. One day, freshman year, 2007-ish, he told my group of friends about an odd turn of events that happened to his brother Tim a couple of years prior. Tim went to college somewhere in New Hampshire. One night around 2 a.m., Tim and his friends decided they needed Dunkin' Donuts, even though the nearest Dunkin' Donuts was across state lines. I don't know much about New Hampshire's geography, but I'm told this trek involved going through a narrow highway that takes them through some woods. On the way back from Dunkin' Donuts, a mysterious car pulled in front of them in the hallway. It was a red compact car with the markings scratched off, and its only defining feature was its license plate that had a black O and a green M. Will henceforth be known as just Ohm. Around this time, Tim describes weird coincidences. like his phone losing service and the jazz station playing Smells Like Teen Spirit. Well, I'll admit, those could have just been weird coincidences. At this time, Tim and his friends were sensing some bad juju from this guy. So Tim let his foot off the gas and was happy to let Ohm go off on his way. But Ohm wasn't done with them. As soon as Tim slowed down, Ohm did the same. Tim thought this was weird, but maybe if he floors it, he could go around Ohm. But when Tim sped up, so did Ohm. Tim and company were freaking out at this point, had no idea what they were dealing with, but they saw a curve in the road up ahead. They saw Ohm go around it. They decided to just stop. Their adrenaline was pumping. They weren't sure how long they sat there, but after what felt like 20 minutes, they worked up the courage to continue on their way. Maybe Ohm would have the mercy on them. But as soon as they got around the corner, Ohm was there. The exact same distance as they last saw him, matching their speed. Ohm clearly was without mercy. Tim and his friend were rightfully scared for their lives and relented to just going forward and hoping they could get out of this alive. Eventually, there was a fork in the highway. One led towards the college town while the other led further into the woods. Our heroes went home while Ohm ventured into the unknown. Tim never saw Ohm again. My grandma died less than 10 years ago. Had many dreams of her, but she's only spoken once. For context, I was in my preteen stage when my grandma passed. I can recall every dream I've had about her after, and the fact that she never said anything to me until the very last dream. However, she always had a very distinct facial expression. The first dream I had was nearly right after she passed. I believe it was that very same night. She had passed in the early morning. This dream was themed on a Sunday. I know this because before she got emergency custody of me, she'd take me back home on Sundays after coming over that Friday. Got in the car, she didn't look at me or make eye contact, but she had this grim look on her face. No smile, which was very unusual for her. Second time with the door. Stays open then. We drive up to a stop sign, make a right, and everything turns and fades into white. Standing around were many, many people, some of which I'd known from my childhood, but had already long way past. Some chatting here and there, but no distinct words I could hear, and then I wake up. The second dream isn't very necessary. Don't know where I was, but my grandpa and I were in this huge warehouse. The only time I saw her, she was laying on the ground, definitely dead. The third dream was years later. I was at their house, the very house she died in. I looked in the hallway and we saw her standing there with an angry look on her face. Also seemed to be disappointed. This is strange because of the time I had gotten bad into drugs and also got diagnosed with alcoholism. I was 15, by the way, so I didn't even know somebody that young could be diagnosed with something of that sort, but it happened. She hated drugs because of my dad and uncle. Believed it was sinful, and rightfully so. The fourth dream was after I got clean off the drugs. I was happy, got a job, finally cut off the people I needed out of my life, and this dream consisted of her and I sitting on the couch. We had the TV tray out in front of us, which was a normal occurrence. She finally looked happy. The only thing she said to me was, "You'll never see me again," with a smile on her face. After that, I woke up, and sure enough, I've never had a dream of her since. Some would say it's a weird coincidence, but I'm sure there's much more to it. At least that's what I'd like to believe. "2004 Northwest Connecticut. Dear Or. So I'll never forget this day as long as I live. It was around December 2004, maybe early 2005. It was near Burlington, Connecticut. My friend and I were driving around, ghost hunting, in air quotes. otherwise known as checking out cemeteries, and the Green Lady Cemetery. This was at night because we were edgy goth kids. Plus, it was a full moon, so why the fuck not? Anyway, we got turned around on some of those back roads and ended up in this weird woody area. It was winter. There was a little bit of snow on the ground, but not much, maybe a couple of inches or so. We're driving down this really crappy paved road with lots of potholes and our old-ass Honda going relatively slow. All of a sudden, a deer crosses the road in front of us. My friend who was driving brakes. We were only going about 25 or 30 miles an hour. The deer, no joke, stared past our headlights and right at us. And this deer was huge. I don't know how the heck you measure a deer, but I know horses, and they would say he was about 15 hands at his withers. His antlers were pretty average, nothing too pointy or dramatic, but he almost glowed in our headlights. It might have been the moon at that point, but it was seriously creepy. He stared at us for a solid minute before my friend turned off the headlights. The deer walked straight at the car, which caused us both to panic, turn the headlights on, and actually drive around the deer, which was still coming at the car. We drive away, not going much faster than 25 or 30. Potholes and suspension on the car be damned. I happened to look out the window, and no shit, the deer's fucking pacing us in the woods alongside us. It kept turning its head and looking at us. We must have been going at least 40 or 50 miles an hour. We panicked, but because the road conditions can't get much faster without crashing or really fucking up the car. Finally, 2 miles or so down the road, we come up on a brightly lit patch. It had a school and a decent enough intersection that required a stoplight. I see the deer peel off behind her car and run back down the middle of the road. I just learned a new word. Withers. Supernatural experience. So I'm in my 30s now. For the most part, kind of forget. I don't really think about this weird time, but every now and again I have a few hours obsessing over it. This might be a little long, but when I was a little girl, we would spend every weekend at my grandma's. My mom was an only child, so it was only me and my brothers, no cousins, which made us very close to our grandparents. Me and my 4 brothers, I was the only girl. We'd all go on a Friday night, but on Saturday my brothers would leave and I would stay until Sunday night. It was mainly when they had left that this would happen to me. I would get severely depressed. And I need you to remember I was only around 6 years old. Like a weird knot in my tummy and a horrid black cloud that made me feel sick. My grandparents were wonderful and kind of doting, but it was their house. I would think about dying all the time while I was there, and have actual panic attacks where I would jump out of bed and run to the landing and screaming for my grandma. I had only my own bedroom, and it felt like there was something awful in there. I need to make it clear how when I was at my mother's home I never felt like this, never experienced anything like this anywhere else. My grandparents' bathroom was opposite their bedroom. And sometimes when I would leave the bathroom, I would see water dropping from their door frame. I would watch a few drops, and I've kind of touched the carpet and see if it was wet, and never was. I've tried to catch the droplets and watch them fall into my hands, only to find them dry. I was so scared in that house that I could bring myself to flush the toilet because of the noise. I was certain something would happen to me while the noise of that flush was filling the room. It got so bad that I started asking my mom to come home first thing Saturday morning, because the depression and awful, dark feeling in the base of my tummy got to be too much. I would think about going from Wednesday onwards. I would worry about it and fret. I loved seeing my grandparents when they came to our home, and the dark, bleak presence of their home never followed them. Years later, my grandma got very sick. They relocated to a bungalow. Since losing them both, I've driven past the house and I don't get any feelings now. I often wonder what this was, and I'd be interested in talking to anybody who's ever experienced anything like this. I've seen 2 ghosts in 2 weeks. Very different energies. I work in a shopping center as a cleaner. 2 weeks ago, I offered to join the night shift because they had a shortage of staff, and last week was my first one. In my first night shift, I started out okay. It was unusually quiet as I usually work the day shift, so it took some getting used to. I was shown how to clean the doors on the inside area and the car park side, on the first 2 floors of 8. When the person left the temperature, it had felt unnaturally cold. See, initially I thought nothing of it as it was winter, and, well, I assumed it was just the ice and the wind. It was when I worked my way down to level 3, I went into the car park, and there it was. It was a girl, no older than 12, stood in the corner on the opposite side of the car park. She was a nice presence. She laughed at me and shook her head, but there didn't feel like any bad energy around. However, tonight was my second night shift of 3. This time I had a much more hateful ghost grace my company. I was on my own basically from the beginning. So when I got to the highest level of the car park, I briefly saw a ghost I have to assume was from the Victorian era. I didn't get to have a proper look at first as they were gone. I continued onwards. With the night aware, the car park side of the doors were no longer feeling safe. When I made it to level 2, I went outside like I had on every other floor. Unfortunately, the ghostly presence made itself known to me, and it felt truly hateful. Felt a slight tightening around my chest. Turned around, saw the ghost much clearer. It was a man in a bloody suit, and they didn't have their head. It felt like he didn't want me outside, and did what he could to keep me on the shopping center side of the doors. I'm scared now. As the girl first appeared on level 3, the guy's presence felt strong in level 2. And I have 1 more night shift next week. I'm scared I'll see something on level 1. Am I worried over nothing, or is this a big deal? Should I be worried the 2 night shifts I've done had ghostly presences in roughly the same area? Standby light. This happened to me around 20 years ago. I was 10 years old, maybe a little younger. I owned this radio CD player with 3 settings: radio, off, and CD. The CD mode had a standby light, a red dot shining like a big scary eye, and I absolutely hated it. I was very careful about always turning it off because that red eye scared me when I was trying to sleep. I had never shut my light off with the standby light still being lit before, but this night I did. Now I don't know what I was thinking, probably stop being a baby, it's just a light, go to sleep. But I realized I had forgotten to turn it off. Shut off my light anyway and tried to sleep, but my eyes kept drifting to the light. After a while of discomfort, I pulled my cover over my head, but the unease made me peek. Just one eye, peeking towards that light. In the shadow around the light, I saw a hand. A shadow hand with claws that almost made the fingers twice as long as human fingers, reaching out to grab my radio. Scared, but certain I was seeing things because of it, I pulled the covers down to see things clearly. Nothing. Now, scared out of my mind, I pulled the covers back over my face. Had the hand moved? Was I hallucinating? No, I had to look again. Once again peeking, I saw the hand. It was pulling on my radio. For some reason, to this day, I don't know, this dance repeated 3 or 4 times before I just hid underneath my covers and somehow fell asleep. But that's just a dream or the light playing tricks on a poor scared kid's mind, right? I would have said so if it hadn't been for what I discovered the next day. You see, my desk was split into 3 pieces. I was pedantic that the radio must not cross between them. It must stand with all of the feet on one of the pieces. Well, when I woke up the next day, the radio was standing right over the crack separating 2 of the pieces of furniture. During the night, the radio did move, and to this day I can find no reasonable explanation for it to move. If not that ghostly, clawed hand that curiously wanted to know what that red glow was. Encounter I had on my apartment stairwell back in 2015. I stepped out of my apartment into the stairwell one night. To get a picture of it in your head, the stairs were red and metal, poorly painted and horribly maintained. The lights were bright white, constantly buzzed, and the walls were damp. I turned to go to the door, and that's when I saw him, a man wearing a navy blue overcoat that had very apparent wet spots on it, which was the first thing that threw me off since we hadn't had rain in weeks. The other thing that threw me off was how he smoked a cigarette. Smoke went in, but didn't come out. He held the cigarette in his mouth, gripping it as if it had fallen out of his mouth, and otherwise he sat on a step that went up to the main door. I watched him take a long drag. I watched him breathe out, and nothing. The crackling of the cigarette was so loud, like it had been amplified by 1,000. I looked closer at him and noticed his mouth was wide open. The crackle of the cigarette rung loud in the stairwell when I realized he wasn't holding up to his lips anymore. It was in his hand to his side. I walked down the stairs toward him, and as soon as I took a step, the air went dead silent. The rushing of the nearby river ceased, and the buzzing of the lights did too. I was fucking terrified, but I kept walking. I walked as fast as my feet could carry me, all the while praying he wasn't going to reach for a knife or anything. He didn't. He didn't reach for anything. For some reason, he allowed me to get uncomfortably close before he raised his arm up, held the cigarette to his mouth, and lit it. He was no longer moving and stood as still as a statue in the light of the white fluorescent bulbs above him. He didn't take a drag or even exhale and just sat there as if he were waiting for something. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I watched him sit there until the cigarette was almost completely smoked out. He was still and silent. I woke up back in my door, hand shaking and gripping the doorknob. I tried to shake it off as just a bad daydream because that's what it felt like. Too vivid to be a daydream, but too hazy to be real. About to open my door, and as I turned the handle, the air went dead silent again. Took my hand off the doorknob, and the sound immediately came back. Never tried to open my door without listening for that dead silence now. It's up to you if you want to believe me or not. A lot of people look at me with a sort of pity when I tell them. They don't call me mad, but it's apparent that that's what they're thinking. Something different in my parents' house. My parents have lived in this same house for over 30 years. I lived here from age 6 to 17 when I moved to another city for college. After that, I graduated and started working there. I would come visit, but just a couple of times throughout the year. Now, about 10 years ago, I had a near-death experience. I almost drowned at the beach, and I had a sensory memory coming right back when I was about to drown. I could feel the memories as if I was inside of them. The one I still remember very vividly is the warmth and smell of my mother's lips when she kissed me on the nose when I was little. She used to kiss me like that whenever we were cuddling, or when she would kind of pick me up at school. I also remembered the touch of my father's warm hands whenever he touched my feet to wake me up, or how my closest friends and I hug each other so tight for so long. It felt amazing. I felt all of that and more. But I also felt something changed in me. I started to feel vibes in people. I cut people off my life entirely because I started to feel like they were not honest or good people. which turned out to be very accurate. In a party I attended, I met some of my sister-in-law's relatives, and one uncle in particular gave me a weird feeling. Couldn't explain it, but something about him didn't sit right with me. I only mentioned it to my mom as I was trying to figure it out as I told her. He gives me sexual assault vibes. He does something to his children, I'm sure. A couple months later, my sister-in-law told my mom that this uncle had problems with the whole family and the siblings decided to take the kids away from him, but didn't press any charges. He had been molesting his own children since his wife left him. I also started feeling energies in places I had been before and places I'd never been to, but I felt that something weird was there and I just couldn't explain it. Now, a couple of months ago, I moved back to my parents' house because I bought a piece of land. I'm having my house built, but ever since I came back, I keep seeing these shadows at night passing by, peeking out the door. Sometimes from the corner of my eye, I get to see them. I'd never seen them until now. They seemed curious about me since I caught them watching me. I've also heard some noises, but just tapping on the wall or my desk or the door. Nothing else so far. I don't know what it was. I'm a logger in northern BC in Canada. I'm an avid hunter, and I've spent many a night hunting alone. That being said, quite a few years ago I was working on a broken-down skidder in the dark after everybody on the logging block was gone. I was changing a blown hydraulic hose under the cab. That's when I felt like I was being watched. The feeling continued to get worse and worse, so I was on edge, continued to work on replacing the blown hose. Every trip for tools to the service truck and back, I would scan for eyes on the nearby tree line. It was about 25 meters away. Continued to work on the pain-in-the-ass hose that you literally have to dive your head and upper body under the cab to reach, so your legs are stuck up in the air and feeling vulnerable. The feeling of being watched gets more intense. All the hairs on my neck are standing and I hear a two-tone whistle from far away, almost as if it was wind. So far away, but it was flat in a calm day, so there's about 6 inches of fresh snow on the ground. I pushed myself out from underneath the skidder and looked around quietly with a flashlight for eyes on the tree line down the road. Nothing. I had one side of the hose fitting to remove still, and it was the easiest side, and higher up so I wasn't ass over tea kettle removing it. I put my head back underneath the cab and quickly began to spin the fitting loose. The feeling of being watched was so bad, every hair on my body was standing when I hear the same two-tone whistle very loudly in the tree line directly behind me. I had the hose off at the exact same time, so I whipped myself out from under the cab, turned all ready to throw down with like a 1/5/8 wrench in my hand. I was yelling, "Where the fuck are you?" Nothing. No one there, no tracks, no eyes, no wind, no nothing. The flashlight I had was more of a small floodlight for working on repair stuff, so it didn't light up the inside of the trees. The next day it had snowed another 6 inches or so. I went back and hiked behind the tree line with the 12 gauge. I was ready to go, no tracks that I could see, no perches on the trees where snow had been pushed off, if it was a bird, nothing. Growing up, my first-hand experiences. When I was growing up, I lived on a beautiful island called Guam. My father was in the military, so we lived on a military base. The house I lived in was nice and sizable. The only issue was I was terrified to sleep in my own room, for valid reasons. I'll go through and share with you below. Because I was terrified to sleep in my own bedroom, I would sleep in my parents' bedroom on the floor on a makeshift bed. One particular evening I was trying to fall asleep and having a hard time doing so. I decided to shift around my pillows a bit, moving them around, and I noticed a finger Not a normal-looking finger, mind you. This one looked like it belonged on a corpse. It was pale and purple-looking. I looked at it in horror, not knowing what to do. While staring at it, it slowly retreated back underneath the bed. Covered where it was with a pillow, tried my hardest to go to sleep. That was to no avail. I remember looking underneath my parents' bed and seeing bright yellow glowing eyes one particular day. Thought it might just be one of my cats, but it was not one of my cats. This thing was staring me down and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to have seen whatever it was doing. While living in that house, I would hear noises that would sound like plates and glasses breaking in the kitchen, only to go out and investigate and discover nothing had been broken. I would hear heavy running footsteps up and down the hallway. My sister would regularly see a person hanging from a noose in my parents' bedroom from the corner of her eye, then look at it, only to have it disappear moments later. I would see shadow people running around in shadowy areas of the house, such as the hallway. My father would have to tell the spirits that lived in the house to go in peace. And we would be okay for maybe a week, but then things would get weird again. Amongst many other experiences, these are only a few that I can, recollect clearly. The ones that left a real, impression on me. I think of these experiences I had as a child, as an adult, and I think that whatever I was experiencing was definitely one that was paranormal. I'm still not entirely sure of what to think of what I experienced in that house. Creepy childhood experiences. Hi all, I'm a 37-year-old female. I was listening to a podcast about ghost stories. Thought I'd share a few experiences I had in my childhood home. The house where I grew up, it's like over 100 years old and my parents still live there. My dad has actually lived in that house for his entire life. My grandparents built out the attic space into 2 additional bedrooms when he was a kid. The back bedroom of the upstairs was the room my sister and I shared when we were kids, and it's directly above our living room. There have been so many times when I'd be alone in the house in the living room when there would be a crashing sound come from up in our room. Think someone dropping a stack of books. I'd run upstairs, but nothing would ever be out of place. I didn't see anything for years. Figured nobody would believe me. Didn't say anything either. But when I eventually told my mom and sister, they looked kind of shocked because both admitted they'd also been hearing the same noises for years. When I was 16, I was playing Super Mario World in the alcove of my bedroom. I was facing the window with my back to the rest of the room. When you start a level in the game, the screen kind of fades to black for maybe a second or two. When this happened, I could see the reflection of a man standing behind me. Thinking it was my dad, I whipped around to ask, and how he managed to sneak up the stairs. Stairs creaked like crazy. There was no one there. I reset the console over and over again, but the man was gone. I told my dad what I saw. He seemed a little spooked before he told me that I described his father who died before I was born. After that, he refused to acknowledge that we ever just had that conversation, and believed that I was, quote-unquote, just seeing things. The last big occurrence happened when I was 17. This was before the house had central air, so the summers were spent with windows open to circulate air. I had the front door open, but there was no breeze that day. I was playing on the computer when the front door swung shut and latched. 100-year-old door that has to be latched in a very specific way. I froze when I heard the footsteps going from the front door past me and into the kitchen. As the footsteps went past me, I heard the sound of a woman humming. Three knocks. My grandmother would always tell me about knocking she would hear either a few days before or moments before somebody close to her would pass away. It would usually be around 3 knocks. Not in any particular place. She said she would sometimes hear it at the door, behind the wall, or coming from outside. My grandmother had always kind of had this weird gift to see and experience things that I guess were paranormal, for lack of better words. She would always tell me her experiences, and me being not the bravest person on earth would get so scared I wouldn't be able to sleep for, days on end. I always thought the knocks were interesting whenever she told me about it, because not long after it usually happened, somebody would sometimes die, or she would complain for days that she wasn't sleeping, and then the knocks would happen, as well as among other weird things. I was very open to the idea of these knocks due to the fact that evidently people sometimes passed away. Last year, the 3 knocks happened to me. It was a Friday morning, and that entire week my grandmother's sister, Sari, was fighting COVID in the hospital. Sari was the second closest thing to a grandmother for me, so I had a great love for her. I wouldn't say we were close, but that was like as grandmotherly love that I could get, and she always given it to me. When I woke up, I was still between that state of being very sleepy, but also fully aware of my surroundings as I wasn't asleep. I know I had my back to the door of my room when I heard 3 faint but audible knocks on my door. I opened my mouth and I say, "Yes?" Then it hit me like a train that I heard absolutely no one walk around the door or open any of the doors that we had in the hallway. And trust me, I have the loudest family, so I should have heard somebody or something. My body froze and a chill went right down my back. For a good minute, I was too terrified to move. Laid in bed for a while to listen if anybody would maybe walk away or open the door to confirm it was indeed one of my family members. But no, nothing but silence after that. I even thought my brother was trying to scare me. I got choked in my sleep and scared my boyfriend. Me and my boyfriend live in an old building, a studio apartment. Before it was an apartment, it was a mental institution. Crazy, I know. My dreams started out when we moved into an apartment. It wasn't the same one that we live in now. We had a blessing and a housewarming party. When everyone was over, my mom and my grandma stayed to put things away, such as gifts and pots and pans. I picked up a box, turned my body, saw through a window, like through another building. There was a lady looking straight at me. Now, this isn't my first time seeing a creepy person in my dreams, and I was telling myself she's not real, it's just a dream. So I turned away and I calmed down. And this was all in my dream. I was trying to have a nice little dream. I looked up again and saw her through another window. Keep in mind, in my dream, that window wasn't on the wall. I made eye contact, she came at me full speed and started choking me. I woke up, eyes open, but couldn't move and still was seeing her directly on top of me. It was choking me. It was like I woke up and started coughing, choking on my saliva or something. According to my boyfriend, I looked like I was held against my will with my eyes rolled back, with my eyelids struggling to be open and just not breathing. My boyfriend freaked out, started shaking me because, fun fact, when we started dating, I told him sometimes when I sleep, if I tap him continuously, which is the best I can do when these things happen, it's to shake me. So, first time he shook me, she went away. But I felt my eyes being so heavy. My body was falling asleep, but my mind was telling myself to stay awake. I was literally fighting my sleep. My eyes fully closed, and I saw her again, and she just kept doing it continuously until my boyfriend eventually sat me up and shook me. I then told my mom what happened, and she full-on described how she looked from head to toe. Told my boyfriend that I have a weak soul and that I'm an easy target, that I shouldn't sleep on the outside, because that's an easy access. Bed's against the wall and outside, meaning I'm not sandwiched between him and the wall. Since then, my boyfriend always sleeps on the outside. Sounds like a plan. Ask Reddit 2. Happened to me and a small group of friends. When we were younger, we watched Battleships. Didn't really like the movie, but we enjoyed each other's company to just watch and have reasons to hang out. Halfway through the movie, a friend of mine sitting next to me was smiling a little too sheepishly while hugging her legs, which she brought into her chair. I was curious and mouthed and motioned. "What?" My friend and another friend who were not just kind of pointed in front. I looked in front and there's nothing significant going on in front of us. The theater wasn't packed, a lot of empty seats. The rows in front of us, probably half or a quarter of the rows in the entire hall, were all empty, except a couple that decided to sit in the row directly in front of mine. They were sitting a few seats away from my left and a row in front of me. I looked at them and there was nothing but funny going on. I looked back at my friend who was sitting on my right, motioning. "Huh, what?" in gestures. They kept pointing in the general vicinity in front of my friend. Failing to see anything, repeatedly my friend told me in a hushed voice, "The chair, look at the chair." I looked at the chair that was slightly haphazard in front of my friend. It was shaking as if somebody was either kicking the chair from behind rapidly, or if somebody sat in the chair and was rocking back and forth in it. I normally am a scaredy cat when it comes to paranormal stuff, but I had to know, so I lurched forward and looked down toward the row. I saw nothing. I just saw all the rows of chairs and saw nothing sitting in that chair. I saw no reason for the chair to behave that way. I did see a cartoon of popcorn, can't remember if it was placed on the chair, affected or beside it. I stared and saw nothing, just the chair shaking. All the adjacent chairs were not shaking and everything else was still as it should be. I laughed in disbelief. My friends asked me, did I see anything? I said nothing at all. Well, we just watched the movie to distract ourselves. We had an interesting post-movie chat too. Some additional occulty information. In Southeast Asian countries, people tend to be superstitious. It's normal for movie theaters to block entire front rows in theaters. Those who are superstitious would say they're reserved for visitors who also want to watch. The more skeptical would say it's to avoid needing to clean more rows when there's less customers. Hearing an otherworldly scream after using a Ouija board. This happened to me and my siblings when we were very young, but the memory is very vivid. This was the most intense paranormal experience I've had in my life, and just wanted to get it out there. To start, the house we lived in at the time was definitely haunted. My sister told me much later on that she would hear someone walking up the stairs, and then a shadowy figure would stand in her doorway. I heard the steps back then, but I'd always assumed it was just her walking around. She didn't tell me too much later, as she didn't want to scare me. The house was very creepy at night. I always felt a profound sense of being watched whenever I'd go past certain spots. It was completely different when I would go back home to my mom's house. I wasn't afraid of the dark and I would still get up at night to go to the bathroom. But it always felt very scary to do so, and I would hurry as fast as possible. On to the actual story. I was 10, big sister 13, and little brother 8. I begged my older sister to let us play with a little Ouija board keychain toy that she had. I was fascinated by ghosts and the supernatural. I wasn't scared of ghosts at all, and in fact, I loved them a lot and I only thought they were kind of interesting. It took a lot of convincing, but eventually she agreed to play with the board. We all sat down at the kitchen table and my sister and I put our fingers on the planchette and asked if anybody was there, to which it almost immediately said yes. We spent some time arguing that the other was definitely moving and, well, just asking some benign questions. I don't remember. After a bit we started getting scared, so we said, let's stop. The planchette immediately and harshly moved to no, and we instantly pulled our hands back. As soon as we did, we all hear this horrible screeching or scream, one that did not sound human at all. We each described it a bit differently, but we all heard it all at once. We ran so fast to the other room that we all sat huddled on the couch for a long time. Finally, I asked if anybody else heard that, to which they all nodded. We stayed that way for hours, till my dad came home. He didn't tell me about it, and nothing really came of it. Or rather, we didn't tell him. But it was so terrifying that to this day recalling it gives me the chills. Ask Reddit. I was staying with my grandparents for a week or two over the summer break years ago during school years. It was a nice summer day outside, fairly warm, with no wind at all. My grandparents were going into town to pick up something for supper. Asked if I wanted to come, but I wanted to stay behind. Anyway, they were gone for a little bit. I was sitting in my grandfather's recliner in the living room drawing or reading. Can't remember which one it was. As I sat there, I suddenly felt this cool, gentle breeze along my cheek and on my neck, and I suddenly smelled a really strong smell of perfume. It was so strong that it was as if somebody had dumped out a bottle of perfume on the coffee table in front of the chair or something. I jumped up and looked around for a source. Couldn't see anything, so worth noting that there was no perfume anywhere near where I was in the house. All the windows in the living room were shut. When I jumped up and looked for a source of the breeze and smell, I felt incredibly uneasy. Unexplainably so. I just didn't feel safe. So I got the hell outside, stayed on the front deck for several minutes until it calmed down. Went back inside, I opened all the living room windows and turned the TV on and just tried to get myself back to normal. Worth noting, I slept right above the kitchen in the guest bedroom, and I'd hear noises downstairs late at night sometimes. Sounded like footsteps and things being moved around in the kitchen. I remember telling my grandmother once, but she said that the house was just old and settling at night. I knew what she meant by that, but it's not what I'd like to hear at night. It literally sounded like there was somebody snooping around. Some nights I felt afraid to try to fall asleep because I felt like I was being watched, but I never saw anything in the room with me. To make this go from 10% creepy to at least 50% creepy, they lived right across the road from a very old and large cemetery at the time. Also, my mother used to say that when she was younger and still lived at home, it's the same house she grew up in, by the way, she would hear footsteps coming from downstairs. After they moved into the house of my grandfather's uncle when he passed away, I stayed with them for another summer or two before I grew out of it, quote-unquote. Never had any issues at all with the new house. Not ever. Ask Reddit. I have so many, but I feel like telling this one tonight. When I was 13 years old, I was at a church for a youth group sleepover. It was held at our youth group leader's house. We were going on a ski trip the next morning, but I wasn't feeling well after dinner, so I decided to go to sleep early upstairs while everybody else was watching Big Mama's house downstairs. I was in a sleeping bag on the floor in one of the empty upstairs bedrooms, but it was hard for me to fall asleep because my throat was really bothering me. You and me both. There was no one upstairs beside me and a baby sleeping in his own room. At one point, the baby started crying. The mom/youth group leader's wife came upstairs to check on him. He stopped crying and then she went back downstairs. I remember hearing all of that happen, and also hearing laughter and sounds from the movie downstairs as well. After the youth group leader's wife went back downstairs, I was still having trouble falling asleep. I was just looking around the dark, empty room. That's when all of a sudden I see movement from the corner of my right eye, like something was moving toward me very slowly. I look to my right. I see a headless figure in a dark-colored Victorian-style dress floating toward me. I remember this figure had no head. The dress had a white collar with some sort of brooch in the middle.
It had long sleeves and it was puffy from the waist down. I can still see it in my mind almost 20 years later. I was completely frozen in fear as it slowly floated towards me. I finally got the courage to pull the sleeping bag cover over my head. I used to be really religious, so I just kept saying the Lord's Prayer over and over again. I was like suffocating inside the sleeping bag, but I couldn't get the courage to run downstairs. Eventually, I was so tired I fell asleep with the sleeping bag still over my head. I woke up the next morning, still scared from what happened. But I never told anybody at the church about this or asked the youth group leader about his house. I still can't look at dark-colored Victorian-style dresses, at least without remembering this traumatic experience.
My experience with the haunted house. When I was a kid, we moved to this old house out in the country. The house had a basement and an attic. In the basement, there was pentagrams painted on the walls. I was always creeped out with the basement and remembering seeing glowing eyes in the hole of the ceiling of the basement. One time while in my room, I was doing my homework with my headphones on. I felt a hand hit my hair. I saw my ponytail swing from one side to the other from the corner of my eyes, and then my chair started shaking violently. There was no one in my room, and I couldn't explain how that happened. I was 13 at the time, and it scared the shit out of me. I didn't tell my parents because they're Jehovah's Witnesses. They would freak out and make me pray and read the Bible. Another incident happened while I was at home alone. Both my parents were at work at the time, and I was in the bathroom brushing my hair. That's when I heard my stepdad's voice very clearly say, "Hi, I'm home." I heard the footsteps and his keys rattling and the back door slamming shut. I think my stepdad was home. Came out of the bathroom responding to what I thought was my stepdad. At first, I thought maybe he was hiding from me, so I started looking around the house for him. When I looked out of the window, I saw that the gate was still closed and no cars were parked outside in our driveway. And the back door was still locked. I got freaked out. But I said in a loud voice, "I must be going crazy," thinking that if I ignored it, it wouldn't bother me. I used to see black figures in the corners of my eyes, and when I would turn to look directly at it, it wouldn't be really anything there at all. I used to hear a man's voice saying my name in a loud whisper in my ears. I've even heard the same voice saying my name while I was at work before nobody came around me. My sister one time was running in my room late at night scared, wanting to sleep in my bed because she said she saw a ghost. She said the ghost was of a woman wearing a light-colored dress and was just pointing at her in the doorway of her room, and it vanished. Years after we moved from that house, I would have recurring dreams of that house, and it would always be about ghosts and weird stuff. I don't know what that's about, but that house was pretty creepy to live in. Ask Reddit 4. Used to live in a haunted house, a farmhouse. No joke. I've had a couple of experiences, but I'm going to tell 2 of them because they're short. The first one was when I woke up, went down the stairs, got some breakfast, went up to our sunroom. It overlooked a small garden. There was this man I'd never seen before that was digging some holes and putting flowers into the garden. Nothing odd. I waved at him, he waved at me, and I continued on eating. I had finished my food when I walked into our kitchen. Mind you, it's a straight line from the sunroom. I walked up, walked my bowl in the sink, came back probably a total of 15 seconds. That's when I came back to the guy, gone, like he was never even there. I asked my grandmother and parents about the man, but they have no idea what I'm talking about. They said there was no guy. That one was probably not so bad though. So it was a short one, but my most recent was when I was asleep. I felt this figure watching me. Thought it might have been my parents. I
thought it would be funny to scare them, so I decided that I would jump up and grab them. I waited for the right moment and grabbed, but when I looked up, there was nothing there. My hand started to tingle with pins and needles, and it traveled down my arm to my shoulder. Then an outline of a boy appeared. He looked young, around 5 feet. He had no distinct details and was completely see-through. He had this light glow and just sat there. Finally, I let go of the pins and needles in my arm, and it dispersed immediately, and his outline just vanished. That was the first time I've had contact with a ghost. I've always caught a glimpse of them, like seeing them in mirrors or seeing a figure out of the corner of my eye, then turning and not being there. My sister and mother have the same things to different degrees, though. It's not uncommon, but that one was something that none of us had done before. Oh yeah, and my sister has this ghost lady that watched over her that appears every so often. Changes the lights in the room that she's in. I'll have small conversations with her that's been going on since she was a baby. She hates me. Well, those are some of mine. Believe them if you want.
Ask Reddit. Not creepy at all, but my dad called on the 5th anniversary of his death. I only used the landline for work, so I had the answering machine on. Just let it pick up. My mother and I were sitting right there watching TV, heard the recording, but what we heard was different than what was recorded. What we heard sounded like a bunch of voices in a tunnel, really in the background, and a man, my dad's voice, saying hello. What recorded was only his voice, no background noise, which shocked me, because we had just heard all these voices in the background. Now I would have put this down to a wrong number, except for a few key details. First, what we heard wasn't what was recorded, which was weird. Also, it sounded like my dad. I could have still explained it away, but on my caller ID was 15 zeros, not the normal phone number. I could have even explained that away as somebody calling from the internet and it being a spam call. The thing that really convinced me was that on my phone there was no time or date stamp. Someone could get online and mess with what caller ID showed, but I've never talked to anybody who'd explain how they could take control of my answering machine's display. Something that's been set on the machine. Right after the phone showed the display as normal, date, time, all that was there. It was like the call came from somewhere that isn't a time and date. And of course, the voice is my dad's voice, his inflection, etc. Everybody who knew him that's heard it, whether they believe in the afterlife or ghosts or not, they all say, "That's your dad's voice." I think it was my dad trying to let my mom and I know that he was okay. I had been having a hard time with that particular anniversary. How could he have been gone 5 years already? I think he wanted us to know he was near, even if we can't see him. Oh, and I kept a copy of the recording. Not what we heard, but the answering machine. And some pictures of the answering machine's phone and display.
Ask Reddit. Worked at a 90-year-old bookstore. 2 months into working there, and the longtime owners had decided to retire. But soon after, the assistant manager chose to keep the place open, despite the longtime owners having sold off 90% of the stock. The assistant manager hired family and friends and kept half the old staff, including me. A few months in, one of the friends she hired, who ran her computers after we closed at 9, said a man would appear in the basement stairs at 10 p.m. He would then walk to the back of the store, climb the stairs to the loft in the office, and disappear. The assistant manager took this story with a grain of salt, as she was religious and didn't believe in the paranormal. But then, families she hired started staying late. They started seeing the guy too. Eventually, the assistant manager stayed late and said she saw him. 6 months into this assistant manager running the place, a lady showed up with old pictures of the store from the 50s. She was saying that she'd worked there in the 60s. I asked her if she'd ever seen the ghost. I worked for him. She told us the ghost was the owner from the 60s. In his time, the store closed at 10 p.m. and he would go around looking last-minute customers before heading up to the office. Meanwhile, I always had the morning shift. I'd started coming in before sunrise because we had somebody stealing all of our newspapers off our front porch. I would go inside and wait in the near dark for the newspaper truck to drop them off. It was a few days after hearing the story about the old manager. I'd just brought in the papers and was hankering for donuts from a nearby shop. As I'm about to leave, I turn back toward the darkness and I say, "Going to the donut shop? Want anything?" That's my stomach, if you can hear it. I didn't hear a voice, but the words "bear claw" popped into my head. I ran for the door, getting the stomach. I ran to the door, getting the creepy feeling that if I stuck around for one more second, I really would hear a voice say, "Bear claw. Bear claw."
Sleep paralysis tapped on bed and pulled my hair. Why are these things so weird? I've dealt with sleep paralysis for over 15 years now, on and off. At first they were terrifying, but they seem to happen less and less throughout the years. Lately I've been going through some hard times, and last night I fell asleep with my partner in our regular position. At the head of the bed, no TV on, which we usually fall asleep to Gordon Ramsay or Rick and Morty. I wake up to us sleeping on the foot of the bed, almost as if watching a movie together, but he's on his back, arms behind his head, and I'm on my stomach with my arms crossed underneath supporting my head. What woke me was 2 taps on the bed near our heads. Immediately I knew this was sleep paralysis, and I think that plays a big part in being able to free up quicker. Tried to close my eyes, go back to sleep before giving it any more attention. When I did, something quickly jerked my hair bun upwards and fear came on. Tried to move, but could only wiggle my middle finger, which were near my partner's underarms. I tickled his underarm, and when he woke up, looked around. Suddenly I also awoke, and we were both back at the head of the bed like normal, except he was still sleeping, on his stomach facing away from me. Not at all in the position he was in my dream. So I tucked my leg under his and went back to sleep. Something I would have never been able to do after a case of sleep paralysis. So here are some of the things I've been thinking about. I've lately had a sort of second awakening to my spiritual side, and have used stones, black tourmaline, to meditate, and also to ground myself when I feel too spacey or emotional. I wonder if these things had brought me sort of a balanced but sleep paralysis in its proper place before the terror sets in. I didn't even really see a demon this time, so it helped, but I was immediately aware of the surroundings in the dream state, which is something that is usually elusive during sleep paralysis. What kind of worries me is that I've never been physically touched by whatever is watching me during sleep paralysis. I've been held down, but by an invisible force. Thankfully it was invisible, or I probably would have shit my pants many times throughout the years. This time it pulled my hair. Has anyone had any experience with sleep paralysis after starting a meditative journey or just going through a rough time? And how is it different from past experiences? Ask Reddit 1. Me and my friend back in high school had my escapeway out of the mud dumps, the dragline area. We were driving out these mining roads when literally out of the blue, about 2 or 3 kilometers back, I could see headlights cresting the hill behind us. Didn't think too much of this, even though it was almost 3 a.m. Anyhow, we went over another hill, and when we got to the bottom, the headlights were behind us.
which meant about 3 to 5 minutes the vehicle would catch up, like 2 to 3 kilometers. Getting a little bit nervous now because we were doing 30 plus on this road, on a wood road, and they must have been traveling it well over what I originally thought. So I decided they were rushing. Pulled over in the next side trail, went around a corner, found a side trail, backed into it. And for the sake of I don't know why, we decided to hide and turn off the lights. We sat there for maybe 5 minutes questioning where this car went. We waited a bit longer. We decided that they must have took another road and we just didn't see it. I was about to turn the lights back on and looked into the mirror to see 2 red taillights about 50 feet behind. Pointed them out to my friend. Her face went white. We rushed out and started the way that we came. I looked back and nothing. The road was clear forwards and back. As we crested the hills again, we noticed the same headlights behind us, but this time it always kept a distance on a previous hill. After about 20 minutes of driving, I got to the top of the hill and stopped, and the headlights on the previous hill did too. We were about 5 minutes to the main road at this point, so we just pieced out. We got to the bottom of the hill. Headlights were on the top of the hill. We were just on. It was catching us fast. Did about 50 or 70 plus on a dirt road. Followed us for a solid 3 or 4 minutes, about 100 or 200 feet back. As soon as we hit the main road, the lights vanished. I know a little bit about cars, but I'll never forget those perfectly round headlights. And the narrow, straight up and down taillights. Definitely a strange situation for us. Been back a few times, never after dark though. Stick to daylight driving now. From my limited knowledge of vehicles, I am not a car guy, I would say that that was a Jeep. Ask Reddit 2. Finally, I've been waiting for one of these for forever. My family has roots in witchcraft. My great-grandmother was a witch in deep Mexico. I don't know what kind, but my grandmother refuses to talk about it. We know she had a very interesting life, from owning monkeys and owls to my great-grandfather being a shark and whale hunter. Mind you, this is before commercial hunting started wiping out the population. I digress. She was very, very particular in the time I knew her. She refused to step in churches, pray, or even look at crosses. My grandmother and mother say it's because of her witchcraft. When my great-grandmother was dying at age 99, my grandmother tended to her for almost a year, doing nothing but waiting on her 24/7 at home, during which time my great-grandmother suffered horribly from burning fevers of over 107. She also had horrific black sores, and the feeling of eternal fire, as she described it. My mother says God was punishing her for her sins on earth. Fast forward, my great-grandmother passes one night. When my grandmother finds her, she finds a crow in the room standing on her mother's bed. Mind you, this is in Mexico. Windows are kept shut and barred, doors locked and bolted due to crime. The crow looked at her and cawed, then flew out the doorway over my grandmother's head. My grandmother flipped, throwing holy water around the whole house and drawing salt lines at doorways. At my great-grandmother's funeral, her casket was placed in a mausoleum, with the grave in the center 8 feet deep, base layer of fresh concrete, and the casket was lowered onto it. Then another 5 feet of fresh cement were laid on top of the casket, sealing her forever. I assume it's to prevent whatever evil spirit she may produce to ever leave, and perhaps commit what she had done again. I have plenty of stories such as this from my life if anybody interested, but I'll reply to my comment later with them. Potential Hachishakusama encounter. For some insight, Hachishakusama
8 feet tall woman is a Japanese urban legend. Information about her can be found by Google search. And if it means anything, I'm Japanese yet live in America. It was around 12 or 2 a.m. at night. My whole family was asleep. I was sitting on a stool and leaning against my countertop while watching some random YouTube video on my iPad. Then I get this weird feeling wash over me. I'm unsure of how to explain it, but it was like the atoms in the room were disturbed. Like a sixth sense, I suppose. I felt uneasy, but unsurprisingly not scared. I could tell something or someone was there. Just as I was about to ignore it, like how I usually do most other times, I could see the spirit or whatever it was out of the corner of my eyes. Standing facing me in the archway to my parents' bedroom was an incredibly tall woman, around 8 or 10 feet, without the white hat on her head. It was almost like a sun hat. She was very pale, almost paper white, and had long, pin-straight black hair that reached to her lower back. I couldn't tell if her hat or hair were covering her face or that she just didn't have one. She wore a simple plain white dress that seemed to have been somehow dirtied due to the grayish/black mud or whatever on it. To say it simply, it just wasn't clean. She didn't scare me or make any sound, only stared in my direction or at me. Well, strange because I'm mostly able to tell the intentions of any ghost or spirit that decides to show itself to me. And I found it strange how she was wearing all white and looked exactly like Hachi that's hard. Hachi Shakusama. But I don't think it was actually her, since you'd have, to hear the evil spirit Hachi Shakusama go po-po-po in an eerie voice before you actually would see her. So I'm unsure it was her, and if it was, I'm pretty sure I'd be dead by now. Hachi Shakusama. I think that's right. Ask Reddit. This happened when I was 11. I was visiting a lighthouse in Michigan. It was supposedly haunted by a boy. My parents wanted to take a tour with the tour guide. I wanted to play outside, considering we had been touring various sites in the Upper Peninsula that day. No one was around, so my parents ended up letting me play outside the lighthouse while they took a quick tour. As I played outside, a really beat-up ball rolled up to my feet. I bent over to pick it up, and as I stood back up, I saw a boy standing next to the edge of the lighthouse looking at me. I assumed the ball was his. I tossed it over to him. He wandered away. I didn't think any more about it, really. But when my parents were done with the tour and they asked what I did, I told them something along the lines of, I was just wandering around. Oh, and I helped this kid get his ball back. The tour guide was with my parents, and when I mentioned the kid, he looked startled. It was because, as I mentioned earlier, there was no one other than us at the lighthouse. Only 3 cars. My parents' car, the tour guide's car, and the car belonging to the person at the front desk. The tour guide asked me to take a look at the picture in the lighthouse. I know this sounds super cliche, but when he showed me the picture, it was the picture of the exact same boy with the exact same beat-up ball. Apparently, that kid died at the lighthouse. On a side note, we checked around and there was no boy. So you might be asking me, why was this creepy? Especially considering that the boy never scared me or tried to scare me. What creeps me out is that I touched that ball. When it comes to ghost stories, most people only report a ghost or other objects. Assuming that was a ghost with his ball, what the heck did I touch? Also, it felt solid like a real ball. So, if it was a ghost ball, then how the heck do you explain what I touched? Still bothers me to this day. Seems like you touched a ghost ball. My ghost flame story. My family moved from Kansas to Tennessee in the year 2000. I made some friends at my new high school and we were all hanging out on Halloween. Someone told us about a local legend, a legend called the Ghost Flame. A few of my friends wanted to go check it out. They invited me to go with them. I was skeptical, but I went out of curiosity. The legend goes like this. There's a haunted cemetery way out in the boondocks. If you park on the side of the gravel road of the entrance, turn off your headlights, you can see a ghost flame hovering over a grave. It sounded like someone was trying to pull a prank on me. One of the guys borrowed his dad's car. We all drove out there. We parked at the entrance, cut off the headlights. Waited about 5 minutes and someone shouted, "Oh my God, look." There it was, a tall flame hovering above a grave, just in front of the headstone. The driver of the car turned the headlights on and the flame instantly disappeared. He turned them off and it slowly came back. Couldn't believe what I was seeing, but the skeptic in me didn't want to be the butt of some practical joke, so I walked up to the cemetery to check it out. As I approached this flame, I could see that it was actually hovering. It was hovering about 6 inches off the ground. It was a pretty tall flame, not short like a candle, more like a torch. As I got closer, it began to dim until it went out just as I walked up to the grave. I thought surely somebody set a torch of some kind, but nothing. I would have seen or heard somebody running off into the woods. The graves were all too small to hide behind. The grave was a large granite slab, so nothing could be buried on the ground. Could not come up with a logical explanation for the life of me. The other kids in the group were just as dumbfounded as I was. We weren't really terrified, we were more in awe and disbelief than anything. I'd never seen anything so bizarre in my life. That was so long ago. I was new to the area and I didn't know where I was, so I don't really remember where the cemetery was. But I think I have it located at using Google Earth, and I thought about going back one day with a video camera. I think I may have fucked up. Need help with whatever the hell I'm dealing with. I'm making bad decisions. I always felt like there was something looming over my shoulder. To the extent when I was a kid, friends used to wake up telling stories about black figures in the night. And pretty much exclusively when I was around. I grew up, thought nothing of it, just that I was visually sensitive to light, mirrors, and shadows. A few years ago, I was in a bad car wreck, and after I healed up, I started doing a bunch of psychedelics. I started getting a little more open to spirituality. It was great. Then one day I felt a little weird and started noticing shadows again, especially in the heavily mirrored space of my family home. This is where I fucked up. I decided to do an absurd amount of mushrooms alone in that mirrored space with just candlelight. I thought confronting this whole illusion would get me past whatever irrational fear I was harboring. Drugs, candlelight, mirrors, weird visuals. I was really comfortable until I started coming down. The reflections stopped lining up the way they were supposed to, if that even makes sense. And I felt completely surrounded by some really negative energy. I tried to talk to it. I've never felt such a profound sense of dread in my life. Jumped up, ran like a fucking child, slammed my door, turned all the lights on, and curled up underneath my covers. I'm a 34-year-old man. I swear I don't scare easily. I had a full-blown anxiety attack. Passed out, woke up the next day. I felt this fucking presence all around me in the house and all the mirrors, so I walked outside, still just hanging over me. It's been like 2 years now. I refused to look into the mirror for like 3 months. Still won't look at multiple layered mirrors. I'm in therapy. Haven't been back to the house in over a year. Everybody thinks I'm insane, and I think I am too. Anybody know what the fuck I'm dealing with? How can I get rid of this nagging feeling that something is just wrong? Before anybody says anything, I'm not schizophrenic. Haven't used any psychoactive substances, including anxiety meds, alcohol, or anything else you can think of. at least since this episode. Ask Reddit 4. I was in the front room playing video games at around 12 o'clock at midnight. I also have headphones on, so I've got my full attention on the game. I remember hearing crying out of nowhere and thought it was my mom because my parents had been arguing a couple of hours before. I barely heard the crying over the murders being committed on Grand Theft Auto that night, but that's besides the point. I took my headphones off and noticed the crying wasn't coming from my mom, but from the window behind me. The window had blinds over it, so nobody could see inside of it, but the window was open. I kinda slowly got out of my gaming chair, slithered over to the window and opened the blinds, but was met by a nasty lady. She had dirt, mud, all over her. She was missing teeth and her eyes were piercing, like if there was no light I could see every detail in her eyeball. Almost as if they were glowing. They weren't glowing, but they were the cleanest thing on her. I kind of stuttered out the words, What's wrong? She stopped crying and just stared into my eyes and started swinging her hand, which, looking back, she definitely had a knife and screaming. I yelled for my dad as loud as I could, and this didn't even faze her. Now, in the front room, we had a gun cabinet. I grabbed the first gun I could and happened to be a hunting rifle. My dad had grabbed his pistol and came into the first room in his underwear. And he was very confused before he could ask what was wrong. I pointed at the window to the still screaming lady. Mom was hiding in the bedroom and called the police, and the lady was just screaming. But at this point, her vocal cords had been screeching. I had my rifle pointed at her, and Dad had his gun pointed at her. She started cutting the window screen open to get in. I kept telling her to stop, leave, go home, and she didn't. I didn't want to talk about the aftermath. Or rather, I don't. The police came, took a statement, and luckily this whole thing was caught on camera from the neighbors across the street and my house cams. It's not so much paranormal, but I still don't know where that lady came from and what her problem was. Dad thinks she was on some kind of drug. I still pray to God and ask her for forgiveness, so there isn't a day that goes by where I don't hate myself. Stay safe, everyone. Ask Reddit 3. I have 2 to add. When I was 6 or 7, we were renting a house. The landlord hired a team of landscapers to trim down a tree in our backyard and to square off the hedges along our back fence. Shortly after they started one of them, they got scared to keep repeating. Danger, much danger in Spanish. They cut down a few limbs from the tree, and one of the others grabbed a circular saw to cut the limbs into place. He plugged the saw into the outlet. This was around 1986 and well before battery tool power. Not only did it turn on, it chased the entire crew, one after another, just rushed toward the next guy as each one sprinted either side of the house. The saw even made wide turns to chase them. They never came back, and one of their family members stopped by a few days later. Now, it might be a coincidence that the saw had a short in the wiring and it only looked like it was chasing them. But the next part of this is what gets me. About a month later, my mom is starting a fire in the fireplace, using the wood from the trimmed tree. Dad finished cutting the limbs into the fireplace-sized log. Started the fire like normal. Moments later, there's a large crack and a small but intense burst of flames. That's when the front door, which was locked for the night, slammed open and these shadowy figures sprint out. They looked human-shaped, but their proportions were too long and too thin. Their faces had no features. It was as if your shadow at 5 p.m. was starting to run off on its own. Mom closed, relocked the door, grabbed me, and stayed in their bedroom that night. The other story is much shorter and minor. My first cat, Max, had just passed away, like the day before or so. Short enough that me, Mom, and Dad hadn't packed away his food or water dish. Mom was at work, had gotten home and fixed dinner for us. As we sat down to eat, we hear a meowing. Dad starts to get up, muttering, Okay, forgot your dinner. Then we look at each other, then over to the food bowl. The meowing happens again. but we both know that Max is dead. I look at Dad and shrug. He shrugs too, goes back to eating, and we hear him meow a few more times, and it stops, and never heard from it again. Ask Reddit. That reminded me of when I was about 9 or 10-ish. I lived on an acreage in PEI. Shared a driveway with the neighbors that lived behind us. To the left of our house was a fenced-in little yard with a little field that we owned. We had built a shed on it. Then a farmer's field, then just swampland. Behind our house was the neighbors, and behind them was swamp and forest. To the right was thick brush, and in front of our house was the highway. Then a farmer's field, then more forest and swamp. There were a few farms nearby, but nothing within reasonable walking distance. My dad is an artist, and used to have a shop that he would sell his art from. He mostly painted seashells or old slate shingles. He had a pile of these shingles behind the shed. I also used to dig behind the shed, so I was familiar with the pile of slate. One day I was just fooling around outside, not really doing anything, but as the sun started to go down, I started to feel eerie. I couldn't place what was wrong. It was like somebody was watching me. Can't remember why, but I could just feel a presence behind the shed. I had the fight or flight feeling, but I was completely frozen, staring at this shed. I tried to look under it, but couldn't see anything from how far away I was. I was just about to give up and go inside, and I noticed something move in the grass. It was like a few feet away from me. Immediately, I assumed it was a toad, because we had so many and I loved catching them. Went to check out the road and immediately froze when I noticed it was a piece of slate. Something must be back there. I threw a piece of slate toward me. I grabbed a screwdriver to defend myself, ran for the house where I told my parents there was a robber. Only thing that made sense in my head, but they didn't believe me. I knew it couldn't be the neighbors because 1, their son was in the military and not home at the time, and 2, they sometimes fostered children, but they didn't have any at that time, and 3, they were older, kind of fat, and really friendly, so it would have been completely out of character for them. Ghost or imaginary friend? We moved about 4 months ago into a temporary place while we built our forever home. Jealous. This is an older single-wide trailer, probably the 1980s, that had been updated inside. It's cheaper, so helps with building expenses. Anyways, my son's room is on one end of the trailer and ours is on the other. We frequently go to the bathroom throughout the night next to his room. Several times now, we've went to use the restroom and heard my son giggling and talking to himself. That's in complete darkness, by himself. Sometimes you can hear what he's saying. That tickles, you're funny, etc. Now, my significant other says he heard him around 3 or 4 a.m. most times, and I've heard him around 5 or 6. My son stays with my ex-husband half the week. We have 50-50 custody. When my son isn't here, we also heard things from his room. My significant other has heard giggles and muffled talking. Toys randomly come on. However, we always find logical reasons to dismiss it. We live next to a 24-hour gas station about 20 yards from my son's window. Figure it's people talking over there. Plus, we have 2 cats, and they may sneak into his room and knock toys on. That being said, this morning my son told me that there's a boy in his room and he tickles him. Totally has me freaked. Backstory on my son. He's 5 years old and is diagnosed with autism. He was nonverbal until last year. We do struggle with complex conversations, so asking him to describe what he sees just doesn't work well yet. He's a very happy, loving child, and since moving he seems to be acting the same. Just these issues at night when he's awake, which is causing him to be sleepy during the day. So, ghost, imaginary friend, just hoping somebody has a similar situation. Our home is kind of projected to be done in September, so we'll be here for several more months. And I will be here tomorrow night. See ya. Light being. Did I see Jesus, an angel, or E.T.? This happened at my family's house in Peru when I was 16 years old. I'm 40 now. Before I went to bed, I remember saying to myself it would be amazing to see God. It was just a quick thought. I didn't focus or obsess on this. I was just a regular 16-year-old. That night, I had an apocalyptic dream. I'm not religious in any sense, and hardly even know much about religion or spirituality back then. In my dream, I was with my dad and several strangers on a boat waiting for the end of the world. We told ourselves it had something to do with the sun. We looked up at the sky while slowly rowing. The sun started growing and growing massively. It almost looked like it was going to pop, and everything in my peripheral became brighter and brighter and hotter until the end. I woke up to a completely dark black room. It was about 4 a.m., not even an inkling of light. When I looked to my side, I saw this being of light observing me. I looked at his face. I suddenly screamed in fear, and as I did that, I saw his mouth open in terror as well. He looked scared or surprised, and he levitated a bit off the ground. I quickly turned on the light and turned it back off again. He was gone. I couldn't believe the look of fright that being had when I noticed him watching me. It felt like he was one showing me that dream about the end of the world. Maybe he wanted to communicate with me, but I cut it off. The being looked like pure light, similar to a hologram of whitish-bluish light. He was wearing a robe, from what I could tell, had long blonde or brown hair and a beard. I kept this experience to myself, and I've never told anybody about this. Does anybody have any ideas what that was? I've thought about it throughout the years, and I think I'm mature enough to try and communicate with him if I ever see him again. I was just a kid the first time. Anyway, any thoughts or advice on what this could be would be greatly appreciated. Strange energy here. Starting to fear staying in this new apartment for any longer. Ever since I moved, everything's been going good and fine. Especially because we left this other apartment which was filled with terrible and dark demonic energy. Now I'm starting to think that it's back, and its energy found its way back to us. It's sad because it feels very much real and is generally hard to avoid and get rid of. I've been trying to avoid a few people I've known from the past from coming over, but I couldn't, since they're not my people, nor do I have any say in this. These are my mother's friends, and I've been warning her and reminding her about how badly affected we'll be again, based on past events and experiences. Lately and recently, I've been seeing black shadows. They're constantly moving around at random. Been seeing doors in the house randomly opening and closing, and this has nothing to do with the wind. I've been constantly looking around as if there's someone in the house or someone near me, even though I'm completely alone. Just me and my mother living here. Found a few things that I had immediately thrown away. A tooth while I was cleaning, and no, this doesn't belong to anybody in the household, especially with its shape and size. Nobody else knows or has a missing tooth either, I checked. Besides that, this tooth was never there to begin with ever since I moved in, since I've always been cleaning and rearranging the furniture anyway. More and more cats appearing in front of me in my doorway. They're not even scared, they just sit there and watch me with no reaction. It freaks me out. Strangers appearing in front of the doorway in the apartment, constantly staring and running away, hiding whenever they catch me finding them. Plates, cups, and other random items falling apart and breaking at random times even without them having slipped, which again, I find very strange.
The other day, a ceramic player broke without it being moved or touched. A huge crack, and that's it. It's worse when things just start falling all over the house anyhow. Even with the pipes in the sewer department, the explosion of water and so on. Scares me too at how aggressive it gets. Something just let me in my own house. Exactly what I just said. 2 years ago, my mom moved house. Nothing new, we've always moved around. And incidentally, I moved away also. But it's, still home when it's needed. I'm currently here on holiday, and I'm spending my nights in a caravan on the front lawn. Great little van. But I have to keep it locked along with any doors or gates at the house whenever I'm going out or anything because my area is chock-a-block with filthy little thieves. Anyhow, I'm quite dopey, and sometimes I forget things. So tonight, while my mom and stepfather were sound asleep, me being me, I went to grab some munchy food from inside. I opened the screen door only to realize the main door's locked, so I thought, fuck it, I'll just wait for breakfast. Start to walk back down the lawn, and I hear a noise that took me a second to process. The main door just opened. I turn back and I see a shadowy figure in the door. I think it's just Mom because the lights were off in the house. I walk up, open the screen, and start to walk in. I try to push the main door open a bit more, but it was like something or someone was behind it. Checked around the entire front area, then made a beeline for my parents' room where they were both still just laying there asleep. How the heck did my door just open? I'm not even lying, guys. Alrighty then. I checked around the entire front area, then made a beeline for my parents' room where they were both still just laying there asleep. There's absolutely nobody else in the house. And the wind we do get definitely isn't strong enough to open a locked door. What the fuck just opened my door for me? That's a weird serendipitous thing to be reading about. The dogs sat barking at me. When I initially tried to open the door, they stopped right before it went ahead and opened itself too. They still sat at the door, and they just started acting a little bit off after the door opened. Paranormal experience. There's so much, and I don't know if I can or should include all of it, so I'll summarize instead. But when I was younger, I experienced weird things. It started with little things that could be easily rationalized, but then it started progressing. I was like maybe 7th or 8th grade. It stopped when I was a junior in high school. I would experience horrible, long, realistic nightmares. Like I would remember 7 different dreams in one night and wake up feeling exhausted because they were horrible dreams. I won't give specifics if asked, because they were being pretty long. I would feel kicked under my bed and I couldn't sleep because of it. I've seen things just looking at me, and over time I thought it was just me and questioned my sanity, except my family also experienced things too. My sister went to the bathroom once, said the curtain opened all the way and she ran out. My dad also felt things, and he's a skeptic. My other sister slept in the same room once, said that she saw things over me and heard voices. My mom had a weird friend. She was into the Santa Muerte and whatnot, and according to her, they did something. Not sure what, but she did tell me things were attached to me. I don't really trust her or what she does. One day when I was working on a school project with friends, we were at the park, and all of a sudden there was just a bunch of bugs or flies over me. It was like a pillar above my head, and they would follow me wherever I walked, even if it was just a step. I didn't say anything thinking this was weird, but somebody else noticed and they were like, "What, are you possessed?" It was crazy. But I believe that was around the time all that stuff stopped.
No more intense nightmares, no more kicking under my bed, no more ice-cold beds, and no feeling or hearing things. I never really got answers to what it was or what happened. And I don't know, I guess I'm sharing my story because I want to know more though. A little unsure if I should. I tread carefully. Skeptic Mother's Paranormal Experience. So yesterday my mom told me a story about something that's happened to her at work. My mom's always been a huge skeptic, as I have been myself, but this has properly freaked us both out as we can't explain it. I'm curious to see what others think. My mom works at a pharmacy as a dispenser. She has a colleague that she talks to every day who's also a skeptic, but has an interest in the paranormal. She told my mom a story about how she went to visit a graveyard and visited a loved one with one of her friends. They were the only ones in the graveyard, but they heard a female humming. They assumed it was somebody crouching behind a grave tending to it and had a look around. They eventually came to a grave where the sound appeared to be coming from, but nobody was there. They checked their phones and other devices and nothing. A little freaked out, they went to the pub nearby and had some food. As they were chatting, they both went silent at the same time and froze as they could hear the humming again. They carried on eating and eventually parted to go home. Later that night, my mom's colleague got a call from her friend who was hysterical. She cried down on the phone and she just heard the humming in her house. Mom's colleague calmed her down and reassured her that there was nothing and she was probably just hearing things. After putting the phone down, she went upstairs to bed pretty late and she heard the humming in her bedroom. My mom, upon being told this, wasn't that amazed as she just brushed it off as a story, being the skeptic she is. She left the room, walked down the long hallway leading to the top of the stairs, and she says she heard a faint humming right behind her. Different notes, but only lasting 2 or 3 seconds. She turned around to laugh at her colleague, thinking she was, taking the mick, but nobody was there. Her colleague was still in the room on the other end of the hallway, too far away to be heard, and nobody else was on the floor with them. There's no PA system or any kind of speakers. I've never seen my mom so freaked out before. She's a very straight-laced person, really. Always tries to debunk anything paranormal. Can't think of anything else either. What do you guys think? See ya. Strange sounds and noises. So for context, I live in some very normal suburbs. There's a school nearby and all that. So nothing would usually seem out of the ordinary. My town is unassuming. However, I've heard strange things within my own home. I live with family still, and once a night around 12 a.m., I assume, I saw a light go on in the washroom between mine and another room, and I heard scratching on the door. As though something with claws had chip bag plastic wrapped around its nails and were dragging them on the wood of the door. Naturally, I had assumed it had been my family member sleeping on the other side of the washroom. I asked him the next morning, and apparently it hadn't been. In fact, he thought it had been me. Another time, a year or two after that first encounter, my family leaves the house and I'm alone. I stay in my room as I work pretty much every evening before, and I was sleeping in. I was unsure as to whether or not my family had locked the door, but I was overall unconcerned, because again, I live in an unassuming suburban town. Strangely, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, as well as the sound of the floorboards creaking. It was odd, so I called out for one of the younger children. No response. I did nothing. However, I assumed I had heard wrong, or the house was just old. However, I heard the sounds again, and this time it sounded like whatever it was had gone down the hallway and in the direction of another room. I found it unsettling and carefully went downstairs to lock all the doors, which, thinking back, wouldn't really have done anything if something was already inside. We never found anything, and I never heard anything after that. Some part of me wants to believe that I had heard wrong and just imagined it, but I know it was real. I have a habit of checking myself with reality when strange things happen, snapping myself out of a daze so I can confirm within myself that it was real. I dreamt of my brother when he passed away. For context, this happened in 2013, so I was around 8 years old. My brother was 10 years older than me, so when he graduated high school, I was still in elementary school. My memory of him kind of fades as time goes by, but I still have some sweet memories of when I brought him apple slices after he got into a fight with my mom. I also remember seeing him and his friends in front of the school library near the 400-meter track when we did activities, ran to him and hugged him. I think in swimsuits. After he graduated, he went to the U.S. for college. We would sometimes get phone calls from him or FaceTime, but not much, and all I knew was that he was an American attending university. I would also brag about it to my friends like a proud sister, but I also miss him, and I would sometimes ask my parents when he would be returning. My parents would say that he'll be back during the holidays. I got so excited. Then a couple of days in a row, I had super vivid dreams that my brother came back with his luggage, and me running to the door to greet him. I remember that when he stepped into the house, the background behind him was only bright light, and I couldn't see our garden as I would usually see. I could remember the rest of the dream, but I think it was just it. I woke up, truly believed that my brother was home, went upstairs to his room to check if he was back, and he wasn't. Then in the afternoon, right after my multiple dreams after school, my parents got a phone call. My mom looked like she was holding back tears. Later in the evening, I remembered my dream, so I shared with my parents that dream about my brother coming back and asked when my brother was coming back. When my mom heard, she started bursting into tears, and my dad brought me aside and just told me not to talk about my brother around my mom. Days after, I didn't have any dreams about my brother coming back. Later, my dad eventually told me that my brother died, and they were informed by the police by phone of this news, and until now, they still won't let me know what happened to him, but only that he passed away. You deserve an understanding of how. It's horrible. Ask Reddit. Not me, but my husband. 15 years ago, he had this nightmare where he was in the car with his two brothers and their two friends. They were driving to Orlando. They were going out to Friday night in a show or something like that. On the highway, they get a huge wreck. He woke up screaming. He says it was the most vivid dream that he's ever had. He remembers burning and a lot of screaming. He didn't tell anybody about it, and eventually he forgot about it. Probably 4 months later, his brothers, their friends, and my husband are going to a show in Orlando. He said that they got in the car, and as they were driving down the road, he just started to full-on panic, sweating, freaking out. He looked around and everybody was sitting in the exact place of his dream, and he started yelling at his brother to turn around and go home. His brother, who was driving, was going to tell him to calm down. It would be fine, he said. This was before cell phones, where everything was, so he couldn't get out and call someone and go get him. My husband finally got him to turn around and go home, saying that they could just drop him off. He hoped that they would stay, but no matter what, he was getting out. As soon as they pulled back up to their house, my mother-in-law came running out crying and screaming. She was taking a nap, had a horrible dream where everybody died in a car crash. She said no way to get a hold of them, so she just prayed that they would be safe. Their family's religious, and a lot of stuff like this has happened where their mom dreamt of something that did happen. So that kind of freaked his brothers out and their friends. They go inside and try to calm down, Their dad turns on the news and a large car pileup just happened on the highway. That was the highway they were supposed to be on. My husband said that they timed it out, and if they would have kept going, they would have been in the middle of it, and more than likely died. The cow. So, having wanted to go ghost hunting for some time, I grab a few friends, go out to a location that they said had some strange things happened there, and at least was said to be haunted. It was an old pioneer village, kind of cool to see. And while the only strange thing that really happened was that we all heard a whistle right before we started recording and testing for EMF, well, we didn't find anything. The supposed house that had the most activity had burned down. In front of it, there was a bunch of cows. Nothing too crazy, I thought to myself. We were out in foresty areas. After dropping everyone at their homes, I follow suit. On the drive home, I pass a cow close to my road being past midnight, pitch black. All I saw was that white part of their face reflect back at me, as well as its eyes. It scared me until I realized that it was a cow. Fast forward a few weeks, one of the 6 I went to the location joins me on another trip, this time to a different area. While a few mildly interesting things happened there, it wasn't crazy enough to be totally conclusive. However, there were more cows. I found it funny and a bit crazy that they were here too. I go home with no troubles. A few years later, I'm on the phone as I'm driving home from a late-night drive. Time was probably 11 p.m. It was dark outside. We had spent about an hour talking about the paranormal. On the turn right before my house, I see what looks like a slender white figure emerging from the bushes. I scream loudly, not knowing what the fuck it was. That it was until I recognized the shape of the reflecting light back at me. Another cow. Now I live right near an open range farm, but this was right next to my house. I'd never seen them get this close. I've yet to see another that close too. I love cows. Black Velcro orb in my face. This happened months ago, but I woke with a sensation of something very close. I woke up uncomfortable, and I believe I may have woke up due to feeling my space invaded with vibrating presence, maybe. Opened my eyes immediately to see a black orb. It was very close to my face. I sleep with my head to the side, and it was right there. I immediately freaked out and jumped up out of bed like a strong man would, while using my palm to push and shove the orb out of my face at the same time, too. I don't remember feeling the orb with my hand. Ran out of the room to try to comprehend what had just happened. Stood outside the room for a minute to try to reason with myself. Then went back inside to check under the bed behind the end table, etc., before eventually going back to sleep as I had found nothing. Funny yet strange, because if it were a spider, it would have not gone back to sleep there. To the best of my remembering, the orb was not moving, but still near my face. Its center was less active than the outer core of the orb, and I believe I saw it vibrating. The orb had hundreds or thousands of these smaller Velcro strands. A very Velcro fuzziness type of orb that vibrated so much it woke me up. I do not remember feeling it when trying to shove it away from me, but I believe it did move back. I was in shock and reacted as such. A little about myself. I'm very sensitive to emotions, and I think having an abusive childhood with a psychopathic father kept me on my toes. It usually does. Although abuse hurts and sets us back, I eventually found suffering as a gift to make us stronger, and I understand salvation now with Jesus, which is the most important thing. I've experienced a lot of supernatural things, and for some reason I believe it's now time to share and hopefully relate with some people out there. Please share your story or insight, please. Positivity is always amazing if possible. Please be kind. I will bump their last point there. The very last point, anyway. See ya.
Just want an explanation. Kiss marks appearing on things. A few months ago I noticed there appears a single kiss mark on the TV downstairs. Thought it was so weird because my mom and dad are obviously not doing it. My brother isn't either, and I didn't. My younger cousin is the one who mostly uses the downstairs TV. She isn't even tall enough to reach the TV. Thought it was so weird, but whatever, I ignored it. My cousin the other day came to me in the morning scared, saying that she saw something in the downstairs bathroom. I heard voices telling her to do things. She's 7, by the way, and I did think it was so weird, so I told her that she could kind of just shower in my room. My parents told her that she was probably having a nightmare, but they're super religious, so they did like some whole ritual screaming prayer thing. Screaming prayer? Apparently, okay. I'm used to it at this point. That night I was laying in bed and noticed a kiss mark on my mirror. I definitely didn't place it there. Mind you, this is out of character for anybody living there to do. I asked them all. They said they have no idea how it got there. Today I looked at the TV again. Noticed instead of there being one kiss mark, there's now multiples. I'm low-key just trying to ignore this, but this is creepy. I've always thought my house was haunted, but I've never seen actual signs. I've always had this theory that fear draws in spirits, and ever since I've started having an inclination to dark things and listening to metal and rock. My parents have been freaking out and saying that they've been having dreams about demons in my room. I think they're ridiculous, but now I'm wondering what if their fear drew in something. My friend said kiss marks aren't threatening, but it could just be my spirit guide. I'm not sure if I believe in spirit guides or not. Anybody have an idea? I will say that I don't think rock music is a sign of anything bad. Just my thought.
I saw shadow people as a child. Did anyone else? /SRS. Okay, so I'm 22. As a child, I used to see shadowy figures walking around my room whenever it was dark. Never happened in other rooms that I remember, but it always happened whenever I laid down to go to sleep. It was never sleep paralysis. That's something I still haven't experienced to this day. My mom had told 8-year-old me that it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, so I assumed everybody saw people walk around their room in the dark. They weren't quite people, though. They had elongated bodies and long limbs, but they never ever interacted with me, so I just brushed it off and I'd go to sleep as normal. When I was about 13, I had moved house in a different country, and I still saw them. That house was haunted. We think with an old man who passed away there, and a black cat whose grave was at the end of the garden, as my mom reported seeing. She reported seeing him kind of jumping up on my bed multiple times. He would always be gone by morning. There were no black cats on our estate either. One time I was laying in bed. I saw one of the figures standing at the foot of the bed. Now, they had never stood still, so this caught my attention. I looked at it for a while. Then this figure leans down across my bed. Also, its face was opposite mine. It was terrifying. I hid under the blanket and it didn't come out till morning. I felt a presence on the other side, and it scared me. I don't know if it was the fear of what had just happened or if the energy was like the negative kind. It didn't happen again after that, but it was the first time I'd ever been noticed by a shadow figure. I continued to see the figures till I left home at 16, almost 17. I wondered if anybody else had stories or information on the shadow people. They didn't have eyes, just plain black moving shadows like the static on an old TV with long limbs. Some had a hunched posture.
The waving man in the back. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago I was at the park near my house because I had a favorite tree that I sit in often. It was broad daylight and quite sunny. I was with my best friend and we were drawing or reading or something. I was in the tree and my friend was on the ground sitting on a pillow. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw somewhat of a shadowy figure waving at me. It was waving in such a way like it felt like they knew me or I knew them. I looked directly at them, asked my friend if they were seeing someone. My friend walked around the tree and I was still waving and looking at that figure. My friend walked around the tree and it was a huge tree, but I think you need 3 people's worth of wingspan to be able to hug it. When she was almost next to the figure, we heard a bang right where my friend was sitting before. The bang sounded kind of like an axe hitting a tree with the back. Kind of like that, but different. My friend ran around the room and I looked behind me and went back down. There was nothing that could have caused that noise, and when I looked back at the figure, of course it was gone. Then 1 week ago I went there on my own. I was there for about 3 hours and nothing happened. But then, yesterday I went back to the tree with my friend and saw the same figure at the same spot again, waving at me. This time, no bang, and I was just waving at it for like 3 minutes, then my eyes just went black for about 10 seconds. And in that 10 seconds, the craziest part happened. While I couldn't see anything, my friend, again sitting at the base of the tree, felt a strong hand on their ankle. Pulled her like 4 meters over the ground. When I regained my vision, the waving man was gone and my friend almost was upside down and bawling her eyes out. My friend later recalled it being so cold that they almost couldn't breathe, and again felt a force on her ankle, but it didn't do anything this time. My friend's whole back is scratched and some of her hair is pulled out with some sticks on the ground. And remember, this was broad daylight. I'm pretty scared to go back with my friend because I don't want to get hurt again.
Ask Reddit 1. While I've had several experiences that I would chalk up as particularly questionable in terms of paranormal stuff, the earliest I can remember was from when I was a little kid, maybe 7 or 8. My dad and I were driving back from his friend's house. My ma and brothers had gone home earlier in her car. It was around midnight, late as fuck for a kid to be awake. But Dad wanted to stay late and talk tech with his nerd friends. I was very adamant about going home with my dad because of his car. I loved riding in the back seat of his Saab. All that soft, comfy leather, all to myself. No brothers to fight for space, so I was amped sitting in the back middle seat like I was controlling a spaceship, just flying down this dark stretch of forest road in Maryland. My understanding of speed wasn't very keen, but from memory I think we were probably doing around 50 maybe. Out of nowhere, and I mean like poof, nowhere, this bright white deer pops into view. First time, as far as I can remember, I heard my dad say fuck. There was no time to brake. My dad floored it, which I later learned is what you're supposed to do because science. Instead of launching the deer and us crashing in a fiery wreck, we went through it. It was like slow motion. We went through it and it passed through the car. I watched it pass through the hood, dashboard, then through me. It felt weird, too. Like warm and cold at the same time. Kind of weird. So we passed through it and my dad pulls over. After making sure I'm all right and making sure we both saw what we saw, he gets out and runs back with his flashlight. There isn't any sign of it ever being there. No blood, no deer bits. Not even a scratch on the spaceship. But we did both see it.
talked about it the whole drive home. We never came to any real conclusion as to what it was, really.
Ask Reddit. 2 short stories. 1. Walked into my sister's room at night when I was 5, turned on the light, suddenly everything around me just went completely white. It was like I was standing in a bright void with no house or furniture or anything. The black silhouette of a woman started walking toward me. Looked like a chubby older woman in a bathrobe with curly hair. I freaked the fuck out, turned the light switch back off almost immediately. Everything went back to normal. Ran, told my mother about it, but she just brought me back to the room and turned the light switch on and off a few times to show me that it was just my imagination. I still don't know what would have caused me to experience something like that. 2. Broad daylight, same house from the first story. Probably around noon or something. It was like 9. Our house was a bungalow that had a long hallway with 3 bedrooms. Mine near the start and my sister's in the middle. One door leading to the basement and then a bathroom at the end near my parents' bedroom. I went to take a piss, and when it came out, I saw this giant glowing purple thing slowly moving out of my room. It was very tall and had glowing red eyes. Its body looked sort of slimy, but it was humanoid-shaped and almost resembled someone wearing a cloak. It turned and stared at me for a second and then slowly turned the corner of the hallway and into the kitchen. Stood there shitting myself for a bit before I got the courage to try and follow it. But when I went into the kitchen, there was nothing there. And to this day, I don't know what the fuck that was about. It wasn't like it was dark or even spooky. I wasn't tired at all, so I don't think I was having a dream. The fact that it was coming out of my room scared the shit out of me. It wasn't a particularly old house either, and the person who owned it before was an old unmarried man. So it's not like any of the ghosts could have been his wife. There was a murder that happened across the street to this Korean couple a few years before he moved in, but neither of them were particularly chubby, so I'm not sure if that's possibly related.
Woman in Black Mystery. I need help identifying an event that I cannot find any information on. 20 years ago, I was sleeping beside my husband and I woke up. As I was turning over, I looked over my husband's shoulder and I saw a woman standing in the bedroom doorway staring at my husband intently with curiosity. She then began moving toward him. She had no idea I was watching her. When she began walking toward him, I got angry and I was going to launch myself over him and tackle her. But she was too far away and I was concerned I would wake my husband up, maybe causing me to hurt him. Instead, I turned over, got out of bed, went around the bed, and by the time I got to the other end of the bed, she was gone and just vanished. This was no common intruder. She was approximately 5 feet tall, very slim, but with a definite female figure, around 100 pounds. She was not clothed, but looked like a solid silhouette, or as if head to toe in a skin-tight black bodysuit. She didn't have hair on her silhouette. Why can I describe her so well? First, she was less than 12 feet from me. Secondly, this was not the first time seeing the paranormal. It's no shock or fear. But although I do not mind paranormal encounters, I don't let them come near my husband. Can anybody give me any hints what she was? She seemed solid. I could not see through her for any details in the hall, and she was darker than the surrounding night. But it might have been moonlight, and we have skylights in the living room downstairs. When she realized I saw her, she stopped, felt surprised. And yeah, I am also empathic. So if someone or something has a strong emotion, I feel it, even animals. I found information on shadow men, but this is a woman, not a shadow, and not sinister. Found information on men in black, but she's not wearing a suit or a shite shirt. Think she meant white. I can find no reference on this at all. Anyone have a similar event and know I was not dreaming, I was fully awake?
I think I saw a ghost or a banshee at my old school. So a little bit of a backstory. I went to a special needs school for 9 years. One of the Tvind schools in Denmark. The buildings are all over 130 years old and has a lot of history, including tuberculosis treatment center. The basement was where the creative things were, like paint, stonecutters, tools, the library, and some other things. Also, I was a 13 or 14-year-old girl at the time. I was also very creative. I loved to go down there after school because I could hide there and be by myself. To get there, you have to walk through a very loud door. You go left 15 centimeters, and go through another door, glass door, and then through the last door. You could always hear it when somebody was coming down there, always. The person that was supposed to take care of me left. I was alone in the basement, in that room. I heard the door and everything close and them walking up the stairs. I then heard a whisper. I couldn't hear what was said, but it was a woman. The one that was taking care of me was a man, so it wasn't him. I looked to where I'd heard the whisper, and this is what I saw. A transparent woman in old-fashioned clothing. From what I could tell, it also looked like something was running down her face. When I think about it now, I think it was maybe blood. We made eye contact, and surprisingly, I wasn't scared because I didn't think about it. It was normal to see things go down there. To hear things. I asked if she was okay. She screamed in a way I can't describe. It reminded me of a banshee scream or a wail. Then she disappeared. The weird thing is, my stepdad's father passed away a little over a week later. To this day, I have no idea what I saw or what I heard. I know banshees are not from Denmark, but that scream was odd and different, not like a normal scream. I'm 21 now, and I'm still as confused as I was back then. A random piece of skull, R, showed up in my house. I'm not sure if this is an actual paranormal incident or somebody playing a super elaborate trick on me. I collect skulls and skull art. Think Day of the Dead type skulls. I left my door open for my best friend to come in and watch the football game while I was gone because he had a gap with work and it was close to my house. He mentioned that I liked the new skull. My dad had bought me one recently, so I just figured that was it. When I walked in, I noticed on my shelf a skull I'd never seen. I said, "Did you get me that?" He said, "I thought you said your dad got it for you." I had never bought that skull. Looked around my house instantly because the door was open. Called everybody who could possibly be. Everybody swears it's not them, and I'm not friends with the type of people that would prank me like that. So we start to think somebody came in because the door was open. We cleared the house. My desk is turned sideways in my office, so my new skull and my desk are turned sideways. Nothing else is taken. If they wanted to steal from me, they could have taken anything, but I've noticed nothing gone. The next day I put it outside. 2 of my friends confirmed and watched me put it outside because I didn't want it in my house. I then had to drive my friend 2 hours up north, and when I get back, I have my friend come in with me because I'm a little scared, and we get back and it's literally on the top of my shelf. I'm extremely scared now. Called my 2 friends that were with me and they confirmed they didn't put it up there. My desk was also moved again. Had my dad and brother come over. My friend stayed the night. Now I'm trying to figure out what to do. If it's a person, why are they moving the desk to a weird spot? If it's someone, why aren't they stealing? I'm gonna get some cameras today. Maybe more weird things. Why move the desk, and why would a person pull my desk away from the wall and that alone? I'm trying to be very logical about this, but I have no answers, and I don't want to seem crazy to my friends. An encounter we'll never forget. I live in Louisiana. It was about 2 years ago in mid-November. Me, age 14 at the time, my younger sibling, age 12, and my younger cousin, age 13. We were all hanging out over the weekend. My mother had hit a tree earlier that week down their driveway. We asked him to show us. It was probably 9:30 p.m. I grabbed my phone and we all walk out the door. We're walking down the hill as he was telling us about how our mother had hit the tree from being intoxicated about a week ago. Our cousin was showing us what tree she hit and the story that she had told them. He pauses and everything appears silent. No crickets, frogs, ambitious, nothing. Our phone batteries drain and our lights turn off. My phone's at 20%. However, it didn't die, it just powered itself off. My sisters, which were at 30%, were now dead, and my cousin didn't have a phone at the time, but he had a flashlight, which the batteries were now dead in. We all look at each other dead in the eyes, only being able to see each other from the moonlight illuminating our faces. We look away into the forest. Then we hear the screeches and something coming at us on all fours. They book it in the dark as I fumble to turn my light on, and so a few moments later I'm running up a hill as I hear heavy panting, occasional screeches as this creature is picking up its speed. They claimed to just hear screeches the whole way that night, but we all made it back unharmed. We were all out of breath and we were all alive, and I'm now 16 and we still wonder and talk about what we encountered that day. Needless to say, we don't go outside after dark anymore. Here's a little background information. My cousins live out in the woods with wolves, coyotes, and about 7 dogs at the time that had roamed the woods around that time, so it wasn't unusual to hear things like this. However, well, this thing I'm assuming was a creature was much larger than a dog, a coyote, or a wolf, and it doesn't explain the silence we heard that night. Or perhaps didn't hear. One of the creepy experiences I had when I was 11. I was 11. I used to wake up at 3 a.m. constantly when I sleep alone. This happens when I sleep in my room, and I've had no problem sleeping alone at my grandmother's house. And it really messed up my mind, but I got used to it over time. But sometimes I feel really anxious and I feel like I'm being watched. Then I immediately rush to my parents' room. And on this particular event, I woke up at 3 a.m. and felt so anxious that I didn't have a second thought. Straight up ran to my parents' room. They took me in and I slept in between them, and after like 3 hours I woke up again, which is odd. I sleep peacefully when I'm in my parents', so I started checking my mom, but she wasn't there. Then I started checking my dad, and he wasn't there either. I remember I was sandwiched between them, if that makes sense. I started panicking. I immediately got up and switched on the lights. They weren't in their bed. I checked under the bed, the toilet, washroom attached to the room, my room, the toilet, then went downstairs and checked the living room, dining hall, and other toilets and kitchen too. They were nowhere to be seen. I started panicking. I was panicking to the point of just bursting out into tears, and I did. Then I checked if their vehicles are still here or not. The vehicles are untouched. Then there was one more room left to check. It was my grandmother's room. And for some background information, she and I are not in good terms. She doesn't really love to see me as her granddaughter from what I've seen, and she's pretty unbothered even if my parents disappear in the middle of the night. Banged on her door crying, but I was hopeless, but luckily, she did open the door and started explaining what happened, and she said, "Oh, we'll look for them in the morning." Took me in. Luckily, I slept with her, and the next morning my parents came looking for me. They didn't even know that I wasn't there until they woke up, and they were sleeping in the same room I was in the whole night. I need my answers, y'all. Did I just get transferred to a different reality? I don't know, but this experience really fucked me up. Ghost keeps attacking me and my friends. I was a person who never believed in ghosts, nevertheless afraid of anything, really, until one night. I lived with 4 other people. It used to be 5 until one night this 5th person would seem to be choking. I
woke up and he said someone was choking him. The fourth person was in a panic and said that he saw somebody about 5'6" shitting on his chest. I think they meant sitting, and they were choking person number 5. I honestly thought they were exaggerating. I didn't believe it. Oh boy. I just smacked myself with a shame stick. Person number 2 also had nightmares and would scream in his sleep. We all would wake up and said something was chasing him, something demonic. Person number 1 also had nightmares, but not as much as the rest. We live in a 2-story house and we all could hear somebody walking up the stairs. One day, person number 4 was screaming in his sleep, so I decided to wake him up. He woke up and we legit heard a baby crying on the first floor. Just made myself think it was a dog. One day I was sleeping with my leg on the side of the bed and I opened my eyes and I saw the form of a shadow getting close to me. I felt someone grab my leg. I couldn't scream nor move. I thought to myself, what the fuck is this? And since then, we told this lady about it. Afterwards, she came and read the Bible and some other spiritual stuff. This was last week, April 3rd, and hasn't happened really at all since, and I wasn't much of a believer until it happened to me. Person number 5 ended up moving because it seemed like it didn't like him at all. He got choked many times, and if he ever succeeded, how do you explain that to the police? We're all from Ecuador, and it seems like it doesn't really like any of us.
Something lurking in my neighborhood. This happened last night. It's been taken down thrice and the weird things are still happening. Okay, female 16, 17 in a couple of weeks, and I need some help. Anybody out there that knows what could have done this? It's 8:30 p.m. in the northern United States and it's very dark out. I heard a strange noise coming from outside because my window was open. It sounded like a baby crying, but my mom, a 49-year-old female, described it as somebody groaning. But it didn't sound quite right. It was almost like Uncanny Valley, but audio. When I went downstairs to ask who made that noise, my mom and brother were standing outside on the deck, door wide open, looking terrified. My brother, a 10-year-old male, went back inside and went outside with my mom to watch my dog. She looked really scared, shaking, leg uptail between her legs, staring directly across the street. She didn't move for 7 minutes, just staring. After the initial noise, somebody shouted, "Shut up!" And that's when we knew it wasn't just us. Suddenly, a bunch of dogs started barking, but then abruptly stopped after a couple of minutes. Then, as if something was trying to fit in, a dog started barking 3 barks. Sounded like a dog, but also didn't. Sounded very obviously imitated and almost sounded like it was coming from just across the fence, but nothing was there. We all went inside, started locking every door and every window, closing all the blinds. My mom told us she was going to protect us no matter what. My brother's sleeping with my dad tonight. I'm sleeping with my window closed and locked. Can somebody please tell me what they think it could be? I could do some research. I need to know what I'm up against. Thank you for reading, and please don't take this story as a joke or a ruse. This just happened. My family and I are very worried. I have psychosis, and seeing that my family's also scared and hearing everything shows me that I'm not crazy. Creepy singing outside my window. Last night my family and I were watching The Little Mermaid. It was late, nearly 11. Some of my younger kids had fallen asleep on us earlier, but my older kid were still awake. The credits were on and playing music. Literally as soon as the TV turned off, it was like the music was carrying on with someone singing outside our bay window to the right side. Our blinds were closed and we lived in a house where you have to walk down a long road or driveway, so you're only there on purpose. The singing wasn't words, just a tune. It wasn't like the music on TV, but like an uncanny valley attempt at singing a version of a siren song. It just didn't sound like a proper person. Everyone in the room went silent. We all listened to it. My daughter was just sat next to the window and went white and whispered, "Can you hear that?" My partner said, "Yeah, I'm listening to it." After 5 minutes of us, we all sat frozen, staring at each other. He then picked up the younger kids and took them to bed, refused to go back down. He's normally quite skeptic and scientific, and would be the one to laugh at everybody being scared and explain it away. He didn't, though. He just left in complete silence and seemed shook up. It's really unusual for him. My older kid freaked out and ran to her room, and I was the only one left. Went to the window to try to hear it better and was going to open the blind, but got a really bad urge not to. Walked upstairs with everyone else. Thought about locking the front door, but again, a bad urge not to, as it would make a lot more noise to do so. My instinct was to be quiet as a mouse and stay away. You couldn't hear the singing upstairs, although my window's directly above and pretty close to where it was. Think like a cottage. That was the end of that. He did go down later to lock the door and turn the lights off. No singing by then. Don't really know what to make of it. Ask Reddit. A friend of mine died when we were 15. She was hit by a drunk driver while crossing the street in front of her house. Before her viewing and the funeral, maybe 1 to 2 days before, my boyfriend and I came out of the bedroom and bumped into my mom coming out of the hallway bathroom. It felt weird in the hallway, like there was more pressure in the air that had been sucked out of it or something. It's hard to explain. My mom looked extremely out of it, like she was in some sort of trance or something. She looked truly bizarre and was swaying back and forth. My boyfriend was freaked out and said, "Joan, are you okay?" She was staring at the floor, paused, swayed, then stared at us but said nothing. It was so eerie. She was staring at us in this disconnected way. It was so unsettling. I really slowly walked toward her, asked if she was okay again, and as I approached her, she held up her hands in front of her face and held them in this really contorted position and screamed, "My hands, my hands!" She started sobbing, staring at her hands too, and just kept saying, "My hands!" I panicked and reached out and took hold of her arm so I could check out her hands, because they were so weirdly contorted. Thought that maybe she fell and broke them. When I touched her, though, she kind of shook herself out of it and said, "Janie, are you okay? What's going on?" She was super confused as to why she was in the hallway and had no recollection of what had happened. When I went to my friend's viewing, her hands were totally contorted. I'm assuming they were somehow shattered. Maybe like trying to stop the car as it came at her. The whole thing was so unsettling and heartbreaking, it made my heart hurt to think that her last moments may have been filled with such pain and confusion. I'm such a big skeptic, especially now into adulthood, but I'll never forget that interaction, and I truly believe it was her reaching out to us through my mom. Ghost in a care home. In my job, I visit care homes for reviews with residents. I spend most of my day in and out of places for at least a couple of hours at a time, spending like days there at a time sometimes. I've gotten pretty used to the routine. I've had one strange thing once before where my case died. I was in the care home the next week visiting another case, and the staff said the first man's buzzer hadn't stopped going off at night since he died. It had never malfunctioned until then. He was still empty. There's also a basement room in another home where I have to go look at the files. Something happens in that room. The moment you enter, you become sleepy and lethargic. When you leave, you wake up again and go back to normal pretty much. Everything feels very heavy. It's not just me, I asked around the office. Today at work, I was in sort of a larger than usual home. Sat in the nurse station looking through the files, and two people walk in. One woman, one man. I don't look up from my files, but I see them on my side vision. The woman is a staff nurse, and she enters first. The man follows her closely. She crosses the room behind me and reaches for paperwork. It's on one side of me. She then goes to the other side of me and sits down. As she sits down, I become very conscious the man's on my first side where she first retrieved her paperwork. He's still in my side vision. Big, burly man, brown hair and hands on his hips wearing blue scrubs. He's facing at me, and the nurse and I can feel him staring down at me. I sort of indistinctly feel like I'm squashed between two people. It's a small office, so you know when you don't get much personal space, you get kind of an ick feeling, like that. I look up to ask if he needs anything, and he's gone. No one's left the room, and it wasn't a person that walked away. He just disappeared, not even a blink of an eye, as soon as I moved my head. Blue scrubs. He even sort of gave the care home uniforms those, but that didn't occur to me until later. Ask Reddit. I didn't have much time to react, honestly. I was driving on a left-hand lane of a 4-lane road separated by a median. I was taking a slight curve, and it was dusk. So by the time I noticed two lights where they really shouldn't have been, we were making contact. I probably had a half-second flash of cohesive thought before impact, but I do remember the impact pretty vividly. Closed my eyes, which must have heightened my senses a bit. It was the loudest sound I'd ever heard, and it felt like it lasted an eternity. There was a little moment where I opened my eyes and had no idea what to expect, so I kind of looked at my legs and my arms to see what was left of me. I could see that the car was all torn up, front was just gone. I remember wondering where it all went. Why wasn't it all pushed into the cabin into me? I tried to put the car into park so it would just, wouldn't keep rolling. I was still kind of laughed thinking about that. Then I had this overwhelming sense of dread. I thought I heard something spilling. I was afraid the fuel would maybe ignite and explode. Couldn't open the driver door at first, but I leaned into it with my shoulder and it swung out. Took the seatbelt off, swung my legs out, and booked it. I saw across the street one of those neighborhood monument signs with shrubbery around it. Jogged across the median toward that. In retrospect, I didn't even look to see if traffic was oncoming in either direction. I don't remember looking back until I got to that sign. I didn't even see the other vehicle, but I felt like I needed to lie down on my back and try to control my breathing. Found out later that the other driver was confused and thought she was in the correct lane of a 2-lane road. She didn't see the median when she turned out from an office building. The damage to the back half of my vehicle came from her car ricocheting around. I was carrying a 100-pound guitar amp in the back that literally cracked in half. I used to be stalked by a dog-like creature. Ever since I was a baby, I was a magnet to the paranormal. Ghosts, demons, and whatever's in the middle. I would always feel something watching me 24/7. I don't know when it started, but sometime around being 6 years old. I had 2 dogs at the time and would of course let them out whenever I was home from school and during the night. It was all normal till I started seeing this thing in the back corner of my backyard every single night. It was pretty large and looked like my dog, but it would just stand there and stare at me with glowing red eyes. It had the form of a large dog, almost coyote-like. Every night when I took my dogs out, it would be there, watching me. It filled me with so much terror and dread whenever I saw it. I would be frozen in fear. It was so bad that I wouldn't take my dogs outside alone anymore. I tried showing my dad and pointing at it, yet on his end, he saw nothing. Him nor my mom believed me, which drove me crazy. Terrified of my younger self due to the eerie resemblance of it to my, at the time, current dog. I could see its facial expressions, the body and the angle it would move. Sometimes the thing would even pace around in the corner of my yard, but it never left that spot, and I only ever saw it at night. During the day, it would just disappear. It would stare at me even through the windows and blinds as if it knew exactly where and when I was going to see it. This all repeated for years, might I add, all the way till intermediate school, like 5th grade. I should also add that my dogs never seemed to react to it. Now that I'm older, I've barely seen it, but I wanted to ask if anybody had an idea on what this was. This dog-like thing terrorized me throughout my childhood, and I really want to know what it was. I had something similar. Emotional attachment. This happened to me when I was about 13. I was with my native side of the family learning about the spiritual past of the family. That's when I felt this major gut feeling. We were outside in the back patio and it was getting pretty dark as we were out there for a while. I could feel something standing on the other side of the fence behind where I was sitting. The feeling got worse to the point I started to feel nauseous. Out of nowhere, genuinely within a split second, I started sobbing, like scream crying. I always pictured the spirit as a woman. Felt like a woman's pain and yearning. I don't know why, it's just been, what's been shown to me. I was a little on edge beforehand, but not nearly to the point of bursting out in painful emotion like that, especially in front of people with no trigger. I had no idea what was happening and they brought me inside. I was with my 34-year-old cousins and, gave me one of my late old stuffed animals. The second I held it, it stopped. I've always had a very strong connection to her, and I hadn't even known it was hers until afterwards. When they gave it to me even, I thought, really? A stuffed animal? I've always been sensitive to energy, especially as a child, but that's the most it's ever attached to me, by far. They, my cousins, they talked about it with me and they told me that they felt it outside the fence too, before I even told them I felt something there. They just didn't want to scare me. Later they had told me they had a salt ring around the property, which would make sense as to why I felt it directly on the other side of the fence rather than any closer. They had explained to me that empaths are like a bright light shining in the dark space, draws things to you. When a spirit has that much hurt, that much emotion, and no way to express it in the physical realm, they pass it on to you. Never really found anything to explain it, but I also know how I felt, and there were too many confirmations that it wasn't just in my head. Dead crow in standing position. This happened a few years ago, like right before COVID. I was leaving the house, and for background, it's a lower-level apartment. On my way down the steps of the parking lot, I noticed a crow under my kitchen window. The window faces the street. Its eyes were open. It was laying on its side with the wings perfectly tucked, but it was dead. It looked alive, like its eyes were looking at me, And it was right under my open kitchen window. I looked all over for evidence on how it could have landed there. It couldn't have fallen off the roof and landed like that in that place. It was like it was placed there. Since then, weird stuff happened in the location. The most random place, like there is ivy all around that window. It's not a place easy to get to, really. A few examples. My husband took a video of a raccoon, something that we never see. The raccoon was standing in the same spot where the crow was found. It was hissing and angry like it had rabies or something. It was trying to get over to the fence onto the deck. Another time I opened the sliding glass door and there was a woman and her dog up against my kitchen window, and again, same spot, and again she would have to climb through the ivy to get there. She saw me and just gave me the creepiest smile I've ever seen. Went back inside, but she just stood there, right there for about 15 minutes before moving on. I have more examples as well if anybody's interested, but my question is, what does a dead crow in this situation mean? I had a friend who saw 7 dead crows on her way back to work one day. She later had a miscarriage. Is there a link between finding a dead crow and bad luck?
Ask Reddit. In 2012, my grandmother suffered a major stroke, resulting in a hospice in her home with her children. She was also with her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She had them all by her side. Friends and family were able to come by freely and spend some time with her. I was very close to my grandma and was lucky to be able to share much of this time with her. For anybody that's ever been through hospice with a loved one, you'll understand how hard this type of thing can be. One night I was sitting at home in my office catching up on some work. That's when all of a sudden the room filled with the scent of perfume. I'm not talking about a faint smell, I'm saying it was very distinctive and strong throughout the entire room. I stopped everything I was doing and said out loud, but to myself, "Something is wrong, that's Graham." I had not spoken to my family that day, but felt an urgent need to send a text message to my uncle. I wanted to ask, "You guys okay?" This was at 11:20 p.m. and I got a response right away saying, "Might want to come say goodbye, not okay." I quickly rushed over. Upon arrival, the living room where my family was congregated was very silent, filled with blank faces. Without saying anything, I walked straight to my grandmother and kissed her on the forehead, saying I loved her. She was still warm, but no longer breathing. I told my uncle that I was there because Grandma had brought me there. I asked when she passed, and he replied saying 5 minutes before I sent the text. This puts the perfume in my office at nearly the exact same moment. Yes, Gecko. Now, I'm going to say that I was born into an Irish Catholic family, but I'm in no way a religious person. I would have been the first person to discount this type of story if you told it to me. But I must say, this experience had me thinking that there really is something more out there. I felt it.
Can anyone explain this? A couple of weeks ago I went camping with my boyfriend, my mom, and my mom's boyfriend. As soon as we got to the campsite, I felt as though something was off. I felt like I was a stranger entering someone else's home. Because of these feelings, neither me nor my boyfriend could sleep the 2 nights we spent there. The first night was weird. When my mom and I went to bed early, I swore I felt something touch the place underneath me. The camper we were in pops out on both ends. That's for 2 places to sleep that are a few feet off the ground. I also know it wasn't anybody I was with, because the guys were talking over the fire and about 10 yards away. My mom was on the opposite side of the camper. All throughout the night, I kept waking up with a feeling of dread. Then, as it was beginning to become lighter, I woke up to an alarm. It was crystal clear, and I could even feel the vibration from the phone. In fact, it was the Sencha alarm on iPhones. I almost got up to turn it off, but instead I decided to just try to ignore it and go back to sleep so I didn't wake everybody up. I was the only one awake at this point. Later, after we had all gotten up, we were getting ready for breakfast. I mentioned the alarm. My mom said something along the lines of, "What alarm?" Her and my boyfriend looked at me with confused expressions, and then I said, "What do you mean, what alarm?" You or him must have said it. I even picked out the sound I heard, but at that point they didn't believe me and looked at me like I was crazy. The rest of my time there was just feeling weird, and I just wanted to leave. I usually love the outdoors and the mountains. They feel like home to me. I don't know if anybody will ever read this, but I thought it was worth a shot and try and reach. Consider yourself caught. Ask Reddit 5. I grew up in rural America, middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods, no neighbors for miles in any direction. I liked to wander the woods and play in my imagination with my collection of swords, some wood, some real. My dad would pay me and my friends if we ever killed a venomous snake while out and about, so sometimes we would go snake hunting, although we never found much, maybe like 3 to 4 copperheads over the years. And this practice took place, so we were mostly just digging around, and any snakes we found were kind of incidental. Anyway, my friend and I, we once went out for a late-night snake hunt around midnight. We got to the edges of my family property and dove into some heretofore unexplored woods. Needless to say, we got a little bit lost, but with our flashlights, swords, and teenage hubris, we weren't at all scared. We were just having a good time. While trying to orient ourselves in these dark woods, we heard a knocking, like something solid smacking against a tree. Wood being knocked together, but it wasn't sporadic, like a buck or a hog smacking its antlers or tusks on a tree. It wasn't random, like trees being blown about by the wind or knocking into each other. It was a very deliberate and evenly spaced rhythm. Just all these knockings, loud and intentional. Friend and I looked at each other with our flashlights, simply said to each other, "Run." Hauled ass in the opposite direction of the noise. We made it to the nearest road in maybe 5 minutes of frantic running, bleeding from thorns, vines, and out of breath. The knocking didn't follow, although we had heard its continuation when we started running until we got too far away. We went back during the day and scoped out that portion of the woods with the sun on our side. Never found any evidence of human habitation. Never figured out what could have possibly made the noise. We didn't go near those woods at night anymore. I can feel when my mom is being targeted by black magic. To be honest, I didn't believe in the paranormal stuff before, but now I'm not sure anymore. My mom's ex has been doing black magic to her. I don't know what you call it, really. She has screenshots of him talking about it, and my mom show a person that does magic too. And she told her that, she had something like a cursed and a dead person was following her. To me, all that sounds crazy, but the thing I feel is every time my mom feels it. Other than misfortune, my mom can get sick and gets a really bad backache. She says that she feels like it's burning. She's gone to the doctor and she's 100% healthy. I always told her that it was in her mind. But one day I was visiting her and she told me she was feeling it. So I walked to her and started giving her a massage while she was sitting down. A few seconds later, I start to feel a rage that I've never felt in my life. Then I started crying and having a panic attack. And in my mind, I thought it was maybe my head playing tricks on me, but after that, every time my mom feels the burning in her back, I feel a tingle in the top of my head. Like my head is freezing and a wave of sadness comes and I start crying. No matter how far we are, every time I feel it, I call her or text her and ask if she's feeling it. Every time I'm correct. I don't know what to do. Guess I just wanted to tell somebody and get it off my chest. I had a panic attack a few minutes ago because of it. My mom was, of course, feeling it too, and my life's been kind of messed up lately, and I don't know, it's just my bad luck or something. Maybe something's actually messing with me, just tired of it. Also, when I was a kid, I remember seeing something and feeling weird stuff, and my mom got some people from church to spray holy water around the house. Thought it was just my kid's imagination. I don't know if I should believe my head anymore. That's a weird one. Ask Reddit. I have some minor stories, at least compared to other stories here. 2 paranormal and 1 freaky. 1. My aunt watched me during the summers when I was in elementary school and my parents worked. She had to go pick her kids up from summer school at one point. I stayed at the house alone and watched TV. I started hearing tap, tap, tap. I looked in the kitchen where I heard it, and in the kitchen cabinets they were opening and closing. Then a music box started going off. Sat on the porch until my aunt and cousins got back. Didn't really freak me out and didn't really tell anybody about it. 2. My friend and I were playing in our backyard late in the evening. The sun was almost down, there was a house directly behind ours, and our backyards are open to each other. To the south of our yards was a very large hill with a row of pine trees at the bottom. An old lady came out on the balcony of the house behind ours. She definitely didn't live there. She told us to go inside because the hunters are out, and they might shoot us. Weird. It got weirder when we looked at the trees at the bottom of the hill and saw a group of shadows coming out with guns. I ran inside, told my parents, and they blamed it on the TV. 3. This is the weird one. Me and 3 friends drove 2 cars to a party about an hour away from where we lived. We drove back in 2 cars, 2 people each. It was in rural Kansas. We took 2 lanes, they're paved county roads. They're everywhere. We passed through a small town, a couple thousand people maybe. I got back up to a highway speed, and in the middle of the road was a giant white owl. It was taller than my car, like 5 or 6 feet tall. Swerved around it, looked in my mirror, and saw my friend behind me swerve around it too. Got home around midnight, and we all saw it, but none of us believed it. Told my mom the next morning she swears the exact same thing happened to her right outside the same small town a few years prior. I'm more flabbergasted by this than the ghost stories. Has anyone else experienced this? For some context, I'm an adult now, and this is one of my many stories I have that can borderline on paranormal. Given after many years, I had thought about the things I experienced and finally came to a conclusion that there was no possible explanation except for paranormal activity of some form. When I was a kid, I had a heavy imagination. Probably no thanks to my mother, who would tell me stories of fae that lived in the mushrooms and in small nooks and crannies in our trailer. For reference, we live in South Georgia. When I was about 5 years old and started having some memory, I remember playing with a little girl with dishwater blonde hair and almost had a purple coat. She had pants and a hat on. She had a smile that always made me feel safe and happy as a kid. Around the times I saw her, she appeared to be my age. It was very unsettling because I'd always see her, but I would never see her mom or anybody else when neighborhood people would show up. It was like she disappeared. There was one instance I was thinking about this morning, scrolling through this community. This instance happened right before I began school, kindergarten. She gave me a green mint. My mom was worried when I was eating the mint because she didn't know who gave it to me, and she didn't believe me that Kyler came up to the door and gave it to me. Instead, she thought a stranger did. When school started, I was excited and I saw Kyler in my class. But when the first day of school ended, she took my hand and she told me I was the best friend she ever had, and she thanked me. When I blinked, she was gone, and there were other kids asking me who I was talking to. Nobody saw or even knew of a Kyler in my kindergarten class. I can't find any stories in my hometown that may have implied she existed at all. Has anyone else experienced this? How did it make you feel? Stuff continuously going missing with no explanation. I needed to grab my paints I left outside to finish something I'm making for my boyfriend for Valentine's. That's cool. I went to get them from the place I knew I left them. They weren't in an untrustworthy spot either. Seen them the day before and they went missing. They were all gone. I know no one would have taken my paints. The small amount of close friends I have over every now and then, they don't really do art. I know they wouldn't have stolen them for any reason. The next thing to go missing I know is small, but I know exactly where I placed it on my bench. And it was my eyebrow pencil. I went to grab it not too shortly after and it wasn't there anymore. Cleaned my whole room after this and still nothing. Even though my room wasn't too messy to begin with, I just deep cleaned it this time. The next thing to disappear would be my piercing needles. I have them in my clear small set of drawers. I put them in the smallest drawer, and my friend wanted me to pierce her nose. Went to grab them, they weren't there anymore. Looked everywhere. No one goes in my room, and I'm home most of the time. I haven't touched them since I pierced both of my nostrils. The last thing, so far as I can say, that's missing is my concealer that I put into my makeup bag. I know very well I did, because I vividly remember doing it, and I never leave any of my makeup outside of the bag when I'm done with it. I have no clue what's going on. I've had no one over since the paint situation. I trust myself to know I haven't, and definitely wouldn't misplace those items, since I like everything to be where it should be. Whether it's paranormal stuff or not, it's starting to piss me off. I've heard of things like this happening to others, and this isn't the first time something like this has happened to me.
Ask Reddit. This happened to me too, except with my great-grandma. Sorry this post is going to be long, it's one of my favorite experiences. Quick backstory. Great Grams passed away in 2009. I was 19 at the time. We were super close, spent lots of time together. There was always a running joke in my family that all the firstborn women had some weird connection between us. We always knew or had a weird feeling if something big was going to happen to the other firstborn woman. I always thought Great Gram was going to show me, like when she was around, like tiny reminders or signs that she was there, but she never did. Okay, fast forward to 2018, my Grams passed away, my Great Gram's oldest. I was beyond devastated. At the funeral, I had this overwhelming urge to start a family. My husband and I decided let's try. One night during this time, I fell asleep and started dreaming. I was at my grandparents' house. The house had a big bay window in the kitchen right next to the table where we would play dice games, birdwatch, hang out, and whatever. Anyway, I opened the door and sitting in her normal seat at the head of the table is great-grandma just hanging out. She's waiting for me and wearing her favorite dress. I was shocked, but the weirdest part was really during that dream I was very aware of her being dead in real life. So whatever I was seeing in front of me couldn't be possible. I was in shock and distinctly remember blurting out, "What are you doing here?" She just responded with, "Just wanted to see how you were." I don't remember any of the conversation, but I woke up and texted my mom and my husband. Randomly decided to take a pregnancy test at 11:45. Well, my son is almost 2.5 years old now, and that dream meant everything to me.
Ask Reddit. I used to drive a truck over the road. One evening I'm driving south through Missouri. Can't remember exactly the route I was taking, but it was a state highway a little north of I-44. It was a little after sunset. There was snow all over the countryside, and since it was a small highway, there were no lights. However, the moon was full, and because of the snow, it was pretty bright outside. I'm on the phone with my mom, and we're discussing something or another. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, this shadowy figure appears on the oncoming lane. It was pretty large, but it was very low to the ground. The best I could describe it is it was roughly shaped like an alligator with a much shorter tail. When I first got a glimpse of it, I thought it might be an old retired tire, or some other debris maybe on the road. But when I was about 100 feet away, the object turned to my direction and my headlights hit its eyes. The moment I saw the eyes, the thing darts into my lane and then off the road. I missed it by about 15 feet. I immediately look in my mirrors to see if I can get another glimpse of it, but I couldn't see anything. The movement of the creature was so strange it almost floated, but it moved very quickly. Even when it was right in my headlights, I couldn't make out anything other than it being a dark creature unlike anything I've ever seen. I was in the middle of a sentence when all this happened, and I let out a loud, "What the fuck?" That's when my mom asked what happened. I explained what I'd seen. She asks how long I've been driving, and if I was tired. I told her I had only been driving for about 7 hours, and that I had taken a run with my dog about an hour earlier, roughly. I brushed it off, and we kept talking for a little while, but it had really creeped me out. Still have no idea what it was that I saw. Still creeps me out sometimes. Ask Reddit. I was at a hospital to pick up a body once. One of the workers stopped to ask me if I'd ever seen someone from the other side, as they put it. I was like, huh? Like the other side of the hospital? Most hospitals only have one morgue. She was like, no, the other side. And I was like, the other side of town? Because there is another funeral home with a similar name operating on the other side of town, and I was like, oh no. That other mortuary has a similar name, but we're not associated with them. She kept asking a couple more times, talking about this other side. It took me way too long to realize what she was talking about. Ghosts. Then another time a nurse stopped me and was like, I would love to stay at a funeral home overnight and just sip tea and wait in the dark and see if I see any ghosts. I just said that she would end up incredibly bored and have to pee. Then there was this security guard who fully went off. Went off about some book he had just read about people with near-death experiences who'd seen the afterlife and all this shit about how angels are real. Me and my partner I was with, who was just a 19-year-old kid, just had to smile and nod and lie about how we would definitely check it out. Recently I was working with him, the security guard, and mentioned that we had been getting a lot of young cases recently, like people in their 20s. He tried to convince me it was because they were probably vaccinated, but I was like, no, almost all of them died in car accidents except for the one girl that committed suicide. But he didn't seem convinced and just kept urging me to not get vaccines. So to answer the question, no. The closest I've ever gotten to a ghost is kooky hospital staff pestering me about it. Can someone help me figure out if my doll is haunted? And if so, how to deal with it? I like to go charity shopping a lot. You can find amazing things there for even better prices. And in my most recent shop, I found a really cute doll. I saw it and knew I wanted it as it was so cute. For context, I've always been 50-50 when believing in the supernatural. I've always been fond of the concept, especially in horror-related media. I've also kind of always understood the possibility and how it came to be. I also understood how it's unlikely, too. But since I've got this doll, I've noticed whistling from behind me whenever the doll's been in the same room, and despite being in the back bedroom and not often hearing stuff from the streets. I play it off as someone outside whistling. I have audio processing issues and often have a hard time navigating where sound is coming from. I'm bringing this up now as something else has happened. I was showering, and I usually leave the door slightly open if I'm home alone, as my dogs always find some way to misbehave. And that way I can keep a better eye on them. My dogs started barking uncontrollably, and I thought it was someone outside. I couldn't stop them from barking, and my father was planning on ordering me food, so I ended my shower and checked the door. When I got out, I noticed my dog nervously barking at my bedroom door, where my doll is being kept, until I go to my mother's. I decided to go into my room and check it out. Usually my dogs willingly run into my room and get comfy on my bed or chew what they can find, but they wouldn't. They both stood there barking. I'm well aware that animals are deemed to be a lot more sensitive toward the supernatural and aware of my dog's behavior enough to know that this is unusual. That's why I made this post, looking for advice or answers. If it's somehow haunted, I want to keep it and understand it unless it's an unkind entity. What is this thing I saw from my childhood? This happened around 20 years ago. It was when I was in second or third grade, I think. So some details may be fuzzy, but I'll try to describe this as clearly as I can remember. I went to elementary school in Beijing. I recall this happened during a time when rumors were spreading that there was a bat infestation in the school, and in neighboring communities also. I never saw one, but many of my classmates had. Every morning we have a dedicated rally where the whole school stands out in the yard to exercise together. We are organized by class and then by height. I was one of those windy days. It's where standing outside you can feel each layer of clothing peeling away from your body. That day, toward the end of the rally, I felt something fly over my head quite low. Confirmed it was probably a bird of some sort, but from its shadow on the ground anyway. I heard a classmate aside me gasp and say, "A bat!" In a frenzy, I look up to try to catch a glimpse of it. I see it. It's small and black, and I can see it fly all the way from the roof of the school building in the distance, at least half a football field away. But to my surprise, this bat started to grow bigger and bigger. It eventually stood 3 times its original size on the chimney of the roof and proceeded to fall back into the chimney. I call it a chimney, but it's actually a ladder entrance that connects to the bathroom. Anyway, I used to swear that I saw Batman, but as I grew older I tried to give this event more plausible explanations. Like maybe it wasn't a bat, but a really large bird. Maybe it was just a big plastic bag. Sounds pretty gargoyle-y to me. I lived in a 200-year-old funeral home. I grew up in a funeral home. Okay, firstly, I'd like to say that if it's hard to believe anything I say on here, trust me, I understand. I've never felt believed while talking about this. When I was 11, me and my family moved into a huge 6-bedroom, 2-bath house. At the time, my mom was a very spiritual person and very into the supernatural. My dad, knowing this, willfully kept the fact that it was a funeral home for my mom, knowing damn well she would have no part living in a house of death. Well, about a year after living there, a priest in a wheelchair knocked on our door, asked if they could speak to one of my parents. My mom, being the only one home, happily invited him in. Since it was so long ago, I don't remember the whole conversation, but basically he informed her that our house used to be a funeral home. To no surprise, my mom was very concerned about this. So the priest, in what I assume was a way to relieve her concerns, offered to cleanse the house. The darkness and the hatred that was felt in that house was still messing with me today. That baptism woke something up and made it very angry. I don't know how to put this without sounding crazy, but basically me and my friends found a tombstone in the basement. This tombstone had a pillar inside of it that was connected to the living room, basically holding up the floor. The tombstone was upside down and broken at the top. It just had one word on it in broad letters and spelled "Wow." I thought nothing of it until I was like 15 and my mom died in that house on the living room floor. It occurred to me that the tombstone didn't say "wow," the tombstone said "fucking mom." I wanted to burn that house down. I know it's all a coincidence, but it is reality.
anybody want to try to help me decipher what my grandmother meant by this? I spoke to her in a dream after she died. My maternal grandmother was the first person I ever knew to pass away. She died when I was a teenager. Not long after her death, I had a vivid dream about her. She was sitting at a table with some other people I didn't recognize, and I thought she looked quite grumpy, like she was in a bad mood or something. I must have known it was a dream because it suddenly occurred to me that I should ask her what the afterlife is like before I woke up. "Grandma," I said, "what's God like?" "God is a speck of gray in a sea of black." It's almost 15 years later, and I can still hear her say it perfectly the way she did in my dream. She said it in a dismissive, almost annoyed way. Imagine the tone somebody would use complaining about the slow service at a restaurant. "It'd be faster to cook it yourself at home." That kind of tone. Recently, I've heard stories of people talking to loved ones after they've died, and they've relayed to them that the afterlife is a good place, but it's not at all what they expected. This made me think of this dream again. My grandmother was a devoted Catholic, so I definitely think it would have been disappointing for her if she found out that the afterlife was anything other than heaven. But specifically, God is a speck of gray in a sea of black. It makes me think of a single star in the night sky. Present, but not the biggest part of what's going on. What do you think? I've been ruminating on this for over a decade, and I'd like to hear other people's opinions. Also, a side note, I'm not religious at all, so don't be afraid to be offending me with any possible interpretations about God. I'm open to hearing what anybody might think, theistic or not.
Conga drums, sacred beats, evil spirit summoned. This happened to my brother and dad in high school. My brother summoned an evil spirit with conga drums with the sacred book. It was super late at night. I'm thinking when he told me this, I was asleep the whole time. He described this happening immediately after playing these sacred beats. All the dogs started barking in the neighborhood. A burning, gross smell arose, and it was how he described it. My brother got sudden paralysis with a dark evil entity staring over him, tormenting his mind. My dad woke up to the dogs barking, a burning, putrid smell that couldn't move. He had the same paralysis with a dark, sinister entity looking over him, making threats, trying to torment him. My dad is not scared of anything. And I was telling the entity, "I'ma fuck you up when I get out of this. I'ma pray to Jesus Christ," etc. As soon as he broke free, he went into my brother's room because he saw the light was on. "What the fuck did you do?" My brother, scared out of his mind, shocked, had also broken free from it before my dad went in, but was still in a shocked daze, told him what happened. They threw the book away and prayed to Christ to get rid of this evil entity. All they could smell was that putridness. After many prayers and our Father's prayers, things calmed down, smell went away, dogs stopped barking. If you are religious or not, it doesn't matter to me. I truly believe this was another case of Christ coming to the rescue with prayer. You don't want to open these gateways and summon these spirits. Awakened by a ghost. I hope it's under the most appropriate thread. I'm visiting my grandparents at their house and staying over for a couple of nights, and my grandfather's having some heart trouble. I wanted to make it a point to see them again, take my father with me. When they are his parents and they're getting older. I was sleeping alone in the room that's typically occupied by my grandfather. I woke up and checked my cell phone. It was about 12:30 in the morning. I had only been asleep for a couple of hours and was really hoping that I could get back into sleep. I'd have to drive home today. I turned over and placed my head on my pillow. A few moments later, I felt something tap my pillow once, almost like a light slap. I turned toward the side of the bed and saw the outline of a man standing over me. He almost looked a little bit taller than my father or grandfather, but I can't say that for certain. I wear strong prescription glasses, but I couldn't make out a face or any distinct features other than the man being a little bit obese. Startled, I said, "Jesus Christ!" Then I heard no reply. Then I asked, "What's going on?" Still no reply. Then I reached out to touch him, and when I did, my hand passed through the apparition and its outline and silhouette faded away over a few seconds. Thought it was my father or grandfather, as he looked a bit like them. The presence felt a bit ominous, and it really was a spirit. I didn't imagine it. I don't know why it would take the effort to tap my pillow, wake me up, and then not say anything. I don't know of any hauntings to have occurred in this house. My grandparents have lived here for over 40 years. I woke my father up in his room to make sure he was okay and explained everything to him. I checked in on my grandfather and he was asleep and said he was okay. Has anyone else encountered anything like this before? What did I see? So I've always been seeing strange things, and I've been drawn to the paranormal. I never investigated it too much because of watching the shows. I knew I saw things differently, though. My daughter and I had to go take care of her at her home because she was so sick. She was getting up there. We were supposed to stay for 6 months. I know people won't believe me and think I'm lying, but I don't care. My papa died in mid-2000s. He stays there. It's never bothered me because I know him, and on a worst-case basis, I'll sort of have him pulling on my toe while I'm sleeping. One night while my daughter and I were sleeping in the same bed, I wasn't quite asleep yet. I was trying to get there. The door to our room opened up, and I had immediate chills, and I was scared. It was not something I feel a lot, even with the strange things I see full-on live and in-person creatures. He looked like a cross between a skeleton and an alien, but with like neon flames coming off of his arms and skull. I apologize, I'm not a writer. I'm describing it the best I can. I was so terrified I couldn't move, and I'm embarrassed too because I was so scared that I didn't know how to save my kid. Pulled the covers over my head and hid like a toddler. I could still see him in my mind, though. After what felt like 15 minutes, but was probably 30 seconds, it left. I've never seen it again, and I had to leave my mom's house and arrange different care. I couldn't stay there anymore. Does anybody know what it could be that I've seen? Stuck between elemental or alien. I get skeptics who'll come for me, but it took a lot for me to write this because I know what I'll get in return. It was just honestly the most terrifying moment of my life, and I've been through some shit. Can a spirit in a house cause you to have bad luck? I searched all over Google, and it's just articles about ghost hauntings. So I apologize if this kind of may be redundant, but me and my fiancé just bought a house. We moved in recently, only 2 months ago. My fiancé is sensitive to paranormal activities and sees spirits on the regular, but nothing with anything like ill intention. So when we moved in here, she always spoke about seeing an older man in the corner. And that's as well as my son, who sees something and will yell, "No, no, 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 go away." Since moving in, we've had nothing but bad luck. Plants can't even stay alive in the house. Things go missing randomly, and then we'll find them in the weirdest places. We've jokingly spoken out loud saying that they're not welcome here and demanding that they leave and leave us alone, but it hasn't been successful. At least yet. It seems to favor my fiancé over me. Also, my mother-in-law has been staying with us, and she's known to dabble in and with spirits or the paranormal. Per my Per my fiancée, she states that her mom has messed with portals. And speaking to the other side, it's an unsafe manner in our fears that she has an attachment to her which is causing her issues. This may just be in my head, but our relationship has never had issues before until we started moving in and we lived together prior to moving into this house. So it wasn't a culture shock, as many would say. I'm sorry if I left any crucial points out, but please feel free to ask and I'll do my best to answer every question. Especially if it helps with the conclusion and maybe the possible reasons why things are like this really are going on. I can take the paranormal part of it out and work on it by myself. I think my dorm is haunted. So for starters, I can literally see an old Civil War era graveyard from my dorm window. The first day we moved in, my roommate had a really weird dream where she went out into the hallway at night and saw a woman dressed in a black gown standing on the other end of the hall. She'd be staring her down. We both have had multiple dreams similar to this since. Kind of weird, but explainable. Then we both started hearing each other's voices when we were completely alone in the room. I once woke up to the sound of her voice in my ear, only for her to be completely asleep on the other side of the room. One time, my roommate was alone in the dorm. She left her phone on her desk, then went to go to the bathroom. She came back and her phone was on the floor on the other side of the room. The same thing happened to me, but with my student ID. It had somehow gotten to her side of the room by her mirror, even though I hadn't been over there all day and had left it on my desk. I had a dream about a little girl wearing old-timey clothing and pink ribbons in her hair. In the dream, she was holding my hand, and we were walking around, and I had this eerie feeling that the little girl wasn't alive. I woke up with full-body shivers. Finally, the absolute last straw. My roommate and I were both sitting on our beds doing homework, and all of a sudden my roommate's nose starts gushing blood. She starts getting up to grab a tissue, and the top shelf part of her desk moved forward across the desk by itself, flipped over her chair onto the floor. The desk was up against the wall. There was literally nothing that could have pushed it forward. Sounds haunted to me. Ask Reddit 4. My cousin went to college at SCAD in Savannah. At the end of her first year, my aunt and I went to help pack her up, move stuff into storage for the next year. Both of them went to grab lunch, and since I wasn't hungry, I stayed behind to keep working. We were asked to deconstruct the beds if they'd been bunked, and I'd put the pins from that on a dresser to take to the RA later, and I went back to cleaning the bathroom area, heard a loud ping behind me. One of the pins had rolled off the dresser. Okay, no problem. Picked it up, put it in, went back to the sink. I heard a ping again. One had fallen again, and annoyed at myself, I picked it back up and put it with the other. I moved them vertically so they couldn't really roll off again, and I turned around and took one step toward the sink and ping. Suddenly I got a really cold, nauseated feeling. I felt like I was being watched. Shook it off, went to pick up the pin, and again I grabbed it and the other pin, put them in an empty cup on the dresser. I barely turned around when I heard the ping and a giggle. I was just standing there, absolutely frozen to the spot when my aunt and cousin walked in with their lunch. Both of them looked at me, and my aunt said, "What's wrong, hon? You're white as a sheet." My cousin goes, "Ugh, was it the ghosts?" I said, "What fucking ghosts?" Apparently, it's well known that the dorm's haunted as fuck. I guess my cousin's roommate moved out because the ghost was freaking her out. She'd gotten a preacher in to bless the room and expel the ghost, and my cousin said it was just making the ghost mad. I guess the girl's stuff went missing all the time. They'd come home from class just to get the girl's stuff, and it'd be pulled out of the dressers and emptied onto the floor. Anyway, that was 2006. I wouldn't have gone if I'd known all that, and honestly, I'm still a little annoyed at my aunt and cousin for putting me in that situation. Unexplainable random little happenings. We've lived in our house a while. It was a new construction. They started developing down the road, and I'd heard there was a small cemetery on the edge of the area that they're developing. We have another old family cemetery up the main road. After they started developing, we started having weird things happen, like stuff falling off of tables, like up-toe a few feet away. Up-toe. I went to check on the baby and I saw his hanging toy moving in the reflection in the play mirror, but he wasn't in the crib. Then I saw him in his little chair my husband had put him in instead. I was so freaking out when I saw this. There's no air blowing there. Then I mentioned a dream to my husband. My husband also has a weird dream but didn't realize it till the next week. So it may have been the same night. I dreamed something was running down the hall toward me with fangs and claws, but couldn't really remember anything else besides the eyes. It then went to attack me, but I woke up. My husband dreamt the animal attacked him coming down the same hall, but he didn't wake up before getting ripped apart. I do have sleep paralysis that's picked back up for a while. It's okay right now, knock on wood. Online, I found out there were 3 graves by the construction, but I've gone to look, but they left these small clusters of trees where they should be. So I think they left them alone. We lost our senior dog after this. We keep seeing a shadow out of the corner of our eyes. Keep hearing him, sort of a thing. So I don't think that's related. The baby stares and laughs at places where there's nothing, but I'm just telling myself that's a normal baby thing, I think. Too scared to talk about this stuff while home and too scared to use any apps. I'm not sure what to do. Nothing happened for a couple of days. Could it be related to the construction because the timing is spot on? Ghost trees disappearance. I was in the village, and I was spending time with my granny. I basically was there because my mom sent me there to get some rest. Street when she leaves is just the road, if you can call it a road, with private houses along it. There was a house where in front of it was 2 perfectly symmetrical trees. This trees was about 10 meters high. It was looking like tree poles that were uprooted from the earth. There's no leaves and even branches on it. Top of this trees was like the bottom of an average uprooted tree. Roots was on top of it. They both was almost black. I believe they was like dried up. Maybe it was pine trees. It was cutted, but how they managed to dry so much. If that way it was cutted decades ago. Also, why is there such enormous trees? It was not an half-abandoned wild village in the middle of nowhere. It was just small settlement in town a couple of kilometers from normal town. At some point when I visited my grandma again, there was no trees, but not even a land without grass on spots where there was, or something. Of course, no one knows nothing what trees I was talking about. I remember there was a photo of little me with this trees in the background. Exact same trees, not as pine trees, but that identical black dead pillars. But guess what? I can't find it. There's a bunch of black and white photos of my grandmother's fathers and other relatives with that trees in the background. Not as pine trees, but that identical black dead fucking pillars. And guess what? I know they were there. Birds as a sign of death. When I was 11, my brothers and I entered our house after returning home from church. That was while our parents went across the road to talk to the neighbors. Upon entering the kitchen, I immediately spotted a black bird sitting calmly on our piano. I shouted, "Look, a bird!" It sort of glanced over at me and my brother before flying out an open window some distance away. Usually, when we have birds accidentally enter our house, they're frantic and scared, looking for a way out, especially since we have a dog. But this one wasn't. I remember thinking at the time that black birds in some cultures signify death, though I'm not sure why that occurred to me. The following day, after school, my dad was crying. He sat us down and told us that her grandmother had died the previous day. She was on a plane flying from England to South Africa against doctor's orders and suffered a fatal heart attack. I remember asking my mom later what time she died, and it was pretty much the exact time my brothers and I saw the black bird the day before. Should also note, my grandmother was not a very good person. Several years later, my mother and her friend were sitting outside, and then a white heron, a kotuku, flew past. This bird is an extremely rare and endangered type in New Zealand, and my mother's friend, a local, said she'd never even heard of any being in the area. We found out later that our grandfather, my mother's father, had died at the same time that they saw the heron. My great-uncle, who's quite spiritual, was and still is convinced that it was my grandfather saying goodbye to my mother. They were very close, and he was a pure and kind soul. My great-uncle's Maori, and the kotuku is apparently a sacred mythical type of bird in Maori culture. An entity followed me from my friend's house. In my mid-20s, I had a job that I had to travel 50 weeks a year for. I loved it. OTW to Noonan, Georgia, once. Stopped at a friend's house for a visit because I hadn't seen them in years. This particular friend had a very alternative lifestyle, dibbled and dabbled into a lot of things. While at their house, I was very uncomfortable. I've always been in tune with my spirit, and it was kind of in an uproar in this house. Couldn't even sit down. I stood the entire time and made up an excuse as to why I had to leave earlier than planned. That night I got settled into my hotel room, began to doze with the TV on, which I rarely do. And as I'm dozing, I can tell I'm not alone. I look to the foot of my bed and I see a dark figure, tall, lanky, with long fingers that come to a point. Scaring the shit out of myself just recalling this. The figure begins to pace in front of the bed, dragging those long fingers across the comforter as it paces. It was teasing me. I couldn't move. Felt like sleep paralysis, but while I could talk, I couldn't move. Suddenly, it crouched down as if it were going to pounce on me. Closed my eyes as I felt something jump onto the bed. Began to pray aloud, and something told me to call out my friend's name. I did and told him that he couldn't have my soul. I just knew to say that. Continued to pray, got still, quiet. Opened my eyes and it was gone. I can't explain it, but something within me knew it came from my friend's house. I had an incident with the same friend years later that confirmed it. That's a crazy story as well. I don't know what it was, but it never came back. I think I might get a new house. For background information, I was 13 when this happened. This happened 4 years ago. My grandfather died at 90 when I was 10. I was in love with the paranormal at the time, and I always find a way to prank someone, so that particular day, I thought to prank my oldest brother. I'll call him Baka number 1. Okay. He didn't believe in the paranormal, and he found it stupid and childish. So I told my other brother I'll call him Baka number 2, to make a plan. And we decided to go out and play near where we buried our grandpa and just scare him off and he'll come out of his damn room. As we were discussing the plan, I noticed a scratch mark on my brother's face. I didn't notice it when he came out. When I asked him about it, he didn't recall scratching himself or anything. That's when I saw a black figure move past me and I was so frickin' scared. but I brushed it off thinking my mind was just playing with it. I saw a footprint right where I saw it, and I'd looked around to find any more footprints, but I didn't. And I was not feeling the vibe, which usually doesn't happen. So I decided to go inside without doing the prank. Right that second, I felt a hand to pull my leg. It was definitely not my brother's, as he was walking in front of me, so I was freaked out and I froze. Couldn't move at all, and for a minute I couldn't hear anything at all. When I came back to reality, I ran inside, locked my frickin' door so fast. I experienced the same shit. Emoji of painting fingernails. Today, at my grandfather's death anniversary. You're a strange one. Blue glowing balls in backyard. I'm wondering if anybody's ever experienced this. When I was about 7 years old living in Connecticut, I was awoken in the middle of the night by my older sister. She said she saw these two glowing blue balls, about 3 feet tall. They were hovering in our backyard. They terrified me. I ran down the hall to my parents' room. My dad saw them as well, went to take his camcorder. Mind you, this was about 1992, so it took him about 10 minutes to get it out of its case and attach the batteries. The balls were still there, and had moved in from in front of mine and my sister's bedroom window to the front of my parents' bedroom window. My dad hit record, and as he did, they zoomed off into the woods incredibly fast. He got nothing on film, so it took a few seconds to start recording. A few years later, my two youngest sisters were sharing the same room and had a very similar experience. I was in the room next door to them. They woke me up. We shut all the blinds and hid in the closet, and the light got really bright, as if they were looking into the window. Then the light went away and we never saw them again. Well, I tell people this story. They usually mention lightning balls. But these were almost sentient. They seemed to know where we were in the house, and both times lasted for about 20 or 30 minutes. And this was at night, and once during the winter, the original event, and once during the summer with my younger sisters. We still talk about it to this day, and my dad is still baffled. And he's the type of guy who knows a little bit about everything. Like him. Ask Reddit. I live in a house that only has a master bedroom, a smaller bedroom, and a small bathroom at the top of the stairs. The two bedroom doors face each other, maybe 7 or 8 feet apart. I'm the only one who lives on the top floor. Everyone else stays on the ground floor. I always got a weird vibe from the bedroom across from mine, so I always keep the doors shut. One day about 2 years ago, I had come home from college at the time. I decided to take a nap. I remember laying down and falling asleep rather quickly, but something felt wrong. I sat up and noticed that the door to my bedroom was open. The door to the guest bedroom was also open. I watched the doorway for a moment like I was waiting for something. I didn't even know what I was waiting for, so I waited, and surely enough, this thing bent itself down to look back at me through the guest bedroom doorway. It was tall, way too tall for the size of the room. I only remember it having antlers and being very dark and shadowy in form. Also its eyes. Its eyes were very muted red tone and flat, like there was no other shape or features of its face. I felt like it wanted to come into my room, but for whatever reason it couldn't, and it was pissed about it. We never exchanged anything verbal, but I remember calmly looking at it and reminding it that it was not welcome in my room, much less my house. I knew it was just waiting for an opportunity where my guard was down. And then I woke up. Both the doors were closed, everything was fine. But I was spooked to hell and back. Burned so much incense I thought I was going to smoke out my entire family. Haven't seen or dreamt of it since, but lots of guests I've brought into the house do not like that room. Whatever it was, I hope it's gone for good. The time we heard a demonic scream from this lady who wouldn't speak to us when called. My homegirl is heading home. She calls us saying that she hears a girl in a long sleeve wailing. Apparently it was indescribable. She swings around and comes at us, and we go to where we heard it. We're pulled up to this cul-de-sac. We see a woman walking towards this park. We ask her if she heard, and, well, she didn't answer. We kept trying to get her attention, and she kept not answering. She walks into the park, and we ask again. She turns around and comes toward us. My friend tells her to back off, and she almost scurries. She goes even farther into the park, and my friends ask if she's human. Then this horrible sound, like a squawking wail, comes out of her mouth. It's horrifying. My other idiot friend squawks back, and she does it again. And at this point, I'm crying, and I make my friend drive away, and I call 911. My friend says she saw 2 different women. One looked young, one I was there to see was old. As I called 911, 2 squad cars started heading down that road. I don't know what happened after. We went to the other side of the park, which was like a 5-ish minute drive to get to, and we see another man calling, and then talking to the cops. But he seemed so bothered when we tried to speak to the cop on the matter, the man simply shooed us away, saying that they had found her. But his vibe was off too. I don't know what happened tonight. But as somebody who believes in God, something sat horribly in the pit of my stomach.
I got smacked while laying in bed. I was trying to sleep in my dorm, but I just couldn't. Then I felt movement from under me so distinct I thought it was my pet snake. I put my flash on and saw that she was in her tank. I laid back down and closed my eyes. Still fully awake, but uneasy. Mind you, because I've been asked about this, I was completely sober. No weed, alcohol, no anything. Then my door that was completely shut opened on its own. I have 3 roommates, but one was at her boyfriend's, and I heard the other 2 talking faintly and far away in the living room. After a few seconds, some kind of force smacked me in the left eye, and I see a flash of white. I get up, arm in the air, and just ready to start swinging, and the door instantly closes. Doesn't slam, but definitely closes. I turn on the flash, nobody's in the room. I get up immediately and open the door, and I hear my roommates again from the back of the apartment in the living room. Maybe 15 steps away. I didn't hear running, walking, breathing, nothing. I asked them if somebody came into my room and smacked me. They both said no. I explained what happened, and they both said that they heard the door open and close, but neither went in my room. I believe they didn't touch me because, 1, I didn't see or hear anybody come in, and admittedly, my room was messy. And it was kind of in the dark, so I would have heard them step on a thing or 2 before getting to the bed. And 2, it's incredibly out of character for them. We're friends, but roommates nonetheless, and won't go into each other's rooms if the door's closed. And we especially don't hit or smack each other, nor was I or anyone in a fight in a bad place with each other. I'm freaked out, I won't lie, but does anybody have a rational explanation for this?
The Baker Boy. When my mother was a little girl, she spent her early years in a remote area of Mexico. No electricity, no running water, and definitely no air conditioning. But due to so many people all living in one small house, it wasn't uncommon for her and a few others of her siblings to fall on the porch, or fall asleep on the porch. Yeah, you heard that right, and they slept on pallets outside. She recalls it was actually much cooler some nights on the porch than it was in the house. The porch had a screen that my grandfather installed, and he also built their house by his own hand.
The closest neighbor was miles away, so from my understanding, the house is pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Now this is where the ghost story begins. My mom and 3 of her other siblings were the lucky ones who got to sleep outside every night. They never had any problems or fears until the night the baker boy began to come around. A small child with golden curls dressed in white baking attire, wearing a mask that was like a skinned pig. He would walk in circles around the house reciting a certain phrase that my mom never really understood because it wasn't in Spanish or English. At first they were scared, but over time they grew to appreciate his presence. It was almost as if he were walking around the house to protect them from whatever fate had maybe happened to him. They never knew who he was or if he was even real, just that they would all see him. My grandpa never believed them, assumed they were making it up to come inside the house, but they swore they weren't. It wasn't until over time an outline of his path began to show up around the house. Needless to say, they didn't stay in that house much longer and moved before they eventually made it into the States. The strangest part is that before my grandpa died, he told my mom he had finally seen him, the blonde boy with the pig mask.
Ask Reddit. A couple of years back, my boyfriend and I were driving on a country back road of central Illinois. About 9 p.m., cold and rainy, mid-October. Large wooded areas all around. We were in mid-conversation. That's when we both cut off at the same time. We were overcome with dread. To the right of the road was a 6 or 7 foot tall pale humanoid. Its arms were disproportionately long and thin. It didn't have any discernible facial features, peered out from behind the trees and looked directly at us. We were both silent for about 30 seconds, and I finally said, did you see? And my boyfriend says, "Thank God you said something. I thought I was crazy." A few days later, 2 friends were hanging out in their car, and it was in the local car park. It's surrounded by woods and cornfields. The fields were recently harvested, so you could see all the way to the tree line. They said they saw something pale and incredibly thin and humanoid across the field. It ran kind of like a dog, and it disappeared into the woods within seconds. At first I thought it might be something different because I was thinking what I saw was more humanoid. Then I discovered that thousands of people have reported seeing humanoid, pale, naked, lanky things that move like dogs. There's apparently particularly a lot of sightings in Illinois, so that part adds up as well. Lots of reports from the 50s and 60s of pale humanoids as well. It really makes me wonder. Anyway, I'm now convinced that there's an undiscovered humanoid living in America. We haven't proved they exist because they're so fast and silent. They also hide in abandoned buildings, caves, and mines.
The visitors who came to get my grandma. Yesterday, my grandma, who I'm very close to, passed away. She had multiple major strokes in a single night and was suffering a major brain bleed. Doctors said 75% of her brain was damaged and she wouldn't wake up again. We made the decision to end life support as we knew she wouldn't want to be kept alive as a vegetable past her time. I'd always heard stories of people dying and loved ones sitting up before passing or saying the names of those that had died before, or even just opening up their eyes and throwing their arms up. Since my grandma's brain activity was so limited, I knew there would be no such signs. No matter how much I knew, they'd comfort me. The ICU door for my grandma's room was very heavy and had to unlatch it. That stayed closed all day, and yesterday, to give us some privacy with her. I struggled every time I had to open it as I really push it down to unlatch it. We were all sitting in a room waiting for the final shoe to drop when the door unlatched and opened. It opened up a good ways pretty quickly. Not as it had been shoved, but more like somebody was just opening it. We waited for a nurse to come inside, but nobody was there. Got up, closed the door, making sure to push it hard into place.
About 5 minutes later, we heard the hard sound of a door unlatching, and it swung open again with controlled quickness, stopping just short of slamming into a table. This time, we left it open. The doctors were expecting her to survive at least a few days after ending life support, but she died not an hour later after the door opened. At the end, she wasn't in pain, and she passed as if falling asleep. My mom and I are happy knowing that she had people to walk her home.
Items going missing only to be found and open in plain sight. Last night we buried my cousin's love and father of her children on Friday. We woke up Saturday and she's looking for her Midol, searching high and low, then her vape goes missing. I saw her with it and I'm like, it's in the bathroom, I think I saw it in there. We stripped the bed, shook the covers, folded them, and she ended up cleaning her entire house looking for it. It's like when a smoker loses their lighter and we tore the whole house up searching. The entire day passes and we gave up. I give her one of my vapes and we climb into bed. She goes to turn off the lamp. Boom! Big-ass Midol bottle is there in the nightstand. We laugh and she says, "Watch, the vape will be right in my face." She reaches to pick up the vape I'd just given her, and the missing vape was right next to it on the bed. There's no way we overlooked it. Sheets are black and no one's come into the room. It's been in that bed the entire day. I've been there too. She's in shock and says, "I asked T to show me a sign he was with me." I'm thinking in my head, man, this must put me in some shit. Couldn't ask for a sign after I left. I didn't know whether to be happy for her or scared. Cat had come into her the day that he passed and wouldn't leave. She kept it, and the cat then comes into the room and just stares at her for a while before cuddling next to her and falling asleep. If their significant other was there, why are you sleeping in the same bed as them? Just curious.
Ask Reddit. There is a ghost that loves my dog. I'm an artist. Rent a small studio that's on the second floor of an old antique store. Store is quite large, bottom's all antiques, top has a small studio and more antiques. When the antique store is closed, the bottom floor has active alarms. There's a separate staircase and entrance to the studio section. Artists have 24-hour access. Because she is the best girl, my GSD mix comes into the studio with me. Wonder what that is. Dog? Absolutely loves when the store is open. Customers can walk around the upstairs area. My studio's in the middle of the top floor and has 2 doors, one on each end, but the doors are removed. I have dog gates. When people are around, she goes from one door to the next for pets and treats. If I'm there after hours, usually early in the morning, she just chills and sleeps on her dog bed or works on a bone. The past few weeks, there's been an odd occasional occurrence. We'll be there around 5:30 a.m., contentedly working away. Serene is snoozing on her bed. She'll wake up from a deep sleep, run to a door, full-on tail wag butt wiggle, level her head like she's being petted, ears back and flat, top of the head flat, eyes looking up adoringly in a dog grin, and after a moment she'll break and run to the other door and repeat the process, just like she does when an actual customer is petting her. The first time I thought somebody else was around, so I checked. No one else there. Nothing on the security camera. Something was in the woods tonight. I'm not sure what it was. I feel creeped out even typing this. I'm staying at my friend's house in Tennessee over winter break, and tonight I helped her feed the neighbor's dogs because they were out of town. Her house is in a somewhat rural area. There's clusters of homes kind of spread across fields, forest, and lake areas. All very beautiful and lots of wildlife. Anyways, it's about 9 p.m. and it's way past sunset. It's quite dark. We're walking the short distance from the neighbor's house back to hers. We're on a road, but directly next to us is a small woods sloping into a lake. I'm a little bit nervous about it, so I make a joke like, "That forest is kind of creeping me out. Imagine if there was a skinwalker in there." My friend said it's bad luck to type it out or say it aloud. I don't know if, till after this event, and I'm not taking chances. She laughs and gobbles like a turkey loudly into the forest. I jokingly said something like, "Don't do that, it'll attract one." And not even 5 seconds later, we hear an identical gobble back to us from the forest. It was definitely not an echo, and there's no light in there, no paths, and it was very cold, like 30 degrees. Can't imagine anybody would be there. I just remember saying, "Oh my God," and then sprinting as fast as I could back to the house. I don't think I've ever ran so fast or so meaningfully. I didn't turn back, and I was so out of breath. My friend thought the whole thing was funny, but it was so freaky. Why does anybody know what this was? Or rather, I think they mean, does anybody know what this was? Maybe it was just a turkey or somebody trying to be funny. Is it possible to see the ghost of a living person? I think I may have seen one. When I was 11 or 12, I was staying at my friend's house for the night. I was sleeping in their spare room adjacent to the stairs. As a kid, I used to sleep with the door open, so I left the door open as usual and went to the bed that night. There was light bleeding from their living and lounge from their TV, so the stairway opposite my room was dimly lit, not completely dark, and I could still make out color and detail of the wall pictures. Maybe about an hour later, after laying in bed facing the wall as I usually did, I turned around and I saw what at the time I thought was my friend's mother standing on the middle stairs. I could only see her upper torso. She was staring at me with a completely emotionless and blank expression. I could make out the clothes she was wearing, the direction her hair was angled, and everything in pretty good detail considering the lighting. She was staring at me directly in the eyes, and I was staring back mainly because I felt really uneasy, considering I was a child sleeping in bed and didn't want to take my eyes off her in case something happened. After about 10 minutes, I decided to get up and go see what she wanted. It was only about 6 feet from the door, my room, that's where she was standing. By the time I got to the top of the stairs, and she had just gone, literally like she just de-manifested into thin air before my eyes. I never took my eyes off her except to blink. Confused, I went downstairs to see if she was there, and she was watching TV in the lounge with her husband. So I went back to bed. About an hour later, I woke up feeling the same uneasiness. I look out of the door and she's there again, and this event repeated itself. After this one, I fell asleep until the morning, though. UK-based cult. Similar to another post that was just made, my sister and I were young. We came into contact with a group of women from the UK that referred to themselves, at least online, as Sibsi Gra. It was heavily tied into an ARG, an alternate reality game. It took place on a number of scattered forums and Wikipedias. Had it been left at that, then it would have been just some meaningless internet escapism. But we noticed some weird patterns. The people in question were very interested in getting the younger participants in the game to move to the UK. They were into the occult and black magic, specifically variations of theistic and violent types of satanic practice akin to the Order of Nine Angels, another UK-based, particularly nasty occult group. At the time, they provided photographic evidence of some pretty shady activity that they would get up to if they got to the UK. My sister and I agree now as adults that a lot of the behavior we witnessed is similar in character to cult grooming, The result of this in our lives, both normal and paranormal, have been obvious to us since that time. We're looking for information related to this topic, or to these people, to figure out if it's something other people know about, or if we were just, gaslit hard by a group of people pretending to be a well-connected satanic cult. Any information is appreciated. And if you get any more information about that, you message me. Anybody who's still around, see ya tomorrow. My grandpa left a message on our mailbox after he passed. So my grandpa died in the beginning of September, and due to past events, my mother didn't have much contact with him. He was still calling me every now and then and catching up about how I'm doing. I hadn't seen him in over 2 years due to COVID and the strict rules from the nursery home that he was in, which I still feel bad about. Not your fault. I was the only person that he was most proud of. Same day we went to see him one last time. First strange thing to happen is my mother woke up in the middle of the night, 7 hours before his death. Thought about him. She was sending me pictures saying how we look alike. Fast forward in November at his funeral. I was lowering the urn in the grave and it started raining. But it only rained in about a 5-meter radius around his grave for about a minute, nowhere else. With that all being already odd, one day after his funeral there was a voicemail left on our mailbox. It didn't show a number, just that there was a voicemail left at around 7 p.m. the day after my urn was buried. My mom played it and couldn't believe her ears. It was the voice of my grandpa. He said, "Hello, Anna," my mother. "You don't have to call me anymore, I'm already in bed. Goodbye and until tomorrow." We know it was him, it was his raspy voice, the sounds he was doing, everything sounds so real. His voice sounded tired, like he was going to rest. Really can't wrap my head around what happened, but it was so beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time to hear him say goodbye. Whistling outside. Help. For context, I live in northern Georgia, and lately the weather's been cold, so I've been sleeping with my window open and my screen isn't fully on yet. I was doing my usual night routine, playing games with my online friends. I see a tiny little stink bug. So what I usually do is I pick it up, go downstairs, and put it out front. I open the front door, crouch down to set the stink bug on the floor, and I hear this deep voice on my left. For context, my house is set up to where my front door is pushed in farther than my driveway. I listen closely and it sounds like it's in my driveway near the garage. The whistling was lasting a couple of seconds, and it was the itsy bitsy spider. Wanted to make sure I wasn't going crazy, so I sat there and listened until the song ended. And the way it ended was slow and menacing, almost being dragged on. When it ended, it was dead silent, and I mean like nothing was moving or making a noise. No bugs, no ambient city noise, nothing. I've searched the web, nice pun, trying to find, what it could be when I come up with nothing, and hopefully somebody on here could help me. How does the end of that song go? Itsy bitsy spider went up the spider web, washed the spider out, dried up all the rains. And the itsy bitsy spider, I forgot. Itsy bitsy spider went up the spout or out the spout again? Owl or large-winged creature swooping car. Around 10 or 15 years ago,
Me and a friend were driving down River Road with some winged creature swooping in the hood of my car, surrounding and blocking both the windshield and wrapping around the passenger and driver's side windows, then disappeared. I can provide more information about the location if somebody has a similar experience. As we're driving, I'm telling her this story about the sleep paralysis demon I saw in a dream. It looked like a winged demon, made of molten stone with red eyes, trapped behind a stone prison that it escapes and chases me. It's dark out, maybe 9-10 p.m. And as I'm telling this story, as we drive under a large willow tree, and something drops out of the sky and swoops the hood of the car, filling my entire windshield. It then wrapped around my side windows with wings. My friend screams, I stop the car. I remember it now as an owl with feathery wings, but part of me remembers red eyes, black fleshy wings, and a human face. But I'm not sure if that's just because of what images were already running around in my head when it happened as I was telling the story. There are owls where we were, so I was wondering if maybe that's something owls do. Swoop headlights or something. But there's no owls that would be large enough to explain what I saw. Just barn owls, I've seen them before. I thought I'd ask around if anybody else has ever experienced something like this, as it's always bothered me, and a friend is just sick of me asking her what she remembers. She just says it was weird and she was too scared, closed her eyes.
Alien study on a human dream state. I'm a 29-year-old woman, in full disclosure. I did consume alcohol this evening, maybe 12 ounces of cider, nothing crazy. I've dealt with periodic sleep paralysis for about 10 years. I've only had visual hallucinations once or twice during SP. Anyways, tonight I had a nightmare that I was in a car accident. I have a recurring dream that I'm simply driving on the highway listening to music, changing lanes, nothing crazy. But this was the first time I actually crashed in the dream. I was in the left lane going 80 or so, keeping up with the traffic. Then a pileup started. I remember seeing a yellow Mustang or something. I tried avoiding the pileup, but my car flipped. I was unconscious in the dream, and I regained consciousness eventually. I see the ceiling of my car, and then I regain consciousness in real life and come out of the dream. When I'm out of the dream, I'm laying in my bed on my back, and I see a dark, grayish figure with thin arms and a sort of cherub-like head. Like a very large almond-shaped black eyes on him, too. It was floating over me. I just had this feeling I was simply being observed, not in danger. Then the being dissipated into thin air in a matter of 10 seconds. This wasn't even a sleep paralysis episode this time. I easily came out of that dream. But I had a visitor. Hallucination? Who knows?
Heard a voice speak to me while on the phone with my girlfriend. This happened a few months ago, but I still remember vividly what happened. On September 7th, I was alone in my room at around 1:30 a.m. on a phone call with my girlfriend. I was the only one awake in the house at the time. Me and her sleep together on the phone, so we'd call each other every night and still do to this day. We were talking as usual, and obviously nothing was scary or eerie. I had my lights off in my room, so the light was my phone right in front of me. My room was pitch black with the light off as I expected, so it wasn't scary for me. But that's not what spooked me. As she's telling me about her day at work, I hear a very low voice saying something coming from where my door is, but very quietly to the point where it was almost a whisper. I couldn't make out any words, but I could tell it was a speech. I told my girlfriend to be quiet for a second so I could listen. First, I thought it was my brother, whose room's right next to mine, but he was already asleep, and he does the same routine to go to bed every day. He uses the restroom outside our rooms, turns into the hallway, turns the light on, closes the room to his door, and turns off his light.
And this happened an hour before I heard his voice. His voice is not that deep, he's 15 years old. And since he hangs out with his friends over Discord, I know what his voice sounds like. I know it even through the walls and the pitch. This was not him. I could hear it clearly as if he was standing in my room right past the door. But I couldn't see anything, so I used my phone flashlight and tried to see what was out there without getting by to bed. After looking around a few minutes, I decided it was time for bed, told my girlfriend that we should just go to sleep. I woke up the next morning as usual, and nothing scary has happened since. Possibly a skinwalker. I'm not really sure what I saw that night. So I had an incident around 12 hours ago. Oops, years. 12 years ago. I was with an old buddy of mine in his old community. The community, I believe, was an Indian reservation. It was nighttime. We went for a walk down dirt road. The whole community was a trailer park home area, except for a few houses there. As we walked down the road, we came near this one house with an outside light on that had chickens and dogs. Mind you, my buddies knew to this area pretty well. As we were walking, we hear the dogs making weird noises, and from what he said, after we heard the noise, my buddy looked at me and told me to run back to his house. So of course I ran with him. As we were running, I stopped running out of shock. Shock from what I had seen right in front of me. It was a dark, cloaked figure with a long black hair. A mask like a samurai face. Yes, like those masks they have with the long teeth sticking out of their mouth, but it was an actual face. It was staring straight at me. I was so damn scared I couldn't move. And this lasted 5 seconds and it floated into the woods. Yes, it wasn't standing on the ground. It was floating. I remember this event with every single small detail after all these years. And no, I wasn't high on anything or drunk. I was completely sober and terrified. If anybody has an idea on what I saw that night, I would really appreciate it. Please don't comment if you're going to be messed up. I'm very serious about this. And I'm just looking for answers. Ask Reddit. At my mam's house, I was 15. She and my dad were at church on a Wednesday, December night doing kids club. I was alone in my room playing Xbox, like any other night, with my old dog chilling in the downstairs hallway waiting for my dad to get back. In my room, I had a fake wall that was out there, so there was like metal ladders to the loft. All of a sudden, I hear the metal ladders creaking, like somebody was walking up or down them. Then suddenly my door and the door to the balcony just burst open. They were both fully closed and no windows were open in the house as it was December. Then the stairs start creaking. Then the downstairs living room just properly slams shut. So my poor dog bolts up the stairs, comes and lays in my room facing the doorway and growling sporadically. Wouldn't leave my side until my parents got home maybe an hour and a half later. The weird thing is that she'd never ever come into my room before. She'd always be looking at the metal runners in the carpet that divide the rooms up and never come in before that night and never did after either. After she passed, we got our new dog. He'd continually pick his ears up and growl constantly at nothing. Also, a week after my grandma passed, there was a message on her answering machine which dead-ass was my grandma's voice from the hospital saying my mam's name clear as day. I listened to the message, went in to say to my parents, "Have you heard that voicemail?" They were like, "Yeah, we were waiting for you to listen to it before we said anything. So we didn't influence what you heard." They're Christians and don't believe in that, but even that had them totally thrown. I still have the message in my voice notes on my iPhone. Spirit attached to a loft bed I got on Facebook Marketplace. Facebook Marketplace warning. This story happened at least 6 years ago. It's when I was 10 years old. I begged for a loft bed so I would have more space for my things. and eventually my grandma gave in and bought one for me. One night I woke up drenched in sweat with all my blankets removed from my body. As I laid in my new bed, I heard a deep growl coming from underneath me. Still have no idea why, but there was a possibility that my brain could have made that noise as I came out of a deep sleep. I laid there, staring at the ceiling in horror. I listened for another growl that fortunately never came before I felt ballsy enough to investigate my room. I lowered my head over the railing to scan the area below me. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The next morning I told my grandma about what happened. She handed me a rosary, instructed me to hang it underneath the bed to ward off whatever growled at me. I did, then went outside to play. Came back hours later to find the rosary on the floor. I knew I had secured it tightly. There was no way it could have fallen on its own. I picked it up and put it back, hoping that it would stay this time, but it didn't. It fell twice more. I tried to find better ways to keep it hanging, but I always found it on the carpet hours after I hung it up. Eventually, I come home from school to see it broken in half on the floor. The two pieces at least a foot from one another. This incident spooked me for a while, and we sold the bed when I was 12. My name being called. Every night I come to bed and listen to music, and every time I'm ready to sleep I take out my headphones and plug my phone in. And every night I hear a voice saying something that's 2 syllables. Sounded like thank you. So I assumed it was a neighbor's voice or furniture or something because I'm pretty much just in an apartment. But I was thinking one night, it sounded like my name. I just ignore it. But the last couple of times it says it once, then it says it louder, like with an inflection. It does sound like it's coming from through the wall, disembodied. I don't know, I could be crazy. It could just be my neighbor. But it's every single night, and always 2 syllables. Sounds almost like a recording being played because it's the same sound like someone messing with me. Edit. Thank you for your responses. I really appreciate all of them. As of now, I'm already done some research and looked on some websites, things like Quora. Basically, everybody on there was saying it's just a hypnagogic or hypnopompic hallucination. I can understand why, because I've had those before, so I can differentiate when that's happening and when it's not. I was 100% wide awake every time I heard my name being called, not laying down, not even slightly tired, just hanging out in my room. I understand there's probably no reasonable explanation that anybody can come up with, but I do appreciate everybody's opinions. It's really freaky, especially since I recognize now that it's my name. Oh well, I'll get used to it. It's 6. I'm a very down-to-earth person, still convinced there must be some rational explanation. But the following happened to me. There was a small guest room in my parents' house that I never could sleep in. Every time I tried, I had restless nights where I woke up frequently to the sound of somebody calling my name or whispering something unintelligible. I always blamed the busy wallpaper coupled with the size of the room, which was tiny, causing me to be unable to rest my mind and thus experience these dreams. The most unpleasant dreams were those when somebody opened the door to the room and would just stand in the door opening. The weird thing about those dreams is that the door always opened inwards, where in reality the door opened outwards, thus reaffirming that it must be a dream. Years passed, and my parents decided to move and asked me and a friend to help with the move. We stayed in the small guest room and my friend had to sleep on a mattress on the floor. Even though it had been many years that I actually slept in the room, I was anxious to do so. The realization that it would be the last time, combined with the fact that my friend was sleeping there as well, eased my mind somewhat. I fell asleep quite soundly. When I awoke the next day, I was refreshed and ready for the move. My friend, however, looked like he hadn't slept at all. When I asked him what was wrong, he told me that he had been awoken by someone trying to open the door throughout the night. but being unable to do so basically due to his mattress blocking the doorway. Thought it might have been my father, but was afraid to ask. I reassured him it was all just a dream since the door only opened outward, not inwards. That was all I ever said of the matter. The move went well, and I'm glad to never see that house or that room ever again. Ask Reddit 7. I currently work at a school that might be haunted. There's an old auditorium that we use for plays, musicals, and sometimes for pep rallies. It's creepy as hell when you're alone in it, though. A lot of staff say that that's where the ghost lives. I used to teach in the room across the hall from it. My first month there, my lights kept getting shut off. The light switch is right by the door, so I thought it was a student. It kept happening during my plan period, and I asked the teacher next to me to tell his class to stop messing with my room. He shut the door one day, and it happened. No one was in the halls, and I was sitting across the room. The lights just turned off on their own. A few days after that, I was testing a website on my projector, because the colors didn't project great. That was during my plan. My projector moved on its own, and I don't mean it slid down, it moved up and down and left and right. There's no room above mine, so it wasn't something in the ceiling. I wasn't really freaked out at this point, just annoyed, so I yelled at whatever it was to stop messing with my stuff. The projector stopped moving, and the lights never turned off again. The last time something happened to me, I was in the auditorium itself. We were having a sort of field day, and we were using the auditorium as a movie theater. I was the one running it. Sat in the back, kept an eye on the kids. I heard someone whisper my name, but like a stage whisper where it's actually pretty loud. No one was behind me. A student close told me that she heard it too. We both shrugged and kept watching Into the Spider-Verse. A few other staff have more interesting stories since they worked there longer. Ask Reddit. In 2014, my best friend and roommate passed away from an accidental OD. He basically just fell asleep. There's a ton of weird stories around this, but this one is the oddest, I'd say. The day he died holds a lot of mystery. I'm the last person, or we think, to see him alive that morning. I know I saw him. We didn't find him until later that evening. Rigor mortis had set in. 911 called, the whole ordeal. After the coroner took him away, my uncle came and drove my then significant other and I to their apartment about an hour away. On that drive, I got quite an earful. I don't know what you know about Middle Eastern families, but let me tell you, empathy isn't their strong suit, especially when drugs are involved. Once at their home, my significant other and I go on the balcony to smoke some weed and just calm some nerves. We cry and I ask her, "Want me to go grab you some water?" She says yes. I go to the fridge to serve a cup of water. It was like in a movie, opening the door to the fridge, not being able to see what's on the opposite side. You finish your task, shut the door, and there he was. My friend that had passed earlier that day was standing right next to me for a split second. I seen him with clothing I'd seen him wear years before. His face was as it was before, but his horrible car accident 7 years prior to his death. I still hold on to that mental image to just remind myself what it all means, why I do what I do. After reading the answers here, I hope to see him or others when I pass. Knocking on the front door. I've never experienced anything like this, and I've seen a lot over the years. This is freaking me out a bit. So on Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, around 2 a.m. or so, I heard 3 loud, heavy knocks on the front door. Dogs didn't bark, and my little one barks at everything. Shot up out of bed, looked around through the windows. Didn't see anything. Cue to last night, around 2 a.m. or so, heard 3 more heavy, loud knocks at the front door. This time it was loud enough for my niece and her boyfriend to hear, almost like it was right next to their room. They shot up, went out of their bedroom door, and did a property check. No one was there, no one was walking down the street, nothing. This is the second time within 3 days. The next time will be Tuesday into Wednesday night, if I were keeping it within the 3-day mark. We have the door and windows lined with salt, and have protection symbols under the doormats and the doors themselves. Did I mention we've seen some shit before? We take all the precautions. I did think it might be the pipes or a rodent, but the boyfriend ruled both out, as he said it was too loud to be either one. We're getting a Ring camera and other security cameras in the near future, and in the meantime, this is freaking me out and I'm getting a bad vibe off it. I mean a really nasty vibe. My instinct tells me that this is not a human doing this, a rodent, or even pipes. But what do y'all think? Also, we haven't had any issues in this house at all since I moved here 4 years ago. Any advice would be great. Ask Reddit 1. In 4th grade, I found a book about holding seances in the occult in the elementary school library. Maybe not the best choice in books to have. Coming from a semi-conservative Christian household, of course, I was curious, and I checked it out, quickly hiding it deep in my backpack, and once I was home, taking it out of my room and stashing the book underneath my mattress. That night I started reading a bit. I saw there was directions to summon someone who died in a mirror and you'd be able to talk to them. Well, the only person I knew who had passed was my great-grandfather. Maybe part of me knew nothing would really happen. Jesus wouldn't let anything bad get me, right? I took the book into the bathroom and started to follow the directions laid out. I honestly don't remember what they were, but I sure as hell, pun intended, remember what happened next. I remembered the mirror getting foggy, and then a face. It was my great-grandfather, but twisted, emaciated and gray and frightening. Every hair in my body stood on end as the image started to open its mouth, but before it said anything, I grabbed the book and bolted out of the bathroom, quickly slamming the door and going to hide in my bed. As an adult looking back, I can't help but doubt my own story. I was a child, I had an active imagination. Memories could be faulty. I do remember the absolute terror, the literal fear of God was put into me. But I don't know if it really was a demon, or my papa, or whatever else it could have been. You can't really summon the dead in your bathroom mirror, can you? Either way, that damn book went back to the library the next day. That was at a library? Weird encounter on a website. Probably not paranormal. Let's find out. So I know that it's probably not paranormal, but more strange, weird, or odd. I just thought that it'd be nice to share this information because I don't really know what to think of it. I got pretty spooked out. To add some context, and it's going to be quite cringe, I'm sorry, I was 11 or 12 at my friend's house after school. We used to love creepypasta and always joked about it, and we thought, oh, LOL, let's have a little chat with Ben drowned on Cleverbot, haha. We knew it wasn't real, we were just annoying trolls and were so bored we wanted to do something thrilling. But we're not accepting anything really, it was just a random Friday before weekend. But it also was snack time, so my friend made herself a sandwich while I started to chat. So if anybody knows about the Cleverbot hype, it's so easy to get weird answers from the bot that's related to the creepypasta, like, I'm Ben, you shouldn't have done that, typical stuff. But when my friend got back with her snack, the next text from the bot is your friend enjoying her sandwich? Or something along those lines. But it specifically mentioned my friend and her eating a sandwich. We jumped out of our seats, we thought that we got hacked or something, we tried to dig deeper but never said anything funky again. The Ben drowned communicating from Cleverbot thing is clearly just an internet legend, but boy, to this day, we don't know what happened. I wish I took a picture, but at this moment, my skeleton jumped out of its body. doppelganger appears again. Over the last 20 years or so, various people have approached me and said that they've seen my doppelganger in my small town. This person seems close to my life by the locations they're at, but I've never seen them. The first time it happened, I was working in a stockroom. It was the stockroom of a shop, and my then partner texted and was angry. I ignored him at the top of the street of where my shop was. I hadn't left that stockroom at all. He said the person was my complete double. Went to a small fun fair and bumped into a friend. I had just arrived and was walking to a field from the car park. When they saw me, their jaw nearly dropped to the floor, and they asked me how I got over here to the other side of the park so quickly. They pointed to the other direction and said that they thought I was over there on the other side and just tried to speak to me. They said they could have sworn the other person was me. This person has been on my bus at times when I definitely wasn't there, 15 years maybe. He's been to the shops that I go to. I couldn't have possibly been me. It seems like a lot of the time we're in close proximity to each other, but I've never seen them myself. Lo and behold, I walk into work this morning, and a lady who also works there says she's just seen my complete doppelganger in the building that morning just before I arrived. She couldn't get over apparently about how much this person looked like me. So strange. See ya.
My mom and I had the same dream last night. Last night I had a dream that I was at some fancy dinner-like place with my mom's father. I called him Poppy. All I remember from the dream is sitting next to him at the fancy table, and I believe we were exchanging drinks, like I had a Coca-Cola and a fancy wine glass and he had water, but it seemed like we were passing it to one another. He frequently bartended after retirement, and I always remember being so excited to ask for bar coke as a kid. So at first, I chalked the dream up to that. But then this morning, my mom started to tell me that she had a weird dream last night. I immediately spoke up and told her I had a dream about Poppy. She responded with, "Well, that's weird. I had a dream about Poppy too." I told her about how we were at some fancy dinner venue place. She said that her dream was exactly the same, except she was off doing something else at the dinner party rather than sitting with Poppy and I, which is kind of funny because I don't remember seeing her in my dream at all, which is kind of crazy that her and I had pretty much the same dream about her dad. My brother and I also had the same dream when we were kids, also with Poppy in it, but before he passed away, it was about her grandparents' dog Molly, and that Poppy had to take her to go get put down. One day a few years ago, my brother randomly told me about this dream and that it was weird to him because he felt like Molly wasn't really there for the next 2 weeks before she actually had to be put down. I was absolutely blown away that I had the same exact dream and feeling about Molly around the same time. My grandmother sees people in the night, and I'm looking for expiations. So I'm looking for hypotheses and your opinions on the subject and what it could be. She just told me this story, and she's looking for an explanation herself. So my grandmother's almost 80 years old. When she was little at night while she slept, she woke up suddenly. She saw people around her. They were there without moving. When she spoke to them, they didn't answer. They were just standing there. I don't know the exact number of times she saw them, but there were some occasions. After she got married, she now lives with her husband and my youngest uncle in the same house since the 60s. But a little bit before that, when my uncles and aunts were young, several times she woke up and saw a woman at the head of her daughter. She had asked people at the time to understand the reason because she was afraid for her daughter. They told her that the woman she saw at night is there to protect her daughter, and now, a month ago or even less, she saw a rather young man, according to her, always standing in the dark without speaking, just staring at her.
Sometimes he would be above her head, sometimes at the end of the sofa or at his feet. She could see his face, but she can't be more specific. She asked him what he wanted and why he was there, but he was just motionless. After my uncle heard her, "Gecko." After my uncle heard her and they came to the room, the young man suddenly disappeared. She told me she wasn't afraid of him, but she didn't understand what he wanted. My cousin is his younger self again. I lost my cousin at about 3, almost maybe 4 years ago, but sometimes it feels like yesterday. My mom only has one other sibling, and we all grew up really close to each other, and my grandmother. I'm talking every weekend at Grandma's house, all the cousins hanging out for 3 days straight. Even as we're all adults, we all still live relatively close to one another drive-wise. He died suddenly from a heart attack from inhaling a lot of butane. Before he died, he was inhaling the butane, turned to drinking, used other items. He died suddenly while he was on his own for a walk. He was 30. I didn't know you could die from inhaling butane. Scary. Now, on to the dream part. This happened a few months ago, but I remember it vividly. My prime for my cousin was when he was 19 or 20. He started working out and was super into video games, especially Super Mario Brothers. He loved his DS and his DSi and Xbox. When he visited me in my dreams, we were at my grandma's house. He had his Game Boy Advance with him and he was playing it. He looked like his younger self. I didn't talk because I was confused, but he spoke to me. He said he knew he died and that he'd seen my grandpa and that everything was fine. He knew he died and that he was sorry to my aunt, his mom, because before he died he was lashing out at a lot of people from the alcohol. He said he was at peace and feels better now. Ghosts I would communicate with in my old house. When I was younger, about 4 or 5, I would talk to ghosts. I was only told this by my parents recently. They told me that I'd always talk to a man that stood in the front of my bedroom window, and when asked who I was talking to, I would reply with George. Obviously, as I was only 4 or 5 at the time, I have no memory of what I would be talking about, but we lived next to an old man called Mr. Todd, who my parents were close to. My mom ended up asking who lived in the house before us, and surely enough, he replied with George. When my mom asked if he has anything to do with the bedroom window, as that's where I would always talk to him, Mr. Todd said that he would always spend his time at the window just looking out of it. And that's how he would spend most of his days. I've been told that I was a very weird child growing up, and that story isn't the only ghost I would talk to. As my parents describe it, I'd always talk to a man up on the top wardrobe. Unfortunately, I haven't been told much about this one, as it's always overshadowed by the George story. I would also go on about having a past life, and how I would bring up my other family. I have a feeling that I had a past life in the time frame of World War I or II. My reasoning is that my older brother, 7 years older, told me that one day I started singing an old war song, word for word, which neither my parents or brother had ever heard before. Being a believer of past lives, I find it fascinating as I've had my own experience of it, yet frustrating that I was so young that my memory of it is all limited. Me and my partner saw something unexpected. Me and my girl were in my cottage house. We were preparing dinner for the grill outside. That's when I noticed something I never did. At our neighbor's wooden fence, where typically stands only a small bush, there was some kind of passage. The fence was split in half, and the bush that stands there normally was older. It had a passage in the middle. I didn't find it weird at the moment because I didn't visit the country house for a few months, so I just pointed out that it was interesting. My girl didn't see it at first because it was dark, but then she saw the passage as well. We had a debate if it was man-made or wind. Then I went inside to grab something and look at it at a closer distance. I recognized it was probably man-made trim of a bush. Then I told that to my girl and I didn't pay any attention to it. The next morning, when I went outside, the passage was gone. The original bush was there. After we got back home, we decided that we'll draw it, each one from memory, and compare the pictures. They were identical. We can't attach any pictures because we didn't make any. I had one other paranormal experience there. I was watching TV, saw something in the window. Took a knife, because I was scared, and went to investigate. After I saw no one, I just went back inside, and my brother was staring at me like I was doing something weird. I asked him if he saw it. He replied no, and then I told him that I saw some lady in white in that window. Ask Reddit. When I was about 13, we lived in a really old house that was on a farm. One time my parents were out really late. Me and my brother were the only ones home. I was sitting in the living room and my brother went to go get a drink of water or something. My kitchen was next to another sort of living room. Living room number 2, you could say. It had a sort of bar on the side with a big window cut into the wall. That way you could see into the kitchen from living room number 2. All these rooms are very small. So when my brother left living room number 1, I saw him stop dead in his tracks in living room number 2, facing the bar looking into the kitchen. He walked back in and I asked what happened. He said he saw a black figure with glowing red eyes. Me and my brother used to love ghost hunting and stuff like that, but I can tell when he's seriously scared. So a few weeks later, my brother had a friend over. He left the room to go grab his bag in living room number 1. He came running back into the room and said, "Dude, I saw a black shadow in the kitchen with red eyes." I immediately suspected my brother was trying to mess with me. So I looked at him and I said, "Shut up, stop." Laughed it off. But my brother's friend asked what I was talking about. My brother swore on our dead dog. That was something we didn't mess with. That he never told anyone except me. That house has a lot of creepy feelings to it, and negative energies. We had about 7 pets die in that house. Never looked back when we left. A demon looked down on me while I was trying to sleep. 1 week ago, I was invited to a party by a friend of mine. We got some food, got to her apartment that, to be honest, it doesn't have a weird feeling to it. We had fun, laughed, discussed some things, time went by like nothing, and then we went to sleep. First of all, I'm the only religious person of the group. I'm wearing a necklace with a cross at all times. And what happened next was my truly first, paranormal encounter in 20 years. By that time, it was almost morning. I couldn't sleep, maybe because I was sleeping on the floor. I took my necklace and I slept with it in my hand because it helps me with my OCD and all that. The friend that slept in bed next to me eventually woke up. I crawled up into bed while she was on the balcony with the rest of the group, and I was trying to fall back asleep. I was with my face to the wall with the pillow on top of my head. That's when I heard footsteps coming out of the bathroom, walking slowly toward me. Initially, I thought it was one of my friends, as I said I was sleepy. But then the footsteps ended right behind me and stood there for a second. Went back in the bathroom just as slow as it came. I didn't think much of it until afternoon when the friend that lives in that apartment told us that she's heard somebody walking around in the house even when she's home alone. I told her it happened to me. Now she wants to call a priest to cleanse the house. Hearing voices, but no one is there. So for the past week, some of us have been hearing a male voice randomly in our restaurant. I overheard my coworkers talking about it yesterday, but I thought they were making jokes on disappearing orders or utensils, like
Oh, the Taco Bell ghost took it, kind of a thing. No, I don't work there, but I did used to. Today I was opening alone for the first hour. As I was prepping vegetables, I heard a voice in the back. I had ignored it, thinking it was part of my music or something since I was listening to a new song. After several minutes, a song I knew by heart started playing. And that's when I heard the voice again in the same area. I thought one of my managers showed up early, so I went to check, but nobody was there. At that point, I thought I was tripping. I just went back to work. Fast forward a few hours, and I got done taking some orders and went to go start making it. As I'm gathering the ingredients, I hear a voice right behind me, so I assumed it was one of the customers. I turned to acknowledge them, only to find no one there once more. But my manager had also looked at the same time. I didn't have to say anything, and he asked 2 questions. "Did you hear that?" I said, "Yeah, it was a man's voice, huh?" I said yes again, and now we're starting to wonder if our place is actually haunted. I'm curious as to how, since it's been long enough to know the voice is definitely a new thing.
Ask Reddit. Anyway, a few years back when I was just out of school, my grandmother got really sick. They transferred her to hospice and our family took shifts watching her. You know, spending time with her before the end and making sure that she always had someone there if she needed anything. My mother and I were spending the night and I just started acting weird. Like super hyper and antsy. My mom was reading my grandmother's book and she eventually fell asleep. Mom kept reading just to make sure. I'm listening to music, trying to calm myself down because everything feels electric, if that makes sense. I look over and there's this shadow man. He crawls down the wall and just sits at the base. I keep watching him, trying not to freak out because my mom and grandmother are right there and my mom doesn't seem to notice. So I point at it and tell her about the shadow man. My grandmother's asleep at this point. She asks me what's wrong with me. I just keep pointing and trying to describe this thing I'm seeing. She gets a little freaked and asks me if it's there for Grandma. I reply, "No, it's here for the man down the hall." I kept watching the shadow man until he left, told my mom he was gone. Minutes later, a male resident down the hall died. I had no clue about any other residents at the hospice, and there were no nurses running around or anything like that would have tipped me off to this. Needless to say, both of us were super freaked out after that. Seeking rational explanation for sense of dread, power outage, and stench related to painting. When I was a kid, I used to visit some relatives in another city. I dreaded entering that home, even the very act of doing so, because we were welcomed by a painting that seemed very photorealistic at the time, and it depicted a fisherman wearing a yellow raincoat and standing in a small boat in sort of a tempest-tossed water. I think I only dared to look at it once, because the moment you were in its presence, you felt that somebody was glaring at you with malicious intent, directly from the direction of the painting. I was a child with development issues, and I hadn't been told about the possibility of a ghost or anything paranormal related to that painting yet, so I hadn't been influenced about it yet. Never again in my life have I felt such a sense of dread related to a painting. A few years later, the adults had mentioned in my presence that they also felt that malicious stare. They suggested that weird stuff happened in the home, what they attributed to the painting. But they never gave specific details, probably to avoid freaking me out. However, one day when I was maybe 12 years old, I was playing the Super Nintendo Entertainment System in one of the rooms located on the opposite side of the apartment, when suddenly the power went out. I hear knocking on my 4th floor window at night. As the title says, I've been hearing knocks on my window at night. They aren't very rhythmic or frequent, but they sound very much like somebody's knocking on the window. I live on the 4th floor of an apartment complex. There's no trees near or high enough to do this. The weird thing is it only happens late at night, past 1 or 2 p.m. a.m. But only when I'm trying to sleep. I haven't heard them staying up late, yet there's also other noises. But it's hard to tell if it's the window or my pet rats that get a little crazy at night. The knocks are definitely the window, though. I'm an extremely paranoid person. While I would check it out any other time of day, as soon as everybody's asleep and it's just me, the knocking in the dark, I'm paralyzed. My fear response is freeze. So as soon as I hear it, I hide myself like a child as best I can, waiting in ice-cold sweat. That's what happened today. I couldn't sleep until I heard the knocks at around 1 a.m. Tried to ignore it and listen to some calming music, but my one earphone was broken. I could still hear it. Finally managed to sleep only to wake up at 3 a.m., wanting to sleep again. Calmed down now, only to become utterly terrified when it continued. I eventually slept through the night, but it was the most stress I ever want to experience at night. Dreamt of my son before he was born. I've always had some weird dreams, and they never made sense until a while later. This event would happen, and I would piece everything together, and it would all fall into place, and I would understand what that dream meant. My main one I wanted to share was after I had a miscarriage. At the time of this dream, I had recently been to the doctor 2 weeks before, confirmed that I was no longer pregnant. I had a dream, and me and my husband were visiting his cousin. His cousin looks like his cousin, but it wasn't him. I'm not sure how else to describe that. Anywho, our cousin, in quotes, brings this little boy around. When I turned to my husband and said, "When we have a kid, that's exactly how they'll look." The cousin brings him around to me, and we're playing for the rest of the dream with the occasional visit from the cousin to ensure that all was going well. That morning I woke up and took a pregnancy test, and I was pregnant. Now that my son's about the same age, if not older than the kid was in the dream, it all but confirmed it is the same kid I saw in my dream. Same face, chunky thighs, hair color and length, and laugh. The 2 buck teeth in the front too, and the mannerisms. Man with no eyes. Okay, so this happened to me years ago. I'm talking like 10 or 15 years ago. But I still think about it sometimes. Something I read here just reminded me of it. I was out driving alone, probably on my lunch break or something. I remember it was really sunny and hot that day. And from far away I saw this guy on the sidewalk. He was looking from side to side, like he was looking for someone or maybe lost something. Anyway, as I pull up alongside of him, as I'm driving by, he turns and looks directly at me, and he has no eyes. I mean, it was just black holes where his eyes should be. Think of the mask from Scream. It was kind of like that. His mouth open like he was afraid or maybe surprised, and it was bright sunlight, like the sun was just hitting these empty holes. I slowed down just out of pure shock, looked back, but he was facing the other way by then. He didn't disappear suddenly or anything like that, but I couldn't get a good look at his face. I have no idea what it could have been. But when I see posters and promos for the Scream franchise, I always think, yeah, what the heck could I have seen that day? Any ideas? I'd like to share something that runs in my family bloodline. I'm Ryan, 14, and a Christian. I've got something to share with you all about my family. We have this thing where we sometimes see strange stuff, like black figures around our house. But I want you to know, some of these things I see can be pretty scary. It all started when I was young, maybe 7 or 8. I was in my mom's room, unable to sleep, and I saw a shadow walking past the door. I didn't hear any footsteps, but I told my mom. She said it was probably Santa or the Easter Bunny. We went back to sleep under the blankets. Then when I was 14, I was in the bath. I saw a black figure of a woman in the reflection. It scared me, but I ignored it and got out of the bath. Another time, coming back from ASDA with my mom and sister, I saw a kid with 2 hands on my mom's room window. Everything was blacked out, but I could tell it was a girl. I pointed it out, but they said it was fine. Late one night, texting a friend named LZU, I heard footsteps in my room. It scared me, so I prayed for protection and everything was okay. Sometimes when I'm alone, I hear voices or footsteps in my room. So yeah, that's my experience with these things. Doppelganger encounter. I was 11 years old, and I was in 6th grade when this happened. So in my school, we used to water some plants around our building every afternoon before going home. We had to get those 1-liter containers. We had to go to the garden in grade 5 building and go to the water pump. We have to individually go back and forth 3 to 5 times before having tasks done. As me and my classmates were lined up, I told my friend I'll get more containers, just so I can finish up faster. I went back to our building, and as I was picking up containers, I saw my friend come also. We were the only ones there, so I asked her if she wanted to get containers too. But she was just silent. She continued to walk up the stairs and into our classroom. I tried to follow her up, but stopped in the middle of the stairs since I remembered I have to do some watering. When I came back to the garden, I was surprised to see my friend, the same one I just saw in our building, so I said, "Hey, you got here really fast." Her face had this confused look. She replied to me that she never went out on line. I told her what happened, but she just laughed. I didn't really press the topic anymore since I don't like being pushy. To this day, I'm still wondering what could have happened to me if I followed that doppelganger into our classroom. My first memory was of seeing a demon. I won't forget it in this life. As a child, I woke in the middle of the night and turned over. The side of my bed was this 3-foot-tall demon with black matted down fur. It had sharp teeth and an ear-to-ear grin. I made eye contact with it and it started laughing, kind of like a golem from Lord of the Rings, but more wicked. Gollum. It said to me, "Starve, starve, starve," and laughed some more. I hid under the covers for a few minutes. I lifted the covers off my head and it appeared to be gone. But then it slowly rematerialized at the end of my bed and was smiling. Then it faded out and disappeared. I ran to my mother's room and told her I saw something scary. She said like a kind of prayer for me, and surprisingly I just went right back to sleep. I woke up the next morning and out of the corner a 7-foot-tall glowing man walked out into the middle of my room. He wore a white gown with a thick gold belt and gold sandals. He had a very peaceful smile. I think it was an angel, but he didn't have wings. I covered my face with a blanket, and when I removed it, it was gone. Memories I will never forget. My mom has visited me and my dad after she passed. I lost my mom a couple of days after Christmas. She was only 66, and it was sudden. A couple of weeks later, I was at my boyfriend's place. We were just sitting on the couch talking, and he made some joke, and we heard somebody laughing, and it wasn't him or me.
We both just stared at each other in disbelief. The second time it happened, I was in his office and he came flying in telling me to come to the kitchen, that it smelled amazing, like somebody was baking. I go in, and indeed it smelled so good, like blueberry muffins. This man hadn't used his muffin in months, by the way. So again, we just stared at each other. The third time we were in the living room, we heard knocking, like somebody knocking at the door, but nobody was there. It only ever happened when I'm at his place. She never met him, so I'd like to think she approves. Now my dad, he got really drunk one night a few weeks ago. He got up in the morning to get some Advil and said, "God, why did I do this?" Turns around and the light above my mom's urn went on by itself. I hope so much that she's at peace and not stuck in between because of us. I'd like to think she comes and goes when she knows we need her.
Sleep paralysis, or something more serious. This has been happening to me often, but yesterday was the scariest it happened. It's called sleep paralysis. When you just fall asleep, and you suddenly feel like something's attacking you physically while you're asleep, but you cannot move, you cannot scream for help. You're aware of everything that's happening, and from my experience, the best way to get out of it is to focus on trying to move even a finger. It'll break the paralysis, and you will regain control over your body, woken up in the middle of the night in total shock of what just happened. But yesterday, it happened. The worst time it's happened to me. I literally saw 3 shadowy figures looking straight at me like they were examining me. When it was happening, I remembered that exact moment and the amount of fear I was in knowing what was happening, but I couldn't do anything about it. I did eventually wake up after a few seconds, but I was in absolute shock. I can still remember the figures till now, and I'm genuinely scared of sleeping. Not sure why this is happening, as never in my life have I previously encountered such instances. Very, very strange, nevertheless, and I can almost guarantee you those figures were real. Honestly, one of the scariest moments of my life. My hearing aids can pick up ghost voices. So this weird thing has been happening. Just got my hearing aids fixed and adjusted. I've been wearing them all day. Then tonight around 1 a.m. I start hearing voices. It's mainly this really creepy woman's voice. Thought it was something else playing, like a YouTube video on a forgotten tab or something of the like, but it's not coming from my headphones or any noticeable location like a laptop or a phone. And the thing is, my hearing aids are an old model. They don't have Bluetooth capability, wireless links, nothing. All they do, and all they can do, is amplify the sounds in my environment. So where the heck is this creepy woman's voice coming from? It's really starting to freak me out. Has anybody heard of anything like this happening? Additional note. Whenever it happens, all other sounds cuts out, like the sounds of the fan or air conditioning, etc., and they suddenly just cut out, very noticeably, because I can't hear those sounds without the hearing aids. And these sounds become replaced by absolute silence and this woman's voice. I've seen a white hole/breach during a storm as a child. I was in 5th grade, 10 years old. We were in class upstairs and there was a huge storm outside. Everybody had a chill when lightning struck. Lightnings were getting closer and closer. I was fascinated by it, especially because I was sitting near the window. Then a lot of lightnings started to strike at the same time, and a big one was really close to us. This big lightning was really, really, really strange. It enlightens us for a whole second, which is pretty long for lightning. I could have seen some of the white hole, almost like a breach in space. I seen it for a whole second, too. I asked my school friend who was sitting next to me, "Have you seen this, the white hole?" And he was affirmative. My younger self liked to imagine it was some of a dimensional breach for some creature to come into our world. Every time since I heard somebody talking about a paranormal event, I'm like, maybe the responsible of this event come from that breach. Of course, I don't believe it, but it's fun theory. Ask Reddit. Anyway, I went to a high school football game with a friend. It was all going as a normal game would go. Friends hanging out, getting food, and then randomly something happened. The entire stadium lost power. I mean, everything was out, no lights anywhere. We all sat there confused. No voice came on to tell anybody what was going on, and they literally lost power to everything. Then me and everybody else see a shadowy plane-type thing in the sky. It was triangular, kind of like a stealth plane. So it flew ever so slowly over the stadium. Must have been going maybe 30 miles an hour tops. Took about 20 seconds to pass over the stadium. After it passed, we were all wondering what the fuck just happened. Then a second one came. It was further away this time. And if you don't believe me about the first one, then you sure as hell don't believe me anymore. It was about 45 miles away, but you could see it flying ever so slowly across the horizon of the city. To this day, my good friend who I was with still doesn't remember, and well, nobody does. It happened, and I swear it fucking did. I'm not sure what to make of this. So this has been happening for a while now. I'd like to know if it's my mind playing tricks or not. For the past couple months, usually in the evening, my younger brother would come into my room and over to where I'm sitting and lean over my shoulder. I have a desk bunk bed kind of situation, my back towards the door which stays closed, but open enough so my dog can come in and out. When my brother does this, he'll lean real close to my face and ask what I'm doing. And more often than not, I've got headphones in, so I don't hear him coming in. However, there have been times, that it happens quite a lot actually, where I felt the hair on the top of my head move like it's being lightly touched, and I've heard footsteps coming into my bedroom and over me and leaning over my shoulder. Now I've seen a face in the corner of my eye, although my hair was down, so I can't be completely sure. Although I felt breathing on me, around my shoulder and to the side of my face, just like my brother does sometimes, to the point where I've turned around to tell him to leave and there's nothing there. I don't know if it's just my mind playing tricks on me or what, but I'd appreciate the help. Things keep disappearing. So, I have a bad case of apparent black hole in my apartment. Started with knives back when I moved in, had a full set of knives, and one of them would disappear in the span of months within each other. I ended up having to buy more, and now those are disappearing again. If I can recall correctly, let's say a total of 7 or 8 knives have gone missing. Then it was a whole bag of pastries. Put the bag on the table, went out for an hour with my roomie, and when I came back they were gone. I mean the whole bag. I also have some spoons gone. Whole cans of tuna, and as of yesterday, 1 apple of 2 I bought. I found out about the apple because my cat dropped them, but I could only find one and search the whole area and it was gone. No one else but me, my roomie, and my parents have accused the apartment. My parents live almost 400 kilometers away. For the cutlery, I may or may not have threw them away, but the trash on accident, I can't explain the pastries or the apple. There's probably a lot of other stuff missing I'm not remembering, but I'm not noticing. But it's been going on for years now, and I wanted to share.
The waving man in the back. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago I was at the park near my house because I had a favorite tree that I sit in often. It was broad daylight and quite sunny. I was with my best friend and we were drawing or reading or something. I was in the tree and my friend was on the ground sitting on a pillow. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw somewhat of a shadowy figure waving at me. It was waving in such a way like it felt like they knew me or I knew them. I looked directly at them, asked my friend if they were seeing someone. My friend walked around the tree and I was still waving and looking at that figure. My friend walked around the tree and it was a huge tree, but I think you need 3 people's worth of wingspan to be able to hug it. When she was almost next to the figure, we heard a bang right where my friend was sitting before. The bang sounded kind of like an axe hitting a tree with the back. Kind of like that, but different. My friend ran around the room and I looked behind me and went back down. There was nothing that could have caused that noise, and when I looked back at the figure, of course it was gone.
Encounters in bed when you're not asleep. I've had a number of things happen, especially since my cancer diagnosis. I'm not taking any hallucinogens and I'm not half asleep when things happen. I'm definitely awake just in bed. I've had my foot grabbed a couple of times, hearing someone walk around her bed when my husband is either asleep next to me or in the bathroom across the hall. I've had words come into my mind through voices which aren't mine. The other night I was thinking to myself and heard the words, "Tell Catherine," in a man's voice. Then 1979 popped into my head, and 2 years ago my mind interpreted as he was born in 1979 and died 2 years ago. I've also seen a figure of a young adult male I didn't recognize standing beside my sleeping husband before disappearing a second later. Now and then I get very vivid dreams from having a full catch-up with my deceased loved ones, although this has only happened twice. I'm interested to know if others have had similar experiences. These are usually around 3 a.m. and the grabs and walking at 6 a.m. My birthday wish was anomalously granted. My best explanation is it happened when I was 8 and my memory is just weird because of being young. But that doesn't feel right. So I was always jealous of my older cousin, who was 6 months older than me, was taller than me, till I was maybe 12 or so. Anyway, when I was 8, on my birthday, I made a wish that was me being older than she, and eventually to be taller than her. So the taller thing worked out, because of genetics and stuff, but somehow I'm now older than her. Like I feel like she should be and is older than me. But everybody who's asked seems to think that I've always been older. I feel like I know for a fact that I'm younger, even though for normal purposes she is older, but like I know I should be younger than her, but I'm not. I have many memories of feeling jealous that she was older, because she always was jokingly being mean because I was younger. No one else feels like this happened. Ask Reddit. When I was maybe 8 years old, I went to stay with my grandparents for the weekend. That night, I had some really intense night terrors. Something I hadn't suffered from previously or ever since. But Nana couldn't shake me out of it. I was just screaming and crying out in fear for like an hour, like real dread in my eyes. The next morning I found out that my cousin, we were a few days apart, who lived down the same street as my grandparents, had been sleepwalking at the time. And that's the same time I'd been having these nightmares. She walked out of the house, crossed a busy dual carriageway, walked a mile or so into town in her bare feet, got picked up. Thankfully, by a nice couple on their way home from a club, and brought her home. According to my Nan, I kept saying, "Keep going, keep going." but she likes to sugarcoat stories, so I don't actually know if that's true. Either way, it's always freaked me out. In these two incidents, happening on the same night, the same time, with neither of us ever displaying this sort of behavior before or after,